What's up, my clan? I am Garps, 1234. If you love me enough, please subscribe. Also, tell me in the comments what other stories you will want to listen to and want me to improve upon. I do not own these stories, by the way. I just reformat them to audio. You are now listening to Steel and Sorrow, Rise of the Mercenary King by Alivatore _ Capre. Enjoy.
Chapter 224. War had finally begun in earnest as Alpheo led the Yarzid army to the frontier, crossing the border that separated the two princedoms, moving towards the city of the Turn-Cloak Lord, Arderonaven. Serving as the gates to the capital, Arderonaven was the fortified stronghold that blocked Yarzid's path to the Herculean capital. While his change of sides was an insult and a blow to the princedom of Yarzid, for the Herculeans, it was instead a genius move, as they effectively had a barrier that Yarzid would have to take if they wanted to take the city. The journey from Bracum to Arderonaven covered just 48 kilometers. The land was basically all flat, which meant that Alpheo could have no worries about walking into any ambushes. Not that he had any prior to this, as there was no way that the Prince of Herculea could coordinate a border ambush so soon from the start of the war, as the prince at this point should be waiting for his army to assemble. Alpheo had laid plans for the main force to reach the stronghold in 3 days. Ahead, his soldiers marched steadily, moving as a unified force, while supply wagons rumbled behind them. The rear guard away from the bulk of his army, however, had a slower pace. Burdened with the onagers, a series of siege engines freshly constructed in Bracum, the rear guard trailed significantly behind, their pace reduced by the weight and bulk of the weaponry. Alpheo knew he would need those onagers to break Arderonaven's defenses and more, yet he expected it would be at least 5 days before the siege weapons would arrive at their position. At the head of the army rode Lord Shahab, leading the vanguard with his men. The position, usually being the most prestigious, was given without half a thought by Alpheo to him, given him being close family with his wife. In contrast, the rear guard, usually the one with less prestige, held the troops of Lord Xanthos, who had delegated leadership to his son, Selim. Xanthios bore no ill will for it, as he was personally told by Alpheo the importance of the things he was to protect, while also promising him that during the battle his troops would have the most important job of all. At the center of the army rode Alpheo himself, flanked closely by Lord Xanthos. Riding a few paces behind to allow space for conversation, Alpheo's knights and guards shadowed them, vigilant and ready. Lord Xanthos adjusted his reins slightly, bringing his horse closer to Alpheo's and inclining his head with the respect due to a prince. "Your Grace," he began, his tone polished and deferential. "Forgive my saying so, but I wonder if it might have been wiser to permit me to lead a raid along Arderonaven's outskirts as the first stroke of our campaign. Had we struck before winter and the declaration, the people would have fled to the city gates, the panic spreading like flame through straw, driving them to overrun villages and strip resources as they passed. Even Vrogios would have been forced to scramble for supply, his storehouses likely drained by now. I still do not understand why you had not allowed me to." He allowed a pause, his eyes scanning the rugged landscape ahead. "Instead, by granting that turncoat a peaceful winter, we've given him months to fortify himself behind walls, his stores still half full from the last harvest. It was a generous delay that perhaps he did not deserve, if I may say." Alpheo turned to Lord Xanthos, a subtle smirk playing at the edge of his mouth as he met his advisor's steady gaze. "Perhaps, my lord, if we conducted those raids, that blasted prince might have started drawing connections, a bit too easily, I'd say, to that gift we sent during the royal marriage," he said, voice low but firm. "And if they suspected even a hint of preparation for war, then our chances of victory would have greatly diminished, as a simple letter to his liege would have undone everything. As it is, I assure you, Arderonaven's gates are presently crowded with desperate peasants scrambling for refuge, complicating his ability to focus on defending the city, precious times that he currently does not have." Lord Xanthos kept staring at the young man. "That may be true, Your Grace. Yet by allowing so many to flee there, we may have swelled Vrogios's ranks by default, he argued, his voice as calm as it was earnest. Alpheo looked sideways at Xanthos, his eyes glinting with a sudden, almost playful curiosity, the same one that anyone that had to do anything with Alpheo would have to deal with. Tell me, Lord Xanthos, do you like mushrooms? The older lord furrowed his brow, unsure of where this was going. Mushrooms, he echoed, caught off guard. Yes, mushrooms, Alpheo repeated with a faint smile. A chuckle escaped Xanthos's lips as he relaxed, nodding. In fact, I do. Quite fond of them, actually. They're a delicacy when prepared properly. Alpheo's smile broadened. They're a versatile food, aren't they? Easy to find, easy to cook, and perfect for our foraging parties to bring back to the camp. They add something to that communal stew, something familiar and comforting to make it taste better. Xanthos tilted his head, still not seeing where the conversation was leading. What did mushroom have to do with their argument? Alpheo leaned in slightly, his gaze sharpening. Now, what happens if, among those foraged mushrooms, a few poisonous ones end up in the pot? Xanthos's expression shifted, a slow understanding dawning in his eyes, though he remained silent, listening intently. The entire pot becomes deadly, Alpheo murmured, a glimmer of dark amusement in his eyes as he leaned in toward Lord Xanthos. And perhaps, I may have accidentally slipped a few of those into Arturanevin's stew already. He paused, savoring the moment before adding, soon enough, we'll see what sort of effects that may bring. Outside the towering walls of Arturanevin, a sea of refugees pressed tightly together. Desperation etched across their faces as they waited for entry. Men, women, and children clutched what little belongings they'd managed to bring with them. At the gate, a line of guards stood firm, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords as they shouted for order. Their voices rang out over the noise, harsh and unyielding. Stay back. Don't move forward unless called. The guards scanned the huddled masses and, every so often, called out or motioned to 50 people at a time, gesturing for them to step forward. As each small group was selected, the gates opened just wide enough to allow them in before slamming shut again, leaving the others to press forward, hoping they would be next. Inside the gates, the chosen refugees were herded through narrow streets, past watchful townsfolk who eyed them with wary curiosity. The guards led them to the central square, where a hastily constructed refugee camp sprawled across the cobblestone. Tents made of rough canvas and makeshift shelters patched with tattered cloth filled the area, offering scant protection from the elements. The soldiers dropped the group off with a quick, gruff warning. Stay here and don't cause trouble. One barked, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Without waiting for a response, they turned on their heels and marched briskly back toward the gate, leaving the newcomers to find a spot among the crowded camp as they anxiously waited for a semblance of normalcy in this temporary haven. A small knot of people settled together near the edge of the camp, weary faces shadowed under the dim light. They sat close, shoulder to shoulder, forming a huddled circle as they took in the scene around them. Lines of exhausted refugees slumped against makeshift tents, children curled up on scraps of cloth, the murmur of low voices thick with worry. Their own voices were low as they exchanged nervous whispers, casting wary glances at the guards and the other refugees. One of the men in the group leaned in, a faint glimmer of excitement in his tired eyes. "This will be easier than I thought," he murmured, barely moving his lips. Immediately, the older man beside him gave a sharp look and hissed, "Keep your voice down. Act low, or you'll get us all killed." He adjusted his own cloak, making sure it draped fully over his form. "Cover yourself. Don't let anyone see your steel," he warned in a low, stern whisper. The younger man nodded, tucking his cloak close to hide any sign of a weapon, and lowered his head, forcing a blank expression as the guards continued to make their rounds through the camp. These men weren't weary refugees seeking shelter, but soldiers, disguised among the desperate to slip past the city gates. With rough-spun cloaks and worn boots caked in dirt, they blended in seamlessly, appearing no different from the rest of the ragged, displaced crowd. But beneath those cloaks, they carried short swords and daggers, carefully hidden from sight. Getting inside had proven surprisingly easy. The guards at the gates, focused more on the strength of arms and on suspicion, had chosen the able-bodied adults first, likely intending to enlist them for the defense of the city. This oversight had allowed the disguised soldiers to slip in among the first wave of accepted refugees, bypassing scrutiny by sticking their head to them and avoiding eye contact, doing everything they could in order to not gain their attention. They resisted the urge to move or adjust their weapons hidden beneath their cloaks, each man aware that any shift might betray them. Instead, they mimicked the defeated postures of the people around them, slumping as if exhausted, blending into the suffering and exhaustion etched on the faces of the true refugees. The square was crowded, loud, and chaotic, the perfect cover, yet each of them was aware that any misstep would unravel everything. And so, they waited, keeping to the shadows as the minutes dragged by, eyes fixed on the gates, the guard rotations, and the movements of the city watch, any information that could have helped them on the next part of their plan. Comments. Chapter 225. Alpheo reined in his horse as the walls of Arderenaven came into view, the fortified city standing tall against the horizon. The stone battlements loomed defiantly, but even from this distance, Alpheo could see signs of hasty preparations. His gaze wandered over the surrounding landscape, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noted a single, shallow ditch running along the city's perimeter, separating the inner city from the refugee camp huddled outside. A leisurely smile crept across his face. The overcrowding outside the walls had evidently hampered Vrogios's defenses. Flooded with peasants and refugees, they had barely managed to dig even a rudimentary trench. Alpheo's sharp gaze traced the line of a half-finished ditch that stretched unevenly across the field, a hastily constructed second line of defense. It was clear that Vrogios had attempted to dig another trench after the first one, but the work was rushed and incomplete, ending abruptly midway. Alpheo allowed himself a brief, approving smile as he thought of Shahab's swift charge earlier that morning. With the thunder of hooves, Shahab's knights had torn through the laboring peasants and workers, scattering the crew attempting to finish the ditch. In a matter of minutes, they'd forced the entire work party to abandon the trenches and flee back behind the city's gates, stopping all preparations in their tracks. Then few hours later the whole army had arrived. Alpheo turned from the sight of the unfinished ditch, his gaze hardening as he took in the expanse of ground where their camp would be set. Without a moment's pause, he called out to a sag, who approached briskly. "Have the men begin digging our own trenches," he commanded, his tone firm. "We'll set the perimeter here." A sag nodded, already signaling nearby soldiers to begin assembling the tools and marking positions. Next, Alpheo's eyes shifted to Jarza, who stood close by, watching the field. "Jarza," he ordered, "take 400 men and keep them posted ahead of the workers. We'll need a line of defense as they dig." Jarza gave a quick salute, but before he turned to leave, he glanced around, frowning. "Where's Egil?" he asked, his eyes scanning the camp. As with the gates closed, Jarza came to the conclusion that Alpheo had already ordered him to stop sending waves of refugees to their position. "I already sent a rider after him, to let him know to just take enough food and send enough men toward us as workers, and to make sure not to create more refugees that we actually need." At Alpheo's orders, the soldiers moved swiftly, each one slipping a shovel from their marching packs with a familiar scrape of metal. They spread out across the rough ground, forming lines as they waited for direction from the engineers. A team of engineers, clad in simple leather but bearing the crested insignia marking them as specialists, strode among them, calling out instructions in sharp, practiced tones. "Start here," an engineer shouted, motioning with a gloved hand to the earth where he drew a line in the dirt. "Dig straight until you reach that marker over there. We'll need the trench at least shoulder deep. No shortcuts." The soldiers didn't hesitate. They set to work with steady resolve, each thrusting shovels into the packed soil, the rhythmic sound of metal biting into earth growing into a steady hum that filled the camp. Alpheo knew well that pushing too hard on a refugee crisis at this stage could easily backfire. His objective was clear: to bring these lands back under Yarza control with as little lasting damage as possible. Overrunning the countryside would only result in scorched villages and displaced people turning to banditry, a burden for him later on, as he intended for these lands to be theirs. An occupied region stripped to ashes would be costly to restore, and Alpheo had no interest in ruling over charred remains. For a moment, he considered directing the refugees to flee toward the Herculean heartland, flooding it with desperate people and straining their resources. However, he knew that if the countryside were depopulated entirely, it would take years to restore a steady income flow. Worse, it would complicate his own strategy. The Herculean prince's forces would lengthen the time needed for him to form up his army, making Alpheo's plans for a decisive confrontation with the prince harder to pin down. Alpheo needed a quick victory, ideally one that would neutralize the enemy's power in a single battle and leave the road open for a straightforward siege. Alpheo spotted Lord Shahab approaching through the haze of dust kicked up by the digging soldiers and workers. With a light nudge, he spurred his horse forward, meeting Shahab halfway, their mounts coming nose to nose. Alpheo offered a nod of respect, his eyes glinting with approval. "My compliments on your charge." Shahab smiled, a knowing gleam in his eye. "We both know that's more praise than I deserve. I merely scattered a few peasants, didn't even need to draw my sword." Alpheo chuckled, leaning back in his saddle. "Still, this siege brings back memories of Confluendi." Shahab let out a soft laugh, his gaze turning distant for a moment. "The day it broke was a good one. I hope we're headed for an outcome just as favorable." Alpheo gave a thoughtful nod as he studied Shahab for a moment, then asked, "Why didn't you bring Jared? I would have loved to march at his side." Shahab's face softened with a hint of pride as he replied, "Someone had to remain in my lands, to look after my business while I'm away." But Alpheo caught the shift in Shahab's gaze, something unsaid lingering there. Alpheo's smile faded as he looked at Shahab with measured intensity. He knew very well Jared had brother, yet the old man brought none of them. "Do you really think this campaign is a mistake that much?" The older lord's expression turned serious, the familiar warmth replaced by a somber resolve. "I like you, Alpheo," he said quietly. "You've been a good husband to my granddaughter, and I see what you're trying to accomplish, rallying these lords, giving them a common enemy. It's a bold ambition." He paused, eyes scanning the assembled soldiers scattered over the field. And while most of these lords sent just the minimum to satisfy their duty, a small force led by a few young sons or a few sworn knights, they still came. Alpheo nodded, accepting the words in silence as Shahab continued. "It may not be much, but it's a start. Convincing them fully won't be easy, but you're laying the foundation for something greater." Shahab's expression turned thoughtful, a hint of caution in his voice as he continued. "Still, we might have done better to show a bit more patience with this, that we are not ready." Alpheo raised an eyebrow, but Shahab pressed on. "I'd love nothing more than to see those bastards humbled, to give them the beating they deserve. But we could have used a bit more time to sway some of the larger houses fully to our side. At the moment, we've only managed to secure Lord Xanthios and a few lesser nobles." He cast a wary glance toward the distant hills, and Lord Damaris is, well, let's say he is 1 foot in and 1 foot out, neither with us nor against us. Shahab sighed, the weight of his years showing as he shook his head. "Time, Alpheo. We needed more time," he muttered, almost to himself, his eyes focused on the distant horizon. "You're too rash, eager to force your will on the land without softening at first. More lords would have come around, given some persuasion. Perhaps if we'd held off a season, let them see reason and the benefits of a united front." Alpheo's jaw tightened, but he kept his tone even. "And when is there ever a good time? Tell me that," he challenged, leaning in as he spoke. "Right now, we can put every ounce of our strength into this campaign. The southern border with Oizen is secured by our truce, and it's only lasting another year. The moment we try to plan any campaign against Herculia after that, Oisin will pounce, taking back every inch of land we've fought for both in war and diplomacy, while also ignoring the fact that these two princedoms could join hands. Shahab didn't immediately respond, his eyes narrowing as he considered Alpheo's words. He knew his prince was right in one respect. The Oisin border was a constant threat, but rushing a campaign with so few allies was a perilous gamble. Alpheo softened his tone, sensing Shahab's hesitation. Shahab, I know you'd have liked more time, more alliances, but a truce's end waits for no one. And here we stand, with a rare chance to settle the score with Herculia before Oisin even considers raising a sword. If we don't seize this moment, we might never have another. Must I remind you of the letters we found in Confluendi between Lady Elora and Prince Eklund? How long do you think it will be before the Prince of Oisin and Herculia realize they have a common enemy and plans a double invasion from two routes? Must I spell to you how much trouble that would be? The best defense is always to attack first and cripple that bastard enough that for the next years, he will have no time to worry about things outside his fucking reach. Shahab let out a heavy sigh, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. Does it really matter now, Alpheo? We've already marched, the die is cast. What's done is done. His voice was tinged with a mix of resignation and frustration, as if he was acknowledging the inevitability of the situation while still holding on to some lingering doubts. Alpheo's lips twitched into a small, knowing smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I suppose it doesn't, he replied, his voice calm but firm. He turned his horse around, glancing back at Shahab. Come, let's smooth things over with the commanders. Our Leal lords might have sent their men with half-hearted promises, but it would be good to ensure they don't hinder us in our campaign and that they understand the line of command. Comments. Chapter 226. As the week passed, the air around Arderonaven had transformed. Where there was once open land, now stood 4 well-organized camps surrounding the fortified city, each positioned to lock down one side of Arderonaven, forming a complete blockade. Tents were set in orderly rows, with barriers and defensive ditches encircling each camp. Soldiers, numbering around 2,200 in total, had worked tirelessly alongside various laborers brought by Egil, under the direction of Alpheo's engineers to secure their positions, carving trenches and reinforcing embankments, each camp becoming its own miniature fortress. Around the camps, fires burned steadily as the soldiers settled into a rhythm of watch rotations, readying themselves for the siege ahead. At last, 5 days after the works started, the onagers arrived. A full complement of 10, soon brought into the southern camp where more than half of Alpheo's white army was stationed. The engineers worked swiftly, securing the machines on sturdy, level ground just within range of the city walls. Once in place, the siege engines stood ready, their massive arms and loaded slings like poised fists preparing to hammer Arderonaven into submission. Alpheo wasted no time. As soon as the onagers were positioned, he ordered a relentless bombardment, eager to announce their arrival with force. At dawn, the first stones were loosed, flying through the air with a deadly whistle before crashing into the city walls with resounding impacts. Each had sent a shudder through the stones of the city's defenses and stirred dust into the air. The onagers kept a steady pace, hurling stone after stone until the morning light gave way to the heat of midday. Then, during the afternoon, they stopped in order to bring more projectiles, before resuming late into evening, when everyone inside the city was asleep. The defenders, under this continuous barrage, found no respite. Even in the darkest hours, the constant echo of stones smashing against their walls kept them from rest, fraying their nerves and leaving them tense, sleep-deprived, and worn. After a full week spent building camps, digging latrines, and following Alpheo's endless list of orders, the commanders of the army were growing restless. They had expected that, by now, Alpheo would have given the go-ahead for an assault, at the very least to begin filling the ditch around the city walls in preparation. Yet no such command had come. Every time one of them cautiously suggested advancing or inquired about attacking the city, Alpheo shut them down with no explanation. When the call to war first came from the court, Most of the lords had little faith in its success. Many assumed that the campaign was doomed to failure, and, in line with this belief, they only sent token forces, poorly equipped peasant levies with whatever scraps of armor could be spared. And, having no interest in risking their own heirs, they appointed third or fourth sons, or lesser knights under their service, to lead these contingents. Yet while their fathers might have lacked enthusiasm, these commanders felt entirely differently. For them, this campaign was a rare chance. They saw the war as an opportunity to distinguish themselves, to catch the eye of the prince consort, and perhaps even earn a place at court. The younger sons in particular, who stood no chance of inheriting their family's lands, were eager to prove their worth. For them, this was more than just an assignment. It was their path to a future beyond the religious path or as wandering knights. As the days dragged on with little action, the tension in the camp only grew. They had expected a chance to fight, but Alpheo's refusal to advance, or even discuss his reasons for delaying, left them increasingly frustrated, caught between his inscrutable patience and their own burning ambitions. Recognizing the mounting impatience among his commanders, Alpheo finally decided it was time to gather them in the war tent. The murmur of discontent had grown louder with each passing day, and he could sense the tension simmering just beneath the surface. If he didn't address it soon, he knew that ambition and frustration might boil over into outright defiance. In the war tent, thick wooden poles held up the spacious place. Oil lamps flickered as the commanders filed in. The knights bore the rough-cut look of soldiers elevated into command, while others, particularly the younger noble sons, tried to mask their restlessness with a veneer of respect. In the mix, there were some minor nobles who, after hearing about the call, and without being asked by their lord liege, mounted their own small forces in hope of getting part of the loot in case of success. Alpheo waited until they were all present, letting the silence build as he studied their faces, calculating, hungry, some openly questioning. He knew they all had the same question in mind. Why haven't we attacked yet? His gaze was steady as he leaned over the table, his hands resting on it as he silently stared at each one of them. Alpheo began with a nod of respect to the assembled commanders, meeting each man's gaze with calm authority. "My lords," he addressed them, his voice smooth but carrying a faint edge that cut through the charged silence. "In these past days, as the camps have taken shape and the final trench lines have been set, I know that many of you have raised concerns and questions about our current position and the lack of preparations for a direct assault on Ardoronaven, many of which rather persistently." Several commanders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Some crossed their arms, their expressions expectant, eyes fixed on Alpheo. Here stood the husband of their prince, the man leading their siege, and for many of them, the liege of their own liege. They had come expecting swift action, especially from the man whose martial record was unblemished by defeat, yet days had slipped by with barely a whisper of forward movement. With a calm, deliberate pause, Alpheo continued, "I understand your desire for haste. I know many of you see this campaign as an opportunity, one to prove yourselves, to rise in honor and rank." Alpheo's gaze swept over the eager faces of the assembled commanders, a faint smile playing at his lips. "For those of you who crave action," he began, "I bring good news." With a swift motion, he produced a sealed letter and tossed it onto the table before him. The commander's eyes fixed on the letter, curiosity sparking in their expressions. "This letter," Alpheo continued, "is from one of my informants inside the enemy capitals." He gave them a moment, watching as the significance of the message settled over the men like a storm cloud. "It reports that the Herculean prince is assembling an army at the capital to relieve Ardoronaven." A murmur rippled through the tent, and Alpheo seized the moment to look each commander in the eye, one by one, his voice steady and controlled. "I have known for some time that the enemy would rally forces. Knowing this, I decided against a costly assault on these walls. Why weaken our own strength in a reckless storming of the city when a far greater battle awaits? The city may come to us later, as we instead wait for the enemy to directly come to us." Amidst the murmurs that filled the war tent, a young man stepped forward, shoulders squared with the air of someone eager to prove himself. "Your Grace," he announced, his voice cutting through the room, "I am Leontes, son of Lord Pyrrhos of Sisterorum." Alpheo turned his gaze toward Leontes, who continued with a steady but questioning tone. "How long, do you think, before we face them directly?" "At most a few weeks," Alpheo replied, his expression calm. He studied Leontes as the young man nodded thoughtfully. Still undeterred, Leontes pressed further. "Then, Your Grace," he ventured, "wouldn't it be wiser to start preparing siege engines now, to bring the city under heel? After all, the turncloak Vrogios is right here in front of us. We could capture him before the Herculean army even arrives." There was a stillness as the young lord's words hung in the air, the commander's eyes flickering between Leontes and Alpheo, some even nodding at the young noble's intervention. Alpheo's voice rang out firmly, commanding the room. "I've already stated," he began, "there will be no assault on the walls until our enemy's reinforcements reach us. That day will come, but not now." Leontes' jaw clenched, and he leaned forward, his discontent plain. "But my lord, surely a small attempt could be made to taste the water," he argued as his rashness went ahead of his. "And if your Grace is not confident into breaching them, may I volunteer to lead?" Alpheo cut him off sharply, his voice rising with frustration. Frustration, he felt, at everything that started from the blatant lack of participation from the great lords to the consistent questioning of men beneath him. Erupting from the blatant overconfidence of a young man barely older than him, and yet with no experience in war whatsoever. "Lead what, Sir Leontes? The mere dozens of men your father sent with you? Men whom I personally had to equip with proper armor, because they arrived here with nothing but spears and shields, completely turning a blind eye to the state they were in, and whom your father believed wise to send them as their due to the crown?" His gaze was unyielding, fixed on Leontes, while most of the men in the tent knew the accusation was not only against him. "Are you so confident you could take these walls with so few, or merely arrogant enough to think you might? Or perhaps you thought that I would allow you to lead my soldiers, when clearly your father did not give you enough?" The young lord faltered, remembering at that moment that the person a few summers younger than him was the prince consort of his liege, a man who personally delivered the crown to the princess, after smashing every enemy that had risen against her in rebellion, whom some believed he had plotted the death of the rebel lord. Seeing the young man leaning back, Alpheo's voice softened but remained resolute as he continued, addressing everyone in the tent. "I have given my orders and my reasons, none of which will be questioned anymore," Alpheo stated, sweeping his gaze over the gathered commanders. "This is a battle we will fight when we are ready, not a day before. Each one of you is here to see Yarzit's justice delivered, and that will come not through impatience, but through strategy. So, let there be no more questions on this matter. The city will fall after we win against our enemy in battles." The tent fell silent, the commanders exchanging glances, Leontes sinking back into his place as the other big lords in the room, nominally Lords Damaris, Shahab, and Xanthios, all clearly stood in support of Alpheo, as none came in support of his interjection. Meanwhile, maintaining pity in him, Lord Damaris stepped forward, a slight smile on his lips as he gave a respectful nod to Alpheo. "Your Grace," he interjected smoothly, his tone light but firm, "forgive the young Sir Leontes. He is merely hot-blooded, eager to prove himself in service of Yarzit." He cast a measured glance at Leontes, who immediately took the way out kindly offered by the Lord. "Yes, my deepest apologies, Your Grace. I was out of line," he spoke as he bowed. Alpheo exhaled, his tension easing as he nodded. "Very well," he replied, his tone softening. His gaze swept over the commanders, his expression now returning to one of calm stoicism. "If there are no further questions," he said, "it is time we focus on what truly matters, our preparations for when the Herculean army marches toward us." Comments. Chapter 227. The lord of Ardonavan, Vrogios, stood atop the battered stone walls of his city, his gaze fixed on the Yarzit encampment sprawling across the southern fields. His weathered face was set in a grim expression as he took in the enemy camp below. Clusters of white tents and wooden fortifications spread like a rash over the countryside, resembling a small fortification of his own, with ditches around the perimeter and wooden-built wall protecting those insides. And worse yet, there were 4 more of that. It was afternoon, and the relentless bombardment that had pounded his walls each morning and evening had finally ceased just a few hours before. The eerie silence that followed weighed heavily, a calm that seemed to press upon the defenders as much as the day's pounding had. Dust and rubble still clung to the crevices of the stonework where the stones had struck, leaving the walls scarred but standing. Vrogios squinted against the low, slanting sun, his mind racing about any possible action that he could take against them. Yarzit's forces had entrenched themselves with unnerving patience, and while the southern camp loomed closest, he knew they'd stretched out around all sides of the city. There was no easy path, and doing a sortie would have no help given how fortified the camps were. And yet they still did not even bother to fill the ditch and prepare ladders or battering rams. Are they trying to starve us out? Lecklian will come before we even get low on supplies. Perhaps that is what they want. A battle against his forces? The lack of action from Alpheo's forces gnawed at Vrogios's nerves as he stood on the wall, his eyes fixed on the stillness of the enemy camp. Though Yarzit's forces had surrounded the city from all sides, they hadn't made a single attempt to storm it. Instead, they simply pounded the walls with onagers at intervals each day, waiting them out while wearing them down. His sleeping chamber was at the far end of the city, so he had no trouble sleeping, but for the soldiers that was another matter altogether, as during the night some of the projectiles would fall inside and bypass the wall, with the screaming of women and children waking them up. Originally, Vrogios had thought Ardonavan's stores ample enough to last 8 months if they rationed carefully. But that calculation had been before the swarm of refugees flooded through the gates. With the thousands of added mouths to feed, those provisions had dwindled alarmingly, now barely enough to stretch across 3 months, 5 with strict rationing. And yet, for all the strain they placed on his stores, those same refugees gave him something precious: manpower. He'd ordered everything remotely metal to be delivered to the city's smiths, creating a haphazard arsenal from whatever they could gather. Scrap iron, old tools, even household objects had been reforged into crude weapons. They crafted daggers, spearheads, and fashioned jagged nails into makeshift maces, battered onto sticks to create brutal, if rudimentary, clubs. No iron or scrap metal had gone unused, and he took comfort in knowing his soldiers were now armed with something, however rough, even if they looked nothing like a trained army. All told, he had raised a garrison of 900 soldiers, made up from his raiding veterans, the fresh young volunteers, and as many able-bodied refugees able to wield a weapon. Against any assault, he believed he could hold these walls, at least for now, even if the supplies ran thinner with every passing day. Help, after all, was coming. With nothing to do in front of a siege, the turncloak lord let his thoughts run wild, especially on what brought him to this situation. Regret gnawed at him constantly. In a moment of ambition, he had turned his back on Yarzit, rebelling against Arkawat's rule, and once defeated, throwing his lot in with Lecklian. But that decision had cost him dearly. Now, he was nothing more than a puppet under Lecklian's thumb, forced to shoulder crippling taxes that drained his lands, compelled to send his 2 eldest sons as hostages to a foreign court, their lives bargaining chips in a game he no longer controlled. As he thought of his sons and the burdens forced upon him, Vrogios couldn't help but wonder if all this misery had been worth it. Had he stayed, put in Yarzit, he might have retained his family and his autonomy. Instead, here he was, surrounded by enemies on all sides, his once proud fief at the mercy of foreign powers. He took the bet and promptly failed miserably. Vrogios thought bitterly of the turn of events since he had first rebelled against the crown 12 years ago. News of Arkawat's death had come like a distant tremor, quickly followed by the rise of his daughter, and then The most infuriating insult. Her common-born husband, Alpheo. When he was still Arquat's vassals, he had thought of betrothing his firstborn to her. Now knowing that Arquat died without a male heir made him realize how good of an opportunity he lost, as his house could have succeeded Valoni Isha. Of course, at the time, joining hands with Arquat was a bad idea, especially given how ambitious and yet weak he was. And now, within a mere half a year of his ascent, Alpheo had taken up the crown's long-forgotten grudge and mobilized an entire expedition to drag him back to Yarzit to answer for his rebellion. The rumors of Alpheo's exploits had reached Vrogio's ears as well. They spoke of a ruthless campaigner who had crushed Lord Ormond and taken Confluendi within a month's time, some even suggesting he had slaughtered Ormond's family. Whether the stories of Alpheo's cunning and ferocity were true or not, Vrogio's could not say. But in the weeks since the siege began, he realized something. He was an arrogant piece of shit. He had tried again and again to negotiate, even just to see the face of the man now so determined to destroy him. Yet every time he had sent out a flag of truce, it was sent back untouched. His attempts to reach out were met with an unyielding silence, as though his very existence was beneath notice. Vrogio's fingers tightened on the cold stone of the battlements. He knew that Alpheo's army was just waiting, watching, refusing him even the dignity of a parley, while he himself was just a low-born mercenary that luckily found a high-born whore to open her legs to him. Vrogio's felt no shame in bending the knee if it meant keeping his life and keeping his land. He'd done it twice already, first to Yarzit and then to Lechlin, surrendering his loyalty and even his sons to the Herculean court as hostages. He didn't understand why people found that hard. It was much easier than see their holdings burn. In truth, his original plan for the parley had been simple. Meet with the enemy general, gauge his demeanor and ambitions, and look for an opportunity to negotiate a possible return back into the fold, obviously only if they came victorious against the relieved force marching towards them. After all, what good would it do to throw their lot before the results were out? Perhaps if Yarzit's forces somehow managed a significant victory, the victorious general could offer peace to the defeated prince, exchange his hostages as terms of the truce, and let the city slip quietly back into the fold. But with each rebuffed attempt at a truce, that plan withered. Alpheo's refusal to meet had made it clear there would be no chance to negotiate, no moment to see his opponent's eyes or weigh his intentions. Now Vrogio's was left only with the grim reality of a siege that would not end until one side was crushed. And if he was the defeated one, his head would be on a pike. Of that he was now sure, as the entirety of the expedition had been to bring his head back into Yarzit. Now, Vrogio's only remaining hope lay with Lechlian's forces. If they could break through Alpheo's army, there might yet be a way out of this doomed rebellion. He turned from the wall, eyes drifting over the shattered remnants of his city, the wreckage left by the relentless barrage. Stones and splintered beams littered the ground, homes and stables gutted by the projectiles that had rained down on them. Even some of the horses lay dead or wounded in the rubble, the Lord's hearth bleeding a little from the loss of such valuable beasts. Yet he couldn't do anything except to curse the boy in his mind, as after all, leading a sortie in these conditions was a sure way to lose precious soldiers that he didn't have the equipment to replace. He felt the weight of the siege pressing in more with each passing day. Even while they passed the day doing nothing but observing the enemy do anything except preparing an assault. How much longer would it be until aid arrived? And would he still have a city at the end of it? Comments. Chapter 228. Alpheo sat tall on his horse, gazing up at the clear morning sky with a quiet, simmering anticipation. The day had finally come, the long-expected battle on the horizon. The scouts had brought word that the Herculean army was closing in, now only half a dozen kilometers out. By Alpheo's measure, they would arrive by early afternoon, perhaps even sooner. He turned his gaze from the sky down to his army, spread across the camps, now bustling with activity as the soldiers gathered their arms and secured their marching formations. The rhythm of preparation, the sound of armor clinking, of horses shifting, of quiet commands being barked to ready the ranks, filled the air. Alpheo felt a steady pulse of determination rise within him. Every step they'd taken, every night spent under the stars, every stone cast against the walls of Artonaven had led to this day. It was finally time to face their enemy head-on. From the moment he arrived at Artonaven, Alpheo had carefully studied the surrounding terrain, scouting every detail to gain an edge. The land stretched out flat in all directions, a feature that brought him both frustration and a certain satisfaction. The open, level ground would suit his strategy well, allowing him to execute his plans without the obstacles of hills or dense cover. But the same terrain also worked to the enemy's advantage, as it was ideal for a strong cavalry charge, while also allowing the enemy to stretch his forces and overwhelm Alpheo's. Alpheo knew very well who held the advantage here. He had received troubling reports from his scouts. The Herculean army advancing toward them was estimated at 3,300 soldiers, outnumbering his own force of 2,200 by a significant margin. Worse still, he couldn't rely on the full strength of his army. He'd been forced to station at least 300 men in the eastern camp to guard against any surprise sortie from the garrison within Artonaven. He had no doubt that Vrogios would attempt a breakout once the main Herculean army arrived to divide Alpheo's attention, which left him with only 1,900 soldiers to face the incoming force, something that made intimidated Alpheo quite a bit as he was outnumbered nearly 2 for each of his own man. As Alpheo scanned the gathering army, he noticed Lord Xanthios moving toward him, a slight frown visible even from a distance. Recognizing the need to address any misgivings before the battle, Alpheo spurred his horse forward to meet him. Xanthios wasn't pleased about being assigned to guard the rear, a decision he clearly found beneath his station. Alpheo had anticipated this reaction, though, and had spent time cultivating Xanthios' support. He emphasized the essential role Xanthios would play in maintaining the army's strength and security, reinforcing how critical his position was to ensuring they could maneuver and fight effectively. Additionally, Alpheo reassured him that by the campaign's end, his loyalty and contributions wouldn't go unrewarded. But Alpheo knew Xanthios' deepest concern went beyond mere prestige. It was a matter of achievements, as it was generally considered the way to get the highest achievement by simply fight at the side of his liege, sharing in the glory and dangers of the front lines. Of course, Alpheo saw it completely different. This role, he worried, seemed to minimize his contribution. Alpheo took care to dispel any such thoughts, making it clear that his trust in Xanthios' leadership was precisely why he needed him in this crucial position, and that he had no such bias, as what he cared about were actual deeds, something that Xanthios would surely come into, as he would most certainly fight against the city's sortie. Lord Xanthios gave Alpheo a firm nod, his earlier reluctance softened by Alpheo's reassurances. "May the gods be with you, your grace." Alpheo returned the nod with a slight smile. "I shall entrust our backs to you." With a deep breath, Alpheo turned to face the rest of the assembled commanders and soldiers, his voice rising above the quiet rumble of anticipation. "Prepare to march," he commanded, his voice steady as he assumed his general voice. The soldiers marched in disciplined lines across the open plains, their rhythmic steps pounding steadily beneath the morning sun. Alpheo glanced to his right and noticed Egil, riding with a grin that was practically spilling over his face. It wasn't rare to see him so openly cheerful, yet he seemed much more gleeful than usual, and Alpheo's curiosity got the better of him. "What are you so pleased about, Egil?" Alpheo asked, a faint smirk crossing his lips. Egil gave him a mischievous look. "It's been like old times," he replied, his voice thick with nostalgia. "For 2 weeks, I've had the freedom to raid and ambush, just as I did when I rode with my tribesmen." He laughed, a sound raw with satisfaction. They camped out there without any real defenses, just tents sprawled across the ground, few watchmen, not even stakes in the dirt. Alpheo's mind flickered over the past 2 weeks, while his had passed rather calmly. Egil's must have been weeks of bloodshed. He'd assigned Egil to harass the enemy's smaller forces as they moved toward the capital to assemble the royal army, and he'd chosen well. Egil had seized the opportunity with ruthless precision, ambushing troops who camped carelessly, unprepared for the wrath of his men. Without fail, he struck under cover of night, burning tents, cutting men down as they slept, and causing entire divisions of soldiers to desert into the night, exploiting their lack of defenses to the fullest, as no one would ever think that a general, whose force were even outnumbered, would let his own forces be so detached from the main contingent. In just 2 weeks, Egil continued, his voice full of triumph, we cut down numbers nearly 4 times the size of my men. They had no chance. Alpheo gave a satisfied nod. Well done, he said approvingly, as without him he would have had to fight an even bigger force than the one today, effective as always. Egil, eyes gleaming with excitement, leaned closer to Alpheo as they rode. My prince, if you'll allow it, he began eagerly with an overly solemn tone that clearly made the both of them chuckle. I'd like to break off with my men and give those bastards marching toward us a reminder of what we're capable of. Hit them hard before they even see us on the battlefield. Alpheo smiled, appreciating Egil's enthusiasm. I admire your zeal, Egil, he replied, but not this time. I want them to arrive exhausted, desperate to catch their breath. If you attack them, you will slow their march, making perhaps the enemy prince decide to rest for the night. I want them to reach us after a long march. I want them to arrive in one piece, but drained and hungry, which they will be at their current pace. Alpheo then gestured toward their own ranks. I had the men eat a solid breakfast this morning, meat, kindly provided by you and your men, alongside something hearty enough to sustain them for the day. They've each got a bit of rations for a quick bite in the afternoon, if we're still on the field by then. Egil nodded, understanding the strategy, though his face still showed a hint of disappointment. Well rested and well fed against tired and hungry, Alpheo said confidently, an army marches on his stomach, and our soldier will fight with a full one also. With a final nod of understanding, Egil settled back in a line, completely agreeing with what he said, as he always believed that a hungry soldier's was a weak and unruly one. And so he prepared himself for the battle that lay ahead, excited at the prospect of riding onto the field with an axe in hand, something that never failed in making his blood boil. Differently from his knight, behind his steady gaze and commanding presence, Alpheo fought a current of worry beneath his calm exterior. His own men were seasoned veterans, soldiers who had fought by his side through skirmishes and sieges. He knew he could rely on their skill and discipline. But the other half of his forces, hastily conscripted levies from lords who barely believed in the campaign themselves, were another matter. These were men who had just barely learned the weight of their armor, who could still be thrown off by the unexpected recoil of a sword or the weight of a shield. The last-minute drills they'd endured were more of an introduction than real training, and Alpheo was painfully aware that for many, this would be their first real taste of battle. He had done what he could, supplied them with better weapons, inspected their armor, urged them on with confident words. But those things only went so far. In the quiet of his thoughts, Alpheo couldn't ignore the facts. These men aren't ready. He kept his expression steady, his eyes sweeping over the army as they assembled, but inwardly, doubt stirred. Still, he could only press forward. He had made his decision, and now it was up to his men to meet it, as one way or another this day would decide the outcome of his reign, be it to be destined for greatness or to stagnate in the mud. Comments. Chapter 229. Alpheo's army stood in disciplined rows across the broad, open plain. A force of 1,900 soldiers stretched in ranks, their armor and weapons catching the early light. Shields gleamed, and men formed a bristling line, poised as if part of a single, breathing creature. Behind the front line, archers positioned themselves, checking their bows and exchanging quiet words, while Alpheo's cavalry held firm on the flanks, their horses snorting and shifting with the anticipation of the charge to come. To the far right of the battlefield lay the deserted village of Valder, its empty houses and abandoned fields casting a silent, haunting presence over the scene. Once a thriving settlement, Valder had been raided by Egil's forces a week prior. Its people were now huddled within the walls of Arderonaven, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the coming clash. As Alpheo watched the horizon, the Herculean army began to emerge over the plain in a vast, shifting line, a sea of steel and color stretching wide across the landscape. Banners flapped above the mass of soldiers, bearing the symbols of Herculea's noble houses, vibrant and proud against the morning sky. Rows of infantry marched in disciplined ranks, flanked by squadrons of heavily armored cavalry, their polished armor glinting like mirrors in the sunlight. Alpheo could feel his men's tension rising, quiet murmurs spreading among the younger, unseasoned troops as they took in the sight of the imposing force before them. He felt the stirrings of his own worry but held himself steady, face unmoving, as he gripped the reins of his horse. He knew the weight of his position. A general had to be a stone. Hold fast, he muttered to himself, schooling his expression into calm resolve. Every breath, every gesture, every steady word he spoke would shape the courage of his men. Alpheo knew his plan, and he had trained himself to be unreadable. In a way, Alpheo envied Jarza, Asag, and Egil. Their faith in him was so unwavering that they seemed to view victory as the only possible outcome. Ever since they joined his side, they'd known nothing but success, witnessing his rise from a slave to the prince of a state in mere months. To them, his presence alone seemed to guarantee triumph. The idea of defeat simply did not exist in their minds. But Alpheo knew better. He remembered the many times they'd come close to losing it all, moments that haunted him, close calls only he fully understood. Alpheo had arranged his forces into 3 distinct divisions. He positioned himself on the left flank, Shahab commanded the center, and Lord Damaris took charge of the right. Forced by both strategy and politics, Alpheo had to hand over 1/3 of his forces to Damaris. The Lord had contributed 200 soldiers, making him one of the more significant backers of this campaign. Alpheo split his seasoned white army, placing 2/3 under his own command and giving the remaining 1/3 to Shahab, while the left was bolstered with the assorted troops from the various lords who had sent their 3rd and 4th sons to fulfill their feudal obligations. His own division was the most numerous and, crucially, the best trained and equipped. Alpheo intended to utilize a classic hammer and anvil tactic, putting the weight of his forces on the left to serve as the hammer, while Shahab and Damaris' men would form the anvil, holding the enemy in place. Usually such thing required the use of cavalry as hammer. Unfortunately, the only thing Alpheo planned to use the cavalry for was to waste time. As such, this arrangement relied on the ability of his own troops to break through an entire flank and sweep around, pressing their advantage on one side with sheer force. Alpheo knew that victory hinged on one decisive, brutal strike, one powerful enough to collapse the enemy's left flank entirely. There was no room for hesitation, no second chances. To pull off this gambit, he would have to commit every ounce of strength and skill at his disposal, throwing the full weight of his best soldiers, his finest tactics, and his own daring leadership into that single point of attack. His gaze swept over the hardened ranks of the White Army, his own warriors who'd proven their mettle time and again, and he felt a glimmer of resolve. The left flank was the key, and he was ready to throw every last resource he had into smashing it open, gambling on speed, precision, and overwhelming force to break the Herculeans before they had the chance to understand what hit them. Across the open field, a lone rider emerged, the white flag of truce held high, fluttering against the wind. He moved forward with a measured pace, his gaze fixed on the banners of Yarzit and the White Army, the royal crest unmistakable against the white field marked by 2 diagonal black stripes. As he drew closer, he reined in his horse, momentarily stunned by the sight of the army before him. The soldiers of the White Army stood shoulder to shoulder, a seemingly impenetrable wall, their armor gleaming in the morning sun. Each soldier wore the same shade, every helm and plate coordinated in darkened steel, creating an imposing, unified appearance. The army looked less like a gathering of men and more like a single, relentless force, a wall of iron prepared to answer any threat. The rider took a steadying breath, reminded by their solemn gaze that he was not among allies. He lifted his flag higher, letting know that he came in peace, and waited for the summons that would allow him to approach further. These things are as useless as priests in a brothel, Alpheo thought to himself, spurring his horse forward. Behind him rode Jarza, a sag, and 8 of his guards, each one bearing the polished armor and colors of the White Army. His hopes for this parley were non-existent. He had agreed to it only for the chance to finally see the face of the man he'd soon be fighting. As they advanced, Alpheo caught sight of the opposing party approaching, a small contingent of riders bearing the colors of Herculia. When he reached a point midway between the two armies, he reined in his horse, signaling his guards to halt a few paces behind. Alpheo sat straight, his gaze steady, observing the enemy riders who now drew closer. At the front of the opposing party rode a middle-aged man with a face that seemed carved from stone, stern yet radiating a pride that bordered on arrogance. His beard was thick and full, dark brown with hints of gray, framing a mouth set in a hard line. His hair was cut short in a blunt bowl shape, giving him an air that was both precise and somewhat austere. The man's gaze settled on Alpheo, taking him in with a lingering, almost appraising look. For a moment, there was silence as they sized each other up. Then, slowly, a small, knowing smile crept across the man's face, as though he saw something in Alpheo that amused him. "So," he began, his voice thick with derision, "this is the so-called Prince of Yarzit. I must admit, I expected, well, someone with a little more bearing, a bit more experience, maybe. You are a bit short," even he paused, letting his eyes drift over Alpheo's face with feigned pity. "Though I suppose that's what you get when low-born dogs are handed titles. Pretending to be a prince doesn't make it so." Alpheo's jaw tightened, but he held his tongue, watching Leclian sneer with cold, measuring eyes. "Tell me, boy," Leclian continued with a chuckle, "what's it like to play prince after slaying one? How does it feel to be a little nobody masquerading as something grand?" He leaned forward on his horse. "I wonder, does your wife enjoy knowing she married beneath her? Or did she just open her leg for the first cur that wagged his tail her way?" Alpheo's face hardened, a flicker of anger tightening his grip on the reins, but his voice was calm, almost cold. Bold words for a man who cowers behind walls and send insults delivered by his servants, Alpheo replied, meeting Leclian's sneer with a razor-sharp glare. "A prince hiding like a rat. Now, that's something worth mocking. Are you so frightened that you need to puff yourself up with insults? Or are you simply as hollow as your words? I saw more action in 1 year that you craven saw in 10-inch. Leclian's smile faded, his expression darkening. But Alpheo went on, unyielding. "And as for my wife, you do well to keep your mouth shut. Her honor's worth more than your title, or any claim you can make." He glanced around, voice rising as he met the eyes of Leclian's men with cold disdain. "And as for pretending, let's see who's still standing after this battle. I wonder if these fine soldiers will follow a prince who can barely stand the sight of blood. You see the men behind me? They would follow me to the gods' hells and back. Can you say that same for yours?" Leclian's eyes flashed with rage, but Alpheo's gaze was unwavering. "Save your breath, Leclian," Alpheo added with quiet menace. "Soon enough, the field will decide which of us is a true prince, and which is just another man whose mouth writes checks his sword can't cash. I am no prophet, but I can see that by sundown you will have an army no more, and you shall run back at court defeated." Leclian's face twisted with disdain as he leaned back in his saddle, his voice clipped and mocking. "Enjoy this little display while it lasts. The battlefield won't care about your bravado, nor will it have mercy on pretenders like you. You're outmatched, and when your army is dust, no title or banner will save you." Alpheo let a slow, mocking smirk creep across his face, his gaze sharp with disdain. "Outmatched? By you?" He tilted his head, voice dripping with sarcasm. "After I drive your face into the mud, Leclian, I may just ride straight to Herculia myself. Perhaps your wife should know what it feels like to have a real victor in her bed. Though he paused, his smirk widening, I may have to wait in line, given how often she entertains her other guests. I'm sure that right now her bed is more crowded than a tavern. Leclian's face flushed red, his expression contorting with barely contained fury as he gripped the reins tighter, knuckles white. His mouth opened, but whatever words he was about to spit out vanished as Alpheo met his glare with cold defiance. Without another word, Alpheo spat on the ground between them, turning sharply on his horse. As he rode off, his shoulders square and head high, he didn't look back, knowing full well his words had left Leclian seething, his rage as palpable as the stinging autumn air. It went better than I thought, Alpheo commented in his mind as he rode back to his army. The clinking of armor and the steady drum of hooves, the only sounds breaking the tense silence. Once they arrived, he turned to Jarza, his eyes steely and his voice low. Go ahead. Set it in motion, in case the parley wasn't enough. Jarza met his gaze with a confident nod, his face unreadable, but his eyes glinting with determination. Without a word, he turned in his saddle and gave a sharp, piercing whistle that cut through the chill air. Comments. Chapter 230. Following Jarza's sharp whistle, two riders broke away from the ranks and galloped forward into the open field, banners streaming behind them. Each man held his head high, but one rode with an extra burden, the banner of House Herculia, a rich crimson flag emblazoned with a silver lion. As they reached the middle of the field, the rider with the banner lifted it high into the sky, letting it unfurl proudly one last time. With a quick, defiant flick, he threw it on the ground, the flag fluttering down like a fallen predator. The second rider, holding a burning torch, approached the fallen banner and cast the flame onto it, igniting the fabric instantly. Flames licked up the edges, blackening the lion as it began to curl and shrivel. Then, to make the display complete, both men dismounted, and with an exaggerated mockery, one of them stepped forward, turned his back on the burning emblem, and unbuckled his belt. He took aim and, as the fire continued its consuming work, let loose a stream of piss upon the charred banner. The two riders remounted, leaving the burned and desecrated banner smoldering on the ground as they trotted back to their ranks, grins of satisfaction on their faces. Alpheo watched from afar as the two riders returned to their positions, their dark satisfaction radiating even from the distance. The Herculeans had witnessed the whole display, the flaming banner, the utter desecration, and though Alpheo couldn't hear their outcry, he could see the immediate response ripple through the opposing ranks. A moment later, the Herculeans began to stir, their lines shuffling and then surging forward as their commanders barked orders. The entire army began to advance in a furious tide, the prince's rage unmistakable, pushing them forward in a vengeful march. Alpheo's lips curved into a smirk. Works every time, he muttered to himself, keeping his gaze fixed on the oncoming wave. The prince's pride and fury had been stoked as he'd hoped. The insult had struck true, forcing Leclian's hand. It was either charging after bearing the insult, or be laughed as a coward for doing nothing as the honor of his entire dynasty was burnt and literally pissed on by lesser men. And as it could be seen, the Prince of Herculia chose the first. Alpheo took a steadying breath as he finally absorbed the sight of the full Herculean force marching against him. Even with his own flank bolstered by the largest share of his troops, they still seemed but a thin line against the rolling wave of men advancing across the plain. Hundreds of armored figures glinted under the morning light, each step of the enemy seemingly doubling their numbers as dust rose in their wake, thickening the horizon. He felt the weight of it, the sheer, daunting scale of the force that now bore down on them. But he had already given the orders. Every detail had been set in motion, each maneuver weighed and placed. All he could do now was stand firm and see it through. Clenching his jaw, Alpheo forced himself to stay calm, pushing any second guesses from his mind. The enemy he was fighting were not using starved peasants, as even though his troops were better trained and equipped, many of his scouts reported for, at least the front lines, to be wearing chainmail and helmets. Alpheo squinted, eyes narrowed against the glare as he tried to gauge the advancing enemy's distance. For 100 meters? 350? Judging the right moment would be critical. Lost in calculation, he was abruptly yanked from his thoughts by a sharp shout behind him, followed by the unmistakable, bone-rattling sound of something massive slicing through the air, coupled with the shouts of Pontius. He didn't need to look back to know what it was. Pontius had already given the order to loose the first onager. Alpheo's gaze darted up just in time to catch the heavy boulder sailing in a high, deliberate arc, its shadow growing smaller as it soared toward the enemy ranks. The stone seemed almost graceful, weightless in flight, but he knew the devastation it would bring when it landed. 300 apparently. Alpheo thought as he watched the gruesome spectacle that would soon reach his eyes. The air trembled as 10 massive boulders arced through the sky, their dull shadows sweeping across the battlefield below. For a breathless moment, all was silent, the soldiers frozen in their ranks as they watched the inevitable descent. Then, with a sickening series of cracks and thuds, the boulders slammed into the enemy formation. The impact was brutal. Men were thrown like rag dolls, crushed beneath tons of stone. Dust and blood misted the air, the red droplets catching the morning light as screams began to echo across the plain. Bodies lay twisted and broken, armor splintered and shields smashed to splinters. Those who survived scrambled to close ranks, their eyes wide with fear and shock. The onager's strike hadn't torn through the ranks with devastating casualties, but what it lacked in numbers, it delivered in raw horror. Soldiers who had stood steady moments before were now rooted in place, staring in shock at the splattered remains of their comrades, their bodies crushed into the dirt. Here and there, men gagged at the sight, some dropping their weapons, hands shaking, as by the end of the day they were still peasants. A few tried to keep their composure, but most could only stand and watch, trembling as the smell of blood and pulverized earth filled the air. Some soldiers lost all control, wetting themselves at the sight of their comrade's torso squashed onto red paste. Alpheo allowed a faint smile to flicker over his face as he watched the enemy ranks waver. For a moment, satisfaction filled him, but only for a moment. His gaze sharpened, and he turned to Ratto, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "Sound the blow," he ordered. Ratto gave a quick nod, lifting the horn to his lips. A deep, reverberating call echoed across the field, low and resonant, demanding movement. At the signal, Jarz's voice rang out, barking commands with practiced ease. "Forward! Advance in chart!" In perfect unity, the soldiers surged ahead like wolves. Clad in their striking surcoats of black and white stripes, they moved like a singular wave, shields lifted high, axes and maces gleaming in the pale morning light, as to the enemy it felt like death itself was charging against them. Feet thundered across the ground as they closed the distance, the air thick with the collective roar of men's steps emboldened by greed and the promise of victory. The White Company's archers, stationed in the empty stretch between the two flanks, seized the moment of disorder rippling through the Herculean line. They drew their arrows, each man sighting down the shaft with practiced precision before releasing. The air filled with a whistling storm of arrows, black and sleek against the pale sky. They arced high, then descended with deadly accuracy into the disrupted ranks of Herculean soldiers. As the scattered men scrambled to form a cohesive shield wall, the arrows found every weakness, slipping between unclosed gaps, embedding in exposed limbs, and splintering the hastily raised defenses. The impacts were brutal. Men staggered back, some falling outright, clutching at bloody wounds as arrows found purchase through thin armor or slipped beneath raised shields. The Herculean line wavered further, the initial chaos from the artillery strikes now compounded by the relentless rain of arrows. In his fury, the Herculean prince, Leclean, had sent his infantry surging forward in haste, blinded by the sting of Alpheo's insult and the deliberate desecration of his banner. The men marched ahead without the critical support of their archers, who lagged behind, caught unprepared by the hasty advance order. The infantry of Alpheo's royal army, meanwhile, advanced steadily, a tide of disciplined silence moving across the plain. Their faces were set, expressions hardened, and eyes fixed forward in unison. Alpheo had drilled his private soldiers to perfection, training them to march without shouts or clamor. Only the steady, rhythmic thunder of boots striking the earth. Something that he went proud of. The silence stretched ominously, each step amplifying the tension as they neared the Herculean line. It was a soundless storm, a muted roar, each soldier holding his place and movement with unwavering precision. Alpheo's mind flashed to Cicero's words. In battle, there is no sound as deafening or scaring as the silence of legionary lines. The Herculeans watched with growing unease, their lines trembling as Alpheo's forces, draped in stark surcoats of white and black, bore down on them. They moved as one entity, every man seamlessly connected to the next. No voices, no raised weapons. Only the merciless, wordless promise of what was to come, making their charge thousands of times more scary than the biggest roars that hundreds of men could muster. The armies finally collided with a thunderous roar that shook the very earth beneath their feet. Shields crashed into shields, the brutal sound ringing out as the front lines of Alpheo's soldiers smashed into the Herculeans with unstoppable force. Spears splintered on impact, and maces swung down with bone-crushing strength, breaking through armor and driving men to the ground. The Herculean front, less organized and reeling from the constant volley of arrows, wavered under the sheer force of the charge. Every gap in their line became a deadly weakness, filled by Alpheo's soldiers who pressed in, striking with disciplined ferocity, finally allowing the various Herculean lords to see how strong the pillars of Jasmine's rules truly were, steady and hard as tempered steel, something that they would learn at their own displeasure. Comments. Chapter 231. Egil stood with one foot braced against the saddle, the other steady in the stirrup, surveying the battlefield with a calm, practiced eye. In the distance, he spotted the ominous shimmer of the enemy's heavy cavalry advancing, their polished armor and lance tips gleaming like silver under the midday sun. Arrogant in their charge as they could be, he sighed and got ready for the showdown. "All right, boys," he shouted, his voice cutting through the sounds of clashing metal and battle cries from his left. "It's time to go. Let's show them what we're made of." In a single motion, Egil swung fully into the saddle, and his men did the same. They kicked their horses into motion, surging forward across the plain. The open land gave them a clear view of the chaos unfurling across the battlefield. The enemy infantry pushing forward in ragged lines, the smoke of distant fires rising, and just in time, he saw Alpheo's artillery boulders crashing down upon the Herculean infantry, scattering men and shattering ranks. Egil let out a bark of laughter at the brutal sight, but his amusement quickly faded as his gaze sharpened, focusing on the task ahead. He knew how much Alpheo was counting on him today. Every movement, every charge would need to be exact if they were to survive this outnumbered battle. The chaos rippled through the heavy cavalry line. Horses stumbled, tripping over their fallen comrades or veering off course as wounded animals thrashed in the dust. Some riders tried to shield themselves, ducking low, but others, less fortunate, felt the cold bite of iron as javelins skewered them cleanly or threw them off the saddle. The light riders laughed and jeered as they darted in and out of range, tossing javelins and taunts with equal ease. "Come on, you lumbering tin cans," one rider shouted, tossing his javelin into a thick knot of heavily armored cavalry. "Too slow. Did you think you'd catch us by now? My grandmother rides faster than you. Is that armor to keep you safe or just to keep you upright? Looks like you're already falling over." Egil himself leaned back in the saddle, flashing a wolfish grin. "Come on, Herculeans. I thought you were warriors, but all I see are donkeys struggling under a load." He laughed, his taunt carried across the field as his riders echoed his words. the mocking cries only fueling the frustration of their opponents. The light riders' laughter rang out with each javelin they flung, chipping away at both the Herculeans' armor and their pride. Taunts and jeers filled the air, each insult driving the heavy riders into a deeper rage, spurring them to charge harder even as their ranks thinned under the relentless rain of javelins. Yet each time they seemed to be closing in, Egil's riders would pull ahead, leading them farther and farther from the main battle. Egil cast a quick glance over his shoulder, a sly smile spreading across his face as he saw the enemy drawing deeper into the trap. His riders expertly maintained their distance, darting just out of reach, but always keeping the heavy cavalry's attention fixed on them. Little by little, Egil's troop was luring the Herculean horsemen farther across the plains, away from the clash of infantry and archers where Alpheo's battle lines held firm. Across the battlefield, the clash of infantry had erupted into brutal, close-quarters fighting. Shields smashed into shields, and the air was thick with grunts and the sharp clang of metal against metal as swords, maces, and axes bit into armor and flesh alike. Alpheo's heavy infantry pressed into the Herculean lines like a battering ram, each soldier armored in chainmail and breastplates that gleamed dully under the battle-scarred sky. Every step forward was another foot taken, another line breached as they steadily cut their way into the heart of the enemy ranks. A Herculean spearman braced himself, spear tip aimed at the advancing mass, but an infantryman of Alpheo's white company closed the distance too quickly, deflecting the spear with his shield before bringing his heavy mace down in a crushing blow. The Herculean crumpled to the ground, his armor dented from the impact. The Black Stripes soldier wasted no time, stepping over the fallen enemy and pressing forward, keeping the momentum of the advance. Elsewhere in the line, a Herculean soldier thrust his spear desperately toward one of Alpheo's men, only to see it slide off the reinforced leg armor, barely slowing the man's advance. With a quick pivot, the armored warrior brought his axe down in a sweeping motion, cleaving through the spear's shaft and forcing the Herculean back. As the enemy stumbled, the white company soldier delivered a swift, upward blow with the edge of his shield, sending his opponent sprawling. The sheer weight and resilience of Alpheo's infantry began to fracture the Herculean line, creating small gaps that widened with each relentless push. Here, a mace crashed down onto a helm, crumpling it with a grim finality. There, an axe found its mark, severing a spear-wielding enemy's defense and ending his struggle in an instant. The Herculeans, armed with long spears trained to fight in shield formation, would normally never allow for the enemy to reach so deep onto the line. Yet the barrage from the enemy onager, together with the sudden charge of the enemy infantry, completely made any advantage they could have null, as their initial formation had been completely shattered before the fighting even started. Now the same weaponry and style of combat that would have allowed them to keep the enemy at a distance now may cause them to struggle in close quarters where their weapons became liabilities, clumsy and ineffective against the crushing force of the White Company's assault. As Alpheo's soldiers advanced, they shouted taunts that echoed above the clash of metal and the cries of battle, their voices filled with grim amusement and raw energy. "Is that all you've got, Herculeans? I've seen lambs put up a better fight." A soldier shouted as he shouted at the uncautiously retreating enemy. "Come on, cowards. My grandmother swings a spear harder than that. You're already dead. You just haven't hit the ground yet." Another jeered as he smashed his mace onto his opponent's chin, shattering his jaw. "Where's that spine of yours, Herculeans? Left it back in your homes, didn't you? Don't worry, I'll help you find it." Jarza stood on a small rise, his keen eyes scanning the battlefield below. Alpheo's heavy infantry had broken into the enemy's front lines, carving into their ranks like a hot knife. He could see Herculean soldiers staggering under the relentless assault, faltering in places, but even so, their sheer numbers were holding Alpheo's troops from fully routing them. The enemy line bent, but refused to break. That was not good, as Alpheo's entire strategy relied on a quick breakthrough on their flank. For a moment, Jarza assessed the situation. They were close to tipping the scale entirely, but they needed one final push to seal it. His eyes narrowed, a decision forming quickly. Turning, Jarza raised his voice and barked at a nearby messenger. "Tell the 2nd Infantry Corps to join the fight. I want them moving in now. Let's see what those green recruits of a SAG are worth." The messenger nodded sharply and took off at a sprint, weaving through the throng of soldiers until he vanished toward the waiting reserve lines. Jarza watched him go, feeling the tension rise in his chest as he looked back at the clash below. Time to see if the money Alpheo spent on those new shiny things are worth the silver. Jarza thought as he would finally come to see how those halberds would fare on a real battlefield. Jarza's gaze sharpened as he spotted the 200 fresh soldiers advancing from the rear lines, clearly seeing a man on horse on their back, pushing them forward. These men, part of the 2nd Infantry Corps, were armored just like their veteran counterparts, their mail and plate gleaming in the sunlight. But where their comrades wielded shields and one-handed weapons, these soldiers carried long halberds. In addition, Alpheo had specifically chosen to cut through the enemy's flanks once the initial charge stalled. The halberds, with their long reach and devastating power, were designed to carve through the chaos of battle, betting twice on ferocity at the cost of discipline and order. Something that could prove to be the key to bring into reality the strategy that Alpheo had envisioned for the battle. Comments. Chapter 232. Across the battlefield, while Alpheo's right flank surged forward with a relentless energy, pressing deeper into the enemy line with every charge, elsewhere the fight was far less decisive. The center and right flank struggled, held at bay by the Herculean forces and barely managing to hold their ground. Some units were pushed back in slow, grueling inches, while others fought to a tense standstill against the enemy's sheer numbers and force. Alpheo had committed all of his heavy cavalry to the right flank, giving them a crucial edge against the Herculean forces and enabling them to hold their ground firmly. Meanwhile, on the left, Egil's light cavalry continued their relentless harassment of the Herculean heavy riders, drawing them farther and farther from the battlefield. Darting in and out of range, they rained javelins down on the encumbered enemy horsemen, wounding mounts and men alike in a series of quick, evasive maneuvers. This classic skirmisher tactic, perfected by light cavalry, left the Herculean heavy riders increasingly scattered and weakened, their furious pursuit growing ever more futile as Egil's men continued to bleed them dry in the open field. On the Herculean left flank, the commander Lord Tavian Blackmar scanned the battlefield with a watchful eye. Noticing a sudden movement rippling through his flank, his brow creased. Tavian's jaw tightened as he noticed the enemy troops moving around the flank. No one needed to tell him the danger of allowing them to complete the maneuver. Among his knights, one stood taller, armor polished, and face grim with determination. "I'll lead the charge, Commander," he said, pounding a mailed fist over his chest. Tavian gave a sharp nod, grateful for the confidence, though his eyes showed a hint of doubt as he glanced at the soldiers the knight would take with him. "Very well, Sir Harwin," he replied. "You'll have 300 men with you. Stop them with everything. Further reinforcement are currently arriving. You just need to hold the line." With a grim smile, Sir Harwin saluted and turned, rallying the troops with swift, curt commands. The young soldiers, though visibly anxious, gathered around him, and he raised his sword high, urging them forward. Together, they began to march forward against a force armed with weapons they had never seen. They looked like spears, and yet they resembled more axes than anything else. Sir Harwin Flint rode at the head of his 300 recruits, his horse's hooves pounding the earth beneath them, a cloud of dust billowing up from the hastily assembled line. The young knight's heart beat in time with the march, each beat a step closer to his ambitions. Harwin was a landed knight, with little to his name but a modest estate and the loyalty of a single village. When the call to arms came, he had eagerly raised as many men as his lands could muster, seizing nearly every spare weapon his villagers possessed and pressing even the youngest into service. To him, this campaign wasn't only a duty to his lord. It was a chance, a single, fleeting opportunity to prove himself on a grand stage. Farmers, stable hands, and hunters now wore mismatched armor, some wearing chainmails, others simple helmets. A third of the men he was leading were his. The enemy's flanking force was right there, an opening to glory. If he could stop them, if he could hold the line, it might be enough to elevate his name and earn the coveted title of Baron. Clutching the hilt of his sword tighter, he shouted over his shoulder, "Keep steady, follow my lead, and we'll show them what strength lies in Herculean blood." With a final look at his men, Harwin raised his sword high and spurred his horse forward, leading the charge toward the advancing halberdiers, his mind set on the victory that could be within his grasp. Sir Harwin urged his horse forward, charging with the thunderous roar of hooves behind him, his 300 recruits close on his heels. The ground between the two forces seemed to shrink in a heartbeat, and then, with a bone-jarring clash, the lines collided. Steel crashed against steel. The dull thud of weapons meeting flesh filled the air, and cries of pain and fury erupted all around as the infantry of both sides smashed into each other in brutal melee. Harwin fought like a man possessed, his sword flashing in wide, arcing slashes, his armor already splattered with grime and blood. Each swing was fueled by the raw fire of his ambition, the will to carve his name into history. He broke through the defenses of one soldier, his blade finding a seam in the armor, and with a fierce grunt, he drove it home, feeling the weapon sink deep. A man coming from the right raised his halberd, aiming for Harwin's chest. But Harwin, in a fluid motion, struck iron against iron, deflecting the lethal swing. Then he swung down hard, the momentum of his charge lending extra weight to his strike. His blade cleaved into the shoulder of the halberdier, cutting deep through armor and flesh. The man cried out as he fell, collapsing under his own weapon as Harwin's horse reared and trampled forward. Harwin's horse danced beneath him, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent of blood, and Harwin lifted his sword high, signaling his recruits forward. His face was set in fierce determination, his heart pounding with the thrill of combat and the promise of glory. "For honor and victory," he bellowed, driving his horse deeper into the fray. Sir Harwin fought like a man possessed, a whirlwind of steel and fury as he drove his horse through the thick of battle. His sword flashed in wide arcs, cleaving through soldiers who dared approach him. But amid the chaotic clash of blades and shouts, a sudden force slammed into his side, a halberd, its blunt end hitting him square in the ribs. The blow knocked the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping as pain shot through his chest. For a heartbeat, he was stunned, wavering in his saddle, struggling to regain his breath. Then, as if in a nightmare, he felt a powerful hand latch onto his arm, tugging him down from his horse. Harwin's grip on his sword faltered as he swung his arms wildly, desperation taking over. His frantic swipes met only air, each move weaker than the last as his vision began to blur. "Where are my men?" he thought, his mind clouded with confusion and anger. As he looked around, he saw them, his recruits, the untrained villagers he had rallied for glory. But instead of pressing forward, they were stumbling back. In that single, brutal moment, it became clear they were losing. That final thought was shattered by a crushing impact. A heavy strike from the back end of a halberd crashed into his helmet, the pickaxe-like pointy rod caving in the metal and sending an explosion of pain through his skull as he died instantly, with his last thought being that he had gone ahead too much and that he should have stayed back. The Herculean line buckled as Alpheo's 4th Infantry Corps tore through their ranks with relentless force. Armed with halberds, these soldiers struck with brutal precision, swinging their weapons to shatter shields and hammer against armor. With each wide arc, the heavy and wide steel would smash flesh and bone, and then, without pause, they would thrust forward, driving the spiked ends of their halberds into vulnerable spots. Stomachs were pierced, throats were slashed open, and cries of pain erupted as the Herculean troops faltered under the sheer force of the onslaught, as they would be honored as the first army to fall under this new regiment. One soldier, wielding his halberd in a dance of elegance and death, spotted an enemy soldier lunging toward him with a spear. He parried the thrust with a sharp, low swing, cracking the shaft of the spear. Without hesitation, he followed up with a diagonal cut across the enemy's chest, shattering armor and knocking the man back. Before his opponent could collapse, he jabbed forward, driving the spike into the man's exposed throat with deadly accuracy. Nearby, another halberdier found himself surrounded by two Herculeans. Pivoting swiftly, he swung his halberd in a sweeping arc, forcing them to step back. As one charged in, he brought the halberd down like an axe, breaking the man's shield and cleaving into his shoulder. The second soldier attempted to flank him. Not having enough time, the soldiers temporarily deserted his weapon, and taking out his short blade, he thrust forward. The blade drove through his attacker's mail and buried deep in his gut enough to make him fall over, only to be then finished by a quick slash at the throat. "Is that all you've got?" One soldier barked as he swung the axe blade, crushing the skull of a Herculean peasant. "Pathetic. You thought you could stand against us?" He laughed cruelly as he ripped the halberd free, blood spraying. "We're the storm, and you're the dirt." Everywhere, the Herculean forces faltered, their shields and formations splintered as Alpheo's soldiers pressed the assault, their halberds moving in unison, each swing and thrust tearing through the line. In their relentless assault, they became an unstoppable tide, carving their way deeper into the enemy's ranks. Unyielding, precise, and brutal, they needed no tactics, as a simple shash of theirs was enough to break the enemy's shield and to cleave till they reached the hand or the arm. The reserve troops of the Herculean army, poorly equipped and poorly trained compared to their battle-hardened comrades fighting on the front line, found themselves utterly crushed beneath the might of Alpheo's newly established 4th Infantry Corps. While their opponent may not have been veterans, this being their first real touch of combat, any disadvantage that their lack of experience could have had was completely covered by their well-maintained equipment. Knowing that the use of this corps was to wreak havoc deep into enemy lines, and since their weapons did not allow them to use a shield, Alpheo spent quite the good money in buying the best armor that the market allowed, making them look more like iron tanks than actual foemen, making their appearances only in par with the amount of dead bodies they left behind as they advanced, unyielding towards their enemies, proving to everyone on the other side that the money spent on were actually a good investment. Watch the comment from Map of the Battle. Comments. Chapter 233. Away from the chaos of the main battlefield, Lord Xanthios and his detachment found themselves locked in a desperate fight for survival. Hundreds of enemy soldiers had poured out from the garrison of Ardernaven in a swift, brutal sortie, aiming to strike at the camp and overwhelm the defender stationed there. The clash of steel and the shouts of fighting men filled the air, echoing off the hastily constructed walls and throwing the entire camp into turmoil. The enemy attackers, armed with makeshift ladders and ropes, swarmed toward 2.5-meter walls surrounding the camp, determined to break through and wreak havoc on the defenseless supplies and rearguard. They raised their ladders against the walls, clambering up as stones rained down from the defenders above. Xanthios, gripping his sword tightly, stood at the front of the line, roaring orders and striking down attackers as they breached the defenses. "Keep fighting," Xanthios bellowed, cutting down an enemy soldier who had managed to scale the wall, sending him tumbling backward onto his comrades below. His face was set in a grim mask of determination as he moved around, his armor blood-streaked, but his movements precise, undeterred by the sheer number of attackers. His desire to hold the line was driven not only by his duty, but also by Alpheo's promise. The promise that if they succeeded, Xanthios would finally get his revenge. The attackers were twice the defenders' number. A surge of bodies and blades pressed against the camp's defenses in a brutal, ceaseless tide. They had no choice but to assault the camp if they wished to move onto the battlefield. They couldn't leave an enemy stronghold standing behind them. The sight was a chaotic maelstrom, with desperate soldiers scrambling up ladders while those above cut them down in close combat, steel clashing on steel and echoing across the field. The defenders, made up of the infantry Alpheo had sponsored, who had trained through the winter under the watchful eyes of Jarza, rallied by the unyielding example of Lord Xanthios, who fought alongside them on the walls with tireless vigor. They held fast, resisting each fresh wave of attackers, with a vigor that they never believed they could have. Lord Xanthios, meanwhile, kept getting in the middle of the fighting, striking down assailants as they climbed, all while shouting encouragement to his men, his voice ringing clear and fierce over the noise of the battle. "Hold the line. The prince depends on us. We will not fall today," he roared, his defiant cry invigorating his soldiers as they pushed back the advancing enemy. Alpheo's decision not to fill the moat now made perfect sense to him. It was a measure to trap any cavalry within the city walls. If the enemy's horsemen attempted to join their comrades on the battlefield, the moat would hold them back. Without it, they would have ridden free, easily outpacing Xanthios' forces and joining the battlefield. What a clever bastard, Xanthios thought, a glint of admiration flickering in his eyes before he turned back to the fray. As the battle continued eagerly on all sides, a rider came galloping toward Lord Tavel, dust clouding the air as he pulled up short before the Lord and shouted, "My lord, Sir Harwin is dead. The flank is collapsing, and the men are being forced back." Tavel's face darkened. "Damn that fool of a knight. You think he could do one job?" He turned to one of his own men and pointed sharply. "Take command of the archers. Support our flank immediately and keep them from breaking entirely." As the man was ready to take off, however, another rider approached, face strained and voice urgent. "My lord, scouts have sighted enemy forces moving toward our left flank." Tavel this time swore, barely restraining his frustration. "They press us from every side," he muttered, his brow furrowed with frustration. Then, barking orders, he pointed at the messenger. "Change of order, use the archers to stop them at any cost." As he said, so he then turned to the first men. "Tell however is in charge to hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way. Now, go." The messengers raced off, while Tavel's eyes narrowed on the shifting tides of battle. With a sinking feeling, he knew their situation was becoming ever more dire, and if reinforcement did not come soon, then one of the lines would certainly rout. Alpheo stood tall in his stirrups, scanning the chaos around him. His face remained calm, though his heart beat faster with each report coming in from the lines, as the world seemed to shake. The left flank was buckling under pressure, messengers reporting that they were being steadily pushed back. Meanwhile, the center wavered, barely holding as wave after wave of Herculean soldiers hammered against them, desperate calls for reinforcements echoing across the bloodied field. A young, mud-splattered messenger pulled up beside him, panting as he just finished delivering his report. Alpheo's jaw clenched slightly, but he allowed himself no more than that. In a steady, resolute voice, he replied, "Tell them to hold. Stand the line and press forward. Reinforcements or not, they are to hold." The messenger hesitated, as if considering the hopelessness of delivering such orders, but one look at Alpheo's unwavering eyes sent him scrambling back into the chaos. Alpheo watched him go, his expression stoic. The line had to hold, no matter the cost. Despite the steady advance of his own contingent, Alpheo's face darkened as he surveyed the rest of the field. His 4th Infantry Corps, which had nearly broken through the Herculean flank, was now stalling as fresh reinforcements from the enemy prince flooded in, bolstering the ranks that should have crumbled by now. Damn bastards, Alpheo thought as he fought back the urge to swallow. His archers had been forced to draw their secondary weapons and join the right flank, in a last bid to force the enemy to rout. Alpheo's confidence wavered as he felt the weight of his own mistakes. "What have I done?" he thought, fighting back the gnawing dread in his chest. He'd ignored his wife's concerns and dismissed her grandfather's seasoned caution, setting off on this campaign too soon, too bold, too reckless. Now his forces were stretched thin, every soldier fully engaged, with no reserves left to counter the shifting tide. Ordering a retreat now, with the enemy pressing so close, would shatter his army and nullify the only thing that kept all those nobles' houses from rising up against him, from killing him stealing his soap and cinder-making secrets, and force his wife from marrying another. He shuddered at the thought, and for a small moment he felt as he was at the bottom of an ocean. And yet, waiting was the only option he had left. He clenched his fists, silently willing his troops to hold on. The only chance for victory was to withstand just a bit longer, through sheer grit, if nothing else, until some opening emerged. His heart, usually tempered steel, now beat heavy with doubt, shadows creeping into the corners of his mind. The storm he had belittled now thundered at the edge of his control, threatening to drown him. This was too soon, they had said, and now he felt the truth of it, bitter as winter's first frost when he trembled, lacking any warmth and fire when he was still a simple slave. He had gambled everything, his soldiers, his pride, and yet here he was, his forces tangled, holding to the fragile line that would decide between his victory and his defeat. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Alpheo caught a flicker of movement, something beyond the frantic blur of battle and the haze of dust. He turned, squinting as he focused his gaze on the distant horizon. Shapes, dark and low against the dimming sky. Horses. Riders were joining the battle. The small lords around him crowded closer. The various sworn lords of the great houses that pledged their forces who now whispered anxiously, their voices a stream of rising panic that grated against his composure. Cowards! We should withdraw, muttered one, his face pale and damp with sweat. Your Grace, if we wait, we'll be crushed, urged another, tugging anxiously at Alpheo's sleeve. He fought the urge to knock the man's hand aside, to silence their cowardly chatter that chipped away at the thin shell of calm he clung to. He fought against his desire to take up his swords and start slicing the man's stomach to see if he held any gut in him. The temptation to lash out surged within him as more voices pressed around him, each one eroding the foundation of his control. But he quelled it, his jaw clenched tightly as he scanned the approaching riders. Silence, he shouted with the heaviest voice he could muster. His heart hammered against his ribs, but he forced himself to stay rooted, his mind racing through the possibilities. While those around him feared an enemy host, he knew better than to surrender to doubt. Alpheo's gaze narrowed as he steadied himself, refusing to waver. He knew that man, the one he had entrusted with this task, the one who had fought beside him and had never failed him, through victories and defeats, through the darkest nights. He believed with all his heart that Egil would not falter now. Holding his ground, Alpheo silenced the murmurs with a fierce look, his eyes as he forced himself to believe something that by all means should have been impossible. Hold! He commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. The edge of a man who believed could take on a lion if he believed hard enough. We wait. Comments. Chapter 234. Egil's voice bellowed across the charging line, fierce and unyielding. Either victory or we all die. The words thundered over his riders, igniting a fire that burned as hot as the sun glinting off their raised weapons. Behind him, a ragged cheer erupted, raw and wild like that of wolves, rippling through the ranks as the riders felt the weight of fate settling upon them, a destiny shared in blood and steel. For one moment, Egil felt as if his tribesmen rode once again behind him. Swords, maces, and axes rose into the air, glinting as they caught the light, sharp and eager for the fray. Together, they tore forward, cutting through the winds like a flock of fierce hawks, low and fast, barreling across the plain. Dirt and dust flew beneath pounding hooves, and the roar of their approach swept ahead of them, a dark wave surging toward the Herculean forces. In Egil's sights was the rear of the right flank, the unyielding line that had defied Alpheo's assault for so long. No more, Egil thought as the winds whipped on his face. You don't send the foemen to do a rider's job. The riders held nothing back. Every man braced for the clash, for the glory and danger of that first, furious impact. The clash was a thunderous eruption, as Egil's light cavalry smashed into the rear of the Herculean flank like a spear thrust through armor. The shrill clamor of clashing steel, the crunch of bone underhoof, and the guttural roars of men locked in desperate struggle filled the air. Dust and blood mingled, clouding the scene as Egil's riders drove their mounts into the fray, swords and axes swinging down with relentless force. The Herculean infantry, unprepared and overwhelmed, staggered under the brutal assault, breaking formation as Egil's men tore into their ranks. Egil himself was a whirlwind in the heart of the melee, each swing of his weapon leaving death in its wake. His sword came down onto the shoulder of spearmen, cleaving through the shoulder and sinking deep into the bone. Luckily, the men on the rear had little armor, as most was used for the first lines, leaving them even more exposed to the attacks coming from them. With a powerful yank, he freed his blade from the dying man, as another soldier came forward with a thrust of his spear. With a brutal efficiency, Egil deflected the thrust and then brought his blade down in a sweeping arc, severing the man's arm at the elbow. A scream rang out, but it was soon drowned out by the next clash as Egil plunged forward. He shouted for his men to press harder, to drive the advantage they'd won, his battle cries urging his men onward as they hacked deeper and deeper into the Herculean ranks. The soldiers of the Herculean right flank began to falter, their faces etched with terror as the reality of their situation set in. Pressed from both the front and rear, they found themselves ensnared in a deadly vice. Alpheo's infantry driving them backward only to meet the ruthless charge of Egil's cavalry behind them, a standard application of the hammer and anvil tactic. The sight of Egil's riders, relentless as storm winds, cutting down their ranks like wheat before the scythe, sent waves of dread through the men. Then, with a single collective behavior, it finally happened. Realizing their commanders had vanished, the first to run when the cavalry came into sight and they realized they were not allied, made their morale fall to the mud, the last threads of resistance dissolving. One by one, soldiers threw down their arms and turned, no longer looking back as they fled the scene, as their fighting lines was effectively cut into two by the charge. The sound of boots thudding against the ground rose in panic, the once organized flank devolving into a hasty retreat. A cry echoed among them, urging others to run, and soon the entire right flank was in full retreat, leaving weapons, shields, and fallen comrades scattered like remnants of a broken wave crashing against the shore. Alpheo watched in astonishment as the Herculean right flank began to break, men abandoning their weapons and fleeing in every direction. It was the very sight he had prayed for since the beginning of this brutal clash. He blinked, hardly able to believe what he was seeing, as though he feared it was a mirage born from the desperation of hours of fighting. Then his thoughts found their way to Egil, that reckless, kleptomaniac whoremonger of a friend, who had, against all odds, managed to turn the tide. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he let himself savor the moment. Egil had done it, in the way only Egil could, charging in like a storm and scattering the enemy in one swift blow. He would have kissed the man if he was in front of him. Alpheo's soldiers needed no orders. Without hesitation, they surged forward, instinctively sensing their victory. A battle cry erupted from their ranks as 800 soldiers poured across the field in pursuit, relentless and merciless as they swept over the remnants of the Herculean flank. Armor glinted, shields raised, and weapons poised as they charged after the fleeing soldiers, the thunder of their footsteps a rolling wave of fury that would not be stopped. As Alpheo's soldiers chased down the fleeing Herculeans, a chorus of jeers and taunts filled the battlefield, a cacophony of scorn that matched the merciless gleam in their eyes. Spears pierced backs, axes came down on shields and shoulders, and swords struck as they closed in on their retreating enemies. "Run faster. Is that all you've got?" one soldier shouted, laughing as he swung his mace, sending a Herculean soldier sprawling into the ground, before quickly being finished off, his blood tainting the ground red. "Not so brave now, are you?" a man said as he yanked the axe out of the man's shoulder. "Go on, scurry back to your prince. Tell him we are coming for him next," he shouted as he went off in search of the next victim. A rider thrust his sword forward, knocking a fleeing man to the ground. As he withdrew the bloodied weapon, he laughed, "Cowards! We'll paint the ground with you." The chase surged onward, Alpheo's men fueled by a vengeful satisfaction. The field had become a place of slaughter, as Alpheo's forces exacted a ruthless vengeance upon those who had dared to stand against them for so long. What began as a break in one flank soon spread like wildfire through the entire Herculean force, transforming a local collapse into a full retreat, as the army was small enough for the soldiers from the other flanks to see what was happening at their right and left. Alpheo's soldiers, once contained oppressing a single weakened wing, now surged across the battlefield, their shouts and jeers echoing as they cut down every soldier who stumbled or hesitated. From his position in the rear, Lechlin could see the full extent of the devastation, the once solid lines of his army buckling, wavering, and finally splintering apart. He knew the tide had turned irrevocably, the battle slipping through his fingers like sand. His jaw tightened, but his decision was swift. Lechlin gave the command for a full withdrawal, rallying those closest to him to set an example, as they turned their horses towards the capital. Even those flanks that had been holding strong were now forced to abandon their gains, leaving their hardened positions and hard-won ground. Some soldiers threw down their weapons to flee faster, while others scrambled back, casting nervous glances over their shoulders at the oncoming storm of Alpheo's men. The victorious soldiers, freed from resistance, turned their bloodlust toward the scattering enemy, sweeping through the field with relentless fury as even the most timid levied peasant became a bloodthirsty hound after hours of being on the receiving end. Some of the slowest among the fleeing Herculean soldiers, realizing there was no hope of escape, dropped their weapons and raised trembling hands in surrender. But the men they now pleaded with had spent hours locked in brutal combat, enduring the Herculeans' relentless assault. Mercy was not a luxury they could afford, nor a sentiment they carried in their hearts. This happened more with enlisted soldiers from the countryside, as the elite of Alpheo more or less accepted their surrenders, taking their weapons and telling them to lay on the ground, as they knew how much their leader wanted to have as many prisoners as possible. For the other soldiers, the fury of the battle had boiled over into a bitter, vengeful rage. The sight of raised hands did little to sway them, their minds still filled with the cries of comrades who had fallen, with the memory of sweat and blood spilled on the field. The only mercy they offered to those who surrendered was a swift death, a blade across the throat, or a spear to the chest. This was no longer a battlefield, but a slaughter, as the victors exacted a grim vengeance on those too slow to escape their reach. The rout was total. Lechlian's once proud army a mass of fleeing men, a dwindling line of soldiers desperately trying to escape the chaos. As while the noble prince cut the ground between him and safe refuge with his horse, he felt those words he exchanged with the Lokur prince re-enter his mind once again. He would come for the capital next. Comments. Chapter 235. Lord Xanthios stood atop the makeshift palisade, his figure commanding and resolute despite the chaos erupting around him. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sweat, blood, and smoke as attackers swarmed the walls in desperate waves. Xanthios, clad in steel plate that gleamed dully under the afternoon sun, raised his sword high. "Hold the line," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the clamor like a trumpet's call. His men roared in response, their morale bolstered by his presence. An enemy soldier, climbing a ladder, thrust his spear towards Xanthios. The Lord sidestepped the attack and brought his sword down in a sweeping arc, severing the man's grip on the ladder. The soldier screamed as he tumbled back into the throng below. Another enemy emerged at the top of the palisade, only to be met by Xanthios' shield, which smashed into his face with enough force to send him sprawling back onto his comrades. Despite the relentless assault, Xanthios refused to retreat to safety. He fought shoulder to shoulder with his men, a spark of youthful defiance rekindled within him. In that moment, he felt transported back to his younger days, when he had first followed his father into battle. Perhaps it was the weight of years pressing upon him, the desire to close a lifelong chapter that went on for far too long, but he found himself wielding his blade with a ferocity he hadn't felt in decades. All times wasted for that moment, he wanted to live. He pivoted to face another attacker who had managed to breach the wall. The soldier lunged with a sword, aiming for Xanthios' midsection. Xanthios deflected the strike with his shield and countered with a brutal thrust to the enemy's throat, silencing him instantly. Blood sprayed onto the Lord's armor, but he paid it no mind. "Reinforce the western side," he shouted to some of his men as another ladder slammed against the wall nearby. "Archers, keep shooting. Do not let them gain a foothold." Lord Xanthios paused mid-strike, the clash of steel momentarily drowned out by the unmistakable sights of some Thine shining on the horizon. He swiftly dispatched the enemy in front of him with a brutal thrust, his voice rising above the chaos. "Reinforcements have come," he bellowed, raising his bloodied sword high. "We have won." A roar of relief and triumph erupted from his weary soldiers. Spirits that had been battered by hours of relentless combat surged anew. The attackers faltered, their confidence visibly shaken as they began to withdraw, eyes darting nervously between the advancing reinforcements and the defenders who now pressed forward with renewed ferocity. As the enemy stumbled back toward the city walls, Xanthios made a split-second decision. "We're not done yet, lads. Let's give them something to remember us by." A cheer rang out as soldiers poured from the main camp, rallying behind their lord. As while normal soldiers after hours of fighting would have dropped down onto the field, the sight of the Lord charging head first himself filled the men with courage, prompting them to fight in a last-minute sortie, striking down any stragglers and scattering the attackers like leaves before a storm. Less than 20 minutes later, Lord Xanthios stood outside the battered gates of the camp, his sword still in hand, its edge dulled and crusted with blood. Around him, his soldiers slumped against the walls or sat on the ground, their exhaustion visible in their every movement. The enemy army had retreated into the safety of their city walls, the defenders too drained to pursue them further. Xanthios himself, though weary to his bones, stood tall, his blood-stained armor catching the late afternoon light. From the distance, the rhythmic pounding of hooves on earth signaled an approaching force. Xanthios turned his gaze toward the horizon, where 50 armored riders emerged from the haze of the battlefield, their polished armor dirted with blood. At their head, a proud banner fluttered, the falcon of House Valoniisha. Leading them was Alpheo himself, his youthful figure unmistakable in the saddle as he urged his steed forward. A victorious general coming back to camp. As the riders closed the distance, Xanthios couldn't help but notice the young prince's gaze sweeping over him, lingering on the blood that streaked his armor and face. Alpheo dismounted gracefully, striding forward with purpose, allowing Xanthios to see that also his own armor was not untarnished by blood. Shortly after the rout, in fact, Alpheo led his bodyguards in a brief pursuit of the fleeing enemy troops, ensuring his presence was noted among the aftermath. He joined a fray only once the battle's outcome was secure, cutting down 3 routing peasants with quick, efficient strikes. His blade easily cutting unarmored backs with ease, an effort to paint his armor with a bit red, before returning back to camp in time to see the Lord holding it against a sortie made by the garrison of the city they were besieging. "Lord Xanthios," Alpheo began, his voice steady but warm, "your bravery and resolve have been the backbone of our victory today. If not for your courage in holding our rear, we would not have achieved what we have." Xanthios, battle-hardened and unflinching until now, felt his chest swell at the prince's words. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head low before Alpheo. "Your Grace," Xanthios said, his voice rough with emotion and weariness, "it has been my honor to fight in your name. But my deeds pale in comparison to the glory you have achieved on this day. Perhaps now, at long last, justice may truly be delivered." Alpheo reached down, grasping Xanthios by the arm to help him rise. "You have honored me with your service, Lord Xanthios. Your deeds on this field will not be forgotten, nor will your steadfastness, as for in the enemy's defeat we draw our glory. Justice is closer now, because of you and the men who followed your lead. As Xanthios stood, Alpheo's expression softened. May I ask about your son, Sir Selim? I have not seen him among the victors. Lord Xanthios hesitated, his weary face shadowed by concern. Your Grace, my son fought with valor, as he always does, but he wounded in the fray. He is alive, thanks to the quick actions of his men, but he is resting now. A flicker of sorrow crossed Alpheo's face. I'm deeply sorry to hear this. Selim has always been a man of courage, and today was no exception. I will send my best physician to attend him. Such bravery demands the finest care. Xanthios inclined his head, his voice breaking slightly as he replied, Your Grace, you honor my family beyond words. My son will be grateful for your kindness, as am I. It is no small comfort to know he has your favor. Alpheo placed a hand on the older man's shoulder. Favor? Your family has earned more than that. Your name is etched in this victory more than mine. Without your steadfastness here, my lord, there would have been no triumph, something I will make sure to soon award. Having said that, I'm sure you are tired from your battle, so I will leave you to rest, Alpheo said with that smile that could have charmed stones. The night blanketed the camp in a heavy silence, broken only by the occasional groan of a wounded soldier or the faint shuffle of lone guards patrolling the perimeter of the camp. The army had returned victorious, yet the air carried none of the jubilance that often followed a triumph. Even the loot obtained from the enemy camp was overshadowed by fatigue. The camp itself seemed like a crypt, eerily still under the pale light of the stars. Fires burned low, their embers casting feeble shadows over soldiers slumped against tents and crates. No songs were sung, no laughter rang out, no toasts were raised. The victory feast had been postponed. There was no strength left to celebrate. Even those who had imagined glory found themselves overwhelmed by the ache in their bones and the weight of the day's bloodshed. Inside the tents, many collapsed without removing their armor, their breaths heavy and uneven as sleep claimed them like a slow, inevitable tide. Outside, a lone wind whispered through the camp, rustling the banners that hung limp from their poles. It carried with it the faint smell of death from the battlefield and the distant cries of scavengers' birds already circling the carnage left behind. The prince himself stepped into the sanctuary of his tent. His armor, dulled with grime and streaked with dried blood, felt like a weight dragging him down to the earth. Ratto stood by the entrance, eager for orders, but Alpheo waved him off with a weary hand. Go rest, Ratto. I'm sure you are tired, he said, his voice hoarse. The young squire hesitated but nodded, retreating into the night without another word. Left alone, Alpheo let the stillness envelope him. He stumbled toward his bed and sat heavily upon it, the thin mattress creaking beneath his weight. His shoulders sagged, and for a long moment he did nothing but stare at the floor. Finally, he let out a deep, shuddering breath and placed his hands over his face. The weight of his palms against his skin felt like the pressure of the world itself, threatening to crush him. Now, in the silence, the truth clawed at him, that same thing that he had refused to see until now, while pride and desperation had guided his every move. He had been so close to ruin, so close to watching his men break under the enemy, to witnessing the collapse of everything he had dared to build. Damn my arrogance, he whispered, his voice trembling with a raw edge of self-reproach. Damn it all. He had believed himself invincible, untouchable, and in doing so, had nearly led his army to destruction, as the only thing that stopped it were the action of a man whose loyalty he had taken until now for granted, something that he swore to make sure never happened, as he now realized that despite it all, he was not a god. For a long moment, he sat there, motionless, the prince stripped bare of his titles, his victories, his armor, just a man weighed down by his own hubris as he came to realize how close he was to fall down in the dig he had dug himself. And yet still, he was still a human, imperfect as they come. In comment map of the last moment of battle, comments. Chapter 236. 2 days passed since the end of what was to be known as the Battle of the Bleeding Plains, which saw Alpheo's army triumph against Prince Leclian's. The first day was reserved to looting, as the soldiers combed the battlefield, stripping it of what little value remained. Weapons, armors, coins from the fallen, all were scavenged with practiced hands, as whatever could be sold was taken, some even starting taking the teeth of the dead soldiers, planning to sell them to doctors that would use them as denatures. As the sun began to set on that first day, the mood of the camp shifted. Alpheo, keen to bolster morale and remind his troops of the triumph they had earned, ordered a feast unlike any seen in recent campaigns. Alcohol flowed like rivers, loosening tongues, which, coupled with the good amount of loot that the soldiers had taken, were as happy as a man with a fat purse could be. With the start of the second day, however, everything returned as it was, as the preparation for the storm of the city of Arderonaven started to seriously be prepared, letting everybody see, foes and friends alike, that Alpheo planned to hammer the nail and finish what he started. The quiet scratch of a quill against parchment broke the stillness in the tent. Alpheo sat hunched over a plain wooden table, his face lit by the flickering light of a single candle. His hand moved steadily, the letters flowing from his thoughts to the page as he wrote to Jasmine. The words, though framed in the context of war, carried a personal touch. He detailed the battle, the triumph hard won and the costs heavy, but he did not linger there. Instead, he wove in notes of longing for her company, updates on trivial matters she might find amusing, and questions about home. This was not just a report to a wife, but a tether to the life he had left behind. The flap of the tent shifted, and Jarza stepped in without ceremony, his armor bearing fresh scratches and his face set in its usual blunt expression. In one hand, he carried a small sheaf of papers, while in the other an apple half eaten. So early in the morning, and yet already at work? Jarza asked as he took a bite out of the fruit. Anyway, I've come with what you asked of me. Alpheo glanced up from his letter, setting the quill down and leaning back in his chair. He gestured for Jarza to continue. We've lost 260 men, he began, his tone steady but heavy. Another 120 are wounded, and 30 of those will likely never fight again. Alpheo's jaw tightened, though he kept his expression controlled. How many of those losses are our men? He asked quietly. Jarza didn't flinch. 95 dead and 12 severely wounded from the core forces. The rest are from the other lords. A long breath escaped Alpheo's lips. He leaned back slightly, his hand absently brushing the edge of the table. It could have been far worse, he admitted, his voice carrying a faint note of grim relief. Considering how bad our position was, it's a mercy it wasn't worse. What about the prisoners? Jarza shifted his weight slightly. We captured 380 men in total. They've already been put to work on menial tasks around the camp, filling the moats, cutting trees, and building ladders that it is unlikely that those bastards will ransom them, which mean that we are free to do as we like with them, be it execution or slavery. We will use them as laborers for roads and repairs back in Yarzit. Alpheo answered before asking about their other prisoners and the highborn. Jarza's lips pressed into a thin line. Some seconds and third sons of minor nobles, along with a few dozen knights. No one of significant standing. They're worth a ransom, but nothing extraordinary. Alpheo hummed, his fingers drumming lightly on the wooden surface. Well, even small ransoms add up. I will have them write their families for ransom. What about the loot? Alpheo finally asked. Jarza folded his arms and gave a dry chuckle, his tone both wry and satisfied. Well, after our troops reached the enemy camp, they did what soldiers do best, looted the place to the bones. By the end of it, we secured goods and coin valued at roughly 10,000 silverii. Our share comes to around 4,000. Not a bad haul considering the circumstances. Alpheo nodded, his expression unmoved as Jarza continued. Now, as for equipment, we managed to claim nearly 300 chainmails and helmets, along with 80 full iron pieces of armor each, spoils from the nights Egil's cavalry tore apart. While no one's laying claim to the heavy armor yet, the chainmail and helmets are already in the hands of the soldiers. That means we'll have to buy them back if we want them for the armory. And the cost? Alpheo asked, his voice steady. Jarza smirked knowingly. 3 silverii apiece should do the trick. Most of the lads will accept that without issue. It's a fair price for what they've claimed as their reward. Alpheo tapped his fingers against the table, mulling it over for a moment before giving a small nod. A fair price indeed. I will see to it then. With that out of the way, Alpheo leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Well, since you're here and got nothing to do, tell me, what's your take on the battle? How do we do? Why does he assume I have nothing to do? Jarza wondered as he crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. Our men, they did damn well, especially the 4th Corps. Those halberdiers were monsters out there. You wanted them to punch holes, and they delivered. They tore through the Herculeans like a hot knife through butter. The only thing that stopped them from breaking was the fact that they outnumbered them. Alpheo gave a tired nod, but smirked faintly. Yeah, but let's not kid ourselves. If it wasn't for Egil, we'd all be rotting in a ditch somewhere. The man saved our asses. Jarza chuckled, shaking his head. He did. I still can't wrap my head around it, though. A bunch of lightly armed riders taking down a bigger, heavier cavalry force? I always knew he was good with horses. Never thought he was that good, however. Seems like living all your lives with horses tends to do that. After the battle, Alpheo had learned the full extent of Egil's daring. For an hour, Egil's light cavalry had led the enemy heavy riders on a relentless chase, whittling them down with well-aimed javelins. Once the enemy realized the trap, they tried to regroup and change course, but Egil's riders splintered into smaller contingents, harassing them from every angle. It was a tactic he'd secretly trained his men for, one Alpheo only became aware of during the raucous victory feast, where Egil's boasts rang loud and clear. By the time their javelins were spent, the enemy cavalry was scattered and weakened enough for a decisive charge, which Egil led with brutal efficiency. Though he had lost half his riders, the result was undeniable, an elite force crippled and a crucial flank secured. Reflecting on it, Alpheo couldn't decide whether Egil's tactics were brilliance or recklessness. Perhaps both. Alpheo leaned back in his chair, the weight of the past days evident in his posture. The faint candlelight flickered across his tired face, and he exhaled heavily, breaking the silence that hung between him and Jarza. We came close to losing, closer than I'd like to admit, Alpheo said, his tone unguarded. With anyone else, he might have deflected or softened the truth. But with Jarza, there was no need for pretense. Jarza leaned against the edge of the table, arms crossed, his eyes steady on Alpheo. I know, he said plainly, but luck was on our side this time, and everything turned just right. The men held. Egil did what Egil does, whatever that is. You made the right calls, and even though we came close to lose, everyone will think that we had everything under control, and I believe we should act like that. Alpheo let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. Luck seems too generous a word for the mess we were in. Honestly, it felt like I was gambling with lives out there. The gods perhaps took us in sympathy. Jarza smirked faintly, his eyes narrowing with that familiar blend of sharpness and amusement. 3 years, Alpheo. I've followed you for 3 years. In all that time, I've never seen you bow your head in prayer or pay even a passing thought to the gods. I'm convinced you don't believe in them at all. Alpheo raised an eyebrow, but said nothing against an accusation that could have him killed, letting Jarza continue. And yet, Jarza went on, if I didn't know better, I'd say you're a favor to one of them. How else do you explain our luck? We've danced on the edge of ruin more times than I can count, but here we are, still standing, still winning. For a moment, Alpheo didn't respond, the words hanging in the air between them. Finally, he scoffed lightly, a faint, wry smile tugging at his lips. If that's true, I hope they keep favoring us. Because next time, I don't think I'll have enough left to roll the dice again. Jarza had once been a devout follower of the sun god, like so many in his homeland. His youth had been spent in fervent prayer beneath the golden light, trusting in the divine warmth to guide his path. But that faith had been tested and ultimately shattered when his prayers went unanswered once he became slave. Then once he met Alpheo and fought alongside him with his freedom. He changed his religion to that of the 5 gods. As apparently the day before the rising, he prayed to them for victory that a priest was easy to find from there, completing the blessing and ceremony to introduce him to the religion of the empire. And still now he carried a small token of the 5 gods, a polished disc etched with their symbols, tucked beneath his armor. A soft shout on the wooden post outside the tent interrupted the quiet murmur of conversation between Alpheo and Jarza. "Your Grace," the soldier began, his voice steady but cautious. "May I enter?" "Go ahead." Soon the soldier pushed back the heavy canvas flap slightly and bowed low. "A messenger from the city has arrived. He bears a request for parley from the lord of the city." Jarza let out a sharp scoff, turning to Alpheo. "Parley?" I would have thought the countless refusals to surrender would have spoken loud enough. Alpheo remained silent for a moment, his sharp gaze falling to the floor as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Bring the messenger to me," Alpheo said, his voice carrying the authority of decision. The soldier bowed again and stepped back out of the tent, leaving the 2 men alone once more. Jarza raised an eyebrow, studying his friend with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "That's a shift," Jarza said, his tone half questioning, half probing. "What's changed? Didn't you say before the battle they'd get no audience?" Alpheo straightened. "I'm tired of receiving a messenger each day. It's time to put my terms flat on the table, even though I'm sure that the turncloak won't like them," he said simply with a small smile as he rose from the table, Jarza following behind, wondering what the hell was his friend and liege thinking about doing now. So in the comments, there are images to help visualize the soldiers of Alpheo's private army. Comments. Chapter 237. The sun hung high in a clear, cloudless sky, its golden rays casting sharp shadows across the southern camp. The usual hum of activity that often filled such encampments was conspicuously absent. Instead, a heavy, disciplined silence hung over the air as 500 soldiers stood in formation, their rows precise and unyielding. Each man stood at attention, armor gleaming under the relentless sunlight. Shields rested firmly in hand or strapped to their backs, while the points of weapons glinted under the sun. There were no idle conversations, no laughter from dice games, nor the clatter of mess kits. Even the horses tethered nearby seemed subdued. A strict command had been issued: no leisure, no distractions. The men were to remain ready, their stance embodying the readiness of a force prepared to move or fight at a moment's notice. The camp itself mirrored their tension. No laundry fluttered on lines, no fires burned for cooking, and even the usual bustling quartermasters moved with hushed efficiency. The sound of boots crunching against the dirt and the clinking of polished armor pulled attention to the gates. Soon, the reason for the unusual silence became apparent. Through the gate walked a man clad in gleaming plate armor. Behind him, 2 men marched, each gripping a tall staff that bore the banner of the besieged city. The sight of the heraldry, the intricate crest of their enemy, immediately caught the eyes of the soldiers, revealing who the man was. Jarza's eyes narrowed, and Alpheo's lips pressed into a thin line as the man came closer. The lord of the city had initially demanded the parley take place between the 2 camps, a neutral ground to avoid the risks of walking into enemy territory. But after the last disastrous attempt at Confluendi, there was no chance Alpheo would expose himself to danger again, particularly not with an adversary cornered and desperate. After a tense exchange of messengers and arguments, the parley was begrudgingly agreed to take place within Alpheo's camp. This alone spoke volumes about the dire position of the besieged city. Walking into an enemy camp under such circumstances was an act of vulnerability, bordering on humiliation. For a military leader, it was a bitter blow to both pride and perception. Such scenes were typically conducted on neutral ground or outside the camp, away from the prying eyes of common soldiers. Now instead he was forced to lower himself just for the opportunity to speak. At the center of the camp, Alpheo sat composedly on a plain wooden chair, a modest table in front of him, its surface bare except for a jug of water and a single cup, nothing for his guest. He had chosen this spot intentionally, ensuring that the assembled soldiers lining the camp's open grounds could watch the lord of the besieged city approach. The lord moved with the measured pace of someone determined to keep his dignity intact despite the circumstances. As he drew nearer, he stopped just short of the table, bowed curtly to Alpheo, then sat down opposite him, the polished steel of his armor catching the sunlight. Behind Alpheo stood Lord Xanthios, his battered but polished breastplate still showing faint traces of the bloodied battlefields he had fought on days before. The air shifted as the lord of the city, Vrogios, allowed his gaze to flick toward Xanthios. For a moment, their eyes locked. Xanthios' face darkened, his features hardening into a murderous glare. Vrogios' jaw tightened, and he looked away, unwilling to linger under the weight of Xanthios' seething stare. He knew very well the hate he had for him. Alpheo, calm and indifferent to their silent exchange, leaned back slightly in his chair, giving no indication that he had noticed or cared about the sparks flying between his vassal and his adversary. Vrogios cleared his throat, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of reluctance. "Your Grace, allow me to first congratulate you on your resounding victory. Few men could have orchestrated such a feat." Alpheo leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table. His expression, while polite, had an unmistakable edge of impatience. "Spare me the pleasantries, Lord Vrogios," he said, his tone clipped. "We both know you're not here to exchange compliments. Spell out what you want." Vrogios flinched ever so slightly at being reprimanded by a man less than half his age. His jaw tightened, but he quickly suppressed his irritation, bowing his head slightly. "Of course, Your Grace," he said, his voice faltering for a moment. His gaze dropped to the ground, whether out of humility or a calculated act. "I must admit, I have long admired your reputation, even from afar. It is not every day one turn the reins of a princedom from weakness to strength, and I find myself in awe of your accomplishments." Alpheo fought the urge to roll his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly against the table in a display of his mounting irritation. He masked it with a thin smile, though his patience wore thin with every word that spilled from Vrogios' mouth. "Get to the point, Lord Vrogios," Alpheo said, his voice cold but still controlled. Vrogios took a deep breath. "Your Grace," he began, his tone reverent, "I would be deeply honored if you would allow me the privilege of swearing my loyalty to a prince of your caliber. It would be my life's greatest service to stand under your banner." Alpheo raised a single brow, leaning back in his chair. His lips curved into a faint smile, but it held no warmth. "You misunderstand, Lord Vrogios. Loyalty is not mine to claim. It is my wife, Jasmine, who rules as the lawful sovereign of this realm. Any oaths you take would be sworn to her, not to me." His voice dropped slightly, the steel in his tone cutting through the air. "And for the record, flattery won't get you far here, especially considering your situation." Vrogios visibly faltered, his shoulders stiffening, but before he could respond, Alpheo's tone turned sharp, each word delivered with precision and weight. "You speak of loyalty, yet your history sings a different tune. You rebelled against your lawful lord, Arkawat Valoni Isha, breaking your oaths and spilling the blood of those you were sworn to serve. When your rebellion failed, you turned your allegiance to a foreign throne, denying your previous vows without a second thought. Do you see the pattern here?" Alpheo leaned forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Vrogios. "You are a rebel, a traitor, and an oath-breaker. Take your pick. Whichever title you prefer, know that it defines you in the eyes of those who now hold your fate." Alpheo's expression hardened, his voice low and unyielding as he spoke. "Whatever salvation you hoped for from that bastard of a prince," he said, each word laced with cold certainty, "lies broken and scattered on the ground a few kilometers from here. I believe you saw the banners burning outside the camp the day after the battle. A fitting pyre for their ambitions and yours." Vrogios flinched, but Alpheo didn't relent. "You're alone now. Your walls won't hold forever, and outside waits an army hungry for the taste of your blood. They don't need orders to take what they think is owed. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze like a dagger. Vrogios raised a hand in supplication, his voice suddenly urgent. There's no need for such barbarism, Your Grace. I would be willing to swear an oath of loyalty to you, to put this enmity behind us, and serve as your vassal. I can. Alpheo cut him off with a sharp laugh, more disdainful than amused. Your oath? That isn't worth the shit out of my boots. It will be the third time you've sworn loyalty, and look where the first two led. How many lives were lost because your word meant nothing? Do you honestly think another oath from you will change anything? Vrogios's face turned a mottled shade of red, his frustration barely contained. Then why? He demanded, his voice rising slightly. Did you even agree to this parley if you think so little of my offer? Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady and his tone calm, but his words carried a weight that pressed down like an executioner's blade. I agreed to this parley, Vrogios, to make my terms clear and leave no room for misinterpretation. You will find them hard to swallow, but they are fair. He let a moment linger before continuing, his voice cold as steel. You will surrender yourself to Her Grace Jasmine Valoniisha, where a tribunal will judge you for your crimes. The city of Ardonaven will come under royal control, to be governed as she sees fit. Your eldest son will receive a lordship befitting his loyalty to the crown, when it is earned, and suitable marriages will be arranged for your daughters. For a brief, pregnant silence, Vrogios said nothing, his jaw tightening as if grappling with the enormity of the demands. Then, with a sudden burst of indignation, he stood, preposterous, he spat, his face flushed with anger and infinity. You dare strip my family of its legacy and offer us crumbs in return? You are no ruler. You are a tyrant. At his outburst, the captain of Alpheo's guard, standing just behind, instinctively placed his hand on his sword. Alpheo raised his hand sharply, stopping him. No, he said quietly, his tone firm but calm, his eyes fixed on Vrogios. Let him speak. Alpheo stood, his presence towering even though his voice remained measured. You are not compelled to accept my terms, he said, the calm menace in his words more unnerving than a shout. Return to your city if you wish. Face death with courage. But know this, the same fate will fall upon your family. Your name erased, your legacy turned to ash. Vrogios turned on his heel, his cloak sweeping behind him as he strode toward the camp gates. His face was a mask of fury, but in his gait there was something else, hesitation, perhaps even defeat. Alpheo's soldiers stood silent as he passed, their eyes tracking him with the quiet intensity of predators watching prey slip away. As the lord disappeared beyond the camp's threshold, Alpheo remained seated, his fingers drumming idly on the table. He exhaled softly, more to himself than anyone present. A father should set himself ablaze to spare his family. Apparently, I mistook the cloth from which he was cut. He isn't a father, just a man with children. His words carried no anger, only disappointment, as though Vrogios had already been weighed, measured, and found wanting. Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering on the direction the Lord had taken, knowing that the easy way forward was no longer possible for him. Comments. Chapter 238. The days slipped by like a steady march, each one bringing the army closer to the final act of their siege. Outside the city of Ardonaven, Alpheo's soldiers worked tirelessly, transforming the barren landscape into a theater of war. Engineers directed crews to haul timber, and the dirt-filling path would pass through the ditch shielding the city's walls. The onagers, finally having been dragged back to camp after the battle, resumed their relentless barrage. Stones the size of barrels crashed against the walls, sending up plumes of dust and chips of rock that rained down like hail upon the defenders. The air reverberated with the deep thrum of impact and the distant cries of the besieged. To the soldiers in Alpheo's camp, the sound was a steady drumbeat of progress. Siege towers began to take shape, their skeletons of wood rising slowly under the efforts of carpenters and laborers. Ladders were prepared, and sharpened stakes were affixed to the ground between the walls and the camps, creating wooden shields for the archer to take refuge in while shooting at those on the walls. After the parley, the Lord of Ardernaven, Vrogios, seemed to age a decade overnight. His once proud bearing was diminished, replaced by a nervous energy that was plain to all who served him. The grim terms Alpheo had laid before him played endlessly in his mind, and though he had rejected them, the prince's confidence had planted seeds of dread. The watch during the night was doubled as the Lord feared for a night attack. Recruits filled the gaps left by the failed sortie, hastily conscripted and given armor stripped from the wounded, who were left to their fate in crowded infirmaries, where groans of pain mixed with the acrid scent of death were in everyone's nose and ear. The morale of the city's defenders was as fragile as it has ever been, as the knowledge of the outcome of the battle had reached everyone's ears. Even the presence of the Lord did little to improve morals, as their trust in holding the city was at an all-time low. 2 soldiers paced along the crumbling parapet of Ardernaven's walls, their spears tapping rhythmically against the stone as they walked. The elder of the 2, a wiry man with a streak of gray in his beard, squinted toward the horizon where the sun was beginning its slow descent. "Look at that," he muttered, motioning with his chin. "Sun's almost gone. Won't be long before those bastards start throwing rocks again." The younger soldier, a stocky lad with a perpetual scowl, groaned loudly. "Don't remind me. I haven't slept properly in days. Between the screaming, the damn engines, and the captain shouting orders every other minute, I'm ready to pass out standing." The older man chuckled, a rough, knowing sound that carried a hint of weariness. "You think this is bad? 12 years ago, I was stuck in the Lord's Rebellion. When the campaign went to hell, and we holed up in the city, it was worse than this. They threw their soldiers at us 3 times a day, every day. You should count yourself lucky you haven't had to fend off a storming attempt yet." "Yeah, well, at least they didn't have boulders back then." The younger one shot back, stealing a nervous glance over the edge of the wall. "I swear, the last one hit so close I felt my teeth shake in my head." The older soldier shrugged, his grip tightening on his spear. "Better get used to it, boy. As long as that prince and his army are camped out there, the only thing coming our way is more trouble." The younger man snorted in frustration, but didn't argue. His eyes stayed fixed on the enemy camp as shadows stretched long over the fields. The 2 soldiers stood on the wall, waiting as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the landscape in hues of orange and deepening blue. The younger one shifted on his feet, his eyes darting nervously toward the enemy camp. But no boulders came, no screech of onagers to shake the air. Just silence, thick and uneasy. "Strange," the older man muttered, leaning on his spear. "I thought for sure they'd start hurling stones again by now." The younger soldier glanced over his shoulder. "You think they're planning to attack the city?" he asked, his voice tight with apprehension. The elder gave a sharp laugh, sparing a single glance at the camp. "With what? They've got no ladders, no towers outside. You can't storm a wall with just enthusiasm." But then, suddenly, there was movement in the enemy lines, men gathering in clusters, dragging objects toward the open field. The younger soldier squinted, his heart hammering in his chest. "What are they doing now?" The answer came with a cacophony of noise. The enemy soldiers began taking pots and smashing them with maces and hammers in front of the walls. The racket echoed through the night like a chaotic drumbeat, metal clanging and clay shattering, the noise grating against the nerves of everyone within earshot. "When all the gods' names are they playing it now?" the younger one shouted, covering his ears. "Maybe they've run out of boulders," he muttered, his voice wavering slightly. "And they're just doing this to keep us from sleeping? Wear us down before they try something?" The older man stroked his grizzled beard, his expression thoughtful but grim. "No, that ruckus will be keeping their own soldiers awake. Maybe they are trying to scare us, thinking they're going to attack." Both men stood there, watching the chaos below. Neither could know that Alpheo had no grand siege tactics underway, nor any plans of psychological warfare beyond the obvious. What the prince was doing wasn't about exhaustion or intimidation. The clamor, loud and unrelenting, was a deliberate message meant for the right ears among those in the cities. Marcus adjusted his tattered cloak, pulling it tighter around his shoulders to shield himself from the cool night air that drifted through the square. The so-called refugee camp within Audiobook was a grim cluster of tents and makeshift shelters pressed into the city's main square. To anyone else, Marcus and Lucius looked like just another pair of weary souls driven from their homes by Eggle's raids. But they were anything but that. Standing near the edge of a fire pit, Marcus leaned casually against a post, his sharp eyes scanning the square. His posture was loose, but his gaze missed nothing. The guards patrolling the perimeter, the clusters of refugees too quiet to be genuine, the children darting between tents. He glanced toward Lucius, who crouched a few steps away, fiddling with a frayed strap on his worn boot. "Are you hearing it?" Marcus asked, his voice low and calm, barely audible above the crackle of the flames and the muffled hum of city life beyond the square. Lucius straightened, rolling his shoulders as though easing a knot of tension. "Yeah," he replied, his tone equally muted. He didn't look at Marcus, but instead let his gaze wander, pretending to study the movements of the refugees. "I've been hearing it for a while now." The faint clang of metal against metal drifted over the city walls, carried on the night air. To most, it was just another layer of noise in a restless city. But to men like Marcus and Lucius, it was a clear signal. For weeks, they had lived under the guise of refugees, enduring the same hardships as those genuinely displaced by war. It was a harsh, grinding existence, marked by cold nights and the gnawing pain of hunger that never truly left them. The meager rations and dehumanizing treatment had worn at their patience. They clung to the hope that this charade would end soon, that the call to action would finally come and deliver them from this misery. But now that the signal had been given, a cold, creeping dread settled over them. It wasn't just an idea anymore. It was a moment that demanded action. For the first time, they truly understood what they were about to do. They weren't armed soldiers marching into battle. They were starved and armed with little more than kitchen knives and scraps of resolve. The confidence they had bolstered during the long wait began to falter, replaced by the terrifying realization that they were about to pit themselves against soldiers with only the flimsiest of weapons and even flimsier hopes. Comments. Chapter 239. Morning broke over the city of Audiobook, bathing its gray stone walls in a pale, unforgiving light. The guards were out in full force, every inch of the ramparts bristling with men. Some leaned over the edge, squinting toward the horizon where the enemy encampment stirred with ominous activity. Others hurried back and forth along the battlements, carrying baskets of stones, bundles of arrows, and heavy jugs of water to quench the thirst of those who would soon face the onslaught. Down in the streets, the mood was no better. Civilians peeked from shuttered windows or huddled in doorways, their eyes wide with fear. Soldiers gathered in clusters, their nervous chatter betraying their mounting dread. Whispers of doubt spread like wildfire. Rumors that the city was surrounded, that no aid would come had reached the ears of every man. On the wall, Lord Vrogios moved among his soldiers, his polished armor gleaming, delivering words of encouragement. "Stand strong," he called out to a group preparing to lift a massive cauldron of boiling oil into place over the gate. "The walls have held for generations, and they will hold today. These invaders may bark, but they will break against the strength of Audiobook." His voice carried, and for a moment, a flicker of hope seemed to light in some of the soldiers' eyes. But it was faint, quickly overshadowed by the grim reality they faced. Many of the men knew the truth. They were alone. The armies of their supposed allies had either fallen or abandoned them. The prince outside had crushed every sortie they had attempted, and his men were disciplined, relentless, and hungry for victory. Even now, the enemy camp buzzed with preparation, siege engines being readied and ranks of soldiers lining up in anticipation of the assault. Alpheo stood outside his camp, the crisp morning air biting at his face as he ran along the assembled ranks of his troops. His horse's hooves pounded the earth in rhythm with his steady breath, and his eyes scanned the thousands of soldiers standing in formation. As he moved, the men watched him, some nodding, others straightening their posture as the prince passed by. After all, for normal men, it was not every day that one could look at the prince's face. And many of them, who were not in the White Army, became surprised by how young he looked. He knew the weight of sieges, how they gnawed at morale and sapped strength. Time was an enemy as much as the walls of Arderonaven. Alpheo didn't have the luxury of patience. His campaign had other objectives waiting to be claimed. This siege had to end swiftly, decisively. As soon as Alpheo felt the weight of countless eyes fixed on him, he drew a deep breath and began, his voice clear and commanding, yet laced with a calculated charisma. Loyal subjects of her grace, the hour is upon us. The hour that shall define the righteous and unmask the cowardly. The turncloak who dares call himself a lord has scurried to his final refuge, trembling behind these walls, hiding from the justice that marches with us. He cowers, for he knows the truth. He faces not just an army, but the army that knows only victory. The prince of this so-called lord sought to tear apart the harmony of our lands, to turn brother against brother, to burn the fields tended by her grace's humble and faithful servants. He would have seen your sons and daughters slaughtered or condemned to fates far darker, all for the crown he lusts after, a crown he would wear atop the ashes of your homes, for he would gladly burn it all if he could rule over those ashes. He is godless, sending armies to hold us, to stop the justice that the gods themselves have entrusted to us. But tell me, my brothers and sisters, where is that enemy now? Do you see their banners flying in triumph, or their swords raised in celebration of some grand victory? No, their army lies in ruin. Their banners are ash, their swords shattered, and their souls now face the judgment of the gods, who weigh them to decide if they will ascend to the heavens or burn for eternity in the flames of their folly. And who was it that carried such justice to them? Who was it that cast them down so utterly? His voice swelled, a clarion call to the spirits of his soldiers, as his eyes swept across their faces. It was you, the vanguard of righteousness. You, the chosen hand of the God's will. And today, we shall finish what we started. Today, we bring that same justice to these walls, to this trembling rebel, and ensure that he, too, is judged. Behind those walls lies the wealth of a man who hoarded while you toiled, who grew fat off the labor of those he betrayed. Silver, jewels, treasures stolen from the hands of the righteous, all sit there, waiting for someone bold enough to take them. And who better to claim them than you, the victors of every battlefield, the unstoppable force that even the gods themselves seem to favor. He let the words settle for a moment, the promise hanging in the air like a tantalizing scent. Then, with a sweep of his arm, he gestured toward the city. They're yours for the taking. Every coin, every goblet, every bauble, it's waiting for your hands to pry it free from the grip of cowards. Those walls cannot keep you out. They cannot hold what is rightfully yours. The soldiers stirred, some gripping their weapons tighter, others murmuring among themselves, their anticipation palpable. Alpheo took a step forward, his boots crunching on the dirt as he stood taller, his eyes blazing with purpose. Today, you fight not just for duty, not just for glory, but for the rewards you have earned 100 times over. The spoils of victory are there, just beyond those stones. All that remains is for you to reach out and take them. The soldiers erupted into cheers, their voices rising like a wave across the camp, shaking the very air. Weapons clashed against shields, and men roared their approval of Alpheo's words, their spirits ignited by the promise of glory and spoils. Among the throng, commanders moved quickly, calling their men into order, each taking their assigned units to prepare for the impending assault. Mostly nobles calling for their enlisted troops that survived the battlefield, while the White Army with its clear division and squads was much more efficient in rounding up their soldiers, as in less than 2 minutes they were ready, while the nobles were still calling after their men. 6 paths had been carefully constructed and filled over the past days, spanning the ditch that once protected the city. Each path led to a different section of the wall, providing 6 avenues for attack. Alpheo's strategy was clear: stretch the defenders thin, force them to divide their strength, and make them vulnerable where their lines faltered. At the center of this carefully orchestrated assault stood a siege tower, taller than the city walls by a few meters. This tower was destined for a sag's flank, its height offering a distinct advantage in breaching the defenses by giving the archers on top an advantage in height over the enemy. Alpheo deliberately stretched his men across the battlefield, thinning his own lines to ensure the defenders could not mass their forces at any single point. His plan was to have the enemy stretch his troops thin so that at least one flank would have a higher possibility of breaching through. From atop the walls, the defenders of Audiobook gazed down at the imposing sight of their enemy. The city was surrounded, with no gaps in the lines for escape. Every direction revealed rows of enemy soldiers, siege tools, and the relentless drumbeat of war. Men scrambled along the battlements, clutching bows and crossbows, hauling barrels of stones, and filling buckets with water for the defenders to drink from. But despite their preparations, nervous energy rippled through the defenders. Many were fresh recruits, hastily armed and poorly trained, their faces pale beneath their helmets. The tension was suffocating, each second stretching into an eternity as they awaited the inevitable. Audiobook's defenders clung to their positions, fingers tightening on their weapons, nerves fraying as the enemy's lines seemed to press in closer with every beat. A sharp, commanding horn pierced the tense air, its reverberation carrying across the battlefield and up to the walls of Audiobook. Within moments, a thunderous roar erupted as 2,000 of Alpheo's soldiers surged forward, a tide of disciplined chaos. Ladders clattered on shoulders and shields held as they charged. Behind them, archers advanced in practice formation, crouched low behind wheeled wooden barricades. The barricades inched forward steadily, offering the archers cover as they prepared to unleash death upon the defenders. Quivers were slung across their backs, their bowstrings taut, eyes locked on the battlements above. The air became alive with movement. Soldiers carrying ladders pressed toward the walls, yelling in unison to drown out their fear. The barricaded archers halted just shy of range, setting up their positions with precision. Moments later, the first volley of arrows arched into the sky, casting fleeting shadows over the charging infantry before hurtling down toward the defenders above. On the walls, the defenders shouted warnings and braced for impact, the sudden, coordinated advance of Alpheo's forces tightening the knot of fear that had gripped them since morning. The clash had finally begun on the 19th day from the start of the siege. Comments. Chapter 240. More arrows, a man shouted hoarsely, his bowstring trembling as he knocked yet another shaft. He gestured urgently to the boy tasked with running arrows along the wall, the lad darting back and forth like a shadow amidst the chaos. With a sharp exhale and ignoring the kid running towards him, the archer leaned forward to take a shot, his aim fixed on the soldiers swarming up the ladders. His eyes narrowed as he sought his target. Thwack! A sharp, sickening impact cut his focus short. The archer staggered back, a gasp clawing from his throat as an enemy arrow buried itself cleanly at the base of his neck. He dropped his bow, his hands clutching at the wound as crimson life spilled between his fingers. His knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, the light in his eyes dimming as his breath rattled away. "Come on, help me, gods," the man whispered, his prayer desperate and scattered as he climbed the swaying ladder. His left hand clung to the wooden rungs, the other clutching a spear. Each step felt heavier as he neared the top, the din of the battle above blending with his thundering heartbeat. Finally, he hoisted himself over the lip of the wall, breathless but determined. For a fleeting moment, his eyes locked with those of a defender, a young soldier leaning over, trying to gauge the chaos below in a morbid interest to see the dead bodies down the wall. The climber knew he had no time. His spear fell through the air as his hand instinctively reached for the dagger strapped to his back. In a single fluid motion, He lunged, driving the blade upward beneath the defender's chin. The steel pierced through flesh and bone, the blade emerging through the man's jaw as his body went limp. But victory lasted only a heartbeat. A sharp, blinding pain shot through his side as a spear struck him hard. The chainmail absorbed the tip, sparing his life, but the force was enough to send him teetering. He toppled backward off the wall, the ground rushing up to meet him. The impact shattered his arm, the same one that had carried his spear moments ago. Dazed and broken, he had no time to even comprehend his fall before a stone, flung by a boy from above, struck his temple. His vision blurred, and then the world went dark, his prayers unanswered as he went directly to face the gods. Perhaps he was a pious man, his prayers now unanswered. Perhaps he had a family waiting beyond the walls, their hopes pinned on his return. Or maybe he was a condemned criminal, plucked from the gallows and promised survival in exchange for his service by his lord. It did not matter. On either side of the siege, men of similar stories and similar fears bled beneath different banners. They fought and died for causes greater than their understanding, for leaders they may never meet. Each life snuffed out was a thread severed from a story that could be a narrative on its own, ready by the thousands and adored by as many. The defenders on the walls hurled stones with all their might, their muscles straining as they sent jagged rocks crashing down on the climbing attackers. Most of them struck with brutal force, knocking men from ladders or crushing helmets as screams rose from below. Arrows whistled through the air, loosed in rapid succession by those stationed near the crenellations, their shafts aimed at the soldiers attempting to scale the walls. But the attackers were not without retaliation. Outside the walls, Alpheo's archers crouched behind their mobile barricades, steadying their bows with practiced precision. They unleashed a relentless volley of arrows, each one arcing toward the defenders. The air became thick with the deadly exchange. The defenders ducked behind their parapets, shielding themselves from the sharp hail. The reprieve was brief, but it was enough. Below, the soldiers on the ladders took advantage of the moment. Gripping the wooden rungs tightly, they climbed with desperate speed, spurred on by the chance to reach the wall before the defenders returned to their positions. Vrogios stood atop the battlements, his sharp eyes scanning the chaos unfolding before him. Enemy soldiers surged toward the walls like an unrelenting tide, their ladders rising against the stone as archers loosed volleys from behind mobile barricades. For all the noise and bloodshed, something gnawed at his mind. There were no battering rams in sight. He turned his gaze toward the enemy's sprawling forces, noting how Alpheo's men were pressing hard on every side, stretching his own defenders thin. His eyes darted back to the gatehouse, where his own reserves stood in formation, waiting to repel a ram that wasn't coming. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "Ugger," Vrogios roared, his voice cutting through the din. His second in command, a stout man with a bloodied face, rushed to his side. "Take the man on the gate," Vrogios barked, gesturing toward the waiting men. "Get them to the walls, now. We don't need them there if the bastards don't have a ram." The captain hesitated for only a moment before nodding and turning to issue the order. Vrogios gripped the cold stone of the battlements, his thoughts racing. This was not a defense. It was a desperate attempt to plug the cracks before the entire dam gave way. But he couldn't risk leaving his walls undermanned while Alpheo's forces swarmed them from all sides. Lucius stood amidst the makeshift refugee camp, his gaze darting around the chaos of the city. The screams from the walls echoed in the distance, the anguished cries of dying men a grim symphony to the turmoil unfolding. Despite the commotion, the area around the camp was eerily mostly unguarded, as the only ones looking over the refugees were 5 men, and even those were wounded and only had clubs with nail on the plank of wood. Lucius's sharp eyes met Marcus's, who stood nearby with a tense expression. A subtle nod passed between them, and they turned to the others, 20 men in total, each one positioned discreetly among the throngs of displaced villagers. These were no ordinary refugees. Each man was a soldier that volunteered for this mission. Lucius crouched low, his hand tightening on the hilt of his blade. "We move quietly," he murmured to Marcus, his voice barely audible over the distant din. One of the disguised men took a deep breath and stepped forward from the shadows of the refugee camp, as hours before he was the one that picked the shortest straw. The guards' backs were turned at first, their attention drawn to the distant commotion at the walls, but one of them turned sharply, catching sight of him. "Oi! Stop right there!" barked the guard, raising a hand to halt his approach. At his call, the other guards turned, their expressions a mix of irritation and mild suspicion. The wiry man raised his hands, palms open, and took another step forward. "Sorry, he stammered, his voice carrying a nervous tremor. "I am starving. Haven't eaten properly in days. Please, have you got anything to spare? Even scraps." The guards exchanged glances, one of them shaking his head with a scowl. "Your meal will come in the afternoon, same as everyone else," one snapped, shooing the man away with an impatient wave of his hand. "Now get lost before I—" He never finished the sentence. The wiry man surged forward in a flash, his hand darting to the dagger hidden beneath his tattered cloak. With a swift, brutal motion, he plunged it deep into the guard's neck. A choked gurgle escaped the man's lips as he crumpled to the ground, his life spilling out in crimson streams. All around them, men moved like shadows. They had discreetly circled the guards while the exchange took place, and at the first sign of violence, they sprang into action. One lunged at a guard from behind, wrapping an arm around his neck to stifle his shout while driving a dagger into his chest. Another instead plunged the dagger onto the man's gut before taking out a second one and trusting onto his back where the heart should have been. The guards had no time to react, their shouts of alarm strangled before they could form. In moments, all five were sprawled lifeless on the ground, their blood pooling in the dirt. The refugees huddled in the square, their gaunt faces betraying hunger and despair, turned to watch the brutal scene unfold. They said nothing, their eyes wide but their mouths silent, thinking that perhaps hunger had gone at the head of some of them. These were the men that they would have to use, a crowd of starved peasants, without home and without hope. Lucius stepped forward, his bloody dagger glinting in the dim light. His gaze swept over the huddled masses, taking in the hollow cheeks, the frail limbs, and the defeated postures of the men, women, and children who had endured weeks of neglect. Even he was hungry as he had been barely fed. Just one meager meal a day, barely enough to keep them alive, who knew that their desperation would be the soldiers' hope to win the city. "You've been starved like worms," Lucius began, his voice sharp but steady, carrying over the quiet murmurs. "Left to waste away while that fool of a lord sits on his walls pretending he can win. If this continue, we are going to die. Even if they repel the enemy, what will happen to us when the food goes short? Will the Lord feed us or his soldiers?" The enemy outside. He gestured toward the wall. "They've promised us safety and food if we open the gate for them. Not scraps. Food. Whoever wishes to eat, truly eat till his stomach bursts, then may come with us." Comments. Chapter 241. For a moment, silence reigned. The refugees exchanged glances, fear and uncertainty written on their faces. Lucius studied them, his expression unreadable. Will they follow, or do we have to finish this task alone? The thought flickered through his mind, the thought scaring him, as he had no confidence in completing the mission with 20 men. Worse, once he fell, he would certainly be tortured for any information he may have, as he was a spy. Suddenly, though it seemed that fate took pity on them, as from among the crowd, someone stepped forward, a boy no older than 14. He moved hesitantly at first, but grew more confident with each step. His thin fingers wrapped around one of the daggers, and he straightened, his gaze meeting Lucius's. Following his inquisitive gaze, he muttered, "I only had my father," the boy said, his voice trembling but defiant. "He died defending this city, but I'm going to starve whether it stands or falls. I'm done waiting to die." Lucius nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. The boy's courage was a spark. One by one, others began to rise. A middle-aged man with a limp, wounded from the sortie and forgotten by the city. A woman clutching her toddler to her chest. Their numbers grew, and soon the quiet murmur turned to shouts. "We're hungry," one man cried, grabbing a club discarded on the ground. "We deserve bread too." More voices joined, a swelling tide of anger and desperation. Alpheo's soldiers tossed out more spare daggers, each weapon finding a pair of eager hands. Lucius raised his blade high above his head, his voice cutting through the chaotic scene like a blade. "To the gate," he bellowed. "Follow me. Let's take what's ours." Many stooped to pick up the daggers from the ground. Others scavenged from the lifeless bodies of the guards, pulling their clubs. Lucius led them, dagger in hand, his stride steady and commanding, as behind him, the ragtag group grew in number, with more men, women, and even boys clutched whatever they could find. Vroegio's POV. "We're barely holding on," Vroegio's thought grimly, his gaze sweeping over the different sections of the walls. His soldiers fought valiantly, holding the enemy at bay and ensuring no one gained a foothold atop the battlements. Arrows flew, spears thrust, and stones rained down, delivering heavy casualties to the attacking forces. Yet his own men fell too, their bodies slumping against the parapets. Still, the losses didn't weigh on him as they might have. In his mind, manpower wasn't the issue. He had enough desperate souls to conscript into the defense of the city. The real problem was the weapons. As long as his men died inside the walls, their equipment could be reclaimed and pressed into the hands of another recruit. So virtually, he would lose no soldiers. "Why are they still there?" he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing at the mounted troops positioned outside the enemy's camp. They sat motionless, a disciplined and ominous presence on the horizon. Why the hell would that arrogant bastard keep his horsemen outside the fight? Did that youngster truly believe a sortie possible? The thought gave Vroegio's pause. A mounted counterattack against the troops assaulting the walls would indeed be a clever move, if only he had enough knights to carry it out. But he doesn't know that, Vroegio's reasoned. Still, the sight of the cavalry gnawed at his nerves, as if mocking his inability to act. Vroegio's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a distant, unified shouting. The sound grew louder, an unsettling chant that sent a chill down his spine. He spun around to find a crowd swelling behind him, marching with purpose toward the gate. Their cries echoed through the air, a mix of desperation and fury. "We need bread too. We are hungry." For a moment, Vroegio stood frozen, overwhelmed by a wave of conflicting emotions, anger at the audacity of the mob, confusion at how this had spiraled out of control, and a gnawing despair of what would happen. His eyes darted toward the gate, where 20 of his soldiers stood nervously, their spears gripped tightly as they looked up at the advancing crowd. The mob, a mixture of ragged refugees and civilians, surged forward with growing confidence, their chants growing louder and their numbers swelling. "What in the gods' names is happening?" He thought, his mind racing. "Do I crush them? Do I even have the men for that?" Grinding his teeth, Vroegio's barked at a nearby aide. "You, send word to the nearest positions. Take men from their posts and bring them here now." As the messenger sprinted off to carry out the order, Vroegio's tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and descended from the walls. He could feel his heart pounding as he made his way toward the gate, the chants of the crowd growing deafening. "I need to stop this madness before it spirals further," he thought grimly. But deep down, a pit of dread had formed. This wasn't just hunger, it was rebellion, and he knew that the enemy outside had a hand in it. As Vroegio's reached the base of the wall, one of his personal bodyguards approached quickly, leading a horse by its reins. Without hesitation, Vroegio's mounted the animal, his polished armor glinting under the harsh sunlight. Behind him, the banner of his house snapped sharply in the wind. He spurred the horse forward, weaving through the chaotic press of soldiers scrambling to reinforce the gate. His steely gaze fixed on the 20 men standing in tight formation before the massive wooden doors. Their expressions mirrored his, tense and uncertain as the crowd surged closer. The advancing throng of refugees, their chants still echoing, wavered slightly as Vroegio's arrived. The sight of their lord on horseback, flanked by his banner, seemed to give them pause. But the momentum of their march carried them forward, a tide of desperation. "Stop!" Vrogios bellowed, his voice ringing out with authority. The horse beneath him pawed at the ground, adding weight to his command. "Go back to your camps. Return to your homes. This is not the way. You're going to be fed, but not like this." The crowd slowed, their cries faltering as their eyes met the Lord's fiery glare. But even as they hesitated, a few men from Alpheo's hidden force at the edges of the mob continued advancing. Still Mo stood unmoving on his position, even with Alpheo's agents pushing them forward. "Fuck," Lucius muttered under his breath, scanning the crowd for any sign of momentum. His eyes darted frantically, landing on a jagged stone lying just within reach. Inspiration struck like a spark to dry tinder. Without hesitation, he snatched it up and turned to his companions, gesturing sharply toward the stones scattered around. His comrades immediately caught on, wordlessly picking up their own stones, their eyes hard with determination. At the forefront of the crowd, Lord Vrogios sat tall in the saddle, emboldened that his presence alone enough to halt the refugees' advance. His voice thundered over the restless murmurs. "Go back to your camps," he commanded, the horse beneath him shifting uneasily. "I promise forgiveness for those who return. Think of your families. Many of them are on the walls now, defending this city from the enemy that wishes to destroy it." The crowd hesitated, their hunger and desperation warring with the authority of the man before them. For a moment, it seemed Vrogios' words might succeed. Then, from the back of the mob, a voice rang out like a crack of thunder. "Silence, tyrant!" The shout was quickly echoed by others, all comrades of Lucius, making it appear the refugees' work. Before Vrogios could respond, the air suddenly filled with the sharp crack of stones flying through the air. A hail of rocks struck him and his mount, one glancing off his polished breastplate, another grazing his cheek, drawing blood. His horse reared in pain and fright, its shrill neigh piercing the chaos. Hooves lashed out, forcing soldiers nearby to scramble for cover and to get out of the way. Lucius stepped forward, his voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. "There's no turning back now," he shouted, his eyes blazing with urgency as he scanned the crowd. "You think the Lord will forgive this? You think he'll let you live after you've dared to defy him?" The refugees hesitated, their defiance wavering as the weight of his words sank in. "The only thing waiting for you if you stop now is death." Lucius continued, his voice rising with each word. "But if you push forward, if you fight for your lives, there's hope. Food, freedom, a future for your children. It's all within your grasp, but only if you take it." The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, anger reigniting in their faces. Slowly, hesitantly at first, but with growing confidence, they began to surge forward again, stones in hand, their desperation transformed into fury. Lucius clenched his fists and turned to his companions. "Let's show them the way," he barked, leading the charge toward the gate. The crowd surged like a tidal wave, their desperation and fury fueling their charge toward the soldiers stationed at the gate. Stones flew through the air, striking helmets and shields, while the cries of the advancing mass grew louder, drowning out the orders shouted by the soldiers trying to maintain their ground. On the gate, the 20 defenders wavered. Some raised their weapons feebly, but others, seeing the sheer numbers pressing toward them, began to falter. A few dropped their spears, panic overtaking their sense of duty, and turned to flee. Vrogios reined his horse sharply, the beast stamping and snorting as he wheeled it around. He cast a desperate glance over his shoulder at the teeming crowd. Hundreds of them, men, women, even boys, charged forward with a collective roar. His eyes flicked to the soldiers at the gate, disorganized and crumbling under the weight of the assault. The Lord's face twisted with anger and despair. The day is lost, he thought grimly. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed one of his bodyguards by the arm as the man tried to steady his own horse. "Right," Vrogios barked, his voice sharp with urgency. "Get to the walls and tell every man to retreat to the keep. Now!" The bodyguard nodded, his face pale as he ran forward, reaching the walls to deliver the desperate order. Meanwhile, Vrogios turned his horse again, spurring it into a gallop as he rode back toward the safety of the inner city, leaving the chaos of the gate behind. The banner of his house falling down on the ground as hundreds of foot stepped on it, dirtying it with mud, shit, and dirt. Comments. Chapter 242. With the Rubicon already having been crossed, the crowd collided with the remaining soldiers like a wave crashing against a crumbling wall. Shouts and screams filled the air as desperation and rage overwhelmed whatever will to fight those few dozens of soldiers had, getting slaughtered where they stood. An infantryman raised his spear defensively, but a man armed with a dagger darted under it, driving the blade into the soldier's unprotected thigh. The soldier stumbled with a cry, only to be set upon by two others who wrestled him to the ground, their daggers flashing mercilessly. Nearby, another soldier swung his sword wildly, backing away as a woman with a wooden club studded with nails lunged at him. Her first strike glanced off his helmet, but the second found his shoulder, the nails biting through the chainmail. He screamed as she yanked the club free and swung again, this time connecting with his temple, sending him sprawling and dead. One soldier turned to flee, but a boy, no older than 16, tackled him to the ground. The boy screamed incoherently as he drove his dagger repeatedly into the soldier's side, each thrust more forceful than the last. At the gate itself, a soldier frantically tried to hold his ground, parrying a blow from a club before stabbing forward with his sword. His blade struck home, but the press of bodies was too much. A dagger caught him under the arm, piercing his side, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath as more figures swarmed over him. Blood splattered onto the cobblestones, and bodies of the defenders was smeared with dirt and gore. The remaining few who tried to fight were quickly overwhelmed, while most of those who fled were either caught or trampled underfoot by the surging crowd. The cries of the dying mingled with the victorious roars of the refugees, their rage and hunger driving them to claim the gate. Lucius gritted his teeth, gripping the heavy wooden bar locking the gate. With bloodied hands and aching arms, he heaved it upward. Sweat dripped down his face as he shouted over his shoulder, his voice hoarse but commanding. "Give way! Make space, all of you!" The refugees parted, forming a narrow path through the throng, their eyes wide as they realized what was happening. Some stumbled back, pressing themselves against the walls or clutching at their meager weapons. With the bar finally lifted, Lucius shoved the gate open, the heavy doors creaking wide to reveal the forces of Alpheo waiting just beyond. Almost immediately, the thunder of hooves filled the air as 180 cavalry surged forward, their banners snapping in the wind and their armor gleaming under the morning sun. The horses galloped through the gap created by the refugees, their riders maintaining tight formation, spears at the ready. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the cavalry passed, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoing off the stone streets. Lucius stepped aside, letting the torrent of horsemen rush past him, his chest rising and falling heavily as he shouted, finally throwing away the identity he had nurtured for the past weeks, for the prince. The cavalry spread out into the city, their disciplined ranks weaving through the narrow streets, ready to secure the key locations of the rebel stronghold. The sight of them seemed to spark something in the refugees, as many had friends and family defending the city, making them wonder if mercy would be shown to them or if it has been worth it to betray them all. The defenders on the wall were in disarray as the order came. Shouts carried from officers to soldiers, "Fall back to the keep! Retreat to the keep!" Panic mixed with urgency as they abandoned their positions, clambering downstairs, some stumbling in their haste. Once on the streets, they ran toward the central keep, their weapons clattering against armor or held tightly in white-knuckled grips. As they moved, their eyes darted nervously toward the outer gate. The sounds of chaos echoed from there, shouting, clashing metal, and the unmistakable roar of a crowd. The sight of refugees engaged in combat with their comrades at the gate stopped some in their tracks. Before anyone could process what was happening, a deafening creak filled the air as the gate swung wide open. From a gap burst a flood of cavalry, their banners flying high and their horses pounding the ground with earth-shaking force. "Cavalry! They're inside!" someone shouted, the cry laced with terror. "Gods help us!" another cried out while looking at the sky. The thundering wave of horsemen barreling through the streets gave the soldiers little choice. Panic overtook discipline as many dropped their weapons, scattering in all directions, desperately trying to avoid being trampled or skewered by the enemy riders. Those who hesitated or tried to hold their ground were cut down or ridden over, their cries drowned out by the cacophony of hooves and battle cries. The cavalry surged deeper into the city, carving a path toward its heart, while the defenders who could still move fled toward the keep, their ranks shattered and their morale destroyed. Lances lowered, their sharpened tips glinting in the sunlight. Soldiers attempting to raise their shields were too slow. The lances pierced through their armor with brutal force, impaling them and sending lifeless bodies sprawling into the dirt. Others screamed as the sheer impact of the charge knocked them backward, bones snapping under the weight of horse and rider. The heavy cavalry, clad in gleaming steel, smashed through the lines with the force of a hammer. Maces rose and fell, crushing helmets and skulls beneath their weight, blood spraying in crimson arcs. Axes swung, splitting skulls and cleaving into flesh and bone. One soldier, caught mid-turn, was struck by an axe to the side of his neck, the blow sending his head lolling unnaturally as his body crumpled to the ground. The lighter cavalry, too, weaved through the lines, their swords and maces flashing in the air. Blades slashed across throats and torsos, severing tendons and spilling blood onto the cobblestones. One soldier raised his spear to fend off an attacker, but was swiftly cut down, the cavalryman's sword slicing through his arm before driving into his chest. Another, desperately trying to flee, was struck from behind, the curved blade opening his back with a savage blow. The narrow streets offered no escape. Men were crushed against the cobblestones ground or trampled underfoot as the cavalry surged forward, relentless in their advance. By the time the cavalry had passed, the streets were littered with broken bodies, crushed weapons, and pools of blood soaking into the earth, as the city was effectively conquered by the cavalry's charge. Within the dim confines of the keep, Lord Vrogios paced, his face a mask of tension. From the high windows, the sounds of misery and chaos echoed up from the streets below. The dying screams of soldiers, the clatter of hooves against cobblestones, the frantic cries of those fleeing the relentless cavalry. He clenched his fists, knowing that his city had been lost. In the main hall, the remnants of his forces trickled in, battered and bloodied, their numbers woefully few. Dozens of soldiers staggered into the keep, some dragging comrades too wounded to walk, others limping on broken legs or clutching torn arms. Their eyes were wide with fear, faces pale and streaked with grime and blood. These were the lucky ones, the survivors who had managed to escape the massacre in the streets. Vrogios stood by the great doors of the keep, his bodyguards at his side, watching grimly as the ragged remnants of his army assembled. He waited, his jaw tight, his fingers tapping against the pommel of his sword. Every soldier was precious now, and he needed as many as could still fight. Inside the keep, barely 50 men remained to defend it, as most of his forces had been stationed on the walls. Those that had fled the carnage outside were his last hope of holding out. The air in the keep was thick with tension and the stench of sweat and blood. Torches flickered, casting wavering shadows on the cold stone walls. The few soldiers who had reached safety huddled together, sharing hushed, fearful whispers as they glanced toward the doors as though expecting them to burst open at any moment. "We should close it, my lord," a guard urged from the door, panic clear in his voice. "Not yet," Vrogios barked, silencing him with a glare. His voice was firm, but his thoughts raced. "I need every man, every blade." Some time passed before the deep, rhythmic pounding of hooves grew louder, reverberating through the stone walls of the keep. Vrogios froze, his sharp gaze darting toward the open gate. The sound was unmistakable. The enemy cavalry was closing in. His heart sank, seeing so little of his soldiers reaching the keep. He turned to the guards at the great doors. "Close it!" The guards didn't need to be told twice. They surged forward, pushing the heavy doors with all their might. The wood groaned, hinges creaking as the massive gate swung inward. With a resounding thud, it slammed shut, sealing the keep along the fate of those that failed to reach it. Bolts were slid into place, and iron bars dropped into their brackets, fortifying the entrance. The guards worked quickly, their faces taut with fear, their movements hurried. Relief was palpable as the sound of hooves hammering the ground echoed just beyond the walls, too close for comfort. Yet as soon as the gates closed, a common thought reached into the head of every man, be it soldiers, knights, or the Lord himself. They were all at their last foot. Comments. Chapter 243. The sun was high above the city of Ardernaven when Alpheo rode through its battered gates, the sound of his horse's hooves muffled by the debris and blood-soaked streets. He sat tall in his saddle, his polished armor glinting in the light, the silver and gold cloak of his wife's house draped across his shoulders. His expression was stern, his gaze sweeping over the ruin that had once been the proud city of Ardernaven. Behind him rode his commanders, their banners snapping in the breeze, bearing the sigils of houses loyal to his wife. Each lord carried themselves with the satisfaction of a campaign reaching its crescendo, forgetting that their aid in the campaign had been minimal. Alpheo's column moved through the streets, flanked by their close guards. The golden steeds, resplendent in their gilded armor, marched in disciplined ranks, as they in fact had their spoils already counted, so there was no need to debase themselves as the common footmen. Soldiers clad in mismatched gear laughed and shouted as they helped themselves to the spoils of war, raiding abandoned homes and overturning market stalls. Even Alpheo's private army, renowned for their iron discipline and unyielding loyalty, had cast off their usual restraint. Though they moved with methodical precision, their faces betrayed an eagerness to claim their reward, as after weeks of besieging this city, they were eager to take in their part. Looting was everywhere. Soldiers pulled goods from shops, their arms overflowing with stolen wares. Women screamed, some pleading for mercy, others bargaining to keep their families safe, as soldiers had no qualms in getting their victor's due. Alpheo had given orders: no indiscriminate killing and no arson. The rest was permitted. But aside from these constraints, the city had been laid bare for the taking. His men seized food, weapons, gold, and more, dragging their prizes back to their camps or pocketing them as their spoils of war. The air was thick with the mingled smells of smoke, blood, and fear. Alpheo's horse stepped over a discarded merchant's chest, its precious contents scattered across the cobblestones. He barely spared a glance, just wondering how much silver and copper was in there. Ahead, he could see the keep rising like a grim monument in the city's heart. It was his next destination, the final bastion of resistance. For now, the streets were his, claimed in blood and conquest, and his soldiers were making sure no one would dare dispute it. Alpheo's horse slowed as he entered the city's main square, a wide, open space now crowded with the trembling remnants of some of Ardernaven's populace. These were the refugees, the desperate souls who had thrown open the gates in a bid to survive. Alpheo's sharp gaze swept over them as he approached, his horse moving with a measured, almost disdainful gait. His commanders rode behind him, their expressions unreadable, while his guards flanked him, their hands resting warily on the hilts of their swords. From the dense crowd, 20 figures emerged hesitantly, their steps faltering as they moved forward. The tension among Alpheo's guards was immediate, their hands tightening on their blades as they prepared for the slightest sign of treachery. "Hold!" Alpheo commanded sharply, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. His guards froze, though their eyes stayed locked on the advancing figures. The 20 men moved closer, each step more hesitant than the last, until they finally stopped a few feet away. In a single motion, they dropped to their knees. Alpheo's keen eyes studied the kneeling figures before him, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. These were the soldiers he had smuggled into Arderonaven, disguised as refugees, his hand-picked men who had turned the tide of this siege with their cunning and resolve. A small, satisfied smile played on his lips. "Rise," he said, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic warmth, though his tone retained its usual authority. "I know you men. You were the key to this victory, the shadow blade that opened the gates of this city for my army. Without you, this conquest would have been far more costly." The soldiers exchanged glances, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten, their faces lighting up with pride. They bowed even deeper, their voices murmuring gratitude as Alpheo continued. "You have done more than your duty. Such feats do not go unnoticed, nor unrewarded. Rest assured, your due will be worthy of what you've achieved here today." The kneeling men smiled broadly, some visibly fighting back tears of relief and joy. They knew the weight of their prince's word and bowed even lower, their voices rising in unison. "Thank you, your majesty." Behind Alpheo, the assembled lords and commanders of his wife's court exchanged quiet, uneasy glances. Though they made no move to voice their thoughts, their disdain was apparent in the stiffness of their postures and the faint flicker of disapproval in their eyes. To them, the conquest of Arderonaven through guile and treachery was not the path of glory or honor. A city taken by open siege, with steel clashing on the battlefield, was the way of true conquest. Yet they held their tongues for now. Whatever their misgivings, Alpheo had delivered them victory. The city was theirs, its walls breached, its defenders scattered. Pragmatism dictated their silence. As Alpheo prepared to turn his horse, a voice rose from the group of kneeling men, hesitant yet firm. "Your Grace, may I speak?" The interruption drew Alpheo's sharp gaze, his highbrow rising as he surveyed the speaker. A moment passed before he inclined his head slightly, granting permission with a subtle gesture. The man, Lucius, stepped forward from the group, his demeanor humble but his tone steady. "My prince, for the past weeks, my men and I were barely fed. The people behind us," he gestured toward the refugees, "were enlisted in this cause with the promise that once the city fell, they would be fed. We ask that your word ensures they are granted that mercy." Alpheo's features hardened slightly as he considered the request, his dark eyes narrowing in thought. Then, after a short pause, he gave a curt nod. "It will be done. The city's stores will be open to them. Their hunger will be sated, as promised." After all, giving a bit of food costed him nothing. Lucius bowed his head in gratitude, but hesitated before stepping back. "There is one more matter, your grace," he said carefully. Alpheo's gaze flickered again, though his tone carried a hint of impatience. "Speak, then." "Many among the defenders of this city," Lucius continued, his voice lowering, "are kin to these people. Brothers, fathers, husbands. They fought because they had no choice, not out of rebellion or defiance. We humbly ask if it would be possible to spare their lives." "Did you promise that too?" Alpheo asked briefly. Lucius' eyes trembled in "No, your grace." A murmur rippled through the gathered crowd, the refugees daring to hope for clemency. At last he spoke. "As your reward for the service you've rendered," he said slowly, "this mercy will be granted. Those who have surrendered and laid down their arms will be spared and released without harm, and if wounded they will be treated." The words were met with a wave of audible relief and gratitude. The refugees, overcome, prostrated themselves before him, their foreheads touching the ground. Cries of thanks and blessings for his grace rose among them, a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere that had enveloped the square moments earlier. Alpheo watched them for a moment, his face a mask of detached composure, before turning his horse with a swift motion. Behind him, the lords exchanged more uneasy glances, but they held their silence once again. As Alpheo turned his horse to depart, Sir Mareth, riding a short distance behind, cleared his throat and spoke up, his voice measured but edged with reservation. "Your Grace," the knight began, addressing Alpheo with the proper title, the men you've promised mercy. They fought against us, spilled the blood of your loyal soldiers. Does such defiance not demand justice with blood? It would be unjust toward them to extend such treatment to their killers, especially given how they resisted us. Alpheo halted his horse and turned his gaze toward the night, his expression unreadable. He held Sir Mareth in a brief, piercing stare before speaking, his tone calm but laced with authority. The fact that we've conquered this city with so little bloodshed has put me in a merciful mood, Sir Mareth, Alpheo said, his words slow and deliberate. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. Do you think your charge into a routing army, as admirable as it may have appeared, is the reason we stand victorious today? Sir Mareth's face reddened slightly, and he lowered his head, bowing in deference. No, your grace, he murmured. If it weren't for these men infiltrating the city, Alpheo continued, gesturing subtly toward the kneeling group of Lucius and his comrades, we would still be hurling our soldiers' lives at those walls, hoping for a break. If the cost of the city's fall is to spare a few hundred men and provide a few thousand mouths with meals, then I'll pay that price with my eyes closed. His voice dropped into a softer, cutting tone. Do you have any further objections, Sir Mareth? The knight immediately bowed his head lower, his armor creaking slightly with the movement. No, your grace, he replied, his tone contrite. Good, Alpheo said curtly, turning his horse once more. Then let us proceed. There is much to be done. Behind him, the lords exchanged brief glances but remained silent. Sir Mareth kept his gaze down, his jaw tight. As the prince led the procession forward, his authority unquestioned and his decisions final. Egil spurred his horse forward, the animal kicking up a cloud of dust as it closed a short distance to Alpheo. Leaning closer to the prince, Egil's youthful face morphed into an happy smile. His blonde hair tousled beneath his helm. It's time someone shut that old man's foul mouth, Egil muttered under his breath. His hand briefly tapped the hilt of his sword, as if to emphasize his frustration. Alpheo turned his head slightly, his sharp gaze meeting Egil's carefree one. Though he remained silent for a moment, his expression conveyed that he was already aware of the tension simmering between the two commanders. It had been present since the campaign's start, a rivalry impossible to ignore. Sir Mareth's staunch sense of honor and rigid adherence to chivalry clashed fiercely with Egil's chaotic and pragmatic approach to war. The seasoned knight commander had long believed that Egil's brash demeanor and unorthodox tactics disqualified him for the title of knight, a sentiment he had not hesitated to voice, albeit indirectly. Egil, for his part, seemed to revel in proving the old knight wrong at every opportunity. His greatest triumph, a devastating victory in which his light cavalry annihilated a far larger force of heavily armored knights, had only served to deepen the rift between them. While Egil's victory had cemented his reputation as a brilliant tactician among the younger soldiers, it had further antagonized Sir Mareth, who saw the unconventional tactics of skirmishing on horse as lacking the honor befitting true knighthood. Alpheo's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile, though his eyes betrayed no amusement. He placed a hand on Egil's shoulder, his grip firm, a silent reminder of the discipline he expected from his commanders. Egil, he said evenly, his voice low enough to avoid drawing the attention of the lords and men behind them. We've just taken a city. Save your fights for the battlefield, not within my ranks. Come on, Alf. You know very well that some rivalry between commanders is a good thing. It's spurring us forward. Alpheo simply didn't acknowledge the statement with his attention as he moved his head the other way, looking straight at the other two. Jarza Asag, Alpheo began, his tone commanding yet conversational. When the soldiers are done enjoying their spoils, I want them to start fortifying our position around the keep. That's the last ember burning before this city is truly ours. Asag groaned theatrically. I was hoping for a little rest. Surely a few hours to enjoy the fruits of victory isn't too much to ask. Alpheo let out a low chuckle, the corner of his lips twitching into a smirk. I didn't realize you were so delicate. Perhaps I should send you to a farm. I hear the cows could use another hand. Jarza barked a laugh, and Asag rolled his eyes, though his grin widened. Fine, fine. I suppose I can push through for your sake. You're too kind, Alpheo said dryly. Perhaps next time, I'll have cushions and sweet wine with some strawberry brought out to the battlefield just for you, to let you know not to overstretch yourself and take care of your health. The four men chuckled, their camaraderie briefly lightening their surroundings. Jarza straightened in his saddle, his grin fading into a look of determination. Understood, Your Grace. We'll see to it immediately. Asag nodded, his playful demeanor giving way to a soldier's resolve. The keep will be surrounded and secure before tomorrow night's over. Good, Alpheo said, satisfied. Let's finish this the way we've started, efficiently. Comments. Chapter 244. Two soldiers grunted as they hoisted a heavy stack of timber from the cart, sweat dripping from their brows in the noonday sun. The makeshift fortifications surrounding the enemy's inner keep were already beginning to take shape. Barricades, sharpened stakes, and wooden palisades designed to hold any sudden attempt at a breakout. It had been 2 days since Ardoranaven fell, and the soldiers of Alpheo's army worked tirelessly, fueled by both orders and their own hunger for profit. The first soldier, a wiry man with a crooked nose, set his bundle down with a loud thud and straightened his back, groaning. I swear, if I see another copper coin, I'll spit. Damn peasants didn't have more than a few silvers between them. The second soldier, a broader man with a patchy beard, wiped his hands on his tunic and nodded. Tell me about it. Thought we'd be walking out of here with enough gold to live like lords. What did I get? A sack of copper, few carrots, and a pair of boots that don't even fit. Crooked Nose snorted, grabbing another plank. Same here. Most of them barely had anything worth taking. It's all in there. He jerked his head toward the imposing inner keep, its tall stone walls defiant despite being surrounded. That's where the real treasures are: gold coins, jewelry, silks, good women. Patchy Beard nodded, his eyes narrowing at the keep. Figures. They're on their last leg. They're simply waiting for us to descend on them. Even after 2 days of looting Ardoranaven and the battlefield outside its walls, the average soldier in Alpheo's army found their personal spoils underwhelming. For all their efforts, most had barely managed to scrape together the equivalent of 2 months' pay. The city's common folk had little to offer beyond copper coins, a few tarnished silvers, and household trinkets, while the real wealth remained locked away in the inner keep. The battlefield had offered more promising plunder: weapons, armor, and the occasional pouch of silver taken from fallen enemies. However, Alpheo's decree had been clear: spoils of war in the form of arms and armor were to be surrendered to his private stores. Instead of immediate coin, soldiers received signed paper bonds from their prince, promising a specific sum to be paid out after the campaign concluded. Though some soldiers grumbled about not holding their silver immediately, most of them trusted Alpheo. His reputation as a leader who honored his word and rewarded loyalty carried significant weight. Better this than a sack of worthless armor I can't carry, was the common thought passing on soldiers' head. Still, the lack of tangible silver left a trace of saltiness in the air, as many would have preferred to hold the coins in their hand. What began as mild discontent soon turned into a creative workaround. Soldiers started using their bonds as currency among themselves, for bettering or paying each other. Some even used them to buy extra rations. Got a bond for 5 silver. Crooked Nose spoke as bragged to his friend, shaking a slip of parchment in the air. Won it off a poor bastard who thought he could outroll me. Before long, a bustling microeconomy emerged, running almost entirely on Alpheo's promises of future payment. As soldiers refer to the paper as Alpheo's marks, though it was an economy that relied mostly on betting and repaying debts to each other. Crooked Nose continued to boast to his companion, his voice loud enough to carry over the clatter of tools and the shuffling of wood. I tell you, if Lux continue to favor me as she did until now, and I will have enough to buy an horse once this war's done, he said, smirking as he held up the parchment bond, as if it were a royal decree. His friend, meanwhile, wasn't listening. His face had gone pale, and his eyes darted behind Crooked Nose before he quickly bent into a low bow. "What's got you?" Crooked Nose began, turning with a half-formed sneer. But the words caught in his throat as he came face to face with none other than Prince Alpheo himself. Alpheo sat tall on his horse, his calm gaze fixed momentarily on the pair before it drifted down to the trench being dug before them. Crooked Nose, suddenly aware of the parchment still in his hand, stuffed it hastily into his tunic and bent into a clumsy bow, his mouth still slightly open. "Why, your grace," he stammered, eyes darting to the prince's boots. Alpheo's lips quirked into the faintest hint of a smile. "Don't mind me. Return to your work," he said, his tone measured and even, as if speaking to a council rather than soldiers fumbling at their labor. The prince then turned his attention to the keep, his face growing serious again. His sharp gaze lingered on the sturdy stone walls and the banners still defiantly fluttering atop them. Crooked Nose and his companion, still frozen in their bows, exchanged nervous glances before hurriedly picking up their tools again, digging with newfound fervor as Alpheo's presence loomed behind them. As Alpheo continued gazing at the keep, his voice suddenly broke the awkward silence. "What was it you were talking about just now?" Crooked Nose froze mid-swing of his shovel, a bead of sweat instantly forming on his temple. He cleared his throat, fumbling for words. Just some vulgar talk between soldiers, your grace. Nothing worth troubling you with." Alpheo turned his head slightly, a small smile playing on his lips. "Vulgar talk, you say? Before I was a prince, I was a common soldier like you that led men. Many of the officers above you are familiar with me on close basis. I've heard my share, and perhaps worse." Crooked Nose straightened, his nervous chuckle breaking into a weak grin. "Well, actually, I was just saying I won some marks yesterday, your grace." Alpheo's brow arched sharply. "Marks?" His companion, standing stiffly beside him, quickly blurted out, "The bond, your grace. The papers you issued us after the battle, in exchange for the loot. We've been calling them marks, your grace's marks more exactly." Alpheo's smile grew a touch wider as his gaze dropped to the trench again. He allowed a brief pause, as if savoring the thought. "Marks," he echoed, the word rolling off his tongue with faint amusement. His mind flicked to a distant memory, from a book he had read about the evolution of currency. He recalled the Maritime Republic of Genoa's ambitious attempt at introducing paper currency in the 12th century, which unfortunately did not work for various reasons, amongst all the fact that such paper bonds were only accepted through some specific banks, as in fact it was not a currency for the average person, but instead as a promise to certain merchants that if they went to another bank under their firm, they would usually get the amount that was written in that bond. A method mostly used for merchants that would have long travel towards the Holy Land, as bringing with them their money was too dangerous. Remembering his past, Alpheo's lips curled into a smirk, his amusement at the unintentional parallel evident. "Marks, indeed," he murmured, as if to himself, while thinking on the back of his mind to try and employ something similar. His sharp eyes were scanning the soldiers and their trench. Then he turned back to Crooked Nose, who stood stiff as a pole, unsure whether to keep digging or stand at attention. Alpheo's smile lingered, but his tone took on a more thoughtful edge. "I'll leave you to your work," he said, his voice calm but steady. "But let me give you one piece of advice, soldier." Crooked Nose blinked, his nervous grin fading as he hung on the prince's words. "Luck," Alpheo continued, "can be a powerful ally or a cruel deceiver. It's blind, fickle, and never something to trust too much. A wise man uses luck when it comes his way, but never leans on it. Keep that in mind." Crooked Nose gulped, nodding quickly, his earlier bravado completely deflated. "Why, yes, your grace. Of course, your grace." Alpheo gave a small nod, the faintest flicker of amusement crossing his face at the soldier's earnestness. "Good. Now back to it." As he said, so he moved away from the trench, letting the clatter of shovels and muted chatter of the soldiers fade behind him. As he walked through the busy encampment surrounding the keep, a familiar figure hurried into view. Vronsk, the towering and broad-shouldered head of his personal guard. The man's brow was furrowed with concern, his armor glinting dully in the daylight as he jogged up to Alpheo's side. "Your Grace," Vrosink said, his voice low but thick with frustration, "where have you been? You disappeared without a word. I had half your guards scouring the camp for you." Alpheo turned slightly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "I simply decided to take a walk," he replied, his tone light, almost teasing. Vrosink's brows furrowed deeper. "With respect, Your Grace," he said, his words measured but firm. "Next time, I'd appreciate being informed before I send your guards running in circles." Alpheo exhaled softly, his expression relaxing as he resumed his pace. "Your diligence, as always, is noted and appreciated, old friend," he said, his words kind yet deliberately non-committal to the request just made. Vrosink opened his mouth as if to protest, but he quickly clamped it shut, swallowing any further retort. His shoulders stiffened as he fell in step a few paces behind Alpheo, clearly exasperated but unwilling to press the matter further. Unbeknownst to the loyal guard, Alpheo's brief excursion had sparked a fresh idea, one he intended to explore further and implement on a small scale as an experiment. Comments. Chapter 245. The day of the assault dawned gray and heavy, the air thick with the kind of tension that pressed down on the shoulders of every soldier before the start of the meat grinder. The skies above were eerily empty, the usual flocks of ravens that circled battlefields conspicuously absent. Far beyond the city walls, they feasted still on the banquet left for them by the Yarzits few days prior, when fleeing stragglers and discarded corpses littered the fields a few kilometers away. The silence in the skies only deepened the foreboding stillness. It was as if even nature itself held its breath, sensing the storm that was about to break. The small walls surrounded the keep was their last bastion, their last hope built on sands and ready to unravel at the slightest touch of reality. Behind the walls, the remaining embers of the army that defended the city now moved with the same hopefulness of a man going to work knowing that tomorrow he would die, each soldier's casting final glances at comrades who might not see another sunrise. Inside the city, the defenders were gripped by fear, their hearts heavy with the knowledge of what was coming. But outside, it was a different story. Alpheo's men weren't paralyzed by dread. They were restless, driven by the promise of victory. Many of them weren't thinking about survival. They were thinking about the wealth waiting behind those walls, craving to get their hands on the richness of a noble house that lingered for half a century. On the walls of the keep, fewer than 200 men remained, a ragged and desperate force standing between the invaders and the heart of the city. Most were barely equipped, some clutching rusted spears or clubs, their tattered armor, if they had any, offering little protection. Among them were fewer than 24 archers, each with a dwindling quiver of arrows, just enough, if rationed carefully, to last through the day. They were tired, hungry, and painfully aware of the odds stacked against them. Beyond the walls, an army of 1,800 soldiers stood ready. Every man wore chainmail that glinted under the pale daylight, and they carried weapons sharpened for the final assault. Even the lowest-ranked soldiers were better outfitted than the defenders, many wearing armor stripped from those that would need them no more. In the rear, rows of archers stood in formation, arrows nocked, awaiting the signal to unleash volleys in support of the advancing infantry. Alpheo sat on his warhorse at the back of the army. His commanders flanked him, their faces set with the excitement of the final assault. Alpheo's hand rested on the pommel of his sword, poised to give the command that would unleash the fury of his soldiers. But before the words could leave his lips, the creak of wood caught his attention. The gates of the keep groaned open, and a single figure emerged, a man clad in patched armor, clutching a white flag that fluttered weakly in the breeze. The army fell silent as the figure descended the slope, his movements hesitant yet deliberate. He stopped before Alpheo, dropped to his knees in the dirt, and raised his head to speak. "My lord sends word." Alpheo raised a hand, cutting him off sharply. "I'm tired of your lord's games," he declared, his voice carrying across the ranks of his soldiers. "If he wishes to talk, let him walk to me himself." Let him kneel before me and hear my terms. I had offered him before, and he proudly said that he would fight. Now that the time has come, he hesitates. Is a lord's word good only when it comes from the knowledge of safety? The emissary's face paled, but Alpheo continued, his eyes narrowing. You will tell him this. He has exactly 1 hourglass to appear. Should he fail to trudge from his keep and fall to my feet, I promise you there will be no mercy. Not for him, and not for anyone who remains within those walls, soldiers, servants, and family alike. The man bowed his head, trembling, before scrambling to his feet and retreating toward the gate. The minutes dragged on with a tense stillness, and when Alpheo believed that he was to give the order after everything, the gates leading to the keep creaked open. A lone figure emerged. He was clad in battered armor that once might have shone with the wealth of a noble house, now dulled and scratched from weeks of siege and desperation. His helmet was tucked under his arm, revealing a weary, pale face with lines etched deep from sleepless nights and mounting dread. His steps were slow but steady, his armor clinking softly as he made his way down the slope, passing through the ranks of Alpheo's soldiers. The army bristled as he passed, hundreds of hardened men glaring daggers at the lord of the city. Some gripped their weapons tighter, their disdain for the man who had resisted them for so long barely held in check. Others whispered among themselves, sneering at the image of a noble now forced to walk through the enemy's lines like a common petitioner. He bore no banners, no prideful insignias of their house, only the reality of defeat etched into his stance. Vrogios hesitated for only a moment before his knees hit the dirt, his armor clanging as it met the ground. The proud lord bowed his head low, his hands trembling as he clasped them together in a pitiful plea. His voice, once firm and commanding, cracked with desperation as he began to speak. Your Grace, I beg you for mercy, not for myself, but for my family. They do not deserve the fate that awaits them. Please. He knew very well he had lost, and right now the only thing he wished was for his house name not to fall with him. Alpheo remained mounted, gazing down at Vrogios with a cold stare. He leaned slightly forward in his saddle, the faint curl of a smirk on his lips. This look of hopelessness suits you well, Vrogios, Alpheo said, his voice smooth yet laced with contempt. It's a pity you didn't adopt it from the start. Things might have gone differently. The kneeling lord flinched but kept his head bowed, unable to meet Alpheo's piercing gaze. You must remember, Alpheo continued, his tone turning sharper, I offered you terms that were, I dare say, rather lenient, especially considering the crimes your family has committed over the years. And yet, you, in your arrogance, rejected them outright. You thought yourself better than me, better than my army, better than the reality that faced you. You were not of any of them. Alpheo's horse shifted slightly, the prince tilting his head as he continued. But I think you now understand where that arrogance has led you, don't you? Here, on your knees, in front of the man you thought you could defy. And behind me, Alpheo gestured to the battered wall, his voice hardening. Walls that have crumbled, piece by piece, stone by stone, just as your pride has. It only needed a final push to fall completely. Alpheo sat tall upon his horse, feed himself on the pride of his victory, his voice cutting through the tense air with the authority of a king and the venom of a serpent. These are my final terms, Vrogios. There will be no further debate, no more games, no more pathetic attempts to salvage the unsalvageable. You will either accept them, or you will refuse. Accept, and your house will be spared to continue its existence. Refuse, and your house will fall, fighting bravely, I'm sure. His voice dipped into sarcasm, but utterly and irrevocably destroyed. The choice is yours, though I suspect your pride would prefer the latter. Vrogios flinched, his breathing shallow, his hands still clasped before him in submission. Alpheo leaned forward slightly, narrowing his eyes. You have proven yourself, with this last act of desperation, guilty beyond question. You defied me when you had no right to do so. You gambled the lives of your people, squandered your soldiers, and failed. You, Lord Vrogios, are hereby sentenced to death. Your eldest sons, like their father, have forfeited their right to live free. They will enter the church, along with your wife, to spend their days in prayer and penance for the crimes of their father and husband. Your daughters and your youngest male son, however, will be spared." He allowed the words to hang for a moment, then continued, his tone biting. "Your daughters will be married to men, chosen by the crown, their futures decided by the good graces of their conqueror. Your youngest son will retain a noble title, as he will be granted a lordship deemed appropriate when he comes of age by her grace. As for your city," Alpheo said, gesturing broadly with one hand toward their surroundings, "it will no longer bear your banner. It will fly the standard of House Valoniisha. It will pay tribute to the royal house and to it alone. This is no longer your city, Vrogios, it is of my wife." Alpheo's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze cutting into Vrogios like a blade. "So tell me, Lord of Nothing, will you choose mercy, or will you choose the ruin your arrogance has courted all along?" Vrogios bowed his head, his jaw clenched so tightly it seemed his teeth might crack. His voice was low, trembling with suppressed rage and humiliation. "I accept." Alpheo regarded him for a moment, his expression unreadable save for the faintest flicker of satisfaction in his sharp gaze. He inclined his head, a regal nod that carried both dismissal and finality. "Wise of you." His tone, though calm, carried an edge that hinted at mockery. "You have 1 hour. Your soldiers are to disarm and leave the keep. At that time, you and your family will vacate the premises and place yourselves in the custody of my officers. Resist in any way, and mercy will be rescinded. Completely." Vrogios didn't respond, his head still bowed, shoulders trembling with the weight of defeat. Alpheo's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as he studied the broken man before him. His voice dropped to a quieter, more personal tone. "Your house will live on," he said, almost contemplatively. "Though what it will become, well, that depends on how wise your remaining son is." Without waiting for a response, Alpheo turned his horse, his dark cloak trailing behind him as he rejoined his commanders. Behind him, Vrogios remained on his knees, the echoes of Alpheo's words a bitter taste in his mouth, as he was walking to his death simply to make sure that his house did not die with him, not knowing if it would ever rise again to the prominence it once had. Comments. Chapter 246. The air in the dungeon was damp and stale, carrying the faint stench of mildew and despair. The faint torchlight flickered against the rough stone walls, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around the 3 men standing in grim silence. Alpheo stood at the center, his expression composed but sharp, his eyes scanning the dimly lit room with an air of dispassion. Beside him stood Jarza and Isag. Egil was notably absent, having indulged too deeply the night before in the spoils of their conquest, mostly wine and maids that caught his eyes. The servants, for their part, relished in being chosen, knowing that the alternative was far worse. Many had surrendered themselves to the likes of Egil and others willingly, if only to avoid being prey to the unrestrained desires of the dozens of soldiers. Egil had taken full advantage, earning himself a debauched night and, by morning, a splitting hangover. Returning to the dawn before Alpheo, chained to the wall, knelt the man who had once called himself Lord of the City, Vrogios. He was a pathetic sight now, half his former height and robbed of his defiance. His once proud armor had been stripped, leaving him in a white tunic. His hollow eyes, devoid of fire or hope, stared at Alpheo with the numb detachment of a man who had lost everything. Alpheo, tall and commanding, gazed down at the former lord with an almost clinical detachment. The silence stretched for a long moment, broken only by the faint drip of water echoing from somewhere deep in the dungeon. Alpheo shifted his weight slightly, his leather boots scraping against the cold stone floor as the defeated lord stared at him. Vrogios shifted weakly, his wrists not bound by any chain as his voice broke the heavy silence. "Is it time?" he asked, his tone flat, as if resignation had long replaced any hope or fear. Alpheo, standing tall and composed, regarded him with the faintest trace of amusement tinged with coldness. "For your execution?" "Not yet," he replied. "In a few hours it will commence. I trust you've already given your goodbyes." Under the ever-watchful eyes of Alpheo's guards, Vrogios had been permitted a last dinner with his family. It was a bittersweet affair, attended by his wife, 2 daughters, and youngest son. His 2 eldest absent sons were still being held by Leclian as hostages, which meant that the only thing they would receive would be the news of fall of the city and the information about its aftermath. In that evening, the fallen lord gave his goodbyes, recommendations, and last wishes, mostly directed to his youngest son, who was far too young to understand the situation that he had now become the head of their house. His wife, her tears falling silently at first, broke down as she realized this would be her last night to nurture her son. She wept openly, knowing she would soon be sent to a temple to live out the rest of her days, her role in his life reduced to a memory. While his 2 daughters were mostly anxious about what would become of them, not being reassured by the fact that their marriages would be decided by the killer of their father. After finishing remembering what would be his last night, Vrogios finally broke the silence, his voice low and hoarse, but edged with bitterness. "Why are you here? Have you come to taunt me in my final hours?" At his side, Jarza and Asag exchanged glances. The same question lingered in their minds. Alpheo, leaning slightly against the cold stone wall of the dungeon, gave a faint shake of his head. His voice, calm but tinged with a subtle sharpness, filled the damp air. "No, my lord, I'm not here to taunt you. I have no need to twist the knife. It's already been done." He paused, letting his words settle before continuing. "If I were in your position, with only hours left to live, I'd likely spend them thinking of 2 things." He straightened, folding his arms across his chest. "I'd think about my family. What will become of them once I'm gone? And I'd think of the final words I'd say before the end. Perhaps, even, what I'd say to the man who took everything from me." The fallen lord's expression hardened slightly at that, though he remained silent. "So, I suppose," Alpheo went on, his tone conversational but underpinned with a trace of gravity, "I came down here to see if you had any for me, any last accusation or speech to deliver to me personally. I have always had the curiosity of knowing what would a man say to his killer before his death." Vrogios exhaled slowly, his voice subdued but still carrying a sharp edge. "I have no speech, only a question." His gaze lifted to meet the prince's, the hollowness in his eyes laced with a faint, stubborn glimmer. "No matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Why did you accept my surrender when I held up in the keep for a last stand? Why not finish it there?" Alpheo regarded him in silence for a moment, then slowly leaned forward, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. "Well, if you want to know, my campaign isn't over with you," he said, his tone cold but devoid of cruelty. "I had no trouble stepping over what you called a last stand, as it was barely a bug on the ground. But it would have cost me soldiering time. Frankly, it would have been more bothersome than it was worth. It was also much more prestigious for me to have you surrender to me rather than die fighting." Vrogios' shoulders sagged slightly at the answer, and he turned his head away, a bitter sigh escaping his lips. His silence was heavy, the resignation in his posture unmistakable. Alpheo straightened, realizing the conversation had reached its end. He took a step back, his boots scraping against the damp stone floor. "In a few hours, your execution will take place," he said, his voice as firm as stone. "I will send a priest down if you wish." "I have no need for them," Vrogios murmured, his gaze fixed on the far wall of the dungeon. "The gods have forsaken me. Arrogant till the last, even to his gods." Alpheo inclined his head slightly, as though granting the man his final defiance. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the dungeon, his dark cloak trailing behind him. The heavy door groaned shut behind him, leaving Vrogios alone in the dim, flickering light for what would be his last hours alive. The royal army stood in disciplined formation, flanking the cobbled road leading from the keep to the square. Rows of soldiers, 3 deep, their polished armor reflecting the pale sunlight, created an imposing corridor of steel. Spears and banners bearing the sigil of House Voloniisha swayed gently in the faint breeze, the only sound aside from the quiet shuffle of boots and the low hum of murmured prayers. Down the road, a bound man in battered armor trudged forward, his steps heavy and labored. His wrists were shackled before him, chains clinking softly with each movement. 5 soldiers flanked him, their expressions stoic as they kept their swords close and eyes watchful. Behind the group, 2 priests dressed in somber robes walked with measured steps, each holding a small handbell. The soft chime of the bells rang out as they prayed. The procession moved through the city, past streets that bore the raw scars of the sack. The buildings stood intact as no fire was commenced, but eerily hollow, their inhabitants either gone or huddled within. A few brave souls peered from the safety of shuttered windows, their gazes fixed on the condemned man, that by fate was also their lord's. The square ahead loomed vast and cold, its open space. Vrogios walked on, his head held neither high in defiance nor low in shame. At the center of the square, a small wooden platform had been hastily constructed, its rough planks hammered together with little regard for aesthetics. The platform rose only a few feet from the ground, but it was high enough to ensure all gathered could witness the execution. Around the base of the platform, the lords of Alpheo's court sat astride their mounts, their armored forms gleaming in the pale sunlight. Even Kaler, who was wounded just half a week ago, made the effort to appear on the day his uncle would be avenged, knowing that he had to be present for this day. As among the lords gathered, one stood on the platform itself, his presence dominating the whole stage. Xanthios gripped the haft of a massive axe as he awaited Vrogios. His sharp features were carved with restrained fury, his dark eyes locked on the stairs leading to the platform. Most lords were bewildered by the sight of a lord serving as the executioner, but they knew very well of Xanthios' obsession against Vrogios, so most made the wise choice of keeping silence. It was a promise made by Alpheo himself. When the time came, it would be Xanthios who ended Vrogios' life. Years earlier, during a rebellion, Vrogios had slain Xanthios' brother in battle, and that bitter wound had festered ever since. Now, at long last, justice or vengeance would be his. The wooden stairs creaked under Vrogios' weight as the fallen lord climbed them slowly, his steps deliberate, heavy with resignation. Xanthios watched him with a predator's focus, his knuckles whitening as they tightened around the axe. A faint, cold smile tugged at his lips, though it failed to reach his eyes. Xanthios and Vrogios locked eyes, the tension between them as palpable as the gathered silence of the crowd. Vrogios sneered, his lips curling in disdain. So, the mighty Xanthios has lowered himself to the work of a common executioner. Always knew you didn't have the paste of nobility, he spat, his voice filled with scorn. Xanthios' grip on the axe tightened, his voice a low growl. I've waited 12 years for this moment. I'll see your head roll for it. You can shout, scream, bawl, anything that you will do shall be a delight for me. The guards, impassive and unmoved, pushed Vrogios forward. He stumbled slightly, but kept his dignity intact as he stepped up to the stump, lowering himself to his knees. With one last glance at Xanthios, he placed his neck upon the rough, stained wood, the sneer never quite leaving his face. Nearby, a man in a dark tabard stepped forward, holding a rolled parchment. He unfurled it with a snap, the document catching the faint breeze, and began to read aloud in a clear, steady voice. By order of His Grace Alpheo of House Voloniisha, commander of the royal army, through the authority vested in him by Her Grace Jasmine of House Voloniisha, first of her name, Lord Vrogios Agonaris is hereby declared guilty of the crimes of oath-breaking, rebellion, betrayal, dishonorable conduct, corruption, and lacy majestatis. For these grievous offenses against crown and realm, he is hereby sentenced to death. May the gods have mercy on his soul. As the word-bearer finished, Xanthios leaned forward slightly, his eyes cold and filled with a quiet fury that had simmered for years. His voice was calm, but with an edge that could cut through the air. "Do you have any last words?" he asked, his grip tightening around the axe. Vrogios's eyes flickered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Move it up," he sneered, his voice dripping with defiance, as if he had nothing left to lose. Xanthios didn't flinch. Instead, he reached up and unclipped a heavy silver collar from around his neck. He opened the chest at the end of it and showed it to the soon-to-be dead man. "I'll let you in on a little secret," Xanthios said, his voice low but carrying as he leaned closer. "Part of Zorse is here right now. I'm the only one that can see him, and he's clamoring for your head. I always knew you were mad, you crazy bastard," he spat, shaking his head as if Xanthios' revelation was beneath him. Xanthios didn't respond. With a swift motion, he swung his axe high, muscles taut from years of training and hate. Thud! The blade came down in one clean arc, and with a sickening thud, it struck Vrogios's neck. The head of the man rolled from the stump, a steady stream of blood splattering across the wooden ground. The severed head came to a rest just a few feet from where it had fallen, eyes still open, staring vacantly into the crowd that just witnessed his death and that of his house. Comments. Chapter 247. 2 weeks had passed since the fall of Ardorenaven and the execution of Lord Vrogios. In those days, Alpheo had scarcely known rest. From dawn until the darkest hours of night, he immersed himself in the colossal task of solidifying control over the region and dealing with the mess he had caused. The weight of responsibility bore heavily on his shoulders, but the drive to complete what he had begun burned brighter. Immediately following the city's capture, Alpheo had divided his army into 2 forces, sending them to the keeps and strongholds of Vrogios's sworn lords. Their task was clear: extract oaths of loyalty to House Valoniisha or crush any defiance. Letters had been sent ahead, each marked with Alpheo's seal, offering terms of fealty quite lenient as they exempted them from paying any tax for 1 year before resuming the previous rate of tribute they yearly paid to their lord. The first force, led by Shahab, achieved remarkable success. 3 of the 5 lords who had served Vrogios quickly swore their loyalty, accepting the terms presented to them without resistance. With little more than a show of strength and diplomacy, and apparently the prestige that came from his house, Shahab managed to pacify the northern territories under Vrogios's former dominion. As a gesture of submission, these newly sworn lords offered men to Alpheo's army. While they were neither many nor well-equipped, they represented an acknowledgement of their allegiance. Yes, soon as he received them, Alpheo immediately got to work, equipping them with armor and weapons looted from the battlefield. They were promptly integrated into Xanthios' forces, where they were now undergoing rigorous training to prepare them for the subsequent march he planned as soon as the entire army converged back into the city. The Second Army, under the command of Jarza and Asag, was tasked with securing the southern territories. Their mission was met with mixed results. The first of the 2 lordships they approached submitted without resistance, swearing fealty to Jasmine without hesitation. The second, however, proved far more obstinate, perhaps feeling like he could get better terms. Dismissing the army's threats outright, the rebellious lord forced Jarza and Asag's hand. Without further delay, the castle was stormed, its defenses overwhelmed, and the lord taken captive as a hostage along with the whole family. Alpheo read these details from the letter in his hands, his eyes scanning the neat script that described the campaign's events. He gave a soft hum of acknowledgement at the reported casualties, mercifully low. Satisfied, he carefully set the letter aside, his gaze briefly lingering on the lines detailing the capture of the rebellious lord. Then, reaching for an empty parchment, he prepared to continue his work. Regarding the lord's fate, killing them was not a beneficial choice, as he feared that killing a member of nobility could set the precedent that any possible future captors would use to cut off Alpheo's head if you're the one captured, of course. Vrogios was an exception given his crimes, but generally, nobility did not outrightly kill each other, as they tended to treat war like a game. Perhaps simply keeping them prisoners from life, or forcing them to join the church is much better, he thought as he gave a little more thought to the case. Following that, Alpheo raised his eyes from the parchment, catching sight of Ratto, his young squire of 11 years, standing nearby. The boy's expression was a mix of curiosity and focus, his gaze fixed on another report, this one from the logistics head of the army. "What does it say?" Alpheo asked, his voice calm. Ratto straightened, clearing his throat. "Mostly complaints," he began, glancing back at the report. "About the refugees. They're putting a strain on the stored food supplies, and it's starting to show. The provisions aren't holding as well as we'd hoped." Alpheo leaned back slightly, his fingers tapping against the wooden table as he hummed in thought, his expression thoughtful but not overly concerned. His gaze drifted to the window, where the faint sounds of the camp outside carried on the wind. Ratto, sensing his liege's deliberation, ventured hesitantly, "What should I write in reply?" Alpheo glanced at the growing stack of parchments on his desk and sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. The sheer weight of administrative tasks had been pressing down on him for days, and it showed in the faint shadows under his eyes. Ratto stood by his side, a quill in hand, ready to serve as his helper once more. Though only 11, the boy had proven invaluable, not just as a squire, but as a capable assistant in matters requiring literacy and quick thinking. It was a skill that even some of Alpheo's most loyal retainers lacked, and one that he relied on heavily. "Write this down," Alpheo said, his voice steady as he paced the room. "Tell them we're effectively dealing with it." "Effectively dealing with it," Ratto repeated, dipping the quill into the ink and starting to scribble on the parchment. "And?" Alpheo paused, looking out the window at the bustling camp outside. "Add this. The problem won't remain for long. Measures are already being taken to ensure stability. Add some bullshits about praising his work and keeping up the good work and give it to me to sign it." Ratto nodded, his tongue peeking out slightly in concentration as he carefully transcribed the words. "Got it. Anything else?" Alpheo shook his head and placed a hand briefly on the boy's shoulder. "That's enough for now. You're doing well. Keep it up. You are of immense help to me right now." Ratto grinned faintly, pleased by the praise. Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the reports spread across his desk. The matter of the refugees was a thorn in his side. Nearly 2,000 displaced souls now reliant on his army supplies. They were a burden that could not be ignored, yet one that he couldn't allow to cripple his campaign for. Of course, he was not one to let such issues fester without action. Behind the scenes, Alpheo had already begun to weave a solution, deftly playing the ambitions of the young nobles around him. With careful words and veiled promises, he had secured vocal commitments of aid for the refugees from their families. The cost? Small favors, really trivial in Alpheo's eyes. Employing a handful of their sons or relatives in his court, granting them minor positions of honor, or promising fiefdoms in the form of modest villages by the campaign's end. Such concessions were of little consequence to him, especially compared to the relief it brought to his current predicament. Alpheo tapped a quill against the edge of the desk, his smile fading into a knowing smirk. He was well aware that most of the promises made by these young nobles amounted to little more than jack shit, as they had no real power back to their families. The key lay in documentation. Letters were already being drafted, polite, formal, and unmistakably precise. These missives would find their way to the families of those nobles, outlining the pledges made in their name and the small tasks they had agreed to undertake, namely, hosting a few hundred refugees and ensuring their care for a few months. Of course, they could obviously refuse such a modest request, which would mean publicly undermining their kin's word. However, they also had to take into consideration who the sender was, as these were not missives penned by some lowly court official or minor lord. They bore the seal and signature of their prince, the man who had crushed the rival prince's ambitions, quelled a rebellion that had simmered for over a decade, and delivered the head of the infamous turncoat lord, Vrogios Aganaris. A refusal to comply with a general so closely tied to the queen's authority risked more than just dishonoring their family names. It could be seen as a failure to align with the crown while they were on the verge of success. Among the more astute members of the nobility, there was an even deeper layer to consider. They would recognize Alpheo's letters as an olive branch extended to mend relations frayed by past slights. Many of these nobles had sent only token contingents to support Alpheo's campaign, small, poorly equipped forces, so this was their opportunity to realign once again with them. Alpheo glanced at Rado again, his voice calm but edged with frustration. "Any word from Egil yet?" Rado shuffled through the scattered parchments on the desk, his small hands moving quickly before pausing. He looked up and shook his head. "Nothing here." Alpheo let out a long sigh, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm against the wooden surface. "It's been days since he disappeared without orders," he muttered, the memory of Egil's poorly written note resurfacing in his mind. Scrawled hastily and barely legible, it had claimed he needed to reward his men with some pillaging, a justification that left much to be desired. For a moment, Alpheo stared off into the distance, weighing his options. If the situation were different, he thought bitterly, he wouldn't hesitate to ride after Egil and drag him back by the ear like a misbehaving child. But circumstances were rarely ideal. Egil's men had performed admirably in recent weeks, and Alpheo begrudgingly admitted that their loyalty might waver without some reward to placate them. As much as he despised the lack of discipline, the crude plundering would have to suffice, at least for now. This hadn't come out of nowhere, after all. Egil had broached the idea of looting with him before, planting the seed in their earlier conversations. Alpheo had deliberately delayed his answer, weighing the risks and optics, and clearly, Egil had taken that as tacit approval to act. Still, there was one small mercy. Egil wasn't entirely reckless. Alpheo took some comfort in knowing the man would know which villages to leave untouched, and which ones could be sacked without serious repercussions. That at least spared Alpheo the additional headache of cleaning up a possible political mess, as he had a further aim for this campaign that casually entertained what Egils know and love best, pillaging and raiding the countryside. Comments. Chapter 248. Lord Ilbert Hervius of Bricatarin sat heavily on his ornate wooden throne, its carved lions staring out with regal indifference. The dim light from the high windows cast jagged shadows across the hall, where a single envoy from Prince Lechlien stood, his expression a mask of politeness barely concealing his urgency. "The prince calls upon his loyal lords to rally once more," the envoy declared, his voice firm, yet carrying a faint tremor. "He requires troops to assemble at the capital without delay, and so he demands from you to honor your dues made to his house and that you had renewed to him after his father." Ilbert leaned forward slightly, his brow furrowed. He knew what the envoy didn't dare spell out in too much detail. The prince's forces had been gutted after the disastrous battle. Though Lechlien had managed to retreat with his life, his army was reduced to a mere 1,900 within a week. Of the losses, only 700 were accounted for in battle. Gruesome, but not catastrophic for an army of that size. The real disaster laid in the aftermath. Disillusioned and scattered, hundreds of soldiers deserted during the retreat. Many broke away from the main force, wandering through the countryside. Some sought their native villages, while others turned to a darker path. Armed with weapons issued for war, they now haunted the roads and forests as bandits, probably already planning to aim against peasants and carriages passing through. To make matters worse, many lords close to Arderonaven, fearing for their own lands, had abandoned the prince's cause entirely, or they had retreated to their holdings, rallying their own forces for defense rather than risking further losses in the prince's name. Ilbert had been one of them, and so from a nearly 2,000-man army, the actual force commanded by the prince was barely 1,100. "I see," Ilbert finally said, his tone measured as his fingers tapped the armrest of his throne. He hadn't regretted his decision to return to Bricatarin after the prince's retreat. Arderonaven's fall had been a grim omen, and the winds of fortune were blowing stronger in the invaders' direction. Lord Ilbert offered a faint, calculated smile, gesturing for the envoy to continue. After a brief pause, he however raised his hand as if to forestall any further argument. "Please inform His Grace," Ilbert said, his voice heavy with an air of regret, "that I am, sadly and most unfortunately, unable to send any more men to his aid. My own forces are stretched thin, holding this land against the looming threat of invasion and raiding. As much as I desire to fulfill my duty, I cannot leave Bricatarin undefended. The envoy stiffened, his face tightening as he pressed his case. My lord, if I may, you swore an oath to the prince. It binds all lords to stand together in the defense of the princedom. The very stability of our lands depends on your loyalty to this cause. Ilbert raised a brow, his lips curving into a thin smile. And I am loyal, he said smoothly. But tell me this, should I be leaving my subjects' homes open to plunder? Should I let their fields burn and their villages fall, just to honor an oath that our good prince has made increasingly difficult to uphold? The envoy's cheeks flushed as he tried a different approach. If the enemy chooses to march through your lands, my lord, you won't be able to hold them alone. Only united can we repel them. That is why the prince calls upon you now, to prevent such a disaster from befalling us all. Ilbert leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands together as he gazed down at the envoy. His silence stretched just long enough to make the man shift uneasily under his scrutiny. Finally, the lord spoke, his tone patient, almost condescending. Lord Ilbert leaned forward on his throne, his sharp gaze locking onto the envoy. Tell me, did his grace answer Lord Vrogio's call for aid? Surely the late lord must have sent some plea before his city fell and his head along. The envoy straightened his back, though his voice carried a note of discomfort as he replied. His grace would have loved nothing more than to send aid to Vrogio's. Unfortunately, we had just suffered defeat and were in the midst of reassembling our scattered forces. The situation was precarious. Ilbert's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. I see. So, while his grace reassembled, Ardronaven fell. The city sacked, its people butchered, and Vrogio's executed like a common criminal. The envoy's jaw tightened, but he quickly countered. All the more reason to band together now, my lord. This is why his grace calls upon you, to prevent such a fate from falling upon the rest of the princedom. Ilbert chuckled darkly, his tone dripping with irony. Reason to band together? No, my dear sir, it is reason for me to remain here, to defend my lands, my people, from the enemy force that so effectively dismantled your prince's campaign. I've seen what happens when unity fails. I've no intention of letting Bricatarin share in that fate. The boy prince has taken the last boulder standing between him and the capital, Ilbert mused. Ardronaven fell, and with it, the last bastion of resistance before the crown city. He must be planning to march straight to its gates. He is young and hot-headed. Surely he wishes to capture the capital to hoard the glory. He snorted softly to himself, shaking his head. One defeat was enough for me. Let the boy test his mettle against the royal army or whatever remnants Lechlin commands. Better for me to stay here, defend my fief, and keep my head attached to my shoulders. The capital is, after all, no simple conquest. Its walls are high, its coffers deep. If the young prince may be a walking storm, the capital is certainly a mountain, and yet the safest place to stay away from its winds. Breaking the lord's line of thought, the heavy doors of the hall swung open with a resounding creak, interrupting the tense silence within. A man stepped inside, his clothes simple and travel-worn, a dark cloak draped over his shoulders. He moved with urgency, dropping to one knee as he reached the center of the room. "Forgive me for entering without leave, my lord," he said, his voice breathless yet steady. "But I come bearing urgent news. The scouts have sighted the Yarzit's army marching toward us." The hall froze. For a heartbeat, no one spoke or moved. The air hung heavy with tension, as silent and still as a crypt. Ilbert's eyes narrowed. Did the scouts find a detachment? Or is it the whole force? The envoy turned back, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "We sighted the vanguard, my lord," he said, shaking his head. "The rest of the army is likely not far behind." Ilbert's jaw tightened, his fists clenching at his sides. So the bastard never aimed for the capital after all. He's coming here. The lord cursed silently, his teeth grinding together. Damn him. He wants this hall as another trophy to parade under his cursed banner. Then Ilbert shot up from his throne, his face grim. "Gil!" he barked, his voice echoing through the chamber as he called one of his sworn lord. "Announce a curfew immediately. Mobilize the citizenry at once. I want ditches dug outside the walls before nightfall. Send riders across the countryside." He continued, his voice a clipped growl. "Confiscate any food stores you find and bring them here. I won't let the enemy feed themselves at our expense." Following the order, Gil quickly bowed before getting into work. The room erupted into movement as knights and attendants rushed to carry out their tasks. Ilbert stood still for a moment, his jaw set and his hands clenched into fists. So much from staying out of trouble when trouble comes your way. Ilbert's voice cut through the chaos like the swing of a blade. "I want every citizen we can equip stationed on the walls. If they can hold a spear, get them up there." His gaze turned to one of his knights. "Order the blacksmith to melt down any scrap iron, horseshoes, hinges, whatever he can find, and forge them into weapons. We need every blade and spear we can muster." He turned back to the gathered men. "I want the walls bristling with defenders. Every man we can spare, no exceptions." His tone brooked no argument. As the hall emptied with knights and attendants scrambling to follow his commands, Ilbert's sharp eyes landed on the envoy, who stood silently near the doorway. "I hope your prince," Ilbert said coldly, "won't make the same mistake he made with Arteronaven. Another lapse like that, and there won't be a princedom that will rise to stand with him. Losing one noble is already bad. Must I spell out the consequence of losing two?" The envoy bowed low, his face impassive. Everyone knew that if the prince did not show any effort in aiding his lords for the second time, then they would have no need of any other reason to refuse to answer the call at arms of their liege. "I will relay your concerns to his grace immediately, my lord." Without another word, he turned and departed the hall. Ilbert stood there for a moment, watching the envoy leave, moving his legs away from the hall while refusing to answer his question, something that made him quite worried. Comments. Chapter 249. A woman walked gracefully through the towering arches of the eternal palace of Cairo, her footsteps echoing softly against the polished marble floors. The palace was a marvel of grandeur, its golden domes glinting in the sunlight that filtered through windows. Pillars of alabaster and jade lined the expansive hallways, and the air was thick with the scent of rare incense burning in ornate braziers. This was the kind of wealth of a nation blessed by a dynasty that stood for half a millennia, blessed by their god. Her hair, blacker than the deepest night, cascaded down her back like a silken veil, accentuating the regal poise she carried. She was Shwa, the high ecclesiastic, a vessel of divine authority and wisdom, and now a mother-to-be. Her hand instinctively rested on her rounded stomach, her skin glowing with the vitality of pregnancy, a gift she cherished as the blessed carrier of her beloved godson. Her thoughts, however, were not with herself. "What are you thinking, my love?" she wondered, her mind turning to the one whose absence had left a void in her heart. She walked slowly, the weight of both her unborn child and her contemplations bearing on her steps. His father blessed him with a good omen, she mused, her heart swelling with both pride and unease. He will be the eagle that cuts down the 4 pigs that fed themselves out of their father's carcass. He is the chosen one. The omens had promised triumph, foretold that her beloved would finally bring to heel those arrogant upstarts who dared to rival their might. For generations, these challengers had defied the Sultanate's divine right to dominion, a defiance that her beloved, the Sultan, would at last extinguish. All winter, his vassals have trained their soldiers, preparing them for the invasion. Each day spent in drill and discipline, every spear sharpened and sabers polished, had been dedicated to the sacred task. But now, just as the time to strike had come, he had changed course. Shwa's brow furrowed, her steps pausing as she stood before a towering mosaic of their god's avatar, bestowing victory upon a kneeling general. "Why, my love?" She wondered silently. "Why alter your path when destiny itself was on your side?" The uncertainty gnawed at her, yet she forced herself to trust in him. He would not act without reason, not with the blessings of the heavens guiding him. The heavy doors of the throne hall groaned open as Schwa barged in the guards outside, not even daring to stop the Sultan's favorite. The hall fell silent, save for the murmurs of courtiers that hushed one by one as her presence became undeniable. The nobles turned toward her, their gazes narrowing when she entered their sight. Bayezid, the Sultan of Azania, paused mid-sentence. His sharp, amber eyes shifted from the lesser lord standing before him to Schwa's face, and then, inevitably, lowered to the curve of her round stomach. His gaze lingered there for a heartbeat longer. The Sultan, 40 years old, and every bit the ruler destined to sit on Azania's grand throne, exuded authority effortlessly. His short beard was neatly trimmed, his tan skin glowing faintly in the golden light of the hall's high chandeliers. A regal white turban adorned his head, hiding the length of his brown hair that fell to his shoulders in private. He was fair of face, his features finely chiseled, the kind that inspired both admiration and fear in equal measure. His robes shimmered with opulence, the finest silks embroidered with intricate patterns in gold thread. Gems gleamed along the edges of his collar, and the royal sash across his chest boasted the vibrant emerald green hue of the Sultanate's banner. Golden bangles adorned his wrists, each one subtly clinking as he shifted in his throne, a display of wealth and power that no one could miss. Schwa, Bayezid spoke again, his voice steady but with a slight edge of curiosity. Did you finally receive another omen? It had been months since the offerings made after what the Romelians calls the catastrophe of Arlania, when the Sultan's proxy forces in the stead of the Prince of Arlania had secured a decisive victory, killing Gradios and plunging the Romelians into civil war. Schwa, the high ecclesiastic, had been revered for interpreting a divine sign from the Father of Light himself, one that foretold glory for the Sultanate. But since that fateful day, the heavens had remained silent, a point not lost on the court, and that her enemies made use of many times. Schwa shook her head, lowering her gaze briefly in deference before meeting Bayezid's eyes once more. No, my beloved Sultan, she said, her voice smooth and deliberate, each word wrapped in humility and poise. I have not been graced with another omen. The Father has been quiet since the offerings were made months ago. Her hands, resting lightly over the curve of her stomach, tightened for a moment before she spoke again. But I have come not to speak of divine signs, she continued, her tone respectful but firm. I have come to understand whether the rumors that have reached my ears are baseless insinuations or the truth. Bayezid leaned back slightly, his fingers brushing over the gilded armrests of his throne. His expression remained unreadable, but the tension in the room was palpable. Schwa drew a breath, then spoke with the eloquence befitting her station. My Sultan, she began, you were destined to walk the path paved by your High Father, a road of iron and ambition, built to lead you to triumph over the arrogant Romelians once and for all, to humble them as they so richly deserve. Is it true that you AR-? Before Bayezid could respond, Pasha Mahmud stepped forward, his richly embroidered kaftan swaying with emotion. His face was stern, his tone sharp as a blade. How dare an ecclesiarch presume to interject in the matters of the Holy Sultan? Is it not enough to interpret omens and serve the divine? Must you now believe yourself fit to guide his hand as well? Schwa turned her gaze slowly toward Mahmud, her expression calm yet steely. Among her opponents in court, Mahmud had always been the most vocal, using every opportunity to undermine her authority. Though she held the favor of the Sultan, Mahmud seemed determined to remind her, and everyone else, of the limits of her station. My place, Schwa began smoothly, her voice steady but with an unmistakable edge, is to serve the will of the Father. And it was the Father who prophesied victory for my beloved Sultan against the arrogant foes in the East. Mahmud smirked, tilting his head. Ah, yes, he replied, his voice dripping with condescension. You speak of the omen, 4 pigs choking on their mother's bone, was it not? Schwa's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the trap he was laying. She kept her composure, though the weight of the court's gaze pressed heavily upon her. "Indeed, I speak of that omen," she said, her voice calm but firm. And soon after, Rolmia shattered, breaking into civil war. Mahmud nodded, his smirk widening. 3 factions, 3 leaders, each son vying for control, as the father foretold. "Yes," he said, taking a small step forward. "But the prophecy spoke of 4 pigs, did it not? So I ask you, High Ecclesiarch, where is the 4th? I believe we have all seen 3, yet one is missing." A murmur ran through the nobles, their curiosity and unease growing. Shwa held Mahmud's gaze, her fingers pressing lightly against her stomach as she silently measured her response. For that question, she could not find one. Shwa ignored Mahmud's taunts entirely, turning her full attention to the Sultan. Her expression softened as she addressed him directly, her voice resonant and filled with conviction. "My beloved Sultan," she began, her tone reverent yet firm, "the Father of Light has foretold your triumph. It is you who will bring an end to Rommelian dominance over the East. You shall rise as the Sultan who begins Azania's ascendancy over the entire continent. A legacy foretold, a destiny only you can claim." Bayezid's eyes locked onto hers, his expression impassive but his brow furrowed slightly as if weighing her words. Before he could respond, Mahmud stepped forward again, turning toward the Sultan with an air of practiced deference. "Your radiance," he interjected, his voice measured and persuasive. "If this omen is indeed as the High Ecclesiarch interprets, then it will hold true a year from now as well. Let the heretics continue to bleed each other dry, as they surely will. Meanwhile, our strength is better spent securing the southern borders and ensuring our other enemies do not seize this moment to strike." Mahmud spread his hands as if to present a logical alternative. "Patience, my Sultan, is also a virtue. Why risk the uncertain when time is already on our side?" The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Bayezid, awaiting his decision. Shwa, standing tall, met the Sultan's gaze unwaveringly, her faith in him as unshakable as her belief in the prophecy. Mahmud, meanwhile, watched the Sultan closely, his expression cool and composed, masking the satisfaction of his well-timed argument. Comments. Chapter 250. The atmosphere in the grand throne hall was thick with tension, as if the air itself held its breath. Every courtier, noble, and official present stood silent, their gazes shifting towards Sultan Bayezid. It was clear to all that his decision was what really mattered, determining to which faction he would lend his favor. Shwa remained resolute, her dark eyes unwavering as they rested on her beloved. She was not alone in this confrontation. Many among the nobles, particularly the most devout, stood firmly on her side. Their loyalty to the High Ecclesiarch was strengthened by their faith in her divine connection and the promise of a blessed heir growing within her, as many were among the first who witnessed her powers and blessing. Yet, not all shared their conviction. Another faction had formed, aligning themselves with Pasha Mahmud. These were the pragmatic, the politically calculating, or simply those who resented the power and influence Shwa wielded as the High Ecclesiarch and the Sultan's consort. To them, her rise symbolized an imbalance in court politics, and they rallied behind Mahmud as a counterweight. The infighting in the Sultan's court, though cloaked in debates of omens and military strategy, had its roots deeply entrenched in the question of succession. With Bayezid's vast harem producing many heirs, tensions simmered among the nobles, each fearing the rise of a particular faction that might tilt the balance of power. The favor shown to Shwa, with her influence as the High Ecclesiarch and the mother of the Sultan's unborn child, further fueled these fears. Whispers of a potential return to the dreaded era of the God Sultan stirred unease. In those dark times, the power of the Sultan and the High Ecclesiarch had been one and the same, culminating in unchecked tyranny. The most infamous of these rulers, Abraham the Terrible, also known as the Frivolous, wielded divine authority as a weapon against dissent, declaring heretics of any noble family that opposed him. Noble daughters were seized as concubines under the pretext of devotion, and those who fell from favor, be it politically or in bed, were condemned to agonizing deaths by fire. Entire families, too, alongside their daughters, were cast into the flames, their ashes proclaimed sacrifices to the fire and sun god. Such atrocities could not stand indefinitely, and a long-coming rebellion erupted, led by nobles exasperated by decades of abuse. And so the rebellion of the moon and the sun commenced, and then 2 years later ended with the rebels' victory and Abraham's capture. Since it was considered heresy to spill the blood of the Sultan, the enraged nobility buried him alive beneath the burning sands of the Kush Desert, a punishment as merciless as his reign. Yet victory brought only temporary unity, for the question of succession plunged the Sultanate into further chaos. Noble factions warred to install their chosen heir, each maneuvering to ensure a sultan who would limit ecclesiastical power and prevent another Abraham. Ultimately, the rebellion reshaped the power of the internal palace. The sultan retained supreme rule over temporal matters, while the high ecclesiarch presided over the spiritual, hence the name of the rebellion. This balance, while fragile, had held for 2 centuries, and now many feared that if the child inside Shwa was a male, the 2 powers could once again reunite in one. The Sultan finally broke the tense silence, his deep voice cutting through the charged atmosphere. The instability within Rolmia will not end in a single year, Bayezid declared, his gaze sweeping across the divided court. While I would wish for nothing more than to march east and fulfill my High Father's plan for me of bringing the Romelians to their knees, the reality before us cannot be ignored. Another horde has entered our blessed lands, raiding and pillaging the soil consecrated by my High Father. Shwa, her voice measured but laced with urgency, stepped forward. Heretics from the west have pillaged our lands every spring, my beloved. They come and go like a passing storm, leaving destruction in their wake. What makes this different from before? Pasha Mumad interjected swiftly, his tone sharp. This is no passing storm, High Ecclesiarch. These are not mere raiders, but a united horde, one that has named a horse king to lead them. This is no temporary incursion. They seek to migrate into our lands, to claim them for themselves. He turned to the Sultan with a grave expression. Villages and cities along their path have already been put to the sword. If we allow this to continue unchecked, how long before others in that wretched lands of Bartai get the same idea? How long before they see Azania as weak and ripe for the taking? Must I spell out to a woman what would dozens of hordes attacking our fertile field means for the Sultanate? The court murmured as Mumad's words resonated with many. Shwa, however, stood her ground, her sharp eyes fixed on Bayezid. Yet even she could not dismiss the gravity of what Mumad had said, and she couldn't certainly just say to ignore them. She straightened her posture as she thought of a response, her voice carrying a tempered resolve. My beloved, surely your leal vassals could deal with these invaders. Their loyalty and strength are blessings from the fire and sun god. It would free you too. Bayezid's eyes sharpened, his expression hardening like tempered steel. His voice was low but commanding, a thunderous calm. Are you rebutting me, High Ecclesiarch? Do you believe that I could allow enemy to ravage my land while I am campaign outside my border? Shwa's gaze faltered under the weight of his stern demeanor. Slowly, she lowered her head, her hands clasping in front of her bulging stomach. Forgive me, my beloved, she said, her tone soft and contrite. I meant no disrespect, only to offer counsel in service of your divine wisdom. A faint, satisfied smile crept across Pasha Mumad's face as he observed the exchange. He leaned back slightly, his eyes gleaming with quiet triumph, savoring the sight of Shwa humbled before the court. The Sultan, Bayezid, watched the tense exchange between Shwa and Pasha Mumad with calm detachment, but inwardly his thoughts churned. He was no fool. The divide in his court was as clear to him as the sun rising over the Kush Desert. The nobles' anxious glances toward Shwa's rounded belly betrayed their true fears. They worried not just about her influence, but about the child she carried, the son he had longed for, who would be born with both royal and ecclesiastical blood. He had many sons, but none would be as prominent as this one. Bayezid's ambitions burned quietly in his chest. He wanted his son to inherit both the throne and the spiritual authority of the high ecclesiast, uniting the fractured powers of their empire. Such a union, in his eyes, would restore the greatness that had been lost in the rebellion 2 centuries ago. Yet, he knew the court would not tolerate any overt signs of such favoritism. The memory of the rebellion of the moon and the sun knew very well what he could risk to ablaze. If he were to realize his dream, it had to be done carefully, methodically. Any misstep now would ignite a rebellion before his plans could bear fruit. The nobles were powerful and watchful, their alliances tenuous, but capable of uniting against him at the first sign of overreach. For now, he would bide his time, ensure that no one could rebuke him, and slowly lay the groundwork for an empire where his son's dual inheritance would be unquestioned. But here, in this moment, he could not afford to give even a whisper of his true intentions. His features remained serene, his voice calm as he spoke, yet the storm of strategy raged within him. Every decision, every gesture was part of a delicate game, and Bayezid intended to win. But for now he had to keep appearances. Bayezid rose from his throne, the white silk of his robe shimmering faintly in the golden light filtering through the intricately carved windows. He swept his gaze across the hall, from the defiant piety in Schwa's eyes to the smug satisfaction on Pasha Mumad's face, before addressing the assembly with the weight of his authority. "I have made my choice," he began, his voice steady but resonant, filling the grand chamber. "For too long, the heretics on horseback have ravaged our lands, staining the soil blessed by the Almighty with the blood of our people." Schwa sighed and looked down. "They come not as mere raiders, but as invaders, defilers who seek to claim what is not theirs. They put our villages to the sword, burn our crops, and trample the livelihoods of those who call this land home." He stepped forward, his white turban gleaming as a symbol of his station, his golden robes catching the light with each deliberate movement. "It is my duty as Sultan, as the guardian of this realm, to stop them, to bring peace once more to the lands entrusted to me." Bayezid's voice rose, carrying both conviction and a regal command that could not be denied. "We will confront this threat, not for conquest, but for the sanctity of our borders and the safety of our people. It is not just our right, but our sacred responsibility to ensure that no invader dares to challenge the might of Azania again. Only through strength will we demand peace, and only through unity will we endure." The court stood in rapt silence, the weight of his words pressing down on them. Bayezid returned to his throne, his expression unreadable, but his resolve unmistakable. "This is my decision. Let none question it." Bayezid's gaze shifted to Schwa, his expression softening just enough to reveal a glint of something personal. Whether pride, reassurance, or calculation, it was impossible to tell. His eyes briefly fell to her rounded stomach, then back to her face. "By the end of this conflict," he said, his tone sharpening, echoing with an almost divine conviction, "the land blessed by my father will be cleansed of this filth. These heretics who dared to trample upon our soil will burn, their false horse king consumed by the flames of justice." The words hung in the air, a solemn vow that carried with it both a warning and a promise. "Their ashes," he continued, his gaze never leaving Schwa's, "will rise as an offering to the Almighty, and his name will be honored with the fall of these blasphemers." Bayezid turned to the gathered court, his presence towering even amidst the golden splendor of the hall. His voice carried, firm and resonant, leaving no room for doubt. "This year, we bring fire and vengeance to the heretics on horseback," he declared, his hands sweeping outward as if to encompass the lands where the invaders dared to tread. "And the next, we march east to put the Romelians under our heel, once and for all." The declaration struck like a spark in dry wood. A roar erupted from the nobles and courtiers, the divide between factions momentarily bridged by the unifying fervor of their sultan's words. Voices rose in unison, echoing through the hall. Praise the sun! May he live forever! Even those who might have harbored doubts found themselves swept away by the energy, bowing their heads and raising their voices in praise. For Azania marched to war. Comments. Chapter 251. Alpheo strode through the bustling expanse of his army's camp, his boots crunching over the dry earth. Around him, his soldiers worked with precision, setting up tents, digging trenches, and reworking wood into plank. The air was alive with the clamor of hammers driving stakes, the shuffle of boots, and the occasional bark of an officer giving orders. As he passed, men paused briefly from their tasks, straightening to salute their general. Each raised hand or slight bow was met with a curt nod from Alpheo. His expression calm but focused. He would be lying if he did not admit he liked when people bowed to him as he passed. The new likings, however, did not make him blind to the situation. Though the soldiers showed little outward complaint, Alpheo could sense the undercurrent of resentment rippling through the camp. It was no mystery why. Victory bred satisfaction, and satisfaction bred reluctance. For a soldier, the promise of plunder was often the only incentive for marching in a battle, and the first month of this campaign had delivered that in spades. The Battle of the Bleeding Plains and the subsequent fall of Arderonaven had been lucrative beyond expectation. The coffers of the late Lord Vrogios alone held a staggering 12,000 silverii, and by custom, the soldiers were entitled to a fifth of that sum. Each man received 3 silverii straight away, and many had bolstered their share to 10 or more with loot taken from the city beyond the Lord's keep. That much to their happiness was declared was theirs to keep. For men accustomed to living hand to mouth, the sudden weight of coin in their pouches dulled the desire to march. After all, what use was risking their lives for more when they hadn't even spent the spoils they already had? When Alpheo announced that the army would be marching again, there had been grumbling in the ranks, low and bitter, though never loud enough to reach their commander's ears. There were even some deserters, mostly among the Lord's levies, but soldiers were pragmatic creatures, and they knew that grumbling would do nothing to stop the inevitable. And along with that, there was the fact that deserters were nailed alive on trees for the whole army to see, making them cry in pain for days before thirst got to them. And by the next day, everyone was ready to march once again. He had no qualms about the punishment. After all, they were deserters who believed they could just turn around after getting their pockets filled. The spoils of Arderonaven had not only enriched the army, but also Alpheo himself. By the terms of his command, he was entitled to half of the loot from the campaign, a hefty prize given that his forces made up nearly half of the combined army. The army had even swelled in the aftermath, growing from 1,850 to nearly 1,950 thanks to the contributions of the newly sworn lords now sworn to Jasmine, his wife. The guide spoke true, a sag reported following behind, breaking him from his reverie. There's little in the way of water sources around here. What we have in the barrels won't last long. Alpheo slowed his pace, turned to face him. And the nearest river, that would be at Confluendi, a good 5 days' march from here, a sag replied, his voice steady despite the weight of the statement. Before Alpheo could respond, another voice joined the conversation. The nearest villages have wells, Egil said, stepping closer with a shrug. But they won't be enough for all of us. We drain them dry soon. Alpheo's gaze didn't shift toward Egil. Instead, he fixed his eyes firmly on Asag. Did you hear anyone speak, Asag? He asked coolly, his tone cutting through the air like a blade. Asag glanced briefly at Egil before straightening, giving out a slight smile. No, Commander. I heard no one, he said evenly. Alpheo's lips thinned as he resumed walking, pointedly ignoring Egil's presence. He hadn't forgotten or forgiven the man's recent escapade, disappearing with his detachment under the guise of rewarding the troops. That reckless stunt had tested Alpheo's patience, and Egil knew that. Egil let out a sharp, sarcastic laugh from behind. I never thought you could be this childish, he muttered, his voice just loud enough to carry. Alpheo stopped mid-stride, his shoulders tightening for a moment before he turned slightly toward Asag. "Asag," he said, his tone calm but sharp as glass. "Tell the fly, buzzing in my ears, something for me." Asag's brows lifted slightly, but he inclined his head obediently, awaiting his commander's words. "Tell him," Alpheo continued, his eyes still fixed on the horizon, "that leaving without authorization typically results in the commander being whipped in front of his troops. Tell him that I, instead, had a cover for him, lie for him. I told him I'd send him out scouting, that his absence was under my orders." His voice grew colder with each word. "Tell him," Alpheo added, his gaze now flicking over his shoulder, though it still didn't settle on Eggle, "that every time someone asked where he was, I had to swallow my pride and make up a lie over and over. Because if they knew one of my commanders had disobeyed me so flagrantly, it would have made me look like a joke." Asag glanced at Eggle briefly, then back at Alpheo, his mouth tight as he was now clearly uncomfortable. "Understood," he said. Eggle's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly crossed his arms and straightened. "So dramatic," he said, though there was less bite in his voice this time. Alpheo didn't bother replying. He turned back to his path, leaving Eggle to stew in silence. As Alpheo continued his stride, his thoughts turned toward logistics. Brockham should still have a month's worth of supplies stored. If we ration properly, it should be enough to see us through this siege, he calculated, while the lack of a reliable water source gnawed at him, which would mean he would have to leave a contingent of man to guard the carriages that will bring them water. A dry chuckle escaped his lips as he imagined Lechlin scrambling in the capital. The poor fool must be working himself into a frenzy, fortifying Herculia like it's the fourth imperial invasion. Alpheo shook his head, picturing the prince barking orders, eyes wide with paranoia, thinking that one day or the other an army would appear outside his city. "He thinks I'd be mad enough to march this rabble of half-fed and half-disciplined men straight to Herculia's walls? Not in this lifetime." Alpheo had no intention of being the protagonist in another cautionary tale of military overreach. The previous battle was enough, and he certainly was not in the mood to tease death once again. Herculia, with its towering defenses and vast reserves, was a fortress that only a full, rested, and reinforced army could hope to breach. Perhaps next time he would try, but for now, making sure that Lechlin would not be able to pose a threat for the next few years was enough for him. As they walked further through the camp, Alpheo turned his attention to Asag. "What are the prisoners? How are they faring under your watch?" Asag, ever diligent, gave a curt nod. "They've been calm, my lord. Surprisingly so. Once word spread that we weren't planning to sell them into slavery, most of them settled into their tasks without complaint. Right now, they're assisting with the grunt work, digging trenches, setting up additional camp fortifications, and hauling supplies. Keeps them busy, at least." Alpheo's expression remained neutral, though his mind churned with possibilities. Asag glanced sideways at him. "And what do you plan to do with them in the long term, once the siege is done?" Alpheo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "There will be a great deal of rebuilding and expansion to undertake in Yarzit," he said, his voice steady but laced with intent. "Roads, irrigation systems, fortifications, a whole network of infrastructure to strengthen our holdings. Free labor will be invaluable for such projects." He paused, his gaze distant as he weighed the options. "Selling them is always a possibility," Alpheo admitted, "but the coin we'd earn wouldn't come close to the benefit of putting them to work for us." He turned to Asag, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Why sell the hammer when you have so many nails to drive in?" Asag nodded, understanding the pragmatism of his commander's reasoning. "Then I'll see to it that they remain under control and productive." "Good," Alpheo replied, his tone sharp and decisive. "Keep them in line." As Alpheo paced back toward his command tent, his thoughts wandered to the capital city of Yarzit. He knew it for what it was, a grimy, unkempt sprawl that stank of neglect. The streets were a mess, narrow and choked with refuse, and the air carried the constant stench of unwashed bodies and stagnant water. A place unworthy of its potential. What it needed, Alpheo mused, was clean water, a proper aqueduct. However, constructing it would require significant manpower and resources. His mind turned to Alpheo. A letter asking for their expertise would suffice, especially with the promise of future favor as leverage. Luckily, the river isn't far. A few kilometers at most. It's doable. With a river so close, it was a wonder no one had ever attempted it before. Probably the lack of money was the reason. But Alpheo had both money and the interest to do that, and the 300 prisoners now at his disposal would ease the burden of the initial labor costs considerably. Still, he knew better than to rely solely on slaves and prisoners of war. While they were cost-effective, they wouldn't be enough to build lasting goodwill. By hiring local workers alongside the prisoners, Alpheo could introduce more currency into the economy, incentivizing it. As he knew very well that many times the best type of wealth isn't that of hoarded coins but the amount held by the population. A perfect example of that was Rome, where many emperors would start many public projects, many times being statues, gardens, or bathhouses, which would be apart from a good way to increase their prestige and fame, would also a perfect solution for giving a push to the local economy and pacifying the population, as the landless workers were the main beneficiaries of that. One of the many reasons that allowed Caesar to get into power was in fact the political division and discontent among the people, many of whom were unemployed given the huge amount of slaves present in the capital. So for many, when an emperor decal read the starting construction for a public work, it basically meant some years of work for many of them through which to feed their families. Comments. Chapter 252. Alpheo sat comfortably on a simple wooden chair, his fingers drumming idly on the armrest as he glanced at the small table before him. 2 seats had been arranged, one for himself and one for his guest, a modest setup that hinted at civility before a proper start for the siege. A pitcher of cider and 2 cups sat on the table, untouched. He was mildly surprised that the Lord of Bricatarin had requested a parley so soon. Typically, these things dragged out, with defenders holding on to their pride and usually waiting for the attacker to call the parley. Yet here they were, barely into the first stages of encirclement. I suppose it helps kill time, Alpheo mused, adjusting his posture. Sieges, after all, were dull affairs. Long stretches of waiting punctuated by occasional skirmishes and endless logistical headaches. The chance to look his opponent in the eye and measure the man was a welcome diversion. At Alpheo's side stood the various lords that he had chosen to witness the parley with, them being Lord Shahab, Lord Xanthios, Lord Damaris, Jarza, and Asag. Egil, however, was notably absent, as he was out with his riders this time under Alpheo's orders, tasked with requisitioning half the food stores from each village within the surrounding territory. His orders were explicit: take enough to sustain the army, but leave the people largely unmolested. Not a decision born of kindness. Alpheo knew the difference between mercy and strategy, but one made with an eye toward negotiation. If this parley turned sour, Alpheo thought, his mind neutral, iron and fire remain at our disposal and are still an open option for the surrounding land. The creak of the city gates was the first sound to break the tense stillness. All eyes turned toward the opening, where a small contingent of men began to emerge. Alpheo, seated at the makeshift table set between the camp and the walls, rose deliberately from his chair, his gaze narrowing on the approaching figures. 10 men accompanied the Lord, their armor polished enough to catch the sunlight. Behind them, fluttering in the light breeze, was a banner bearing the sigil of a stone tower, the unmistakable symbol of House Hervius. Alpheo studied the group closely, his expression unreadable, but his mind working swiftly. So this is Lord Ilbert, he thought. Beyond the name, he knew little of the man who ruled behind these walls. I wonder if he's the kind of lord who bends when he is in the corned, or the kind who breaks after biting hard. The contingent marched forward as they neared. Alpheo stepped away from the table, his hand resting casually on the pommel of his sword, a gesture not of threat but of readiness. His own advisors and knights shifted subtly, forming a loose semicircle behind him. The 2 groups approached each other at an even pace, closing the distance until they stood a respectful few paces apart. Alpheo's gaze swept over the man at the forefront of the opposing party, and he immediately presumed this was Ilbert Hervius, the lord of the city and head of House Hervius. Ilbert was tall and broad-shouldered, his full black beard neatly groomed, contrasting against his fair skin. His long, dark hair fell just above his shoulders, framing a face marked by a life of command but not untouched by weariness. His sharp, dark eyes observed Alpheo with quiet calculation, measuring the man before him just as Alpheo measured him. Ilbert was the first to break the silence, inclining his head respectfully, as protocol dictated. "Prince Alpheo," he began, his deep voice steady and measured. "I would have preferred that our paths crossed under more amicable circumstances than the shadow of siege and war." Alpheo returned the gesture with a faint nod, his tone polite, yet laced with an edge of pragmatism. "Lord Ilbert, your courtesy does not go unnoticed. I, too, might have wished for a meeting free of swords and walls between us. But fate, it seems, has other plans." He gestured toward the table, his expression neutral. "Shall we?" The two men clasped hands briefly, their grips firm but devoid of unnecessary theatrics, before lowering themselves into the chairs set at the table. Their entourages remained vigilant a short distance away, silent witnesses to the unfolding parley. Ilbert leaned slightly forward, his features adopting an air of polite cordiality. "Your triumph on the bleeding plains was no small feat," he remarked, his words chosen with care, "especially considering the disparity in numbers." Alpheo allowed a faint smile to touch his lips, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. "You honor me, Lord Ilbert, though I merely wield the blade I've been given. A lesser man might despair at the odds, but the tools of war often yield to the hand that wields them well." His tone darkened as he leaned back slightly, his voice steady yet colder. "As for our mutual friend, the prince, it was high time someone taught him that meddling in matters beyond his grasp comes with consequences. Some lessons are best learned with the sting of the rod, lest the dog forgets its place and growls where it should bow." Ilbert chose not to address Alpheo's biting remark about the prince, his silence a subtle acknowledgment of the awkwardness of speaking ill of one's liege. He shifted slightly in his seat, maintaining a calm and measured demeanor. Alpheo broke the silence, his tone laced with curiosity. "I must admit, Lord Ilbert, I hadn't expected you to be the one to request a parley. It's not often the defender seeks out the invader." Ilbert met Alpheo's gaze, his expression steadfast. "I have always preferred peace to war, Your Highness. Bloodshed is costly, and it seldom spares the innocent." Alpheo smirked faintly, leaning back in his chair. "Peace, yes. I'd love peace too, if I were losing the war. But as I see it, I'm not. In fact, I'd say I'm winning, and very well at that." His words were sharp, his gaze unyielding as he studied the man before him. Ilbert inclined his head slightly, not rising to the bait. He chose his words carefully. "Perhaps," he began slowly, "there's a path to peace at least as far as this city is concerned." Alpheo raised his eyebrows, saying nothing but clearly inviting him to elaborate. Ilbert took the cue, his tone measured but persuasive. "I am prepared to offer a substantial gift to spare my people further harm," Ilbert began, his gaze unwavering. 10,000 silverii, with a quarter of it in array, if you would agree to withdraw your forces and leave my lands untouched." He leaned back slightly, watching Alpheo for any sign of interest or agreement. Alpheo's lips curved into a faint, calculating smile, the kind that invited no trust. His voice was conversational, but laced with a biting edge. "Tell me, Lord Ilbert, what do you think your liege is doing at this moment?" Ilbert maintained his composure, though his shoulders stiffened. "He is preparing to relieve me, Your Grace. My prince is not the kind to abandon his vassals in their hour of need." Alpheo chuckled softly, a low, indulgent sound that sent a ripple of unease through the room. "Relieve you?" he repeated, almost amused. "I suppose that's one way to describe fortifying Herculia like a madman. My scouts report he's been turning his precious capital into a fortress for weeks now." stones stacked, supplies hoarded, every granary bursting. And yet, he paused for effect, letting his words hang in the air. I never had any intention of pursuing him there. Ilbert's face remained neutral, though a flicker of unease crept into his eyes. Leaning forward, Alpheo dropped his voice to a conspiratorial murmur, his sharp gaze piercing through Ilbert. Do you truly believe, Lord Ilbert, that your prince would fare better against me in a second battle than he did in the first? Ilbert said nothing, his jaw tightening as he held Alpheo's gaze, refusing to rise to the bait. Alpheo smirked at the silence, his voice turning cold and sharp. No, I don't think so either. He leaned back in his seat, studying Ilbert like a cat cornering its prey. I wonder, he said, his tone light yet venomous. How many troops remain with him? How many lords still swear him loyalty? I know that some nobles with their troops left his capital these past weeks, returning to their fiefs, perhaps, raising more men for their brave prince, or maybe. Alpheo paused, a mockingly contemplative look on his face. They've simply grown tired of propping up a doomed prince. Ilbert inhaled deeply, his face a mask of forced calm. Your Grace, he said, cutting through the tension, regarding my offer. Alpheo's sharp gaze flicked to him, and his smile vanished. There will be no such deal, he said curtly. The only thing I want is the castle behind you. Here is what I will offer in return. Bend the knee and swear fealty to Princess Jasmine of Yarzit. Do this, and I will leave your lands unscathed. I will even grant your people a 1-year exemption from taxes before resuming the tribute you already paid to Lechlien. Ilbert's lips pressed into a thin line, his tone colder now. Did you offer such a generous deal to the Lord of Arderonaven? Surely he would have leapt at the chance, given his history of bending the knee to any man who asked. Alpheo gave a short, derisive cough, his expression darkening. Vrogios, he said, his voice laced with disdain, was no lord. He was a turncoat, a rebel, and a traitor, and he was behated for that. Ilbert's face tightened, his composure cracking just enough to reveal the storm underneath. His voice was icy and precise as he replied, Then that is what I would be, your Grace, if I accepted your terms. Alpheo threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing across the space between them. Vrogios rebelled against the crown over a land dispute, protesting the assignment of lands by Arkawat's father to his second son, Ormond, on some land he believed it was his. A petty grievance. When he was defeated, he threw his lot in with Lechlien, thinking he'd find safety there. And what came of it? 12 years later, his head rolled clean off his neck. He leaned forward, his voice taking on a sharp, instructive tone. Vrogios went against the oath and contract he made with the crown. But let's not forget, Lord Ilbert, that it's a two-sided coin. A lord is bound to be loyal and aid his prince. But a prince is equally bound to protect and uphold the rights of his vassals. When a prince breaks that contract first, when he fails his duties, the lord is fully legitimized in seeking a new master. Ilbert stiffened, his dark eyes narrowing. Perhaps, he said, his voice measured, but my lord has done me no ill. Alpheo's smile didn't waver, but his gaze sharpened as he studied the man before him. Not yet, he muttered under his breath, his thoughts unspoken but clear in his calculating expression. Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on Ilbert. Here's what I propose, he began, his voice steady but firm. Send word to your liege of your plight. Inform him of the siege and that you need aid. If, in 2 weeks, relief has not come, then it will be clear to all that Lechlien has failed you, breaking the sacred contract between liege and lord. At that point, you would be lawfully justified to swear loyalty to my wife, which is what you will be. In exchange, I will leave with my army for good, provided you obviously stay loyal to us. Ilbert said nothing at first, his gaze distant as he weighed the proposal. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, betraying his inner turmoil. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but resolute. And if I do that, what will I be but a turncloak? Alpheo sighed deeply, as though addressing a stubborn pupil. Then let's put it plainly, he said, leaning forward, his tone sharpening. I want this city. That much is certain. But it can fly my banner outright, or it can remain under your rule as a loyal vassal of Yarzit. The choice is yours. He gestured toward the distant walls of Bricatarin, his voice growing colder. Remember this. I needed less than a half a week to take Ardoraneven when I decided to put it under assault. Imagine what I could do here with a month. Comments. Chapter 253. The days drifted by in a tense, expectant calm since the parley between Alpheo and Ilbert. The offer made by the prince had been accepted in principle, but all that remained was to wait for Leclian's response, for reinforcements, or for the deadline to pass. It was a quiet siege now, the kind where swords were sheathed and diplomacy danced its subtle waltz, with soldiers from both sides mostly relaxed, knowing that no assault would be made. This was not unusual in wars of noblemen. Rarely did lords wish to defy invaders to the bitter end, for they understood well the unpredictable savagery of a sword once unleashed at the conclusion of a long siege. Compromises such as this, a negotiated surrender veiled in loyalty, offered a way to temper devastation while preserving the appearance of honor. It allowed the invading army to claim their spoils and terms while the defenders salvaged their dignity, avoiding the complete ruin that would come with cities stormed by fire and steel, which usually, however, did not entail the lord and his family. The case of Rogios was a special one, as he effectively had to fight almost to the death, while most lords would be more than happy to open the gates and surrender if things started looking grimly. There were no attempts at breakout or resistance. Bricatarin's defenders waited, as did Alpheo's army, each side knowing the deadline loomed over them like a shadow. Inside the dim glow of Alpheo's command tent, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. The three men sat around a modest wooden table, their cups brimming with cider as Ratto, ever dutiful, hovered nearby, holding an ornate urn. Whenever one of their cups ran dry, he would promptly lean forward to refill it, his movements precise and practiced. So what comes now? Asag asked, when the war all done and finished. Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his fingers tracing the rim of his cup as he spoke. Well, I will become Lord of Confluendi, and I will get my hand on quite some land, which I will make sure to carve up a piece for each of you. This war, he began, his voice calm, but with an edge of conviction, is just the beginning. When it's done, there's more to be won than lands and titles. We must build. We must grow. Jarza, swirling his cup lazily, raised an eyebrow. Grow? You mean planting trees and building farms? He teased. I think we passed that when we became mercenaries, exchanging peace for silver and gold. Alpheo smirked and shook his head. Not quite. Bridge and roads. Jarza, a proper aqueduct for the capital, to finally put a stop to that shit smell in the city. In the Navy, it's time that we increase exponentially the armament of the royal fleet to deal with those fuckers on the sea. Asag, who had been quiet until now, took a measured sip before leaning forward, his expression skeptical. Ambitious, that is for certain, yet can you afford it? After all, shouldn't war burn coins fast? Ratto silently stepped in, refilling the half-empty cup with cider before retreating to his post. Alpheo raised his own cup high, his eyes gleaming with confidence. We can afford it, just a bit of parsimoniousness here and there, and we should have enough for them while still having some coins to spare, he declared. The tent's flaps rustled violently before flapping open, a gust of cool night air following in their wake. Egil strode in, his tall frame casting a shadow that briefly danced in the flickering light of the lanterns. His piercing gaze swept over the four men inside, pausing briefly on each of them before settling into an unspoken understanding. Without a word, he dropped into an empty chair at the table, his movements brisk but casual, as if he'd always belonged there. He raised a hand, motioning to Ratto. Bring me a cup, Egil said simply, his voice low and rough, betraying a weariness he hadn't yet shaken off. Ratto, ever efficient, stepped forward, pouring the cider with care and offering the cup to Egil, who snatched it up with a curt nod. Without hesitation, he tipped the cup back, downing the contents in a single gulp before slamming it onto the table and motioning for a refill. Rado refilled the cup promptly, only to watch as Egil emptied it just as swiftly. Leaning back in his chair, Egil placed the cup firmly on the table, finally exhaling deeply. "I think I've fallen in love with this cider," he admitted, his tone as dry as the desert sands but tinged with a smirk. A sag raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching into a rare grin. "We can see that," he remarked, his voice laced with amusement. Alpheo swirled his cider lazily in his cup, his dark eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he regarded Egil across the table. "So, tell me," he began, his tone calm but expectant. "Anything new to report?" Egil set his now-empty cup down with a faint clink, his expression shifting to something more focused. "Last report came in yesterday," he said, leaning back slightly in his chair. "Still no signs of movement from the capital. Nothing that suggests they're raising another army, at least." He shrugged, a wry smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Looks like the fucker's too scared to get his ass whipped twice." Jarza, sitting to Alfeo's right, burst out laughing, his broad shoulders shaking with mirth. He raised his cup high, cider sloshing near the rim. "To that!" he roared, his booming voice filling the tent as he grinned at Egil. "May his cowardice keep us well fed and his troops far away." The tent erupted in light-hearted chuckles, the tension of the weeks-long siege briefly forgotten. Even Alpheo allowed himself a faint smile, the flickering lantern light catching the glint in his eyes. Alpheo tapped the rim of his cup lightly, the faint sound drawing the attention of the table as the laughter subsided. His expression grew thoughtful, yet tinged with a faint edge of calculation. "Don't mistake his stillness for peace," he began, his tone measured. "I believe Leklian would wish for nothing more than to have another go against us. It's not in man's nature to let humiliation fester without striking back. If given the opportunity to do so, perhaps he will be crazy enough to try something in the future." He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table, his gaze flicking between his companions. "Still, we should be good for some months. Raising an army. Now, that's no simple task," Alpheo continued, his voice carrying a note of confidence. "On the matter of manpower, he might have no issue. The capital and his lands are teeming with able-bodied men. But organizing them into an army? Equipping them with weapons and armor good enough to give them a fighting chance? That's a different beast altogether. There is a reason, after all, why kingdoms need months to raise another army after losing badly in a fight." Egil nodded slightly, his lips quirking into a half-smile, but he remained quiet, watching as Alpheo elaborated, understanding little of what he was saying. "And then there's the matter of his lords," Alpheo said, his voice dropping a degree, laden with skepticism. "Many of them returned to their fiefs after the last battle. Exhausted, depleted. I doubt they're eager to muster their forces again so soon. Not unless Leklian has the coin and persuasion to compel them. And even then, time is his enemy. Raising a proper force under these conditions is a near impossible feat in such short notice. So it is much more probable that he will stand still. After all, a loss of a lord's domain is not an easy blow to receive, yet certainly one that can live with." Jarza leaned back in his chair, his fingers idly tracing the rim of his cup. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, his tone casual but carrying the weight of genuine curiosity. "So, Alpheo, after we've subjugated Bricatarin, will we finally be bound home?" Alpheo, seated at the head of the table, smirked faintly as he swirled the cider in his cup. He took a measured sip before responding, his tone firm and purposeful. "Not yet. Not while we still have the means to make a greater impact. As it stands, our supplies should last us another month at least. And with that time, I intend for us to do far more than just claim a single city." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with a mix of determination and mischief. "No, we'll spend what time remains making sure Leklian's hold on his lands is weakened, crippled even. We'll take the fight to his private fiefs, riding through the countryside and hitting where it hurts most." Egil grinned at the mention of riding, his excitement barely contained. Alpheo caught the expression and added with a wry chuckle, "We'll do what Egil loves best, sack and ride, spreading ruin across his lands. Burn his crops, strip his villages, and leave his people trembling at the mere thought of our banners. We'll create so much devastation that his treasury will bleed as much as his pride." Alpheo nodded, a fierce smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yes, a chevauchee so devastating, so unforgettable, that it'll earn itself a name. A sag furrowed his brow, the word clearly foreign to him. "Chevauchee," he repeated, his tone tinged with curiosity. Beside him, Egil and Jarza exchanged equally puzzled glances, their expressions mirroring his confusion. Alpheo chuckled at their bewilderment, leaning back in his chair. "It's a style of warfare," he began, swirling the cider in his cup. "One that focuses on pillaging and raiding, striking at the heart of an opponent's strength without necessarily engaging their armies directly. The goal is simple: to weaken the pillars of their rule, burn their crops, plunder their wealth, leave their lands so desolate that their people begin to question their ability to protect them, causing refugees to turn to bandits and even more devastation." Jarza rubbed his chin thoughtfully before repeating the word aloud. "Chevauchee." He let it roll off his tongue, his lips curling into a grin. "It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" Egil's grin widened, his enthusiasm palpable. "I'll drink to that," he declared, raising his cup high, with the other following suit. Comments. Chapter 254. A week had passed since the parley, and the city of Bricatarin remained enveloped in an uneasy stillness. Lord Ilbert Hervius sat alone in his private chamber, a place of muted opulence, with dark oak paneling and a single window letting in slivers of pale daylight. The air was heavy with the scent of wax and ink. The last days had been uneventful, the kind of quiet that felt tenuous, like the calm before a storm. No banners of war had been unfurled, no shouts of skirmish rang from the battlements, and the siege lines beyond the walls showed no sign of movement. Both sides adhered to the uneasy agreement brokered during the parley. Neither party had any interest in spilling blood unnecessarily when a bloodless compromise was still within reach. Ilbert sat at a broad wooden desk, his fingers steepled as he stared at the collection of documents and letters spread before him. Reports from his stewards, quiet musings on the morale of the city's defenders, and the state of their supply. He rubbed his temples, the week's weight pressing down upon him. The city seemed to mirror his mood, watchful, tense, caught in the liminal space between despair and determination. Among the sea of reports, requisition lists, and missives scattered across the desk, only one document held Lord Ilbert's attention. His hand gripped a letter bearing the red and gold seal of House Herculia, its wax imprint gleaming under the dim light of his chamber. Without ceremony, he slid a small dagger beneath the seal, breaking it with a soft crack before unfolding the parchment within. "To our loyal vassal, Lord Ilbert Hervius of House Shafsa, defender of Bricatarin, I have received word of the dire circumstances in which you now find yourself, and it troubles me greatly. Your steadfastness in the face of adversity is a testament to your noble lineage and unwavering commitment to the crown, more than any of your ancestors ever showed. Let it be known that I hold your loyalty in the highest regard, and your endurance during these trying times shall not go unnoticed. However, the complexities of our current struggle must be acknowledged. While it grieves me to say this, I cannot muster the forces necessary to relieve you within the fortnight. The heavy losses sustained in recent engagements have demanded a more deliberate approach to our preparations. Even now, I am rallying the lords of the realm to my banner, assembling a host that will be strong enough to break the siege upon Bricatarin, your lands, and push back the invaders with the fury they deserve and that they will get for their dare onto marching on our land. For that, however, I need more time. I must ask of you a grave duty, one that weighs upon my heart to request. The Yarzid dogs, arrogant in their temporary success, believe they can buy your fealty with honeyed words and empty promises. But you, Ilbert, are of sturdier stock, and I trust you to resist their lies. Stand firm, my loyal servant, even should the agreed-upon date pass. Let no doubts creep into your heart, for I swear upon my honor that help is coming, as I will personally deliver help to your house as soon as my circumstances permit it. Your oath binds you to me, as my lordship binds me to your protection. Remember that it is the duty of all who serve the crown to endure hardship in the name of justice and honor. You fight not only for your house, but for all those who rely upon us to preserve order and stability in these lands. When this war is won, and it shall be won, you will be rewarded richly for your loyalty. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten, and your house will rise in prominence, its coffers filled and its name spoken in the highest circles of the realm. Do not let despair cloud your judgment, for the dawn of our victory is near. Hold fast, Lord Ilbert, and may the gods grant you strength. Leclian, Prince of Herculia. Ilbert stared at the letter on the table, his eyes hard and unblinking. The words etched on the parchment seemed to mock him, their hollow reassurances and veiled commands echoing in his mind. With a slow, deliberate motion, he picked it up one last time, scanning its contents as if daring the ink to offer a better answer. But the message remained the same. With a sharp exhale, Ilbert flung the letter to the floor. It landed carelessly among the other papers, its seal of House Herculia half crushed against the stone. He leaned back in his chair, one hand rubbing his temple, the other gripping the armrest as his thoughts churned. That bastard, he muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with quiet fury. He want me to die here, to bleed and burn in this forsaken city, buying him time for his grand schemes. The idea festered in his mind, each repetition sharpening his resentment. Leclian's letter wasn't a command to hold the city for glory or the good of the realm. It was a death sentence, written with all the flourish of noble prose. He truly believes, I'll sacrifice myself and my family for his foolish ambitions. Ilbert's jaw tightened as his fingers drummed against the armrest. The faint noise of the city outside his chamber, the muted bustle of soldiers and servants, only deepened the weight of his thoughts. It was Leclian who had caused this war, Ilbert thought bitterly. His meddling, his arrogance, his insatiable desire to impose his will on lands that had no wish for his interference, allowing traitors to join his side. The prince had extended his fingers where they did not belong, and now it was Ilbert's neck caught in the noose of his ambition. He had been clamoring for this war, and now that it came, it hit him fast and hard. Fool of a prince, he spat, his voice low but venomous. A man with a crown, but no wisdom to wear it. He rose from his chair abruptly, the legs scraping against the stone floor as he paced the room. His hands were clenched into fists, the knuckles pale. You arrogant wretch, he hissed. You play at king while men like me spill our blood and burn our homes for the scraps of your favor. You want me to stand here, to hold this city against an army you could not defeat yourself. And for what? Ilbert paused, glaring at the letter as if it might rise from the floor and defend its sender. For a promise of rewards that you can't even guarantee? You think your name and your trinkets will be enough to bury the ashes of my house when it falls. Ilbert's voice rang out with sharp authority as he turned from the window, his fury tempered into cold resolve. Guards! The heavy wooden door swung open almost immediately, two men stepping inside with practiced precision. Both bowed slightly, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, waiting attentively. My lord, one of them said, his tone steady, awaiting instructions. Ilbert's gaze was icy as he addressed them. Is the envoy that delivered this letter from the court still within these walls? The guards exchanged a brief glance before one of them nodded. Yes, my lord. He remains your guest in the east chamber. Ilbert held the guard's gaze for a moment, then gave a short, dismissive laugh, as if the word guest was the punchline to a grim joke. He straightened, his tone unwavering. Throw him out and send my eldest to me. The command hung in the air for a moment, the guard's expressions flickering with confusion. One of them hesitated, opening his mouth as if to ask for clarification, but quickly thought better of it when Ilbert's piercing eyes settled on him. "As you command, my lord," the guard replied, bowing deeply. Ilbert stood by the hearth, his hands clasped behind his back, the firelight casting sharp shadows across his face. He had summoned his eldest son only moments ago, and now footsteps approached from the hallway. The door creaked open, and a boy of 14 stepped inside, his frame tall for his age, but still carrying the wiry awkwardness of youth. The boy's name was Arendon, and though his dark hair was neatly combed, the hint of curiosity and tension in his green eyes betrayed the boyish energy beneath his composed exterior. He bowed slightly, showing respect, and greeted his father in a clear voice. "Father." Ilbert turned to face him, his expression unreadable. "Arendon," he said, his tone firm but not unkind. "Do you know why I called for you?" Arendon hesitated for a moment, then straightened, meeting his father's gaze. "I saw the commotion in the hall. Father, it seems you've made your choice." For a moment, Ilbert regarded his son, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Without a word, he turned and picked up the discarded letter from the ground. He held it out to Arendon, his eyes dark with simmering anger. "Read it yourself. I want the one that made the choice," Ilbert said curtly, his voice edged with a bitterness that made the boy flinch slightly. Arendon's eyes flicked over the letter one last time before lowering it slowly. His fingers tightened around the edges as he looked up at his father. "So, we're alone, then," he said quietly, his voice steady but carrying a note of gravity beyond his years. Ilbert nodded, the firelight casting his expression into sharp relief. "Yes, we are, and that is why I called you here today," he said, his voice softer than before. "You are my heir, Arendon, and you need to understand the reasons for the choice I am about to make." Arendon inclined his head, his youthful face composed as he replied, "You are the Lord, Father. It is your decision to make. I have no part in it." Ilbert studied his son for a long moment, a mix of pride and burden visible in his eyes. Being Lord, Arendon, is not about the title or power. It is about the choices you make, no matter how bitter, for the well-being of your family. He took a step closer, his gaze unyielding. "Vrogios," he continued, his voice hardening, "chose treachery for his own gain, and where did it lead? To the block." His head rolled, and his family was stripped of their titles and lands. Arendon's grip on the letter tightened slightly, his brow furrowing as he listened. "But the boy outside," Ilbert said, gesturing toward the door, his voice shifting as if weighing his words. "He is not like Leclian." "Not all." Ilbert's tone grew quieter but resolute. "That boy has substance behind his claim. Even if I manage to stand for 2 weeks, help will not be coming. As soon as the date passes, I will come down and bend my knee." Arendon's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his voice tinged with disbelief. "To a commoner?" Ilbert's lips tightened briefly before he replied, "No, not to the boy, but to his army, to his cause, and more importantly, to his wife. It's either that or see our family deprived of his land and nobility." The young heir's expression grew incredulous. "Still, father," taking the knee to a lowborn. "Still," Ilbert interrupted sharply, his voice hard and resolute, "we will keep our lands, our titles, our lives. And you, my son, will have a future unshadowed by war or ruin." He let the words settle, his gaze challenging. "Do you disapprove?" Arendon stared at his father for a long moment, the letter still in his hand, before shaking his head slowly. "No," he admitted at last, his voice quiet. "I do not. I did not believe it was in you to go so deep, to bow so low, even if it was for the well-being of our family." Ilbert's expression softened, though his eyes remained sharp. "A lord must know when to stand tall and when to bend, Arendon. What matters is not the posture, but the outcome. I bend now, so you may one day rise without the weight of my mistakes upon your shoulders." Arendon gave a slight nod, absorbing his father's words, as he came to the understanding that they now had a new liege to bow their heads to. Chapter 255. The banners of House Voloni Isha rippled in the cool morning breeze as Lord Ilbert and his son, Arindon, marched through the Yarzit's camp. Ilbert had kept his word, waiting until the promised date had passed without relief from the capital. He now sought only to ensure that the army of Yarzit would leave his lands intact. He had enough of this war. The camp sprawled across the rolling hills outside the city, an organized hive of disciplined activity. Soldiers moved efficiently, their armor gleaming even under the muted sunlight. Arindon's eyes roved over the men, and his lips pressed into a thin line. Each soldier wore a matching helmet and chainmail, many supplemented by breastplates and cuirasses that shone with well-maintained polish. Their surcoats, all in the same color, white, with 2 black stripes going from shoulder to waist. Even from a distance, the sharpness of their weapons, halberd, swords, axes, maces, and spears, was evident, their edges catching glints of light as if eager for battle. Ilbert kept his gaze ahead, his expression carefully neutral, though he could feel the tension in his son walking beside him. Arindon couldn't help but glance at his father, his jaw tight. It wasn't just the equipment of the men, it was the way they carried themselves. These weren't peasants pressed into service or a hastily gathered militia. Every movement, every glance exuded experience. Veterans, every single one of them. He looked back to the soldiers, their helmets masking most of their expressions, but their body language spoke volumes. The rigid precision of their posture, the confidence in their stride. Arindon shot another look at his father, his eyes wide with realization, as he now understood how their prince lost against them. He'd known from the reports of his soldiers after the battle that Alpheo's army was formidable, but seeing it now with his own eyes drove home the scale of what they had faced. Arindon's gaze lingered on the soldiers as they passed, the realization heavy on his young shoulders. And today they would bend the knee to it, not for glory, not for honor, but for survival. At the center of the sprawling camp, amidst a sea of disciplined soldiers, stood a young man astride a powerful black steed. His face, still touched by the softness of youth, betrayed that he was barely a few years older than Arindon. Ilbert caught the subtle widening of his son's eyes, a flicker of surprise at the sight of this boy, who had outmaneuvered and outfought lords twice his age. Ilbert himself felt the urge to caution his son with a glance, knowing full well that underestimating the Yarzit prince would be a grave mistake. A youthful face meant nothing. It was the fire behind the eyes that one had to gaze at. As they came within a few steps of Alpheo, Ilbert felt the weight of many eyes upon them. Alpheo's gaze shifted too, his face composed yet sharp. His gloved hand rested lightly on the pommel of his sword, the casual attitude of a conqueror. Stopping a respectful distance from the young prince consort, Ilbert dipped his head briefly, signaling the beginning of what could be the most pivotal moment of his life. Beside him, Arindon followed suit, though his gaze remained fixed on Alpheo. Ilbert straightened his posture as he approached, his voice carrying the practiced formality of a seasoned noble. "Prince Alpheo," he began, dipping his head respectfully, "I come before you unharmed. This," he said, gesturing to the young man beside him, "is my eldest son and heir, Arindon Hervius." Arindon, though younger and less composed, mimicked his father's bow. His gaze briefly met Alpheo's, curiosity and wariness mingling in his expression. "Your Grace," the boy said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Alpheo inclined his head in return, his tone calm. "Lord Ilbert, Arindon, it is good to meet the next steward of your house." His sharp eyes swept over the younger Hervius briefly before returning to Ilbert. "It seems the date we agreed upon has finally reached us," he continued, his words deliberate. "Have you come to fulfill your side of the arrangement, or instead to inform me or your decision to let blood and fire dictate our next actions?" Ilbert nodded firmly, his voice unwavering. "I have, Your Grace, come to deliver the deal. As promised, I am here to swear my loyalty to your wife, Lady Jasmine, and to seal my house's bond with her cause." Alpheo gave a faint smile, not of triumph, but of acknowledgement. "Good," he replied, his voice low yet carrying the weight of expectation. "The time has come to settle this without further bloodshed." Ilbert moved with deliberate purpose, stepping forward and sinking to one knee before Alpheo. His son, Arindon, hesitated only for a moment before following suit, kneeling beside his father. The older lord bowed his head low, his voice steady and solemn as he began the oath. I, Ilbert Hervius of House Shafsa, do solemnly swear my fealty to Her Grace Jasmine Valonisha, Princess and Protector of Yarzit. I pledge my loyalty, my service, and the strength of my house to her cause, to hold her law as my guide and her enemies as my own. May the gods witness my vow, and may my honor never falter in its fulfillment. As his words echoed across the gathering, Alpheo unsheathed his sword in a single, smooth motion, the polished steel gleaming in the sunlight. Stepping forward, he gently placed the flat of the blade first on Ilbert's right shoulder, then his left. His voice was clear and firm as he spoke. In the name of Her Grace Jasmine Valonisha, Princess and Protector of Yarzit, I accept your oath, Lord Ilbert Hervius. May your loyalty strengthen the bonds of this realm, and may you rise as a vassal of Yarzit. With a slight nod, Alpheo stepped back, the blade returning to its sheath with a crisp ring. Rise, Lord Ilbert, and take your place among the loyal. Ilbert lifted his head and stood with a measured grace, his expression composed yet resolute. Alpheo stepped forward, his expression shifting from formal to genial as he patted Ilbert lightly on the shoulder. A faint smile curved his lips as he spoke, his tone warm, yet still carrying an air of command. The only proper way to welcome you into our mix, Lord Ilbert, is with a feast, Alpheo declared, a glint of amusement in his eye. Ilbert inclined his head, a faint trace of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You are gracious, your grace. I am honored to partake in your hospitality. Alpheo waved a hand dismissively, though his expression remained inviting. If you're to serve alongside us, then it's best to start as we mean to continue, with camaraderie and wine. He turned slightly, nodding to one of his nearby aides. See to it that the preparations are made. Tonight we feast. The surrounding lords and commanders murmured approvingly, the atmosphere around the gathering lightening with the promise of revelry. Ilbert gave a small, grateful bow. Then I shall prepare myself, your grace. Alpheo chuckled softly. Prepare yourself for more than just food, Lord Ilbert. My men are a lively sort. I am sure you will fit right in. Ilbert and his son, Arindon, were seated at a long wooden table adorned with an assortment of food and drink, the air thick with laughter and the clatter of plates. Their seats were close to Prince Alpheo, who sat at the head of the table, surrounded by men whose names Ilbert did not yet know. The only familiar face was Lord Xanthios, who sat to Alpheo's right, occasionally contributing to the boisterous conversation with his booming voice. Ilbert's gaze wandered to the other men. It was apparent, even to a casual observer, that they were not highborn. None bore emblems on their chests, and their manners at the table left much to be desired. They tore at the meat with their hands, drank deeply from their goblets, and laughed without restraint. Their camaraderie was unmistakable, their ease with Alpheo a clear indication of long familiarity. Perhaps, Ilbert thought, these were companions of the prince consort from his days as a mercenary. The way they spoke to him, equal parts respect and teasing, was unlike anything Ilbert had witnessed among noble courts. These men were no courtiers, they were soldiers, that was clear. As the feast continued, Ilbert ate sparingly, his appetite diminished not by the food but by the thoughts that swirled in his mind. He sipped his wine cautiously, keeping his gaze moving from one end of the table to the other. Suddenly his new prince turned around, locked sight with him, and with a wave of his hand called him forward. Stay here, Lord Ilbert told his son as he rose and walked toward the table where he was called. As soon as he reached the prince, he saw as one of the servant bringing a chair near the prince, clearly prepared for the lord, which he gracefully took with a bow. Seeing the lord seated, Alpheo leaned back in his chair, raising his goblet slightly before setting it down with a deliberate clink. He turned to Ilbert, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well then, Lord Ilbert, since you are now one of ours," he began, his voice carrying over the din of the feast. "I think it's time you were properly introduced to my close company." The conversations around the table hushed slightly as heads turned toward the prince consort, anticipation hanging in the air. Alpheo's smile widened, and with an easy gesture, he indicated the men seated around him. "These are the ones I trust most in this world, and I think it's only fitting you meet them properly." Comments. Chapter 256. As Alpheo went around the table, introducing each man with a blend of humor and merriment, Ilbert's initial assumption solidified. These men had been companions of the prince consort during his mercenary days. Their relaxed demeanor, shared jokes, and the ease with which they addressed one another spoke of bonds forged not through titles, but through battle and shared blood. The first one he was presented of the bunch of commoners was a sag. He did not leave that much of an impression. He was not that tall, nor he seemed to be adept with the sword. The only unusual thing about him was his burnt scar that he tried to hide with hair that fell onto the side of his face, but that were still visible whenever he turned his head around. Jarza was the eldest of the group, broad-shouldered, raised his goblet in mock salute as Alpheo introduced him. He was clearly not from the south, nor from Empire. As his hue of skin suggested, he came either from across the sea or from Azania or Alernia. A foreigner. Finally, there was Egil, whose neck-long curly blonde hair seemed like that of a Moman. While his outward appearance might have marked him as a man of quick laugh, there was no mistaking the fire in his sharp eyes. Alpheo gestured to Egil with a sly grin. "Sir Egil here commands my light riders." It was his charge that shattered the right flank of Leclian's forces and turned the tide of the battle. Ilbert inclined his head politely toward Egil. "Sir Egil," he began, "since that day, I've often pondered how such a feat was possible. If I recall correctly, Leclian's cavalry outnumbered yours, particularly with night. How did you manage to bypass them and strike the infantry with such precision?" Egil leaned back slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Bypass?" he echoed, the corner of his mouth twitching into a faint smirk. "I didn't bypass them, Lord Ilbert. The day I run is the day I stop being a man. I killed the ones who dare to fight and ignore the rest." Ilbert's eyes widened slightly, and Egil chuckled before continuing, his tone growing sharper. "As soon as we finished our javelins, we got on to real fighting. Most of them broke at the first sign of disorder. They're brave shouting about honor and glory until the fighting gets real, then they ride for their mothers. We chased the bold ones, gave them a quick end, and let the cowards run." He leaned forward now, fixing Ilbert with an intense gaze. "I knew my place wasn't with the survivors, my riders, and I needed to be where the battle was still alive. That's why we cut through them fast, regrouped, and hit the infantry before they could breathe." Egil shrugged, as if dismissing the entire ordeal. "Simple enough. Fight smart, strike hard, and don't waste time on those already beaten." Alpheo chuckled. "As you can see, Egil has a knack for horse fighting while having a particular view on life." Ilbert nodded slowly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Though Egil's explanation was straightforward, the Lord found it difficult to reconcile the ease with which the light cavalry had bested a force not only larger but better equipped. It defied the conventional wisdom of warfare that had been ingrained in him since his youth. Alpheo's gaze shifted toward an older man seated a few places away, his posture dignified yet relaxed. He gestured toward him with a smile. "And here, Lord Ilbert, is Lord Shahab, my grandfather by marriage. When Her Grace, Jasmine, ascended the throne, he was among the first to rise against the rebellion led by his uncle, rallying his forces to her cause, and was among the first to fight alongside me." Lord Shahab inclined his head modestly, though his sharp, knowing eyes betrayed a quiet pride. His silver-streaked beard framed a face weathered by years of command and experience. "Duty to one's family and sovereign is the essence of our bonds, Lord Ilbert," he said with a low, gravelly voice. "I trust you'll find it so in time." Ilbert nodded respectfully to a relative of her liege. Alpheo turned to his right, where Lord Xanthios sat, his wolf-emblazoned surcoat catching the light of the nearby fire. And of course, you've already exchanged words with Lord Xanthios. Xanthios leaned forward, a wry smile playing at his lips. Indeed we have. Lord Ilbert, he said, his voice deep and steady. You'll find Jasmine to be a ruler of unmatched generosity, alongside her husband, toward those who prove their usefulness. The subtle emphasis on the last word lingered in the air for a moment. Ilbert met kshamtiushkeish, nodding thoughtfully, a quality I am certain we shall all benefit from in due time. Alpheo gestured toward another man seated nearby, his posture formal and reserved. And lastly, Lord Damaris, who had been of great help during the battle holding the center against a superior force. While my men did their part, he said, his tone polite, but without the warmth reserved for closer companions. Ilbert inclined his head respectfully, and Lord Damaris mirrored the gesture, his expression neutral. Lord Ilbert, he greeted simply. Lord Damaris, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ilbert replied, his tone equally calm. The exchange was brief and formal, the two acknowledging each other without further comment before Alpheo smoothly moved the conversation along. As the presentations finished, Ilbert stared at every face in the room with a newfound clarity. Of the nobles present, only 3 bore the unmistakable signs of great lords: Lord Shahab, Lord Xanthios, and Lord Damaris. Suddenly, it struck him like a well-aimed arrow. The rest of the nobility had likely refused to take up arms in support of the crown, which would explain the clear difference in forces. The reason was probably, and yet clearly, Jasmine's controversial marriage to Alpheo, a man of common origins turned prince consort, which sowed such division between crown and nobility. Yet, despite the disarray within the royal ranks, Alpheo had triumphed, a feat that grew more impressive the more Ilbert dwelled on it. His victory was no mere battlefield accomplishment. It was a declaration of legitimacy to those that ignored his wife's crown. Nothing establishes a ruler's worth like winning a war against daunting odds. Ilbert's mind turned to his own precarious position. He realized by now that there were probably 2 factions within Yarzit, and by swearing fealty to Jasmine and her consort, he had thrown his lot with the royal faction. A choice he now understood was as much about survival as allegiance. Without Alpheo's protection, Leclian would almost certainly seek vengeance for his perceived betrayal, so he could only join the royal faction as not even being neutral could work with his circumstances. His gaze drifted back to Alpheo, who exuded a calm authority as he engaged with those around him. If anyone could shield him from Leclian's wrath, it was him. The future belongs to the bold, Ilbert mused, and for now, there is no bolder ally than the prince consort of Yarzit. As the conversations came to an end, Ilbert resumed his meal, though his attention wandered as Lord Xanthios leaned closer, regaling him with the story of the siege of Arderonaven. With a grim satisfaction, Xanthios described the rebel lord's humiliation, recounting his walk of shame to the chopping block, something that he was never tired to tell to whoever had ears. As Ilbert listened, a thought stirred in his mind, a flicker of memory reigniting. He turned toward Alpheo, the young prince consort who had thus far proven more formidable than he had imagined. With measured respect, he addressed him, his tone steady but deferential. "My lord," Ilbert began, "I must commend you on the tactics you employed during the siege of Arderonaven. A coordinated attack from within and without, truly magnificent in its execution, albeit dishonorable. Not that I think he'd care much about it, since he was fighting against a criminal without honor." Alpheo inclined his head slightly, his lips curving in a faint smile. "You honor me with your words, Lord Ilbert. Though I wonder, does everyone here already know of this tale?" Ilbert nodded solemnly. "They do, my lord," he confirmed, his voice laced with cautious respect. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "And, if I may, there's a name some have begun to use when they speak of you. Would you care to hear it? Though I believe it would be better to say in private." Hearing that, Alpheo gave a small chuckle filled with the pride of a victorious general. "Whatever they call me won't change what her grace's men have achieved, and if they forget about the details, the hundreds cadavers outside Arderonaven will be good enough of a reminder. You can be at ease, my lord, and speak without reserve." Hearing the answer, Ilbert coughed lightly, clearing his throat before speaking. "Some have taken a calling you. Yarzit's little fox," he said, his tone careful, though his choice of words sparked an immediate reaction among the prince's men. The gathered lords chuckled quietly amongst themselves, their mirth barely restrained. However, Egil could not contain himself, bursting into a hearty laughter that shook the table. Jarza, seated nearby, hastily covered his lousy friend's mouth with both hands, though his shoulders quaked with suppressed amusement, knowing very well that such behavior could not be displayed in public. Alpheo, ever composed, allowed a smirk to tug at the corners of his mouth, mostly forced. He leaned back slightly, resting one arm on the chair as he tilted his head. "I understand the fox part," he remarked, "but why, I wonder, little?" Ilbert, maintaining his composure despite the amusement around him, gave a small shake of his head. "I cannot say for certain, my lord," he replied, keeping his tone neutral. Yet in the recesses of his mind, the answer came unbidden. "It is likely for your youth and stature." At barely older than his own son, Alpheo's age and stature seemed to strike a contrast with his sharpness on the battlefield. Ilbert wisely kept this thought to himself, focusing instead on Alpheo's measured reaction to the moniker. Alpheo, meanwhile, maintained his composed demeanor. The nickname lingered in his thoughts. Yarzit's little fox, he mused inwardly. He would have preferred something more imposing. Yet, as the words rolled through his mind, a faint sense of amusement tempered his initial irritation. Still, it's not without its charm, he thought. His lips twitched in the barest of smiles. The nickname reminded him of one of his favorite Norman rulers, who had also earned the title of Fox, Guy Scar-Hauteville. To share such an epithet, even in jest, was not the worst legacy to begin carving for himself. Who know, perhaps I should take the fox as my emblem. They can call me what they like, wolf, rabbit, dog, as long as they remember I outsmarted them. As Alpheo was thinking about how to answer that, suddenly the quiet murmur of conversation and the clinking of goblets was disrupted with the tent flaps burst open. A man stumbled in, his breath ragged, his eyes wide with urgency. The lords and commanders seated at the table froze mid-bite, their expressions ranging from confusion to irritation at the abrupt intrusion. The man, dressed in the colors of Yarzit's court, sprinted forward, his boots scuffing against the ground. He stopped several dozen steps from the main table, his knees hitting the dirt with a thud. His head bowed low as he raised his voice, breathless but clear. "Your Grace, my lords, Her Grace, the princess, she is with child. Her Grace expects a child. She who is fertile has blessed the royal family." The words hung in the air like a clap of thunder. The tent went still, every pair of eyes fixed on the messenger as the enormity of the announcement settled over them. The Prince Dom was finally about to have an heir. Comments. Chapter 257. The camp was alive with activity as dawn painted the horizon in pale shades of orange and pink. Soldiers moved sluggishly through the camp, their armor clinking softly, boots crunching on the frost-laden grass. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke from the cook fires, where pots of thin stew bubbled faintly. Some men cleaned their weapons, others checked their gear, but all carried the weariness of the campaign etched into their expressions. Among them, Lucius and Marcus, two of the 20 soldiers who had led the disguised refugees to breach the gates of Ardornaven, sat cross-legged on the dew-soaked ground. They leaned against their packs, the morning chill barely bothering them, as they shared a quiet conversation. The bags under their eyes spoke of exhaustion, but their laughter was light, tinged with the satisfaction of men well rewarded for their efforts. 70 Silverii, Marcus muttered, running his thumb over a small pouch tied securely to his belt. He shook his head, still in disbelief. "Can you imagine? That's more than a year's salary in one night." Lucius chuckled, tapping his own pouch. "The prince sure knows how to keep his men loyal. I've seen lords in our camp who wouldn't part with a single coin after a victory, let alone something like this." To some, 70 Silverii, considering that they made 5 each month, might not seem like a fortune, but to them, it was life-changing. The footmen in the prince's private army were already paid well compared to most. Earning 5 silverii a month meant that they made more than twice the income of a skilled artisan. This wage allowed them to live comfortably, purchasing grain, the food of choice for those above the bare subsistence, and even indulge in meat regularly. Feeding a family of 5 for a month was no trouble on such wages, and still, there would be enough left to save for the future. But this gift was another matter entirely. Lucius smiled to himself, thinking how the coin perhaps would finally convince that old fat oaf to allow him to have the hand of Sabine. Marcus, meanwhile, less grounded, was already dreaming of ale and a pair of boots without holes. The two fell silent for a moment, watching the camp come alive around them, much more than usual. Soldiers seemed to move with a sense of urgency that was uncommon in the slow, groggy hours of the morning. Groups were gathering in clusters, murmuring with an energy that spoke of something extraordinary. "What's all this about?" Marcus muttered, standing up and brushing dirt off his trousers. He exchanged a confused glance with Lucius before they both rose to their feet. Marcus spotted a passing soldier, a broad-shouldered man grinning ear to ear, and reached out to clasp him by the shoulder. "Oi, what's the ruckus?" Marcus asked, his tone curious but tinged with the irritation of someone pulled from a quiet morning. The man turned, his grin stretching wider, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "Haven't you heard?" he said, his voice brimming with joy. "Her Grace, the princess, she's with child." Lucius and Marcus blinked at the news, their expressions caught somewhere between surprise and dawning understanding. "And that's not all," the soldier continued, his excitement spilling over. "The prince himself has declared that today there'll be no drills, no duties. Full rest for the entire army. And tonight," he clapped his hands together with a laugh, "meat for supper. All hail the prince." Marcus exchanged a glance with Lucius, their confusion replaced by a broad smile. The news was welcome, both in what it meant for the future and in the rare gift of a day's reprieve. Marcus let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "Well," he said, clapping Lucius on the back, "guess the prince knows how to celebrate." Lucius nodded, his smile warm. "And how to keep morale high. Can't say I mind a bit of meat and rest after the weeks we've had." The two stood for a moment, absorbing the ripple of happiness spreading through the camp, their earlier fatigue washed away by the good news. For the ordinary soldiers, the news of the princess expecting a child came as a delightful surprise, made sweeter by the prince's declaration of a celebratory feast. The promise of meat for supper, a rare luxury in their ranks, was enough to spark cheer and laughter across the camp. For these men, it was a day of rest and camaraderie, a brief escape from the grind of their service. But for the soldiers of Alpheo's private army, the announcement carried a deeper significance. These men, who spent most of their years stationed in the capital, often found themselves in the prince's presence. It was not uncommon for Alpheo to stroll among them, sharing a word or two, asking after their well-being, or making a speech. That combined with the exceptional treatment they enjoyed, higher pay than nearly any soldier in the realm, generous care for the wounded, and assurances that their families would be provided for should they fall, fostered a bond that went far beyond duty. To say they were loyal to the prince was an understatement. For many, it was not just a matter of following orders, but of genuine devotion. Alpheo's leadership had not only earned their respect, but also their unwavering trust. They knew he valued them as more than tools of war, and in return, they would give their lives for him without hesitation. Now, hearing that their prince was to be a father filled them with warmth they hadn't expected, making them willing to toast not only to the health of the princess and her unborn child, but to the prince himself, a man they felt privileged to call such. The loyalty of Alpheo's private soldiers ran so deep it bordered on the unshakable. These were not men who served out of fear or obligation, making their morale soar into the sky. Their allegiance extended beyond Alpheo himself. It now encompassed the unborn child he and the princess awaited. If, by some cruel twist of fate, the prince were to fall that very day, there was not a shred of doubt among them about what they would do. Every man in their ranks, hardened by countless campaigns and bonded by years of shared sacrifice, would immediately take up arms to safeguard the future of Alpheo's line. They would rally to the child, swearing their lives to ensure the heir's ascension to the throne. And any noble harboring ambitions of usurping power or exploiting the vulnerability of a regency would face a grim reality when they looked upon the thousand of battle-scarred soldiers gathered outside the gates, led by men such as Egil, Jarza, and Asag, who would have gladly died in service of their prince, with whom, while at the head of command, made the soldiers only know victories and luxury. Inside the private tent, laughter and the clinking of cups filled the air as Alpheo sat surrounded by his closest companions. The announcement of the princess's pregnancy had unleashed a wave of celebration, and his friends had taken it upon themselves to ensure the prince joined in. Jarza, his face already flushed with drink, grinned as he poured yet another round of wine into Alpheo's cup. "Come on, Alpheo," he teased, raising his own cup high. "You've won battles with half an army, stormed walls with fewer men than this, and now you're telling me you can't finish a little cup? Truly, you're slipping." Egil leaned back with a roaring laugh, slapping the table. "Leave the man be, Jarza. He's about to become a father. He'll have no time for wine when the little one's cries are ringing in his ears." He turned to Alpheo with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Though I wager the real trouble will be Jasmine. She'll have you play with him while she leads court meetings. You will become the woman of the royal family." Alpheo rolled his eyes, but smirked as he took a sip from his cup, earning cheers from his companions. "If I will know fatherhood to be that bad, I might consider spending all years at war," he quipped dryly, eliciting more laughter. Alpheo finished his cup with a satisfied sigh, setting it down with a deliberate thud. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over his companions, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "So," he began, his tone light but edged with meaning, "when will the rest of you get around to having brats of your own? I'd like for our sons to be brothers too." The laughter rolled for a moment, but Alpheo's expression shifted, his smirk fading as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. His voice took on a serious edge. "Just all you want, but hear me on this. When we return to court, you'll all be lords. The days of wandering as free men are coming to an end. Titles bring duties, and one of those is securing your line." The men quieted, the weight of his words sinking in. Alpheo continued, his tone firm. "With Vrogios dead, his 2 daughters are eligible for marriage. The eldest is of age and can be wed immediately following the ceremony. The younger will wait until she comes of age, but that still leaves her as a valuable match." Egil set his cup down, his earlier mirth tempered by thought. "You're saying one of us should marry them?" Alpheo nodded. "Not just one of you two. I mean to see that each of you is established, secure. This war has cost us much, but it has also opened doors. You've stood by me through battles and blood. Now, it's time to claim the rewards of victory." Alpheo leaned forward, his gaze settling on Egil with a determined glint. "The eldest daughter of Vrogios should be wed to you, Egil. It was your charge that shattered the rebels' line and won us this war. Such a reward is well-deserved." Alpheo's eyes turned to Asag and Jarza. "As for the younger daughter," he began, "I'll leave it to you two to decide who will take her hand. She won't come of age for a few years, but she'll be a valuable match when she does." Asag glanced at Jarza, his face breaking into a sly grin. "Let Jarza have her. The man's older, and let's be honest, he's got less time to put that cock of his to use before it stops working altogether." The tent erupted in laughter, Egil nearly choking on his drink as Jarza scowled in mock indignation. "I'm in my late 30s. Jarza protested, a hand on his chest, as if deeply offended, lying as he was instead in his early 40s. "Hardly old enough to warrant such slander, you bastard." Egil leaned back in his chair, shaking his head with an exaggerated sigh. "It's nice to know my future is being decided without so much as asking me. Maybe I don't want to get married at all. Did that thought cross your mind?" Alpheo pushed himself up from his seat, his cup held high above his head. "To the new lordships," he declared, his voice steady but brimming with warmth. To Egil, Asag, and Jarza, May your estates be vast, your wine plentiful, and your children bear the strength of lions, and may them be brothers to each other, as if they came from the same womb." The group erupted in cheers, cups clinking together in a chaotic symphony. Even Egil, still feigning reluctance, couldn't help but lift his drink with a crooked grin. Comments. Chapter 258. The village was a blazing inferno, its thatched roofs crackling and collapsing under roaring flames. Smoke billowed into the sky, turning day into a choking twilight. Villagers screamed as they fled, their cries piercing the air, a symphony of terror and despair. Children clung to their mothers, while the old and frail stumbled, their attempts to escape thwarted by the chaos around them, causing them to fall. Riders thundered through the streets, their torches flaring as they set fire to every building in sight, sparing only the central warehouse. The flames painted their armored figures in a hellish glow, their laughter echoing cruelly over the destruction. "Run, little rats," one rider shouted, his grin wide as he slapped the flat of his blade against the back of a fleeing villager, sending the man tumbling forward. Another leaned from his saddle, grabbing a young woman by the arm and hoisting her onto his horse despite her struggles. His comrades cheered and hooped, spurring their horses forward to continue the rampage. Carts overturned, spilling their contents onto the muddy ground, where they were trampled under hooves. Riders smashed barrels for sport, wine and grain spilling out like blood. For the past several days, the army had swept through the lands under the prince's domain, leaving behind a trail of ash and ruin. Villages, granaries, and outposts fell like brittle reeds before a storm, their resistance either non-existent or easily crushed. The campaign was relentless, methodical, and without mercy, a scorched earth strategy to cripple the prince's northern reach. Among the marauders, Egil had been given command of the forces tasked with scouring the northern lands. It was a role he took to with zeal and filled with glee, his reputation for brutal efficiency preceding him. The northern villages, isolated and left to fend for themselves, had no chance. If perhaps they were sworn to some lords, maybe a defense party could have been set up near them. Yet they were not, and the only man that could have protected them turtled himself behind high walls. Egil's men took to their raid with an eagerness born of long weeks in the field, finally free to vent their frustrations. Livestock was driven off, and fields were burned to ensure they could not be used to feed the enemy's forces. Egil himself led from the front, his presence galvanizing his men. It was a brutal campaign, one Egil carried out with a sense of personal satisfaction. "They owes us blood," he had declared to his men before the raiding began. Now, he was collecting it with interest. It was the third village sacked today, and the air was thick with the mingled sense of smoke, sweat, and terror. For most, it was a scene of horror and devastation, but for Egil, it felt oddly like home. He rode leisurely at the center of the mayhem, reins loose in one hand, while the other held an apple, freshly plucked from a crate discovered in the last storehouse. Taking a slow, deliberate bite, he savored the crisp crunch and the tart sweetness of the fruit. Soldiers darted between buildings, their laughter and jeers punctuating the cries of the villagers. Riders torched anything that would burn, their torches streaking flames across roofs and walls. The only buildings spared were the warehouse and granaries, which would be emptied soon enough, and then whatever could not be brought with them burnt. A farmer stumbled into the street, clutching his daughter's arm and dragging her toward the woods. The girl's tear-streaked face twisted in fear as one of Egil's riders cut them off, laughing as they played with the man, hitting him with non-lethal strike, giving him bruises and delivering pain. "Burn it all," one of his men shouted nearby, prompting a chorus of cheers. Egil smirked, the corner of his mouth tugging upward as he took another bite. If this was not home, it was the closest thing to it he could imagine. As Egil savored the last bite of his apple, his eyes settled on the granary, standing stubbornly amid the flames licking at the rest of the village. Smoke billowed into the sky, a signal of ruin to anyone within miles. He felt a small twinge of something like regret, Not for the people, but for the food. All that grain, those sacks of barley and wheat, even the dried meats they'd uncovered in some of the cottages, now either going up in flames or left behind. It was wasteful, really, to destroy so much sustenance. His men had already stuffed what they could into their saddlebags, but 80 riders couldn't haul even a fraction of what the village held. Egil tossed the apple core to the ground. Its remnants trampled into the dirt as his horse trotted forward. His sharp eyes caught sight of a man kneeling amid the chaos, hunched over with his face buried in his hands, unmoving even as flames devoured what once might have been his home. The man's frame shuddered in quiet despair, a contrast to the rider's whoops and laughter echoing all around. With a nudge of his reins, Egil guided his horse toward the figure. Stopping just short of him, he leaned down and kicked the man lightly on the shoulder with his boot. "Oi, get up," Egil said lazily, as though addressing a stray dog. "Run like the rest of your lot." The man slowly raised his head, dirt streaking his face and eyes hollow with despair. He stared up at Egil with a look devoid of fear, almost daring him to strike harder. "Run," the peasant croaked. His voice was hoarse and cracked, trembling with exhaustion. "Run where? My house is gone. My food's gone. The fields are ash. What's left to run to? Starvation? Better I kneel here and burn with it. I've lived in that house since I was a boy," the peasant continued, his voice cracking as he gestured toward the skeletal remains of his home, now engulfed in roaring flames. "My father lived there, and his father before him. It was all we had, everything we built. You've taken that, left us with nothing, not even scraps." Egil said nothing at first, staring down at the man. His grip on the reins tightened slightly. Around them, the village burned, smoke and cries filling the air as the reality of ruin unfolded. For the briefest of moments, Egil's expression seemed to flicker, not of sympathy, just amusement. Then he straightened, his face hardening once more. "Life doesn't care about what you had," he said, his tone almost nonchalant. "Best start walking. At least that way, you've still got your legs." Egil halted his horse once more, turning his gaze back to the peasant who remained firmly planted on the ground, his head bowed toward the scorched earth. A long sigh escaped Egil's lips, exasperation creeping into his tone as he asked again, "You're really not going to run?" The man didn't move, but a faint sound preceded his reply, a wet noise of disgust as he spat onto the ground near Egil's horse. Egil straightened in his saddle, his hand drifting lazily to the hilt of his sword. "Suit yourself," he muttered, drawing the blade with an easy grace. The steel gleamed cruelly, reflecting the inferno consuming the village. He tilted his head slightly, as if addressing the man one last time. "If you're not going to run, then you're not much use to my prince, are you?" The peasant finally raised his head, his face twisted with rage and grief. His voice, though cracked and raw, carried a venomous conviction as he spat. "To hell with you and your prince. I curse you both. May the mother take away all your children." Egil blinked. "Joke's on you. I've got none." The peasant's lips curled into a bitter snarl. "Then I curse you never to have any. May you die alone, with nothing to carry your name forward." Egil shrugged, the motion casual, almost indifferent. "Fine by me," he replied as he raised his sword. The swing was fluid and practiced, the blade cutting cleanly through the air and the man's neck. His head toppled to the ground with a dull thud, rolling to a halt amidst the dirt and soot. Egil wiped his blade on the peasant's tattered shirt before sliding it back into its scabbard. Without another word, he spurred his horse onward, leaving the lifeless body behind as the fires consumed the remnants of the village. "I ain't got that much of a name to let them carry anyway." Egil turned his horse, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of a group of his riders farther down the smoldering village road. Several of them had women slung across their saddles, heads bowed, shoulders trembling as they clung to the horse's sides. The sight made his jaw tighten. "What in the God's name do you think you're doing?" Egil bellowed, his voice cutting through the crackling fires and distant cries. "Carrying women with you? What's the plan then? You think you'll take them back to camp? The military law says no whore can be brought in the camp." The riders froze, exchanging nervous glances. A few lowered their heads sheepishly before one of them, a wiry man with a weathered face, spoke up hesitantly. "We thought, maybe, to take them as wives, sir. Back in the city, we've got no one." "Alone, sir." Another rider chimed in, his voice pleading. "Please, Commander, let us. We mean no harm. We will give them our share of food until we are back home." Egil sighed, dragging a hand through his unruly hair in frustration. His gaze swept over the men, then the women, who still refused to raise their eyes. His lips twisted into a scowl as he muttered a curse under his breath. They were his men after all. "Fine," he barked, pointing a finger at the riders. "But listen here. You want to keep them? You better marry them. I won't have people say that the prince make exceptions for us. I'll talk to the prince myself, see if I can get him to let you have it. After all, he says no whore in camp, and technically they're not." The men broke into relieved grins, their voices tumbling over each other in gratitude. "Thank you, Commander." "Thank you, sir." Egil snapped his hand in the air to silence them, his patience worn thin. "Don't thank me yet," he growled. With a sharp motion, he kicked one of the riders in the leg, nearly knocking him off his horse. "Now move it. Back to camp before I change my mind." The chastised riders nodded hastily, tugging their reins and spurring their horses forward. Egil watched them for a moment, shaking his head before turning his own mount back to the road. Bloody fools. Comments. Chapter 259. Lechlin sat on his high-backed chair in the dimly lit court, his jaw tight as he bit the inside of his cheek. The reports stacked before him were damning, each one worse than the last. For the past week, messengers had poured into his hall like a tide, bearing grim news. The Yarzits had been raiding village after village, leaving a trail of destruction behind them. Yet, infuriatingly, they weren't slaughtering the villagers. Instead, they torched homes, destroyed crops, and pillaged everything of value, sparing the people only to leave them broken and destitute. His people didn't have the means to recover. They were being bled dry by devastation and fear, and he knew that next year he would face a famine. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as his eyes darted to the few men who still stood loyally in his court. Once, his banners had flown high with a host of lords at his side. Now, his army numbered less than 1,000, a pitiful shadow of its former strength. The failure to relieve Lord Ilbert had been the final straw. His decision to delay reinforcements had backfired spectacularly, and the consequences had been catastrophic. The remaining lords, disgusted by his failure, had abandoned him altogether. They had withdrawn to their fiefs, no doubt hoping to safeguard their lands and fortunes from the Yarzits' relentless pillaging. Lechlian's grip tightened on the armrest of his chair as his thoughts turned venomous. What did they expect? He seethed internally. Did they truly believe I could march straight to Ilbert's aid with just 1,500 men, knowing full well the enemy had bested me before when I outnumbered them 2-1? He bit the inside of his cheek harder, the taste of blood intensifying. If those lords had even a shred of backbone, they'd see that this was a fight for survival, not just their petty fiefs. Do they think the Yarzits will stop at Ilbert's lands? Let them rot in their castles when the Yarzits come for them. Perhaps then they'll understand what I was trying to prevent. Yet Lechlian remained oblivious to Alpheo's true intentions. The prince consort of Yarzit had no desire to extend his devastation to the lands of the other nobles. His aim was singular, to lay waste solely to the prince's fiefs. By doing so, Alpheo sought not just to cripple Lechlian's power, but to ensure that the surrounding nobility emerged stronger than the prince himself. He desired to sow deep instability within the region, an instability far more enduring and corrosive than the temporary chaos of a famine. And there was no better instrument for that to make it so that the nobles heavily outnumbered in strength that of the prince. "Your Grace," a voice to his right pulled him from his brooding. "We cannot remain holed up in the city while the enemy ravages the countryside." Lechlian's jaw tightened, a low grumble escaping his throat before he could suppress it. "And what would you have us do, Arnold?" he asked, keeping his tone measured, his eyes moving to that of his eldest. Lechlian's gaze lingered on Arnold, his eldest son, standing proud in the dim torchlight. It was like staring into a mirror of his younger self, broad-shouldered, with the same piercing eyes, strong jawline, and the dark, unruly hair that framed his face. The resemblance was uncanny, and it stirred a complicated mix of pride and frustration within him. So much like me, Leclian thought bitterly, but blinded by the same fire of youth that once made me reckless. He could see the determination in Arnold's stance, the unyielding resolve in his tone. Yet, all Leclian could think of was how easily passion could lead to folly. Lord Crescio stepped forward from the shadowed edges of the court. His voice was steady, commanding attention as he addressed the room. "Your Grace, the Yarzit's raiding parties are spread thin. Reports from the north and south suggest they are overextended. If we act swiftly, we can send small detachments to harry them. It won't break their strength entirely, but it will be a blow to them." Leclian regarded Crescio with a guarded expression, weighing his words. He was after all one of the few lords that still stood with him. Before he could respond, Arnold took a step forward, his voice ringing with determination. "I'll lead the expedition," the prince declared, his eyes alight with the fervor of purpose. "I know the land better than most, and I can move quickly with a trusted force." A murmur rippled through the room, the gathered men exchanging uncertain glances. Leclian's jaw tightened, his brow furrowing deeply as he studied his son. Arnold's eagerness was palpable, but so too was the shadow of risk. Leclian mulled over the suggestion, his brow furrowed deeply. Splitting his already meager force felt like courting disaster. With fewer than 1,000 men, every soldier was precious, and dividing their numbers further might weaken the city's defense irreparably. Yet, the alternative, remaining passive as villages burned and as people suffered, was equally untenable. He drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair, the sharp sound filling the silence. "It's a risk we cannot avoid. If we do nothing, I'll look like a coward who can't protect his own lands. Something must be done. Well, since he was the one to bring it up, then it is only fair he is the one to lead them." Leclian rose from his chair, the weight of his decision evident in his rigid posture. "Lord Crescio," he said, his voice steely with resolve, "you will take command of a force to drive back the raiders north of here. As for my son, he shall follow you and learn. I task his security to you." Arnold took the command with great displeasure, as he believed this would be his occasion to show his worth. Yet he did not argue against it, as the lord beside him was faster in his answer. Lord Crescio straightened, bowing deeply. "Your Grace, I will do my utmost. May I ask how many men we might lead?" The prince paused, the hesitation visible in his furrowed brow. Every soldier spared was a risk, and yet he could not afford to send too few, else the lords thought he forced them toward failure. "You shall take 200 footmen and 50 knights." Lord Crescio inclined his head once more, his tone resolute. "It will suffice, your Grace. We will ensure these raiders regret their insolence." "See that you do," Leclian replied, his gaze hardening. "I'll not suffer another report of their flames licking at my lands." The northern lands had sent in fewer reports of raiding parties, leading Leclian to believe that the enemy presence there was lighter, perhaps more scattered. It wasn't much, but it offered a sliver of opportunity. If he could claim a decisive strike, even a small one, he could parade it before the nobility as proof of his resolve. Sitting idle in the capital while his villages burned to ash was a humiliation that gnawed at him. It made him seem weak, like a prince unable to protect his own people, a ruler unfit to wear the crown. A victory, no matter how modest, would help to shore up the image of the throne. The 200 footmen placed under Lord Crescio's command were drawn primarily from the levies of the lord. Less than half of them belonged to the prince's personal recruits, ensuring that any losses incurred during the mission would fall more heavily on his allies than on his own dwindling forces. If the venture failed, it would cost him less directly, an unfortunate but necessary sacrifice to maintain appearances. If it succeeded, he could claim the victory as his own, for his son was with them, a triumph orchestrated by the crown, one could say. Either way, the risk to his personal strength was minimized. leaving him with just enough force to hold the capital should the worst come to pass. Of the whole venture, the thing that caused him most distress was, however, the safety of his son. A man stood at the side of the road, leaning casually against the post of his shop as he watched the column of soldiers march out of the capital. Their banners fluttered listlessly in the cool morning breeze, and the metallic rhythm of boots on cobblestones echoed faintly along the street. Around him, the citizens seemed largely indifferent to the sight, their expressions betraying little more than weary acceptance. Since the crushing defeat at the hands of the Yarzits, the city's mood had been steeped in unease. Whispers of the enemy's growing strength and the prince's dwindling forces had fostered fears of an inevitable siege. But as the weeks dragged on and rumors began to circulate that the Yarzits had bypassed the capital, those fears had dulled, replaced by a cautious hope that the war might never truly reach their gates. The man's eyes followed the soldiers until they disappeared down the road, their numbers swallowed by the distant haze. He took one last look at their retreating figures before stepping back into his shop, the wooden door closing softly behind him. The shop was a modest butchery, its air thick with a mingled sense of raw meat and sawdust. Hooks dangled from the ceiling, bearing slabs of pork and lamb, while a wooden counter held a sharp set of knives meticulously cleaned. In the corner, a row of cages housed pigeons, the perfect way to hide the messenger birds on open sight. Behind the counter, the butcher glanced at the pigeons as he weighed his next move. Normally, a bird would carry word to the prince in the south, but he knew that by the time such a message reached its destination, the information would be useless. The troop movement he'd just witnessed demanded immediate action. His gaze shifted to a boy crouched near the cutting block, diligently sharpening a cleaver. The boy, a wiry lad of 15 with dark hair and quick eyes, was named Finn. He was more than an apprentice butcher. He was a messenger in training for far more dangerous errands. The butcher studied him for a moment, considering the risks, before finally speaking. "Finn," he called, his voice low but firm. The boy straightened, placing the cleaver down carefully before turning to his master. "Yes, sir." The butcher stepped closer, resting a hand on the counter. "I've got a mission for you. This one's important. No pigeons this time. You'll need to deliver it yourself." Finn frowned slightly, tilting his head. "Where am I going, sir?" The butcher hesitated, his lips pressing into a thin line before he finally answered. "North." He had heard of the words coming out of the refugee in the city, and he had got information that there was a raiding party not only south but north too. As he was a spy, he obviously had basic knowledge of geography around the Crown's land. So he knew from the names of the villages that the raiding party north of them was much closer than the southern one. "North where?" Finn asked, blinking. There was a note of nervousness in his voice, though he tried to hide it with a calm facade. The butcher let out a breath, glancing briefly at the cages of pigeons, as if weighing his words. "North of us. They'll be near the burnt villages. Follow the trail of ash and smoke. That's where they'll be." Finn's mouth opened slightly as he processed the poetic words. "You damn old man, you don't know either." He swallowed hard, realization dawning. "I'll need to give them the letter?" "That's right," the butcher confirmed. He turned and began rifling through the drawers of his counter, pulling out parchment, ink, and a quill. "I'll write it as quickly as I can. You'll hand it directly to them. Nothing less will do." "But," Finn's brow furrowed, "how will I get there? I can't just walk all that way." "You won't," the butcher replied, his tone firm. "I have a contact in the city. They'll lend you a horse, a good one. Strong, fast. You'll ride straight through, no stopping for anything but the barest rest. Understand?" "Yes, sir," Finn murmured, nodding, though the gravity of the task pressed heavily on his shoulders. The butcher leaned closer, gripping the edge of the counter as his gaze locked onto the boys. "This is of the utmost importance, Finn. If you succeed," he paused, his expression softening just a touch. "There will be rewards, proper ones. You'll have earned them." Finn straightened his back, determination flickering in his eyes despite the apprehension that still lingered. "I won't fail, sir. I'll get it to them. I will make sure not to fail." The butcher sighed deeply, rubbing his hands together as he stared at Finn, his face lined with tension. "We don't have a choice in this, boy. The prince pays for our service, and he expects to get something in return. If we fail him, he leaned forward, lowering his voice. There's no doubt in my mind that he'd silence us permanently if we proved beneath his desired worth. Finn's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. The gravity of the statement wasn't lost on him, and a chill ran down his spine. He nodded slowly, his youthful face pale but resolute. I understand, he said, his voice steady despite the nerves fluttering in his chest. The butcher gave a sharp nod, his eyes lingering on the boy for a moment, as though gauging his readiness. Good. Now, prepare yourself. This is not something we can afford to bungle. For a moment, the butcher and Finn locked eyes. They both knew that their fates were intertwined, their survival dependent on fulfilling the prince's expectations. If this mission failed, and something bad happened to the prince's soldiers, neither would be spared. Comments. Chapter 260. Finn sat uncomfortably atop the horse, its steady clop against the dirt road, doing little to ease his frustration. He squinted at the vast expanse of countryside stretching in every direction, rolling fields, sparse clusters of trees, and the occasional ruined farmhouse. Damn him for this madness. The old man's insistence that Finn be the one to deliver the letter made sense in theory, but who knew it would be such a drag? Why me? Why not someone who knows where they're going? Finn muttered, nudging the horse into a faster trot. The horse snorted, and Finn found himself glancing around nervously. He scanned the horizon for signs of the burnt villages the old man had mentioned, but nothing was on sight. Then, as he urged the horse forward again, a cold realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He was lost. Finn pulled the reins, bringing the horse to a halt. He turned in every direction, his stomach twisting. Great. Just great. Lost in the middle of nowhere between two armies. Perfect. The horse shook its head as if in agreement, and Finn groaned. He needed to think fast or risk wandering aimlessly until he stumbled into the wrong kind of company. Finn's gaze darted to his right as he suddenly caught sight of movement far off in the distance. Squinting against the midday sun, he made out the faint shapes of three figures walking along the edge of a field. Relief surged through him. Finally, someone who might tell him where he was. He adjusted the belt, holding the scabbard of his short sword, pulling it tight across his waist. Just in case, he thought, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. With a quick nudge of his heels, he spurred the horse forward, its hooves pounding against the dirt as he closed the distance between himself and the figures. As he drew closer, Finn saw that it was a middle-aged man accompanied by a teenage boy and a younger girl. The man's shoulders tensed as the sound of hooves reached him, and he quickly stepped in front of his children, shielding them with his body. His weathered face was a mixture of fear and defiance as Finn slowed his approach. "We've got nothing worth taking, stranger," the man said firmly, his voice steady despite the quaver of his hands. Finn shifted in his saddle, trying to appear non-threatening. "I'm not here to take anything," he said, his tone steady but firm. "I just need information. Where are you from?" The middle-aged man hesitated before replying, his voice wary. "We're from Rellan's Hollow, just north of here." Finn nodded thoughtfully, running the name through his mind, though it meant little to him. "When did the raiders come through your village?" Before the man could answer, the boy behind him spoke up, his voice thin but hopeful. "Did the prince send you? Is he going to help us?" Finn paused, the question catching him off guard. He wasn't sure what to say. "Yes," he said with a curt nod. "An army has been sent by the prince." The boy's eyes brightened, but his father's skeptical gaze lingered on Finn. "They came yesterday," the man finally said, his voice carrying a grim weight. "Took what they wanted and burned the rest." Finn's heart quickened as he realized how close he must be to the raiding party. He leaned forward slightly. "How far is the nearest village if I head left from here?" The man raised a calloused hand and pointed northwest. 3 days' walk in that direction, he said, his voice resigned. "Maybe less since you are on horse." Finn did a quick calculation, realizing that with his horse, it would only take a day's ride. He adjusted his grip on the reins, his mind racing with what he needed to do next. He gave the man and his family a final glance. "Carry on," he said, spurring his horse into motion. The villagers watched silently as he rode away, the sound of hooves fading into the distance. Once Finn disappeared beyond the horizon, the three villagers exchanged wary glances. The father ushered his children forward. "Let's move," he said quietly, his tone urgent. They began walking in the opposite direction, heads low and steps hurried, leaving behind the encounter with the stranger. Finn urged his horse northwest, following the direction the man had indicated. The countryside rolled by in a patchwork of browning fields and sparse woodland. The rhythmic clatter of hooves on dirt accompanied him, and the occasional breeze rustled through the distant trees. His mind wandered, replaying the conversation with the villagers. He hoped the directions were accurate. After several hours of steady riding, the sun began to dip lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. He slowed his horse as he came across a small river winding lazily through the landscape. The clear water shimmered in the fading light, and Finn decided it was time to rest. He dismounted, letting the reins fall loosely over his arm as he led his horse to the water's edge. The animal eagerly bent its head, drinking deeply from the cool stream. Finn crouched by the bank, taking off his canteen and dipping it into the river. The water was refreshing, and he took a few sips, feeling the fatigue of the ride ease slightly. As the horse drank, Finn gazed around, noting the quiet stillness of the surroundings. The faint chirping of crickets began to fill the air as twilight settled in. Sighing, he leaned back on his heels, momentarily appreciating the calm. Finn's moment of calm was shattered by the distinct sound of hooves approaching from behind. He tensed, spinning around to see two riders closing in on him, their figures silhouetted against the fading daylight. Heart pounding, he quickly raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. He remained by his horse, still and compliant, as the riders reined in their mounts a few paces away. One of the men, a wiry fellow with a thick beard, let his eyes sweep over Finn before nodding toward the horse. "That's a fine animal you've got there," he said with a smirk. Without waiting for a response, he nudged his own horse forward and casually seized the reins of Finn's mount, pulling it closer. Finn fought to steady his nerves. He had no way of knowing whose side these men were on, whether they were Alpheo's scouts or the other prince's forces. Logic told him it would make more sense for them to belong to Alpheo's army this far north, but logic wasn't always reliable in war. He took a cautious breath and ventured a question. "What prince do you serve?" he asked, keeping his tone as neutral as possible, as he believed that beating around the bush served no use, as he knew that after he had been robbed, the two men would probably kill him. The two riders exchanged a glance, their expressions hardening. The second man, broader and with a scar cutting across his cheek, rested a hand deliberately on the hilt of his sword. He leaned slightly forward in his saddle, his eyes narrowing. "Why does that matter to you?" he asked, his voice low and edged with suspicion. Finn licked his dry lips and forced himself to stay calm, though his heart threatened to beat its way out of his chest. He raised his voice enough to be heard, but kept his tone steady. "I have a letter," he said, carefully, for the commander leading the army of his grace, Prince Alpheo. Inwardly, he prayed fervently to any gods who might be listening that his hunch had been right. He dared not think about what would happen if he'd guessed wrong. Death would be much better than being captured. For a moment, there was silence. Then the man with the scar relaxed, a smile breaking across his weathered face. He took his hand off the hilt of his sword and leaned back slightly in his saddle. "You're in luck," the man said with a chuckle. "You gave the name of the right one, that we can bring you to him." Relief flooded Finn, but he kept his expression neutral. Nodding slowly, he raised his hands to show no resistance and began disarming himself. He removed his belt and scabbard, handing them over without complaint. The riders accepted them, their suspicion easing as they watched him comply. "Thank the gods," Finn muttered under his breath, almost lightheaded with relief as he was led on horseback by the two men. As they approached the camp, Finn surveyed the scene with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The camp was simple, lacking the defensive walls or trenches he had imagined. Instead, rows of basic tents were arranged with little apparent order, their canvas flapping gently in the evening breeze. There were as many horses as there were people. Soldiers moved freely about, some polishing their weapons or tending to their steeds, while others sat in groups, laughing and drinking. Here and there, Finn noticed women among them, mostly looking down, trying not to make eye contact. Finn's horse was taken from him as the riders led him on foot through the camp. He was flanked closely by his escorts, their presence a clear warning not to wander. Finally, they stopped in front of a larger tent, its entrance marked by two banners bearing a coat of arms he didn't recognize. One of the riders gestured for him to enter, parting the tent flap. Finn took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and stepped inside. Comments. Chapter 261. Finn stepped through the tent's entrance, and his initial impression was completely different to what he had expected. Instead of the grandeur or luxurious sophistication he thought might belong to a commander's quarters, the tent was shockingly bare. There were no tables laden with maps, no racks of polished weapons, and no ornate furnishings. The ground was covered with little more than a few scattered patches of straw and dirt, except for a modest fur thrown across one corner, serving as a makeshift bed. Beside the fur lay a sword still in its scabbard and an axe, casually discarded as though they were an afterthought rather than the primary tools of war. Finn's gaze lingered on it for a moment, noting its worn leather grip, before returning to the man sprawled on the fur. The man didn't bother to rise as Finn entered. Instead, he propped himself up lazily on one elbow, his sharp eyes flicking up to size the boy up. A sigh escaped him, a mixture of exhaustion and faint annoyance, as though the arrival of yet another stranger was more a nuisance than anything else. "Well," the man said flatly, his voice low and steady. "You're not much to look at. What do you want?" Finn blinked, caught off guard both by the man's appearance and his tone. He had expected someone regal or commanding, but this man radiated an air of relaxed indifference, as though he were simply waiting for the next interruption to pass. Egil was a striking figure, even in his state of apparent disinterest. His tall frame was immediately noticeable, with long, corded muscles visible even through his relaxed posture. His blond hair, neck-length and slightly unkempt, framed a face sharp and angular, his high cheekbones accentuating the intensity of his piercing eyes. Those eyes, cold, seemed to take in everything with an unnerving clarity, leaving Finn feeling like he was being weighed and measured. Though he was lying on the fur with a casual air, there was an undeniable presence about him, a latent energy that suggested he could spring into action in an instant if the situation demanded. The tent itself mirrored Egil's heritage and philosophy, resembling the style of his nomadic ancestors. There were no unnecessary adornments, just the bare essentials: a fur-covered bedroll, his weapons resting carelessly beside it, and a few scattered personal items. Egil's camp was filled with similar tents, as he had issued a command to his men to follow this nomadic principle. A man can only ride as the wind, he had often said, if he is as light and empty as it. One of the riders stepped forward, breaking the silence. "We found him during our scouting, Commander," he said, nodding towards Finn. "He claims to be in the service of his grace, and says he has a letter to deliver to you." Egil's sharp eyes turned to Finn, studying him intently. "And why?" he asked in a low, gravelly voice. "Would Alpheo send you to me?" Finn, nervous under the weight of the commander's gaze, quickly clarified, "I wasn't sent by the prince directly, my lord. I'm here on behalf of one of his informants." He paused, licking his lips nervously, before adding, "The enemy prince, Leklian, has sent a force to deal with you." Egil's brows furrowed slightly, his interest now piqued. "Go on," he ordered. "There's more, my lord," Finn continued, his voice steadying as he spoke. "The details are in the letter." He gestured toward the small satchel at his side. Egil let out a short sigh and rose smoothly from the fur-covered ground, his tall figure even more imposing when upright. He extended his hand toward the boy, palm open. "Give it to me," he said, his tone leaving no room for delay. Finn hastily retrieved the letter from his satchel and handed it over, his hand trembling slightly as Egil snatched it from his grasp. Egil broke the wax seal on the letter with a practiced flick of his thumb, unfolding the parchment and scanning its contents. As his sharp eyes moved over the words, he muttered absently, "Don't call me my lord, boy. I'm no lord, just a knight." Finn nodded quickly, murmuring, "Understood, sir." Egil's expression remained neutral as he reached the end of the letter very slowly, giving away nothing of its contents, nor if he had understood what it entailed inside, as he still had trouble reading. Once finished, he folded the parchment deliberately and tucked it into his belt. He turned his gaze to the guards still lingering by the entrance of the tent. "You can leave," Egil commanded curtly, "and fetch Riccios for me." Now, the guards exchanged quick nods and exited the tent without hesitation. Egil's piercing gaze then turned back to Finn. "You," he added, gesturing at the boy, "stay here." Finn shifted nervously, unsure of what was to come, but he swallowed his unease and remained where he stood as the flap of the tent fell shut behind the guards. Egil leaned against the tent's central post, fixing his sharp eyes on Finn. "How long have you been riding before reaching us?" he asked casually, his tone almost disinterested. Finn hesitated before responding. 2 days, including the time I was, brought here." Egil rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The enemy's army has footmen, hundreds of them. They'll move slower. 3, maybe 4 days before they're anywhere near us." He paused, then straightened up. "Do you know how to ride? And more importantly, do you know around here?" The boy nodded quickly, sensing the importance of the question. Do you want me to deliver a letter back?" Egil chuckled, the sound dry and short. "No, that won't be necessary." He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing. "Tell me, boy, do you know how to swing a sword?" Finn froze. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "Why, yes," he stammered, though he wasn't sure his hesitant training with a dull blade counted as knowing. Fear prickled at the back of his neck as he began to suspect where this conversation was leading. Egil grinned, a wolfish expression that sent a chill down Finn's spine. "Good," he said. "Then buckle up, boy. You're a soldier now." Finn's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, Egil silenced him with a single, pointed look. It wasn't angry, but it carried a weight of authority that brooked no further argument. "Yes, sir," Finn murmured, nodding reluctantly. The tent flap rustled as a man entered, his stride confident and purposeful. His short black hair framed a rugged face marked by a deep scar running across his cheek. Without preamble, he announced, "You call me, sir?" Egil glanced up and nodded. "Riccio." His tone was almost amused as he continued. "Seems the bastard prince finally found his courage. He sent 200 footmen and 50 knights marching toward us, that we are for now seeing some actions." Riccio's face barely shifted, though his brow furrowed slightly. "Are we retreating, then?" Egil laughed, the sound deep and hearty, shaking his head as though the very suggestion was ridiculous. "Retreat? You think I pass up this kind of challenge?" He stepped forward, clapping Riccio on the shoulder. "No, we're not running. I want you to send out more scouts. I need eyes on every road, field, and path around here." Egil turned, gesturing toward Finn. "And while you're at it, take the boy with you. Ride out and study the terrain. I want to know every advantage we can wring out of this land." Riccio nodded without hesitation. He had known, even as he posed the question, that Egil would not shy away from the fight. His commander was never one to back down when the odds were stacked against him. It was half the reason he followed the man so loyally. Finn, standing off to the side, raised an incredulous eyebrow. His thoughts raced as he tried to process what was happening. They really mean to fight a force 3 times their size? He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling the weight of his new recruitment pressing down on him. After all, there were less than 80 riders in the whole camp, while the enemy had 250 at its disposal. Egil stretched, raising his arms high above his head and letting out a satisfied grunt. "It's been a while since we had some real fun," he said with a lopsided grin, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. Riccio crossed his arms, his dark eyes steady. "Is there anything else?" Egil sighed, his grin fading into something more contemplative. "There is. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, his tone tinged with reluctance. "We need to send a letter to those bastards." Ricchio's eyes widened in surprise, his scarred cheek twitching as he processed the statement. "Are you sure about that?" he asked, as he already knew of whom he was talking about. Egil nodded, his expression firm. "I am. As much as I hate his guts, at the end of the day, we fight on the same side. No sense letting him blunder in blind." His lips twisted into a grimace. "Prepare a messenger. The missive will go to that golden fool." Ricchio hesitated for a moment, his face a mask of conflicting thoughts, but he bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Understood." Egil waved him off. "Go on, then. I'll put the words together. Make sure whoever you pick rides fast. I don't want to waste more time on this than necessary. We will as much sword as we can get, even if it means fighting alongside those chivalrous and pompous baboons," he finally said, forgetting that he too was a man knighted by the princess. Comments. Chapter 262. The sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky, its golden rays warming the earth below. Egil reclined on his horse, lying on his stomach over the beast's strong back with one arm draped lazily over its neck. The horse, a sturdy creature with a glossy black coat, trotted steadily beneath him, seemingly accustomed to its master's unconventional posture. Behind Egil, a line of 10 riders followed, their horses kicking up small clouds of dust as they moved in unison. It had been 3 days since the letters were sent out, and the tension among his men had shifted into a kind of restless anticipation. Egil had sent out a quarter of his forces as scouts, and their efforts had paid off. They had successfully located the enemy army without being detected themselves. Their reports confirmed that the enemy force was still 2 days away, moving at a fast but predictable pace. Egil adjusted his position slightly, raising his head just enough to peer at the horizon. A faint smirk played on his lips. 2 days. 2 more days until the real fun began. Egil had not spent the past 2 days idly lounging. His camp had shifted positions twice already. Small raiding parties continued to harass nearby villages, succeeding in manipulating the enemy's movements, drawing them along paths of Egil's choosing. The chosen battleground was nestled within a hilly expanse. It was a place of natural advantage, where the uneven terrain provided countless opportunities for concealment and ambush. Ahead, the thundering of hooves signaled the approach of a column of riders, some 60 men in total, cresting the nearest hill and descending into the valley where Egil and his company waited. The glint of sunlight on steel and the fluttering of pennons marked their arrival, the riders forming a disciplined line as they drew nearer. Egil sighed audibly, pushing himself upright in his saddle. His casual demeanor melted into one of measured focus. He turned to Ricchio, a dry smirk tugging at his lips. "The bastards finally made it," he muttered, patting his horse's mane as if bracing himself for the encounter. At the forefront of the approaching riders was a figure that could not be mistaken. Sir Merith, his golden steed an ostentatious sight among the more subdued mounts of his escort. Clad in polished armor that reflected the sunlight with an almost blinding brilliance, Merith cut a sharp, imposing figure. As the column halted, Sir Merith guided his steed forward with practiced precision, stopping mere feet from Egil's horse. The contrast between the two knights was stark. Where Merith's armor gleamed like a king's prize, Egil's simpler attire was well-worn and dusted from days in the field. Yet it was Egil who sat with a lazy confidence, his piercing eyes taking in the man before him with undisguised amusement. "Sir Egil," Merith greeted coolly, his tone clipped and devoid of warmth. "Sir Merith," Egil replied in kind, matching the cold formality with his own detached drawl. He tipped his head slightly, an acknowledgement that bordered on mockery. Useless to say bad blood passed between the two. Sir Merith's eyes stayed locked on Egil, his expression stern as he spoke. "We received your letter, and we have come." His voice carried a hint of something, as though he had anticipated more decorum from the man before him. Egil waved his hand lazily, as if brushing away any need for formalities. "That's good," he replied, his tone almost mocking in its casualness. He shifted in his saddle, looking entirely too comfortable for a man discussing war. "Your timing's not bad either." My scouts reported the enemy's position a bit ago. They're 2 days from here, maybe less. Merith's brow furrowed slightly, but he gave a small nod. Good, he said curtly. Then we should march at once. Egil chuckled, a low, amused sound that made a few of Merith's riders glance at each other in confusion. March at once? He repeated, leaning back in his saddle. Why in a mother's name would we do that? Merith's face stiffened. Because it's common sense, sir. Common sense, Egil interrupted, grinning broadly, is what people call it when they don't have a better idea. Listen, Merith, they're coming to us. Right now, they've got no clue where we are. They think they're intercepting our raiding path, chasing shadows. And here we are, sitting right where we want them to be. Merith's frown deepened. Where you want them to be? Egil adjusted himself in the saddle, leaning forward with a casual air as if discussing the weather rather than war. My scouts, he began, his tone light, but with a glint in his sharp eyes, say these bastards march the whole day, long and hard. Their plan? Rest up at night, so they can cover as much ground as possible and reach that village. Smart, right? I mean for an idiot lord who does not understand that you can run day and night, but footmen will never outpace cavalry. Sir Merith's stern expression didn't change, but a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. Egil continued, here's the best part about this. When they stop for the night, they don't bother with defenses. No palisades, no trenches, nothing. Just some half-nailed tents shoved into the dirt and a few sorry excuses for watchmen, if you can even call them that. I suppose their men are tired after a full day of marching, too bothered to even dig a trench, considering that in less than 10 hours they will march again. He smirked, his confidence radiating as he gestured lazily toward the horizon. It's like they think since they don't know our position, they think we don't know theirs. So here's the play. The night before they reach that village, we come out of the shadows and hit them hard, before they even have time to raise a sword. We'll make sure they're too groggy, too scattered, to do anything but die in their tents. He leaned back, his hands resting on the pommel of his saddle, as if the battle was already won. It'll be an easy victory, my good sir, Egil said with a crooked smile, for all of us. No need for heroics, no need for losses. Just one quick, clean strike, and this little army of theirs, gone before sunrise, and we will both be hailed as the commanders that fought an army 2 times their size without breaking a sweat. Sir Merith finally broke his silence, his cold eyes narrowing as he spoke, his tone laced with quiet disdain. I expected no less from you, Egil. A plan like this, crawling in the dark like thieves, striking when a man's back is turned. This is no way to fight. It's dishonorable, unworthy of a knight. We are bound by our values, by our oath to carry ourselves with honor in all things, even in war. Egil's grin faltered, the carefree amusement draining from his face like water from a cracked jar. His sharp gaze locked onto Merith, and his voice, once laced with mirth, now carried an edge. Disregard such a victory? For our prince? Over honor? Tell me, Merith, which matters more, the shining banner of your so-called knightly virtues or delivering our prince what he needs? A win. Merith stood firm, his jaw tight. Without honor, a knight is no better than a brigand. The way we fight matters. We cannot abandon our principles simply because it is convenient. Egil's tone dropped, his words slow and deliberate, like a blade unsheathed. Your values, Merith, not mine. I serve the prince. That's the only value I hold, to serve him to my utmost, to see that every one of his need is met. You do well to remember that. He leaned slightly forward in his saddle, his voice lowering into a dangerous calm. Is your devotion to your own image greater than your devotion to him? Merith's lips pressed into a thin line, his hands clenching the reins of his horse. Egil tilted his head, his voice gaining a sharper edge. You think the prince cares if we march in shiny lines and fight on some noble field like you read about in ballads? No, he cares that we win. He cares that we bring his enemies to heel, however it's done. And you should care about that too, Sir Merith. The honor of our prince had been smeared at his marriage. His own marriage, where was the honor in that? Sir Merith's lip curled in contempt. I expected nothing more from a barbarian from the West. Men like you wouldn't understand the proper conduct of behavior if it struck you across the face. Egil's face darkened even more. He spat on the ground, his saliva hitting the dirt between them with a loud splat. His voice was low, filled with the simmering heat of barely restrained fury. In any other situation, I'd pull my axe right now and split your skull open, you pompous little worm. But I won't, because my prince wouldn't like it if I put down one of his knights, even one as spineless as you. He leaned closer, his piercing eyes locking with Meritha's, daring him to flinch. Listen carefully, you fool. I'll march with or without you, and when we crush that force, everyone will know the truth. That Sir Merith the Craven sat back like a frightened pup, clutching his precious code, while real men fought and bled. Egil straightened with a sharp jerk of the reins, his tone cutting like a blade. Your code? It's nothing but a leash to keep fools like you tame. Don't mistake it for something that binds me. I answer to one code, and that's my prince's will. Yours? Yours means less to me than the dirt under my boots. He wheeled his horse around in one swift motion, the movement sharp and commanding. Turning his back on Merith without a second thought, Egil added over his shoulder, Stay here if you want, shine your armor, and wait for us to win your war for you, like your women at home. Just don't expect me to let anyone forget how you cowered while we fought and bled for the only thing that should matter for us. With that, Egil rode off, his posture a picture of defiance, every muscle radiating contempt. His men followed him, leaving Merith alone in the dust, his knuckles white as he gripped the reins of his horse. Egil tightened his grip on the reins, his horse snorting as if sensing the resolve of its rider. Those Herculean bastards thinks the darkness is when they can rest. I'll teach them that it's where death waits. They were not knights who fought by the light of day, announcing their banners and making grand speeches. They were warriors who knew the value of cunning and the weight of true loyalty to their prince and to each other. Egil thought again of the ambush he had planned. He smiled, a cruel and exaggerated one, as he wanted to let their enemy know that now Yarzit was above their petty ambitions, and he would teach that lesson through blood. Comments. Chapter 263. The moon hung high in the night sky, its pale light spilling over the hills like a silver veil. The enemy force, as anticipated, had pushed themselves to exhaustion, marching relentlessly to reach the village they believed would be the next target of the raiders. Day and night, they marched in order to reach it before the enemy. From his vantage point on a ridge, Egil could see their encampment nestled in the shallow valley below. Just as his scouts had reported, no defensive structures, no proper watch rotations, just tents haphazardly nailed into the ground. It's really too easy. He turned slightly, his sharp eyes catching the gleam of polished armor amidst the shadows. Sir Merith had come after all. The High Buffoon, as Egil had privately christened him, had brought his knights along, their golden finery and stiff demeanor at odds with the more rugged and practical appearance of Egil's riders. At least he didn't tuck tail and ride home. I'll give him that. We will need all the sword we can get. The two groups, however, could not have been more divided. Even now, as they prepared for the strike, the hostility between them was palpable. The animosity had boiled over during their brief time together, with scuffles breaking out between Egil's hardened and free-spirits warriors and Meritha's disciplined knights. Harsh words had escalated into fists, and in one instance, a broken nose. It had taken Egil stepping in, axe in hand, and no small amount of colorful threats, to keep the groups from outright bloodshed before the battle. Egil turned to Riccio, who stood nearby, leaning casually against his horse. Looks like the fool decided to join us after all, Egil muttered, his voice low enough to keep the knights out of earshot. Riccio snorted. Hope he doesn't get in the way. Egil smirked. If he does, I'll let the enemy take him as a gift. The two shared a quiet laugh before Egil's expression hardened. He mounted his horse in a single, fluid motion, gripping the reins with practiced ease. It's time. Let's show them what it means to march against us. With a silent gesture, his riders moved into position, their horses treading softly on the dew-covered grass. Egil's plan had worked to perfection thus far. and the time had come to deliver the final stroke. A strike from the shadows, swift and merciless. This was how enemies learned to fear the name of Yarzit, and he would be the one to deliver it. Egil's voice cut through the night like a knife, quiet but firm. Advance. The riders moved with practiced precision, rows of four forming a disciplined column as they began their descent toward the enemy encampment. At the front, 4 men held the edges of a great woolen blanket, stretched taut across wooden poles. It was a crude yet useful creation, woven by the women of the camp and designed specifically for this moment. Egil rode at the center of the formation, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp as daggers. His horse moved with a steady, deliberate gait, as if it too understood the gravity of the moment. He glanced ahead, watching as the blanket shielders maintained their pace, ensuring no stray flicker of light coming from their torches gave away their position. As soon as they were close enough, Egil's hand rose into the air, his fingers curling into a tight fist. The riders tensed, their grips tightening on reins and weapons. He held the gesture for a moment, his sharp eyes locking onto the campfires flickering in the distance. Then, with a decisive motion, he thrust his hand forward. Now! His voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority, that a man whose will could move mountains if he so wished. In perfect unison, the riders surged forward, kicking their horses into a thunderous gallop. The blanket shielding the torches was thrown to the ground, forgotten, as the torches flared brightly against the night, decowering to Yvrine their position and intention. The sudden blaze illuminated the riders' faces, feral grins, clenched jaws, and eyes that burned with the promise of chaos. The sound of hooves became a deafening roar, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the charge. The distance between them and the camp shrank rapidly, the once calm night shattered by the pounding of horses and the rising shouts of men. Egil leaned forward in his saddle, his blonde hair whipping behind him as he bared his teeth in a wild grin, feeling once again that primordial instincts of his people to kill, rape, and burn. It wasn't long before the first alarmed shout echoed through the camp, piercing the stillness of the night. Riders! Riders coming! A frantic voice yelled, probably from a watchman who saw the torches, soon followed by a cacophony of more cries as the sentries scrambled to comprehend the sudden threat. But it was too little and far too late for it to amount to anything. Egil and his men descended upon the camp like wolves in the fold, the roar of hooves and the flicker of torchlight casting chaotic shadows across the confused scene. The first line of tents buckled as horses trampled them, their occupants barely managing to crawl out before being overtaken, be it by weapon or simply by the hooves of the steeds. Soldiers fumbled with their weapons or simple armors, still tangled in sleep and confusion, while others bolted out half-dressed, clutching spears, shields, and sometimes nothing. Egil rode at the front, his axe glinting in the torchlight around the camp as he barked orders to his men. Give them no mercy. Push through. We have no need of prisoners, his voice cut through the chaos like a whip, spurring his riders to maintain their momentum, as the best charge was the one that carried more on fear than actual damage. The riders unleashed their fury, torches flaring as they swung them low and hurled them onto the fabric of the enemy tents. The dry fabric caught fire instantly, the flames licking hungrily across the surface before erupting into roaring infernos that devoured anything inside. Men who had taken refuge within the tents, hoping to escape the slaughter outside, now found themselves trapped in a hell of their own making. Their muffled screams turned into shrill, guttural cries as fire consumed them. Figures burst from the tents, their clothes and skin alight, flailing in agony as they stumbled blindly into the chaos. "Help me!" one man shrieked, his voice cracking as he clawed at his burning tunic, only to collapse on the ground, his cries fading into a guttural moan as the smell of burning meat spread through the camp. Another bolted from his tent, his face blackened and blistered, only to be cut down by a passing rider before he could take another step, ending his pain and giving him the only mercy a soldier can give another. The air was filled with the cries of suffering, wails of agony, desperate prayers, and panicked shouts blending with the roar of the flames. In that moment, there had been more piety on those men than in any temple, as the name of the gods and their beings was invoked by their twisted mouths thousands and thousands of times. In the chaos, shadows danced wildly, the light of the fires playing cruel tricks on the fleeing soldiers, who ran headlong into each other or straight into the path of Egil's riders, who cut down men left and right. The enemy, too, divided to mount even the slightest of resistance, making them look like lambs waiting for the slaughter. Flames spread unchecked, engulfing row after row of tents, creating a hell's cape from which there was no escape. Egil, at the head of his riders, watched the chaos unfold with an happy smile on his face, taking in the cries of pains as it was the cold and pure air of a mountain. The commander himself taking part in the slaughter as he always used to do. Egil spurred his horse forward, his laughter cutting through the din of battle like a blade. He swung his axe in a brutal arc, its edge splitting the jaw of an unarmored man who had stumbled out of a burning tent. Blood sprayed in a grotesque fountain as the man crumpled to the ground. Egil's eyes gleamed with a dark amusement as an idea struck him, a sick, twisted jest to add to the chaos. "A fox," Egil bellowed, his voice rising above the screams and crackling flames. "A fox is on the loose." He laughed, the sound deep and unsettling, his shoulders shaking as if he truly found the carnage around him comical, as he used the nickname so hated by his dearest friend. The riders nearest to him caught on, their initial confusion giving way to mirth as they joined in. "A fox," one of them yelled, throwing his javelin into a panicked soldier's back. "There's a fox in the night." "A fox in the camp," another shouted, just before his sword slashed across the enemy throat. The blood-streaked riders took up the cry, their voices ringing out in cruel harmony. They galloped through the camp, the thundering of their hooves echoing alongside their jeers. To the terrified soldiers, it was as if the night itself mocked their plight. Barefoot, unarmed men scrambled out of the flaming ruins of their tents, their faces pale with terror as the riders bore down on them. Some tried to run, but were trampled under the roof or cut down by sweeping blades and spears. Others froze, their eyes wide with dread, as the cries of "Fox, fox," came closer, making their legs tremble and wet from the golden liquid coming down from their waists. Egil slashed his axe again, its blade catching a man across the ribs, splitting flesh and bone with a sickening crunch, that usual feeling that he adored so much and craved in the life he had lived as slave. He twisted in his saddle to look at his men, his grin widening as he saw them reveling in the slaughter, their voices rising in frenzied unison. "Run, you bastards, Yarzit's fox has come." Comments. Chapter 264. "Give them no mercy," Egil roared, his voice a booming command that fueled the frenzy of his men. He charged forward, his axe raised high, catching the desperate thrust of a spear with a deft twist of his wrist. The soldier holding it, trembling and half-naked, barely had time to react before Egil's weapon came down in a savage arc, biting deep into his shoulder. The impact severed flesh and bone, sending the man collapsing to the ground with a strangled cry, his spear clattering uselessly beside him. Egil didn't pause, yanking his axe free with a sickening squelch as blood sprayed across his face and armor. Another soldier rushed at him, clutching a short sword, his eyes wild with desperation. Egil spurred his horse to meet the man head-on. The blade came swinging toward him, but Egil deflecting it, avoiding the blow with the ease of a predator toying with prey. He swung his axe horizontally, its blade catching the man at the side stomach and cleaving through his ribs and onto whatever was behind them. Nearby, a pair of riders pursued a man who ran between the burning tents. One soldier lunged with his spear, skewering the runner through the back, the tip of the weapon bursting through his chest. The soldier twisted the spear savagely before pulling it free, letting the man drop like a broken puppet. Another rider dismounted, driving his sword through the throat of a man who had been trying to crawl away, gurgling as blood pooled beneath him. Egil wheeled his horse around, scanning the chaos. A small group of enemy soldiers had managed to gather, their weapons raised as they tried to form a shaky line of defense. Egil sneered at their pitiful display of resistance before calling some of his men to his side, their horses surging forward in unison as they charged toward the trembling line of infantry attempting to form a defensive wall. The soldiers braced themselves, spears angled outward, desperately trying to maintain their formation. But if they believed they were preparing for a direct clash, they had gravely miscalculated. As Egil's riders closed the distance, they suddenly reined in their horses, halting just outside the range of the spears. With practiced precision, the riders unslung their javelins. A chorus of sharp whistles cut through the air as the deadly projectiles hurtled toward the enemy line. The impact was devastating. Men screamed as javelins pierced torsos, arms, and legs. Some crumpled to the ground, clutching at the shafts, impaling their bodies, while others fell silent, lifeless before they hit the dirt. Panic rippled through the remaining soldiers. The realization that Egil's cavalry were not merely charging brutes, but also carried ranged weapons shattered their resolve. Their formation dissolved into chaos as men began to scatter, their weapons abandoned in blind terror. But there was no escape. Egil's riders pressed the attack, their horses surging forward once more. Spears and swords flashed in the firelit darkness as they mercilessly cut down the fleeing soldiers, leaving no room for mercy. "Burn it all," Egil commanded, his eyes alight with a savage joy. His men obeyed, throwing more torches into the tents and storage carts, the flames roaring higher as smoke billowed into the night sky. Amid the inferno, Egil stood tall in his saddle, his axe dripping with blood. Around him, his riders shouted their war cries, their voices mingling with the dying screams of the enemy and the crackle of burning fabric. Far to the south, Sir Meretha's heavy cavalry was engaged on the opposite side of the camp, while Egil led his assault from the north with his swift and deadly riders. Meretha's knights struck with the brute force of armored war horses, smashing through disorganized clusters of soldiers who tried to regroup. The enemy had been caught in a deadly pincer, their forces fractured and outmaneuvered. As the camp burnt into chaos, Mereth clearly saw the result of the attack, turning his eyes around just in time to see a knight swinging his heavy mace and with a sickening sound shattering the skull of a fleeing, unarmored footman. The man collapsed in a heap, lifeless, as Meretha's steed reared briefly, its hooves pawing the smoky air. All around him, the camp was a vision of carnage and fire. Tents burned fiercely, their skeletal frames collapsing into ash. Meretha's lips curled into a grimace as he surveyed the scene. There was hardly any resistance left, just a scattering of terrified, disorganized men, most of whom ran like hunted prey. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. He turned his gaze northward, where Egil's men continued their chaotic rampage. The barbarian, no doubt, was reveling in this madness, as if the blood and fire were some great jest. Meretha's fingers tightened on the reins, the leather creaking under his grip. If only Egil wasn't the prince's favorite, he thought darkly. I'd have left him to his rabble long ago. But Mereth knew better than to entertain such notions. If Egil fell, the prince's wrath would not be directed at the enemy, but at anyone who had failed to protect his precious pawn. That fury, Mereth was certain, would land squarely on his shoulders. He cast another disdainful glance at the burning camp and the pitiful remnants of the enemy's forces. With a weary sigh, Mereth muttered under his breath, "This is no knight's work." Still, he drove his horse forward. As Sir Mereth rode closer, the commotion ahead drew his attention. A soldier under his command swung his sword at a man in polished armor, but the blow was expertly deflected. The armored man countered swiftly, driving his blade into the soldier's thigh with a precision that sent the man crumpling to the ground. Before the wounded soldier could cry out, his opponent plunged a dagger through the visor of his helmet, silencing him with brutal efficiency. With the death of his enemy, the man's eyes narrowed, catching the glint of the knight's finely crafted armor illuminated by the flickering light of a nearby torch. He turned toward him, and their eyes locked. "I am Lord Crescio, commander of this army," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the dark. "I demand a fair fight," he said, recognizing that the man on horseback was perhaps the commander of the knights, given the elegance of his armor. Merith reined his horse to a halt, his piercing gaze fixed on the man. For a moment, the cacophony of the battlefield seemed to fade, replaced by a tense, electric silence between the two warriors. "So be it," Merith said, his voice carrying a grim finality. With practiced ease, he dismounted from his horse, the sound of his boots hitting the bloodied ground lost amidst the distant screams and crackling flames. He unhooked his heavy mace, resting its weight in his hand as he stepped forward. The two circled each other briefly, studying their opponent's stance as lions searching for the moment to pounce. While however Crescio focused on the battle, Merith's thoughts flickered for a moment. If he is a lord, then where are his guards? He wondered, are they dead or scattered throughout the camp, too caught in the chaos to regroup around their leader? Before he could dwell further on the question, Crescio lunged forward. His blade flashed in the dim light, slicing toward Merith's midsection in a precise and forceful thrust. Merith stepped back, raising his mace to deflect the blow, before countering with a sweeping strike. Crescio sidestepped as soon as he saw the blow. He aimed a quick thrust at Merith's side, but the knight turned just in time, the blade glancing harmlessly off his plated shoulder. Given he had no shield, he had to use whatever mean he could to defend himself. Merith retaliated with a powerful downward swing, forcing Crescio to block with his shield. The impact rang out like a hammer, striking an anvil, pushing Crescio back a step. The duel continued, the air heavy with the sound of grunts and the screech of metal on metal. Crescio's sword lashed out again, this time catching Merith's arm and scraping against his armor. The Lord's strikes were light and quick, calculated to keep his opponent off balance. Each swing of his blade demanded Merith's full focus to deflect or sidestep, leaving him no room to counter. Crescio's footwork was masterful, driving Merith back step by step. Merith gritted his teeth, watching for an opening that never seemed to come, while using his armor to deflect the blow, cursing the absence of a shield. Every time he considered retaliating, Crescio was already moving, his blade slicing the air with relentless efficiency. Then, Crescio overreached. A forceful thrust aimed at Merith's side missed its mark as Merith twisted his body at the last moment. The momentum of the strike left Crescio's balance faltering, his sword extended too far. Merith didn't hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his mace in a low, punishing arc, aiming for the exposed side of Crescio's torso. The impact landed with a sickening crunch, throwing the Lord to the ground, splattering his armor with the dirt of the ground. Lying in the dirt, Crescio groaned in pain, his head raised, and perhaps for the first time, truly seeing what was happening around him. Soldiers screaming in fear and pain, tents burning resembling the hells so feared by pious men admonished by priests. Seeing everything, the Lord's voice finally rose in defiance. "Yarza dogs, you have no honor, attacking the night like thieves." Merith stood over him, his mace poised for a finishing blow, ignoring the remarks, as he had no words to give back. "Yield," he demanded coldly. "You'll be treated well if you do." Crescio hesitated, his mind racing. He thought of his prince, who by now should have escaped the camp and made it to safety. If I die here, the blame for this disaster will fall squarely on the prince's shoulders, he realized bitterly. But if I surrender, I'll bear the weight of this defeat alone, as I was the commander of the expedition. With a heavy sigh, he threw his sword and shield aside, raising his hands in surrender. "I yield," he said, his voice filled with contempt, recognizing the failure of the expedition. And so the punishment that the Lord wanted to give back to the raiders had died before it could begin, leaving only a camp filled with ashes, corpses, and broken spirits to mark its place. Some of the soldiers would, however, manage to escape, wandering for days alone. Others, unable to flee, would captured, Their fates now in the hands of Egil and his men, who would decide between simple execution or trade their lives with slave merchants. By morning, the once proud expedition was nothing but another loss of the prince. The soldiers who had hoped to return as heroes of the crown would instead meet disgrace, or worse, in the hills where Egil's forces had drawn them. Comments. Chapter 265. The following day, the remnants of the enemy camp lay only as a haze of smoke and ash. The charred remains of tents and the scattered bodies of the night's carnage were the only thing proof that an army was camped there. Among the chaos, prisoners sat bound on the ground, their heads bowed in exhaustion and humiliation, guarded by Egil's victorious men. Two soldiers stood near the prisoners, speaking in hushed, disgruntled tones. One of them, a stocky man with a missing tooth, gnawed on a chicken leg with visible frustration. "What kind of army is this?" he muttered, his voice thick with derision. "I thought we'd at least find some proper loot. Hell, even decent boots. But no, nothing but tatters." His companion, taller and wiry with a crooked nose, snorted. Maybe their prince spent it all on the armor they ran out of at the last battle. "Look at him," he said, gesturing with his chin toward the huddled prisoners. "More like beggars than soldiers. Pitiful lot." The stocky man finished his chicken leg with a loud bite and regarded the prisoners with a sneer. A particularly ragged one caught his eye, slumped against a piece of fallen canvas. "Hey, you," he barked, his voice dripping with contempt. "Why are you lots so bloody poor, huh? Some army. Can't even afford a proper plundering." With a cruel smirk, he tossed the bone with a flick of his wrist, sending it arcing through the air to strike the prisoner squarely on his head. "Words in any way," he continued. "Egil says we'll meet up with the rest of the army soon enough. Guess that's that for our little side adventure." His lean companion leaned against a shattered post, tilting his head. Fun while it lasted, wasn't it? There's something about sneaking up in the night, burning tents, and watching those bastards run like headless chickens that I'll miss." The burly man barked a laugh, tossing the remains of another small chicken leg toward the prisoners. The bone clattered against a bound man's head, drawing a muffled grunt of pain. "Aye, but at least we didn't leave empty-handed, eh?" He nodded toward a group of women huddled together under heavy guard. "Looks like some of us chose ourselves wives for when we return home. Maybe it's for the better," he grunted, eyeing the prisoners with disdain. "Sure, taking women and eating meat is fun, but these villages? They're too poor for us to get much out of them. Barely worth the trouble." His companion, leaning lazily on his spear, nodded in agreement. "You're not wrong. At this point, I wouldn't mind heading back, spending what little we've managed to scrape together. Enough of this chasing shadows and raiding ash heaps." The first soldier sighed, rubbing his neck. "I don't know how Egil gets a kick out of this. It's not like we're lining our pockets with gold. Half the time, we're just chasing starving farmers." The second soldier chuckled darkly. "That's our commander for you. He fights for the thrill of it, not for the spoils. Us? I'd rather fight for something shinier than smoked pigs and empty granaries." As he said, so he turned his head. "You reckon what's going to happen to them?" He gestured with another half-eaten leg toward the bound prisoners, their heads bowed low, shoulders slumped in despair. "No idea. Egil said to bind him up, not to kill him. Maybe they're keeping them for a trade. Might be some slave merchant looking to buy cheap bodies. Could fetch a few coins for the effort." The words hit the prisoners like a lightning bolt, their eyes widening in alarm as muffled gasps and shuffling echoed through their huddled ranks. The burly soldier noticed, snorted, and laughed around a mouthful of chicken. "Huh, look at that. Seems like they don't like the idea of being sold." The lanky man tossed the grin back on his face, but shook his head. "You think so? Well, after the last big fight, His Grace refused to sell any captives. Makes you wonder, though, maybe he just planning to work them to death instead? Maybe in some mines? You heard that, boys. Maybe you will simply work to death few kilometers from your old home." He spat onto the ashen ground, the glob landing inches from a prisoner's foot. "Either way, it's not our business. We're not the ones hauling their sorry hides around. I say let Egil and the higher-ups figure it out." Egil sat cross-legged on the ground of his modest tent, his relaxed demeanor at odds with the tension in the air. The dim glow of a single lantern illuminated the sparse interior. A bedroll in one corner, his axe resting against the central pole, and a simple wooden tray holding a jug of wine and 2 cups. Across from him, Lord Crescio knelt on a small, thin cushion, his back stiff and his expression one of barely restrained fury. The awkward position of being made to kneel like a supplicant was clearly uncomfortable for the proud noble. Egil leaned back slightly, propping himself up on one elbow as he regarded Crescio with an amused smile. "So, my lord," he began lazily, "how much do you reckon your family can pay to see you free again? I'm sure they'll miss you." Crescio's jaw tightened, and he spat out his response. "You're honorless scum, a thief and a savage. Speak of ransom all you like. I do not treat with the likes of you." Egil sighed heavily, as though disappointed by the lack of creativity in the insult. He leaned forward, his tone sharpening slightly. "Honor this, honor that. Do you know how dull it gets hearing the same tired lines from your lot? You think you're better than me because you prance around in gilded armor and talk fancy, but here you are, on your knees, in my tent, defeated, without army and without weapon. In my tribe, if a man suffered such a loss, he would have his head trampled by horses." Crescio daggers at him, but Egil waved a dismissive hand. "Spare me the theatrics. I'll ask again. How much is your family willing to pay? Or you think your sons would want it better for their father to remain as prisoner? Impatience to get hand on inheritance is rarely good of a counsel." The prisoner glanced around the sparse interior, his lip curling in distaste at the lack of furniture or any semblance of comfort. Turning his attention to Sir Mareth, who leaned against the tent pole, he barked, "I was promised good treatment, yet here I kneel like a slave. Is this how you honor your word?" Before Mareth could reply, Egil froze at the accusation, tilting his head in confusion. "What in the hell are you yammering about?" he said, his tone carrying more irritation than concern. "Do you see a chair anywhere in my tent? A bed of silk, maybe? No? Then quit whining. You're sitting as I do, prisoner or no. This is my private tent." Crescio's brows furrowed as he looked around again, as if trying to find some overlooked sign of refinement. "Are you truly a commander?" he asked, incredulity laced in his tone. "You live like this? My slaves lives better than this." He gestured vaguely at the bare tent, his disdain clear. Egil chuckled, a deep, mocking sound. "A man needs 2 things," he said, holding up 2 fingers for emphasis. "A weapon and a horse. The rest? It only weighs you down, makes you soft. What you see here, Lord Ling, is how a warrior should live." Crescio's mouth opened to retort, but Egil cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Now, unless you're itching to start composing poetry about your hardships, you've got 2 options. Either you write to your family and let them know of your situation, or you keep that mouth of yours shut and prepare to follow us." "Follow you?" Egil leaned forward in his saddle, the sharp glint in his eyes both amused and predatory. "Ah, yes. We'll soon be rejoining His Grace, the Prince," he said with deliberate slowness, his voice laced with mock reverence. "And you, my dear lord, will have the singular honor of being presented as the crown jewel of our victory. Your defeat, a token of my regard. Oh, I am sorry, our regard," he said, giving an apologetic look at Sir Mareth. After that he paused, rolling his shoulders as if loosening them after a tiresome chore. "You see, for the past month, we've been leisurely touring your lands, burning villages, scattering the weak, putting your prince's subjects to the sword. But alas, the time for such distractions is over. We'll soon return to His Grace, and I must admit, I'm eager. You see, he has this rare gift, leading men forward with nothing but the force of his charm. It's something you wouldn't understand. Naturally, having someone to give your earnest everything you are, have, and will ever have. Someone that you care more than you do for yourself." Crescio's lips curled into a faint sneer, his voice cold and cutting. "I would rather face the noose than debase myself before the so-called prince you serve. A low-born pretender propped up by traitors and cutthroats, who forsake the fact that he was the one that killed their previous liege. And you, Sir Egil, are no better, a barbarian masquerading as a knight. How fitting that such a rabble calls him their lord. The air between them grew taut, charged with tension. Sir Mareth, standing nearby, glowered at Crescio, his hand instinctively brushing the pommel of his sword. You do well to hold your dash. Without a word, Egil stepped forward and backhanded Crescio across the face. The crack of the blow echoed in the air, and Crescio staggered under its force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Egil didn't stop there. He struck him again, harder this time, sending the nobleman sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow left Crescio gasping for air, his expression dark with humiliation and anger. Egil stood over him, his shadow long and ominous. You'd best learn when to speak and when to keep your mouth shut, my lord, Egil growled, his voice low but brimming with menace. You may insult me at your leisure, but do not ever pretend to have the worth to do that to his grace. This is my kindness. The next time you insult his grace, I'll forget my manners entirely. I shall cut off your tongue with a hot knife, and then extend my apology to his grace for having damaged what he now owns. The tent was heavy with silence, the kind that seemed to press down on the chest and choke the air. Egil stood mere centimeters from the captured Lord Crescio, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger, thumb brushing the ornate handle in idle, deliberate motions. His gaze bore into the captured man, unblinking and as sharp as a blade itself. Sir Mareth, standing a few steps back, tensed. Egil, he finally said, his voice carefully measured, but even he could hear the faint tremor of unease within it. You've made your point. The man's your prisoner, not your quarry. Egil didn't respond at first. His expression remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on Crescio as if weighing 1,000 invisible scales in his mind. Then, slowly, he exhaled through his nose, a low, rumbling sound that broke the silence like distant thunder. He straightened, his hand slipping away from the dagger. Comments. Chapter 266. Alpheo and his companion stood outside the encampment, made near the walls of Ardernaven. The prince's dark hair was bound at the nape of his neck, and the breeze toyed with the loose strands that escaped the tie, as his eyes scanned the horizon for signs of Egil's approach. His scouts had reported that his companion was near, and Alpheo was excited to see him once again, given the victory he had achieved in the field with the golden steeds. Behind him, the city of Ardernaven stood, now reluctantly settled under new rule. A month ago, its walls had echoed the screams of the dying and the clash of steel. The siege had left its mark, decomposing cadavers and corners of a city where rubble had only recently been cleared. Yet for all its scars, the city now breathed anew. The stench of death, once so thick that even hardened soldiers had gagged as they marched through the streets, had dissipated. Alpheo had ordered the bodies burned and the rubble cleared, knowing that a city drowning in its own ruin could never be made whole again. Now, a man could walk through Ardernaven without fearing that every breath might carry the sour reek of decay. The people, too, had begun to emerge from their shuttered homes. At first, they had been shadows, slipping from doorways only when absolutely necessary, their faces pale with fear and suspicion. But hunger and the pressing need for survival had drawn them out. Merchants had returned to their stalls, even if their wares were meager, and children, thin and wary, skulked near the marketplace. Alpheo's decree that the people of Ardernaven would not be sold into slavery despite their resistance had done more than any sword to settle the city. It was not a purely merciful act, and Alpheo knew it. A city emptied of its people was a corpse, its markets silent, its coffers barren. Ardernaven would serve him better alive, its streets busy with trade, and its fields tended by farmers who could pay taxes rather than ghosts haunting ruins. Got no use for them if they don't produce anything for me, he had said to Lord Damaris when he proposed on slavery for the population. A flicker on the horizon caught Alpheo's attention, and he turned back toward the road. A plume of dust rose against the darkening sky, the unmistakable sign of riders approaching. Egil was coming. As they drew closer, the light caught the polished bronze of their bridles and the shimmering armor of the golden steeds following behind them. The horses, a prize as much as any coin, moved with a grace that matched the ease of their riders. Egil rode at the forefront, his silhouette tall and commanding despite the casual slouch in his saddle. His chainmail was marked with the dust of countless raids, and his hair, wind-swept and streaked with sun-bleach highlights, framed a face split by an easy grin. As they entered the camp, Egil slowed his mount, his sharp eyes picking out Alpheo waiting just beyond the tents. Egil dismounted with practiced ease, his boots kicking up a small cloud of dirt as he landed. With a quick pat to his horse's flank, he strode toward his friend, his arms swinging loosely at his sides. "Your Grace," Egil called, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the camp. "Looking as regal as ever, my liege." His tone was teasing, but the warmth in his words was genuine. Alpheo, smaller in frame, yet no less commanding, stepped forward to meet him after dismounting. His dark hair, tied loosely at the nape of his neck, stirred in the breeze as he extended a hand. Egil clasped it with both of his own, pulling Alpheo into a brief but firm embrace. "Egil," Alpheo said, a rare smile touching his lips. "It's good to see you've made it back in one piece. I hear you've been having fun." "Fun," Egil echoed, stepping back and crossing his arms with a mock-serious expression. "If you call chasing a bunch of farmhands with pitchforks across half the countryside fun, then yes. Pure un'adulterante joy." He grinned again, his teeth flashing in the fading light. "Though I admit, torching those last few idiots they sent after us, and watching them scatter like ants? Pure happiness." Alpheo chuckled, shaking his head. "Insolent as always. But in all seriousness, your victory over that expedition was well fought. You've done me proud." Egil's grin softened, and he tilted his head slightly, studying his friend. "It was nothing. A few well-placed torches, a little chaos, and voila. They didn't stand a chance. Though," he added with a sly smirk, "if you insist on heaping praise on me, I won't stop you." "I'll heap praise where it's due," Alpheo replied evenly, though his tone held a note of amusement. "And it's well due, Egil. You've done more than I could have asked." Egil waved a hand dismissively, though his eyes twinkled with satisfaction. "Anything for you, old friend. Though, if I may be blunt, I could use a proper meal, and maybe a cup or two of whatever wine you've been hoarding. All that victory can really work up a thirst." As Egil and Alpheo continued their conversation, Sir Mareth emerged from a cluster of soldiers. Bowing low before Alpheo, Mareth said, "Your Grace," his voice steady. Alpheo gave a curt nod of acknowledgement, his dark eyes momentarily sweeping over the camp before returning to Mareth. "My dear knight, I must thank you too for your great victory. You have honored all of Yarzit with your feats." "I thank you, your Grace." As he said so, Mareth straightened and shifted his gaze to Egil, an eyebrow lifting in faint reproach. "Sir Egil," he said dryly, "we didn't forget something, did you?" Egil's grin widened, as if suddenly remembering a delightful secret. "Ah, you're right, Sir Mareth. It nearly slipped my mind." With a theatrical gesture, he turned and called over his shoulder, "Bring the Lord forward." Two of Egil's riders led a man forward, his wrists bound with rough cord. The prisoner dismounted awkwardly, his face shadowed with exhaustion and indignation. Lord Crecio's once fine clothes were torn and dust-streaked, though his bearing still carried a shred of dignity. Alpheo approached, his movements measured and deliberate, as his gaze fixed on the captured noble. Crecio met his stare, his chin lifting slightly despite his predicament. "I trust you were well treated, Lord Crecio?" Alpheo asked. Crecio's lip curled in distaste as he answered, "Your men's lodgings leave much to be desired, your Grace." "Awful, to be blunt." Alpheo's expression softened with a hint of amusement. "Ah, yes. You have the misfortune of being captured by Egil. I'm afraid he's not renowned for his stock of fine silks or featherbeds." He turned his head slightly, casting Egil a mock-chiding look. Egil shrugged, with exaggerated nonchalance. "What can I say? My hospitality is efficient." Alpheo returned his attention to Crecio, inclining his head. "But you're my guest now, and I see to my guest properly. Sir Mareth, he said, raising his voice slightly, have his bonds removed. The cords binding Crecio's wrists were cut away, and the nobleman flexed his hands. Turning to the boy who had been standing quietly nearby, Alpheo addressed him. Ratto, would you be so kind as to prepare a bath for our tired lord? Ensure it's hot, and that he has clean clothes to change into. A man must recover his dignity, even here. Ratto nodded eagerly, his young face lighting up with determination. At once, your grace. He darted off, a blur of youthful energy. Creccio looked taken aback by the sudden civility, though he quickly recovered. Bowing stiffly, he said, You are most gracious, your grace. My thanks for your consideration. As he disappeared into the camp, Alpheo turned back to Egil, the faintest flicker of a smirk on his face. You didn't mistreat him too much, I hope. Egil scoffed, his grin unapologetic. Me? Never. I even gave him the best fur to sleep on. Inside the spacious war tent, the atmosphere buzzed with a rare sense of camaraderie and triumph. Lords and commanders from the campaign lounged around the central table, which was strewn with maps and goblets of wine. The faint, earthy scent of wax candles mixed with the sharper tang of ink and parchment, as men discussed the details of their victories with animated gestures and booming laughter. The mood was undeniably buoyant. Why wouldn't it be? The campaign had yielded more success than they could have hoped for. 2 towns conquered, their enemy humiliated, and the army's momentum was undeniable. Alpheo, seated at the head of the table, watched the revelry quietly. He leaned back slightly, his slim frame blending into the shadows cast by the tent's central pole. He had listened to the talk, allowing his commanders their moment of celebration, but now it was time to focus their energies. He raised a hand to his mouth and coughed, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the hum of conversation. The effect was immediate. Heads turned toward him, laughter dwindling into silence as the lords and knights straightened in their chairs or shifted their stances. Even Egil, leaning casually against a wooden post, tipped his head in curiosity. My noble lords and valiant knights, for more than a decade, the man who dares to call himself Prince of Herculia has mocked us with impunity, extending his filthy hand toward lands and honors that are not his to claim. 12 years ago, the Lord of Arderonaven betrayed his oaths and rebelled against his rightful liege. When he was defeated, rather than face justice, he crawled to the Herculeans, and they, as dishonorable and greedy as ever, shielded this criminal under their so-called protection. 1 year ago, when the vile uncle of her grace conspired to usurp the throne, a treachery mercifully quelled before it could fester further, the Herculeans once again showed their true nature. They sought to exploit our turmoil, attempting to seize Yarzit lands under the pretense of extending their protection to Lady Elora, widow of that traitor lord. Their scheme, like so many before it, was thwarted, but their audacity remained seared into our memory. Yet their insolence did not end there. During the sacred ceremony of my marriage to her grace, they dared to send an insult so vile that it could not be ignored. Prince Leclian's affront on that joyous occasion was a stain he thought would linger without consequence. But on that very night, before the assembled nobles and gods alike, I swore an oath that his insult would be repaid. Repaid, not with words, but with blood. And now, my lords, look to what we have accomplished in but 2 short months. His once proud armies now lie beneath the earth, their corpses a feast for the ravens. The turncloak lord he harbored for so long has been struck down, his treachery extinguished by our might. Arderonaven, once a bastion of his influence, now stands under our control. The lands Leclian called his own are blackened and broken, reduced to ashes through steel and flame. His people scatter like leaves before a storm, their faith in him shattered. So I ask you now, my lords, Alpheo's voice lowered, the fire in his eyes unrelenting. Have I not made good on my oath? Has the insult not been avenged? Speak, for the evidence lies all around us. The tent erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts. The lords and knights, pounding the wooden tables with their fists, or raising their goblets high in a gesture of triumph. The air crackled with jubilation as the weight of their victories over Herculia seemed to lift every spirit. He raised his hand, signaling for quiet. Gradually, the raucous celebration subsided, the lords and knights turning their expectant gazes toward their liege. The prince consort's dark hair caught the light of the torches flickering around the tent, and his eyes glimmered with both resolve and satisfaction. "My lords," he began, his voice steady and clear, cutting through the lingering murmurs, "our banners have flown triumphant across these lands. Our swords have brought justice to those who dare defy us. But every victory, as you well know, is but a step in a longer journey." The room quieted further, anticipation thick in the air. Alpheo allowed a moment for his words to settle before continuing, his tone measured but resolute. "For now, we shall return home. Our men deserve rest. Our coffers need replenishment, and our people must see their protectors riding back in triumph. We have bloodied Herculia and humbled their prince, but the work is not yet finished." He paused, his eyes scanning the faces before him, ensuring he had their full attention. "Once we are ready, once our strength has been renewed and our plans laid, we shall return here to finish what we started. Herculia's day of reckoning is far from over, for while our enemies will only get weaker from now on, for they will be facing famine and unrest, we shall instead do the opposite, as when we will come back, we will be stronger than we ever been." Comments. Chapter 267. While Alpheo led his campaign in hostile territory, Princess Jasmine adeptly managed the governance of Yarzit, dealing with matters of governance alone. The palace bustled with activity as courtiers and officials sought her guidance on various matters. Among the most pressing issues were reports of coastal villages being raided by pirates. Without the royal army to respond, Jasmine's options were limited, forcing her to focus on providing immediate relief to the affected areas. As effectively, she had no way to military prevent those without the return of the elite army commanded by her husband. Not everything was bad, however, as during this period came the arrival of Doria, an envoy representing the Romelian regent who governed on behalf of the young emperor. Yarzit had cultivated a close trade relationship where in exchange for their producuts, the princedom received not only payment in coin, but also high-quality weapons or armor, which were vital to maintaining its defenses, especially given the absence of iron mines in Yarzit's territory. It would not be wrong to say that half the campaign was paid from the Empire's coffer. The reason for Doria's arrival was to express the regent's desire to increase its monthly purchases from Yarzit. Recognizing the mutual benefit of such an arrangement, Jasmine promptly accepted the proposal, maintaining the previously agreed-upon fixed prices. Away from the boring tasks of governance and court princess, Jasmine reclined against the plush pillows of her bed, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a silken curtain. The chamber was bathed in soft afternoon light, filtering through the intricately embroidered curtains. Beside her, an elderly physicist, draped in a long robe of muted gray, meticulously examined her wrist, his fingers gentle but firm as they sought her pulse. His weathered face bore the calm confidence of years of practice. "How are you feeling, Your Grace?" the physicist inquired, his voice measured and kindly, though tinged with professional detachment. Jasmine offered a faint smile, her emerald green eyes betraying both her weariness and resolve. "Apart from the bouts of nausea and the occasional ungraceful vomiting," she admitted with a slight chuckle, "I feel generally good. Tired at times, but nothing unbearable." The old man nodded thoughtfully, his movements deliberate as he set down her wrist. "The sickness, unpleasant though it may be, is a sign of health in this case. It suggests that the child is thriving," he said reassuringly, a warm note in his voice. Jasmine exhaled softly, her smile deepening, though a flicker of relief passed across her features. "That is good to hear." "Indeed," the physicist replied, folding his hands neatly before him. "You are in good health, Your Grace, though there are precautions you must take to ensure the child's continued well-being. Avoid alcohol entirely, as it would harm a child. And most importantly, you must prioritize rest. Overexerting yourself could jeopardize the child's growth. Jasmine nodded solemnly, her gaze distant for a moment as she considered his words. Thank you for your counsel. I will do my best to heed it. The old man bowed his head respectfully, gathering his tools into a small leather satchel. You are most welcome, Your Grace. I will return tomorrow to check on you again. Until then, take care of yourself and the little one. With a final, gentle smile, he excused himself, leaving the princess alone with her mother. Rosalind sat in a cushioned chair beside her daughter's bed. Her auburn hair, streaked with threads of silver, framed a face that, despite its age, retained a timeless elegance. In her hand, she held a goblet of honeyed cider, the golden liquid glinting softly in the afternoon light. She sipped from it with an air of practiced nonchalance. The younger woman's emerald eyes narrowed slightly as she looked pointedly at her mother. "Mother," Jasmine said with faint exasperation. Rosalind sighed theatrically, setting the goblet down on a nearby table with an exaggerated gesture. Fine, fine, she said, raising her hands in mock surrender. No cider while in the company of the virtuous. You've made your point. Jasmine smiled faintly before her expression grew pensive. Is this what it feels like every time one is with child? Rosalind's lips curled into a fond smile, and she reached out to tuck a stray strand of Jasmine's dark hair behind her ear. Oh, my dear, this is only the beginning. When the child grows, it becomes much worse, she said with a mischievous glint in her eye. By the end of it, you'll feel as though you're carrying a pack mule. Jasmine chuckled softly, but Rosalind wasn't finished. When I was carrying Lysandra, she continued with a knowing smile, she was the more spirited of the two. It was as though I had a horse trotting inside me, relentless and impossible to ignore. At that, Jasmine broke into genuine laughter, the sound brightening the room. Lysandra, she said, shaking her head at the notion. And how was I then? Rosalind's smile softened into something more nostalgic as she leaned back in her chair. You, my darling, were as meek as a squirrel, she said. So quiet and gentle, I sometimes wondered if you were even still there. Jasmine laughed again, her cheeks coloring faintly as her mother exempted herself from telling her how many of her pregnancies carried stillborns, brothers and sisters that she would have had. Rosalind leaned back in her chair, her keen eyes studying her daughter, so she began, her voice warm yet probing. When is my dear son-in-law returning, my dear? Jasmine glanced up from the folds of her blanket, her emerald eyes brightening. He sent word just yesterday. The campaign is over, and he's returning home, victorious. Rosalind's brow arched, a pleased expression crossing her face. Happy to have your war hero back. Jasmine chuckled softly, shifting slightly in her bed. Extremely, she said, a touch of humor in her voice. Ruling alone is tiring, and the reports on my desks are piling up. I will have him deal with them once he returns. Rosalind laughed lightly. Jasmine's smile deepened. In truth, she was deeply satisfied with the current state of affairs. Alpheo, from the day they married, had kept his promises, every single one. He had never once acted without her permission or interfered with the matters she deemed most important. Instead, his role had been one of support, taking on tasks that she had little interest in or had outright chosen to discard. In many ways, their arrangement suited her perfectly. She had the final say in matters of governance and diplomacy, while Alpheo handled the tedious, practical aspects of rulership that she found burdensome. The only area in which she had no say was the military, a domain Alpheo commanded entirely. Yet, Jasmine found no issue with this. Her upbringing as a noblewoman had left her utterly unprepared to deal with strategies, troop movements, or sieges. She viewed such things as foreign and inscrutable, and she was more than happy to leave them in the capable hands of her husband. Do you want to know more about the war? About what Alpheo has accomplished? She asked her mother. Rosalind waved her hand dismissively, leaning back in her chair with a faint smile. Oh, you know I have neither the taste nor the mind for such things. It's enough to know that we're winning, is it not? Jasmine gave a faint chuckle at her mother's predictably disinterested response. Yet, inwardly, her thoughts swirled with the enormity of what had been achieved. Winning? She thought. We've done far more than merely winning. The reports she had received from Alpheo over the past weeks painted a vivid picture of complete devastation wrought upon their enemy. Prince Leclian's forces lay in ruin, his once vaunted army shattered and fed to the crows. His lands had been set aflame, left desolate and unproductive, a haunting reminder of his overreach. Even more significant were the fates of his two strongest vassals. One executed for his crime, his corpse left in the dust, and the other forced to kneel, now a tool in Yarzit's expanding influence. As Jasmine considered these accomplishments, she couldn't help but admire Alpheo's vision. The war, brutal as it was, had become precisely what they needed to solidify her position as sovereign. She had not missed the subtle shift in attitude from some of the kingdom's more skeptical nobles. Those who had once eyed the crown with doubts now seemed invigorated, their allegiance bolstered by the tales of glory and strength emanating from the front lines. For example, when she announced the pregnancy to the realm, many nobles sent their congratulations and gifts. Perhaps she was the one who overthought them, but she believed that many used the event to diplomatically convey their alignment with the crown. She allowed herself a small, satisfied smile, her thoughts quiet but resolute. Yes, she mused, this war has done more than humiliate our enemies. It has strengthened the crown, silenced the whispers, just as he had told me before he marched. She in fact believed that everything that happened during the war was what her husband had planned, and, as a consequence, believed that everything had been under control, not knowing that the general in question had suffered a small mental breakdown the day after the victory in the field against the Leclain, for he knew how close they were to total defeat. Comments. Chapter 268. The army moved steadily along the well-worn road, the rhythmic clinking of armor and the soft thud of boots against packed earth filling the crisp morning air. Banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, the falcon of Yarzit standing proudly against the pale blue sky. Soldiers marched in ordered lines, their faces uplifted by the thought of returning home and finally getting hold of their due payment. Supply wagons creaked under the weight of provisions and spoils, while the occasional neigh of a horse punctuated the steady cadence of the march. Jarza, towering and broad-shouldered, rode beside Alpheo, his deep voice breaking the relative quiet. "So, Your Grace," he said with a crooked grin, "are you excited to finally be home?" Alpheo, his smaller frame upright in the saddle, glanced at his longtime companion with a faint smirk. His dark hair, now longer from the weeks on campaign, shifted slightly with emotion. "I've had my fill of war for now, Jarza," he replied with a tired chuckle. "These last 2 months have been exhausting, and I won't pretend otherwise. I'm relieved to be heading back. Rest sounds like a luxury I've sorely missed." Jarza barked a laugh, his broad shoulders shaking as he adjusted the reins of his horse. "Tiring for you," he said, his tone laced with playful incredulity. "Imagine what it's been like for that Herculean prince. While you're getting ready to rest, I'd wager he's still trying to scrape together the pieces of his pride, if he can even find them." Alpheo chuckled, his dark eyes glinting with amusement. "For him," he said dryly, "the next few years will be a living hell. Mending scorched lands, facing famines, placating vassals who are likely questioning their allegiance after this debacle of his. I almost feel sorry for the man." Jarza raised an eyebrow. Almost, Alpheo repeated, his grin widening slightly. "But not quite. It's a shame we didn't press on," he mused, his voice carrying over the steady din of the marching army. "With their forces shattered and their morale in the dirt, we could have taken their castles with barely any effort. A full victory was within our grasp." Alpheo shook his head, his dark hair brushing the collar of his tunic. "Food doesn't fall from the sky," he said with a small smile. "The campaign may have been glorious, but our provisions back in Bracum were nearly exhausted. We may win battles, but we can't march an army on empty bellies." Jarza grunted, clearly not entirely satisfied with the practical answer. Alpheo continued, his tone shifting to one of calculated confidence. Still, it doesn't mean this is the end of our work. Next year, when the stores are replenished and the men rested, we'll return. Their situation is dire, too dire to recover quickly. The odds will favor us even more heavily. The thought seemed to appease Jarza, who offered a grin. True enough. I doubt they'll manage much beyond licking their wounds. When we come back, it'll be like picking fruit from a tree. As their conversation trailed off, the atmosphere of the march shifted. Excitement rippled through the ranks as the familiar sight of the capitals came into view on the horizon. The soldiers, weary yet exhilarated, straightened their postures, their steps quickening at the sight of home. The promise of rest and reunion with the soldiers' family loomed near, and the capital, a sanctuary after months of hardship, welcomed them like a beacon. As the city came into view, Alpheo felt a wave of relief wash over him, a mix of pride in his triumph and the bone-deep exhaustion of months of hard campaigning. But as he gazed at the city, a thought struck him with sudden clarity, piercing through his weariness like a shaft of sunlight. Jasmine. She was now the mother of the child they now awaited. The realization struck him anew, and for a moment, the clamor of the marching army around him seemed to fade, leaving only the quickened beat of his heart. He was about to become a father. Few hours later, Alpheo and Jasmine lay side by side in their bed, the warmth of the blanket cocooning their nude bodies. Jasmine's hand, delicate and tender, moved slowly across Alpheo's stomach, her fingertips lightly tracing the firm, familiar lines of his body. There was no rush, no need for words, only the simple, comforting presence of each other. The reality of their shared life, of what was to come, settled in his chest, and for a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to fully bask in the peace of being home. Alpheo tilted his head toward Jasmine, his voice soft with curiosity. So, how has it been in my absence? Running the realm without me can't have been too bad, surely. Jasmine sighed, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face and giving him a wry smile. Harder than I expected, she admitted. Doing everything you usually handle, and doing it all alone, is not something I care to repeat anytime soon. I'm glad you're back. Truly. A grin tugged at Alpheo's lips, his expression playful. It's a wonder I'm not twice as gray with all I deal with, he quipped, leaning a little closer. Jasmine chuckled softly. Did you miss me? Alpheo shifted onto his side, brushing his fingers over hers. Of course, he replied smoothly, his tone as earnest as the smile on his face. All the time. Not a chance, he thought to himself with a flash of humor. Between nearly losing battles, wrestling with supplies, and deciding which castle to torch next, there hadn't been a spare moment to miss anyone. I've been neck-deep in shit to deal with at every turn. Jasmine's fingers moved gently over his arm, her touch light and soothing. Do you plan to march off to war again soon? She asked, her voice quiet, though there was a slight edge of curiosity. Alpheo let out a long breath, turning his gaze to the ceiling. For this year, I've had more than enough of bloodshed and sieges. Honestly, I think we could use this time to focus on the matters of the princedom, things closer to home. Roads to repair, trade to nurture, maybe even some peace to enjoy. He glanced at her with a soft smile. It might not sound as thrilling, but I think a bit of calm will do us all good. Amongst his many plans, however, Alpheo's thoughts lingered on one pressing issue that had been gnawing at him for years. The dire need for an aqueduct in the capital. Just the memory of the city's inner quarters assaulted his senses. Just the smell of piss and shit could be heard from outside the wall. Every time he walked the crowded streets, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of disgust and unease. The filth wasn't just unpleasant, it was dangerous. True, the stench alone was enough to make even the most hardened warrior's stomach churn, but the greater concern was the looming threat of disease. Alpheo knew it wasn't a matter of if an epidemic would break out, but when. Yarzit needed to follow the example of the Empire, whose aqueducts and sewer systems ensured not only clean water, but also healthier cities. After all, epidemics do not take into account the status of people, as everybody, from slaves to kings can easily be one of their countless victims. Alpheo's thoughts flickered to his past, when he was still a slave, toiling endlessly in harsh and filthy conditions. He recalled the sight of his fellow slaves, their bodies marked with angry red bubbles that oozed and festered, succumbing one by one to an epidemic that swept through the camp like wildfire. Strangely, he had been spared, even though he slept and ate next them, as if fate had decided to shield him from the sickness. It wasn't the first or the last time he had witnessed such horrors, but it had left an indelible mark. He knew all too well how filth and poor sanitation could become the breeding ground for death. For years, he had dreamed of starting the project, but wars, rebellions, and the absence of financial security impeded it. But now they could finally put their effort into it. Alpheo felt a rare sense of fortune as his thoughts turned to Pontius. Though officially assigned to lead the military engineers during the campaign, Pontius's expertise extended far beyond siegecraft. His knowledge of infrastructure, bridges, roads, and aqueducts was his one true strength. Alpheo had often been amused by the man's not-so-subtle attempts to steer conversations toward the necessity of these, before they did not have the time and money for it. But now, in the aftermath of their successful campaign, Alpheo realized there would be no better time to act. The coffers were flush with wealth, spoils taken from enemy territories, tributes imposed on subjugated lords, and the ever-reliable trade agreements with the empire. Even more fortuitous was the capture of 450 prisoners during the war, could now be used as free laborers. We must have it, Alpheo thought, his mind already envisioning the aqueduct already channeling water into the city. Clean water, flowing streets, and a city where people thrive instead of choke on their own filth. Comments. Chapter 269. The grand halls of the throne room came alive that morning. Courtiers in their richly adorned robes clustered in groups, whispering among themselves. Nobles, clad in their finest but still bearing the subtle marks of recent campaigns, a sight that was purposeful kept, stood in solemn clusters awaiting for the princess to start the ceremony. They held their head high, with their recent victory over the Herculans being the crown they put atop their head. At the far end of the hall, the high priest stood near the dais, while his servants kept swinging the ball, burning the incense. High Priest Orin was a venerable figure with a long, silvered beard and sharp. Though his expression remained calm, the undercurrent of his thoughts told a different story. His gaze occasionally flicked toward Alpheo, the prince consort, with a subtle tinge of frustration. Orin had long harbored a quiet resentment toward Alpheo. It wasn't just the prince's infrequent attendance at the Grand Temple's ceremonies that irked him, though that alone was enough to stir whispers among the devout. It was the utter disinterest he showed in matters of faith. Orin had made several attempts over the years to offer counsel, to guide the prince toward deeper devotion to the five gods. Yet each suggestion had been met with polite indifference or outright disregard. Alpheo's ears seemed perpetually closed to divine wisdom. If he did not know better, if it weren't for the prince's outward adherence to the necessary rites, he might have believed that Alpheo didn't truly believe in the five gods at all and was an heretic. A thought which was, in fact, the truth, though Orin remained oblivious to it. Instead, he rationalized Alpheo's dismissive attitude as a product of poor education. After all, it was not unheard of for provincial temples, especially in the empire, to inadequately teach the subtleties of faith, leaving their congregants half-informed or even skeptical. In Orin's mind, Alpheo was a victim of such negligence, a man who simply needed the right enlightenment to rekindle his devotion. Returning to the ceremony, the princess sat gracefully upon her high-backed throne. The hall fell silent as she rose slightly, her emerald-green eyes sweeping across the assembled courtiers, nobles, and high-ranking priests gathered before her. Her black hair was neatly braided and adorned with a delicate silver circlet, giving her an air of serene majesty. When she finally began to speak, her voice carried across the vast hall with measured clarity. "My lords and noble friends," she started, her tone steady but warm. Today we stand united in celebration of our victory, not merely against swords and shields, but against the dishonor that sought to stain the name of Yarzit and this crown." Her words were met with a low murmur of agreement, and a few nodded their heads. Jasmine paused, allowing the sentiment to settle, before continuing. "The vile ambitions of our enemies sought to bring shame upon us, to question our sovereignty, and to diminish our strength. Yet through your loyalty, your courage, and your sacrifices, we have proven that neither our honor nor our people can be so easily subdued." She sat back slightly, her hands resting on the arms of her throne, her gaze softening as she looked over the room. "But I know full well that this triumph is not mine to claim. It is the fruit of the unwavering support of my leal lords and gallant knights, those who took up arms to defend this realm without hesitation. To each of you who marched, who fought, and who gave of yourselves to protect Yarzit, I offer my deepest gratitude." Her voice grew gentler, but no less sincere. "You have not only preserved the honor of this land, you have strengthened the very bond between crown and kingdom. And for that, I will forever be in your debt." Princess Jasmine's voice took on a more deliberate tone as she raised her hand to command attention once more. "Such loyalty," she declared, her eyes meeting those of the gathered nobles and knights, "must not go unnoticed, nor should it go unrewarded." The room grew quiet as her words resonated through the hall. She stood briefly, her gaze settling on one figure in particular among the crowd. "Let us begin with a man whose wisdom has guided this realm through its darkest and brightest hours. My grandfather, Lord Shahab, Primus Ministerio of the court." Lord Shahab, with his silver-streaked hair and a weathered but dignified face, stepped forward. He moved with the steady grace of a man accustomed to the weight of responsibility. Bowing deeply, his robes brushed the stone floor as he paid his respects to Jasmine. "Your Grace," he said simply, his tone reverent. Jasmine inclined her head slightly, her voice warm but formal. "Since the day I ascended the throne, you have been one of the shields standing before me, protecting this crown and this land with your wisdom and loyalty. Today, we honor your service. Tell me, grandfather, what reward would you ask of me?" The room waited in hushed anticipation as Lord Shahab straightened, his sharp eyes meeting hers with a hint of familial pride. "Your Grace," he began, his voice steady but humble, "whatever I might have desired has already been given to me. A granddaughter who rules with grace and strength, and a kingdom that stands firm under her reign. I ask for nothing more." Which clearly translated meant, "For now I do not want anything, but maybe in the future I will." After all, it wasn't rare for a lord to want the crown to owe a favor to him, as after all one never know what could happen in the future, and whatever that favor will come in handy. "Even so, you have my gratitude," she said sincerely. "Your wisdom, your valor, and your tireless service shall not be forgotten. The crown will remember this, and so will I." It came as no surprise to the gathered court that Jasmine chose her grandfather, Lord Shahab, to be honored first, as after all he was her closest immediate family. None begrudged this recognition, even though the lion's share of the recent campaign's merit clearly lay with her husband, Alpheo. When Lord Shahab returned to his place, Jasmine's voice rang out again. "To my prince consort," she called, and all eyes turned to the prince consort. Alpheo stepped forward with a practiced grace, his black hair brushing his shoulders as he knelt before her. Jasmine's voice softened slightly, yet carried a weight that commanded respect. "Alpheo," she began, "you have stood steadfastly by my side, both as my consort and as my champion. For your victory over the Herculean prince, for the capture and execution of the Turn-Cloak rebel, and for the subjugation of Bricatarin, you have shown this realm and all who watch us the undeniable strength of the crown." Her emerald eyes shone with a mix of pride and gratitude. "For this, I hereby grant you the lordship of Confluendi, along with the fealty of the nearest castle within its bounds, that I also give you the right to bear vassals sworn to you and enfoif them as you wish. May you continue to serve as a shield to this realm." Alpheo bowed his head deeply, his voice steady but humble as he replied, "I am honored, Your Grace." Jasmine nodded, a flicker of satisfaction passing over her features as she motioned for him to rise. As Alpheo returned to his place, the murmurs of approval among the court began to rise. Jasmine allowed them a moment before raising her hand once again. "Now," she announced, her voice firm, "Lord Xantheos, step forward." Jasmine's gaze settled on Lord Xantheos, her tone warm yet authoritative as she spoke. "Lord Xantheos," she began, her voice carrying across the great hall, "for your valor in holding the line against the forces of the Turncloak, allowing our army to secure what would become a decisive victory, and for the many contributions you have made throughout this campaign, it is only fitting that your loyalty and bravery be rewarded." She paused, letting her words sink in before continuing. "For these deeds, I hereby grant you lordship and the fealty of the castles of Veridus, Greystone, Nidhome, and Ravner." A ripple of astonished murmurs spread through the assembled lords and courtiers. Lord Xantheos himself froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Though he had been assured by the prince that his service would not go unnoticed, he had never imagined such a grand reward. He stepped forward, bowing low before the princess. "Your Grace," he said, his voice trembling with emotion, "I am unworthy of such generosity." Truthfully, all that he wanted was to take the head of Vrogios, and now that the prince had delivered on what he promised, everything that came afterward was a bonus for him. Jasmine's lips curved into a faint smile. "Your actions prove otherwise, Lord Xantheos. The crown remembers those who serve it well." He bowed even lower, his voice steadying as he said, "Then I shall endeavor to prove myself worthy of your faith, now and always." Jasmine's gaze shifted across the hall, her voice resonating as she called out, "Sir Egil, step forward." There was no surprise among the assembled nobles and commanders at the name. If anyone in the hall deserved recognition, it was Sir Egil. His deeds during the campaign were already the stuff of legend. No one could deny his achievements on the battlefield. Murmurs of approval rippled through the gathered lords as Egil strode forward with his characteristic nonchalance, a faint grin playing on his lips. Jasmine addressed him, her tone proud and formal. "Sir Egil, for your unmatched valor in the campaign against the Herculeans, for besting a larger contingent of knights and leading the charge that secured our great victory, and for your significant role in defeating the second expedition mounted by the Herculean prince, it is only fitting that your service be rewarded." She paused for effect, her emerald eyes glinting as she continued. "I hereby grant you the castle of Raventhorn and the fealty of the nearest villages." Egil knelt before her, his grin widening into a genuine smile as he bowed his head. "Your Grace," he said, his voice carrying his usual easy charm, "you honor me beyond words." Jasmine inclined her head slightly, a satisfied smile on her lips. As he rose and returned to his place among the nobles, Egil's grin returned, his manner relaxed but his pride unmistakable. The ceremony proceeded with a steady rhythm, Jasmine meticulously fulfilling the promises Alpheo had made to his commanders during the campaign. Among the recipients was Lord Damaris, whose role, though less dramatic than others, had been pivotal in its own way. As one of the main contributors of men and resources, his support had been essential to sustaining the campaign's momentum. He was rewarded with the castle of Varen and its surrounding villages, a holding distant from his ancestral seat of Midra-Deroli. This arrangement, though generous, subtly ensured that his influence in the heartlands remained balanced. It was understood that the new lands would likely be passed to his second son. The distribution of honors continued in this manner, with Jasmine rewarding those who had achieved notable but less celebrated feats during the war. Castles, villages, and titles were bestowed upon nobles, ensuring their efforts were acknowledged. Even Sir Mareth, that had fought alongside Egil in the night attack over the Herculean expedition, who also captured by single combat the enemy general, was rewarded with a small castle near Erisina, the coastal city where everything started for Alpheo. Comments. Chapter 270. A few kilometers outside Yarzit, nestled amidst rolling hills, stood a small, unassuming castle. Modest in size and humble in appearance, it lacked the grandeur of fortresses built to withstand sieges or house royal courts. Yet, despite its unremarkable dimensions, its significance to Alpheo's rule was immense. Within its wooden walls, the lifeblood of Alpheo's private army was crafted, soap and cider. The castle was more than a military asset. It was the beating heart of his economic reign. It was no exaggeration to say that the income from this small castle was literally the blood of Alpheo's ambitions. Without the wealth generated here, the maintenance of his private army, with its salaries, provisions, and equipment, would have been an impossible dream. Behind the prince stood 10 of his bodyguards. He did not need more, given he was in a safe place, simply meeting an old friend. Alpheo's gaze shifted across the bustling courtyard of the small castle, his eyes falling on a figure he hadn't seen in 2 months. The man stood with his arms crossed, his short blonde hair tousled and falling just above his forehead, the familiar sharpness of his features softened by a smile. On the other side of the yard, Cleo noticed Alpheo at the same time, his expression breaking into something between relief and delight. Without hesitation, he moved toward Alpheo, his strides purposeful and sure, carrying with him a familiarity that needed no words. The two men met halfway, their movements mirroring the years of trust and shared hardship between them. Alpheo grinned and clasped Cleo's forearm, pulling him into a firm embrace. "Cleo," Alpheo greeted, his voice warm with recognition. "Alpheo," Cleo replied with no qualms from using the direct name given they were in private, clapping him on the back. "It's about time." They pulled back just enough to study each other, taking in the subtle changes 2 months apart had etched on their faces. Alpheo smirked, shaking his head lightly, while Cleo chuckled, his hand resting briefly on Alpheo's shoulder. As they stepped apart, Alpheo took a moment to study Cleo, his gaze sharp and appraising. "So, in my absence, has anything worth my attention happened here?" he asked, folding his arms loosely. Cleo shifted his stance, leaning one shoulder against a sturdy wooden post. He crossed his arms, his expression unbothered but attentive. "Nothing too far out of the ordinary," he began, his tone light. "Though we've had our fair share of spies sneaking around, trying to get a look inside." Alpheo's brow lifted slightly, though there was little surprise in his expression. "Spies? I suppose that's to be expected. And who sent them?" Cleo's lips curved into a wry smile, and he let out a soft chuckle. "It'd save us all some time if I just told you who didn't send them." His smirk faded, replaced by a more serious expression. "Most of them didn't live to regret their attempt. A few, though, we managed to take alive. After some persuasion, they were quite generous with information." "And?" Alpheo prompted, though he already suspected the answer. Cleo sighed, running a hand through his short blonde hair. "Every neighbor we've got. No exceptions. Cacunians, Oisans. Hell's even that foolish bastard of Herculia thought it was worth sending a few of his men to snoop around." Alpheo's expression remained neutral, though a flicker of irritation passed through his eyes. "Predictable," he muttered, his voice low and edged with disdain. His gaze swept briefly over the activity in the courtyard. "This isn't new, though," he added, his tone more reflective. "Ever since we started producing enough here to matter, spies have been slithering in from every corner of the map. Still, it's good to know that we've been able to keep a lid on it." Cleo nodded, his expression lightening somewhat. "It's manageable. I'll give you this. Those bastards don't stop trying." As he said so, stretched slightly, his arms falling to his sides as he glanced back toward the castle. "So, ready for a little stretch?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of humor. Alpheo's lips quirked into a small smile, and he gave a single nod. "Lead the way." Cleo turned and gestured for him to follow, his voice taking on a more serious tone as they walked. "Just as you requested, every entrance is locked down tight. Access is strictly limited to those we've vetted. Only a handful of trusted guards and overseers come and go." Alpheo's eyes roamed over the structure, taking in the fortifications as they moved. Cleo continued, Inside, we've got about 300 workers along with their families. All of them pulled from the slums, just as you ordered. None of them can read or write. At this, Alpheo's smile widened slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Exactly as I planned. Having families together means the men will think long and hard before making foolish choices. And if they can't write, they've no way to send word outside unless they've already got someone planted within. That's a layer of trouble I don't have to worry about. Cleo cast a glance over his shoulder, his own grin tugging at the corner of his mouth as he saw his expression. I figured you'd be pleased. It's a well-oiled machine here. Everyone knows their role, and no one wants to make waves, not with so much on the line. As the two kept walking, Cleo gestured toward a nearby building. Every worker, he continued, is fully registered. Name, age, place of origin, all logged, as you requested. And, as per your orders, we've got a portrait of each one stored in that facility there. Alpheo glanced toward the building, his expression betraying neither approval nor surprise, though he appreciated the thoroughness. How long did that take? He asked casually. Cleo rubbed the back of his neck, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Almost a month. Getting them all through took some effort. They walked further along the grounds. Cleo's lips curled up slightly as he continued. Had our share of complications, of course. Plenty of bastards try to scale the walls at night, or push their way through the gates during the day. Desperation, greed, or plain stupidity, I've stopped trying to figure out. Alpheo raised an eyebrow. And how were they handled? Cleo shrugged, his smirk turning into something colder. One way or another, they all ended up underground after a long talk with our guards. Having said that, and with the tour continuing, Cleo meticulously guided Alpheo through every corner of the castle's bustling operation, ensuring no detail was overlooked. He began by pointing out the vast storage facilities, where an impressive array of barrels, crates, and sacks were carefully arranged. Cleo took a moment to emphasize the security measures in place, including the rotation schedule of guards assigned to watch over these critical supplies. Moving further, Cleo gestured toward the sprawling production buildings. Each one was dedicated to a specific stage of the manufacturing process. In the soap workshop, workers tended to cauldrons of boiling fat and lye, mixing the ingredients with practiced precision before pouring them into molds. Smaller structures nearby housed the preparation and refinement of ingredients essential to both soap and cider, ensuring a steady supply chain for uninterrupted production. Cleo didn't stop at showing the infrastructure. He also provided a detailed report on the operational efficiency and general output levels. He highlighted the workforce's productivity and the challenges they'd overcome to maintain a steady pace. Sometime during the tour, Cleo leaned against a nearby post, his gaze drifting over the bustling workers below. I'll admit, he said, his tone more wistful than bitter, I miss it sometimes, marching with you, fighting alongside everyone. Things were simpler then. Alpheo's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression serious. I understand, he said, his voice measured, but I need someone I can trust here. I can't exactly hand this responsibility to one of the knights serving my wife. Loyalty like yours is rare, Cleo. Cleo sighed, running a hand through his short blonde hair. Don't misunderstand. I like the job. I do. It is calm and rewarding. But some days, I can't help but feel like it was better when we were just soldiers. No politics, no endless paperwork, just sleeping, marching, and sometimes fighting. Alpheo stepped closer, a small smile breaking through his stern demeanor as he clasped a firm hand on Cleo's shoulder. Well, he said, a touch of mischief in his voice. Do you know what I think will make you feel better? Cleo raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What? A lordship? Alpheo said matter-of-factly as he had just given a dog a biscuit, and not something that separated the 1% from the rest of the people they in fact ruled over. Some villages to call your own. I think it's about time you were rewarded properly for all your hard work. Cleo blinked, momentarily stunned. A lordship, he stammered, his usual composure slipping, with a reaction more acceptable for the matter that was being discussed. You're serious? Dead serious. Alpheo replied, his grin widening. You've earned it, Cleo. As realization dawned on him, Cleo's face turned a mix of disbelief and pride. For the first time, the weight of his dedication and loyalty seemed to take on a tangible reward. I don't know what to say, he finally managed, his voice wavering slightly. Then don't say anything, Alpheo said, his tone light but firm as he calped him on the shoulder. Just keep doing what you're doing, and that will be more than enough. Comments. Chapter 271. As they walked through the castle grounds, Alpheo couldn't help but notice the subtle unease in Cleo's demeanor. His old comrade, normally steady and confident, seemed unusually stiff, his steps slower and his gaze occasionally darting to the ground. Sensing the awkwardness, Alpheo decided to address it directly. Something on your mind, Cleo? Alpheo asked, his voice casual but edged with curiosity. Cleo hesitated before answering, his tone measured. No, everything's fine. I just can't help feeling like I haven't done enough to deserve what you've given me. Alpheo stopped and turned to face him, his expression calm but firm. What I've given you. He shook his head. Cleo, this isn't some random gift. You've earned this. You've been the one standing guard over our best assets. You have done a fantastic job. Cleo looked up, meeting Alpheo's gaze, though his uncertainty lingered. Alpheo clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You're protecting the foundation of everything we've built. Without you here, this whole operation could crumble. Trust me, there's no one more deserving. Though Cleo's posture relaxed slightly, a faint hint of discomfort still flickered in his expression. Alpheo chuckled and gave him a small nudge. Stop overthinking it, old friend. You've more than earned your place. As they continued their walk through the castle grounds, Alpheo glanced at Cleo with a grin. So, did you get the chance to catch up with the others yet? Or have you been too busy lording over this place? Cleo chuckled, his stance loosening a bit. I did, actually. Had a round of drinks with Eggle not too long ago. He made sure I was up to speed on everything that went down during the campaign. Sounds like it was brutal. Hard on everyone. He hesitated for a moment, then added, I won't lie, Alpheo. I wish I could have been there with you all, fighting alongside you, like the old days. He repeated once again. Alpheo stopped, turning to face Cleo fully. Cleo, he began, his voice steady and full of conviction. You were there, just not on the same front. While we were dealing with the enemy out there, you were here protecting me and everything we've built from behind the scenes. He placed a firm hand on Cleo's shoulder, his expression softening. Don't think for a second that what you've done here isn't just as important. If this place had fallen, or worse, if someone had gotten to the heart of our operation, it wouldn't have mattered how many victories we won out there. You're part of this fight, Cleo. Always have been. Cleo looked down for a moment, his lips pressed into a thin line, before nodding. I guess you're right. Alpheo gave him a reassuring smile, a warm glint in his eyes. I know I am, and if I haven't said it enough, I'll say it now. Thank you for keeping it all together when I had nobody that could. It brushes in comparison to what you all did for us, he said, glancing at Alpheo with a faint smile that didn't quite mask the depth of his feelings. You know, a lot of us talk about it, how you seem to underestimate what you've done for us. It's almost maddening. Alpheo raised an eyebrow, curious but silent, letting Cleo continue. You go on and on about what we do for you, Cleo admitted, his words measured but intense, but not what you've done for us. You gave us life, Alpheo. Hope. You turned us into knights, lords, people with something to live for and for some perhaps protect. And yet, you act like it was the bare minimum, like anyone would have done the same. Cleo's hands clenched slightly at his sides, his gaze steady but softened with admiration. But it wasn't the bare minimum. It was everything. What you did for us, it changed everything. And no matter how hard we work, no matter what we achieve or give back, it'll never feel like enough, because every breath we take, every meal we eat, it's all because of you. You're the one who leads the charge, Alpheo. You're the one who rides into the thick of it first, headlong into peril. And yet, you always turn back to thank us for following you, as if it's us who are doing something extraordinary. But it's you. You set the example, take the risk, and inspire the rest of us to believe we can survive it. There was a pause, the weight of Cleo's words hanging between them. His admiration was evident, and his expression reflected an almost familial pride, as if he needed Alpheo to truly understand a role he played in their lives. Alpheo's lips curved into a faint, thoughtful smile, and he rested a hand on Cleo's shoulder. "I'll think it over," he said, his tone soft but sincere. Cleo nodded, a small smile breaking through his earlier intensity. "I'm glad to hear that," he said, his tone lighter now. He motioned toward a path leading to another building. "Now, are you ready to see the last addition to this place? The one you specifically asked for?" Alpheo nodded, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Together, they made their way to the newly constructed warehouse. As Cleo swung the heavy wooden doors open, the cavernous interior came into view. Inside, the space was arranged meticulously. There were large wooden vats for soaking and pulping fibers, stone presses for flattening the sheets, and drying racks lining the far walls. Bundles of raw materials, mostly tree bark, were stacked neatly near one corner, ready for processing. In another section, tools for cutting, sorting, and refining the paper into uniform sheets lay in orderly rows on workbenches. The air inside was still and cool, but the building was empty of workers for the moment, as production had not yet started. Alpheo stepped forward, running his hand over the smooth surface of one of the vats. The room had a quiet potential about it, waiting for its full purpose to come to life. Alpheo's gaze swept over the warehouse, taking in the neatly arranged equipment and stacks of raw materials. After a moment, he turned to Cleo. "When will this place be ready to begin production?" he asked, his voice carrying a tone of expectation. Cleo crossed his arms, leaning slightly against the nearest workbench. "In a few weeks," he replied. "Just enough time to finish recruiting workers who meet the requirements. You know the drill: loyalty, families already within the compound, and no ties to the outside world." Alpheo nodded approvingly, satisfied with the methodical approach. "And how do we acquire the materials? The wood fibers?" he asked, gesturing toward the stacked bundles. Cleo straightened, his expression calm and confident. "We buy them from trusted woodcutters and suppliers. The materials come through the gates once a week with the caravan. The person leading the caravan is the same one whose family resides here as our guests. You get a good deal of coin at each travel and has no motive to risk everything." Alpheo approached one of the neatly stacked bundles of bark and picked up a strip, running his fingers over its rough texture. His eyes narrowed slightly, already calculating its potential in his mind. Cleo watched him from a few steps away, his arms crossed as he considered the material. "This one," Cleo remarked, nodding toward the bark Alpheo held. "I doubt it'll yield much profit compared to the others. This thing you call paper doesn't seem like it'll be overwhelming. Not here at least." Alpheo turned the bark in his hand, his lips curling into a knowing smile. "You underestimate its value," he replied. "An empire runs on paper, Cleo. While the neighboring princes might not care for it, there's a different story to the north. The empire will leap at the chance for cheaper, sturdier documents compared to their costly papyrus or parchments. It's not about overwhelming demand here. It's about finding the right market." Cleo tilted his head, his skepticism giving way to curiosity. "And here?" Alpheo chuckled softly, placing the bark back on the stack. "Here, our neighboring princes won't give half a shit. For us, it will instead lay the foundation for our own, soon-to-be, bureaucracy. If we aim to govern efficiently, I will need to expand our administration, and paper will need to be in abundance." As Alpheo placed the bark back on the stack, Cleo's expression shifted as though a sudden realization struck him. He straightened, a rare grin breaking across his face. "By the way," he began, his tone warm and genuine, "congratulations on the news about the princess. A child, quite the blessing." Alpheo blinked, startled by the shift in conversation, and dropped the bark he had been holding. It hit the floor with a faint thud. He recovered quickly, offering a nod of gratitude. "Thank you," he replied, a trace of warmth softening his demeanor. Cleo leaned casually against a nearby post, arms crossed. Have you and her grace decided on a name yet? Or is it still too early? Alpheo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. There are a few ideas floating around, he admitted, as he had some names he wanted to give his child, yet he still had not discussed them with Jasmine, yet. Comments. Chapter 272. Prince Alpheo had waited far too long for this moment. Since the day the notion of taking over the princedom had first planted itself in his mind, right after he had killed Arquad, it had grown into a fervent belief that reform, both administrative and political, was not only necessary, but inevitable. The princedom, with its patchwork of outdated customs and fractured authority, had always struck him as an unwieldy relic. His vision, bold and clear, demanded an overhaul, but the timing had never been right. First, there had been Ormond's rebellion, a mostly short conflict, but one that required his attention nonetheless. No ruler could afford to dream of reforms while the very foundations of his rule were under attack. Then, barely had the dust settled from that uprising when the Herculean prince had insulted them, forcing Alpheo to abandon all other considerations in the pursuit of a war of honor, something that ironically he did not give a shit about. For years, one crisis followed another. Each battle, negotiation, and uneasy truce seemed to push his ambitions further into the shadows. And yet, the idea persisted, burning brightly in the back of his mind. He carried it with him like a secret talisman, knowing its time would come. Now, at last, the horizon was clear. Peace, hard-won and tenuous though it might be, was ahead of them. The Herculean threat was no longer imminent, and the chaos of rebellion was but a distant memory. Alpheo could finally turn his attention inward, away from swords and shields, and toward quills and ledgers. He finally received Jasmine's approval to begin the long-anticipated recruitment process for the new administrative body. With her consent, he wasted no time in setting the wheels in motion, disseminating information about the effort to merchants in the capital. He believed they would eagerly seize the opportunity to secure employment within the court. After all, service to the crown was not only prestigious, but also profitable, a way to climb the social ladder for families that had long thrived in commerce. Alpheo had also considered another potential pool of recruits, the second and third sons of knights. These younger scions, often overlooked in inheritance and overshadowed by their elder brothers, were usually given little more than a horse, armor, and vague encouragement to seek their fortunes. Alpheo imagined they might welcome the chance to work for the court, particularly in administrative roles that offered stability and stature. Unfortunately, their numbers were disappointingly small, and they often resisted positions unrelated to the military. A desk and quill could hardly compete with the allure of swordplay and adventure for most of them. This left Alpheo to rely far more than he had anticipated on the sons of merchants. While these young men lacked the martial traditions of knightly families, they possessed one invaluable advantage: literacy. They had grown up around ledgers, contracts, and negotiation tables, making them ideally suited to the bureaucratic demands of Alpheo's reforms. It was a practical compromise, and one he reluctantly accepted as necessary. If the knight's sons preferred war horses to paperwork, then the merchant class would serve as the backbone of his budding administration. Alpheo had briefly entertained the notion of charging a fee for these positions, a way to draw funds directly from the aspiring recruits or their families. It would have been easy enough to justify, as they were commoners after all, and the roles he offered carried prestige and access to the corridors of power. Many families would likely pay handsomely for such opportunities. But the idea was quickly discarded. Alpheo understood too well the dangers it posed, as he was no fan of the idea of selling positions, something that plagued great empires, like the Eastern Roman Empire during the Middle Ages. It wasn't as though he needed the money. The princedom's coffers, bolstered by recent victories and spoils of war, were more than sufficient to fund the recruitment and establishment of a capable bureaucracy. His focus was not on short-term gains, but on building a foundation that would stand the test of time. Right now, Alpheo stood in his chambers. The day had finally arrived. His mind, usually sharp and ordered, now swirled with something akin to relief, as if seeing a man arriving with a bucket while your hand is on fire. At his side, Ratto stood at attention, his slight figure unobtrusive yet always present when needed. With his sharp eyes and quiet demeanor, he was as much a shadow to the man, always at his side, as much as he was still young and eager to learn as much as he could. "The guests have already arrived," Ratto informed him, his voice calm and measured. He stepped forward slightly, hands clasped behind his back. Alpheo turned to face him, the faintest trace of a smile brushing his lips. "Thank you, Ratto," he said, his words sincere but distracted. His gaze, however, lingered on Ratto longer than usual. His eyes narrowed slightly, as though trying to parse something unspoken. Ratto shifted slightly under the weight of the prince's scrutiny. "Is everything all right?" he asked, his tone carrying just a hint of unease. Alpheo's gaze lingered on Ratto for a moment longer before he spoke, his tone calm yet deliberate. "How old are you, Ratto?" Ratto straightened his posture instantly, as if the question itself was a summons to attention. 12, he replied crisply, his words almost mechanical but infused with pride. Alpheo nodded slightly, the answer aligning with what he already knew. At 12 years old, Ratto had proven himself more than capable in many ways. He already knew how to write and read, something that one person in high command still refused to learn. His training with weapons was sufficient for someone his age. "It's time," Alpheo said, his voice firm, "that you learn on how to properly ride and fight on horseback." Ratto's eyes widened slightly, his composed demeanor giving way to a rare moment of unguarded excitement. It was every boy's dream to be a knight after all, and a knight always fought on horseback. He didn't say anything immediately, but his hands twitched faintly as if suppressing the urge to fidget. Alpheo leaned back slightly, folding his arms as he continued. "Tomorrow, I'll speak with Sir Egil and inform him of my decision. You'll follow him for a time, learn from him, until he deems you good enough. At that point, we'll shift your training once again." Ratto's excitement was barely restrained now, his face lighting up as he bowed slightly, his voice brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Alpheo." Truly, Alpheo allowed himself a small, approving smile as he rose from his seat. The boy's enthusiasm was infectious, and it reassured him that his trust was well placed. "Good," Alpheo said simply, his voice steady but tinged with warmth. He adjusted the folds of his tunic and began to move toward the door, his thoughts already turning to the matters ahead. It was time to meet the men and women who would form the foundation of his fledgling bureaucracy. As Alpheo glanced back at Ratto, his eyes caught the familiar dagger strapped to the boy's side, the same one he had given him on the day they first met, ugly as he remembered it to be. The sight stirred a small, fleeting smile on Alpheo's lips, a quiet acknowledgement of how far the boy had come since then. Without a word, he turned away and walked forward, stepping out of the room. The hall was a grand space, with high vaulted ceilings and an air of solemnity. Alpheo stood near the entrance, his eyes scanning the crowd of roughly 100 applicants gathered for the examination. The merchant's sons, as no knight were requested to take the test given Thier nobility, stood out like gaudy roosters in a barnyard. Their brightly colored hats and silk garments, clearly chosen to display wealth and status, instead gave them an air of nervous flamboyance. The rich fabrics shimmered under the hall's light, but the anxious glances they exchanged undercut any pretense of confidence. They shifted uncomfortably in their fine shoes, clearly unused by the place. Alpheo's lips curled faintly in amusement. The ostentation was almost comical, but he understood their motives. These young men were trying their best to impress, to look the part of someone worthy of a position in his nascent bureaucracy. Alpheo stepped into the room with an air of quiet authority, flanked by 5 of his guards. The solid steps of the armored men echoed off the walls, drawing the attention of everyone present. The examiners, seated at long tables laden with quills, ink pots, and parchment, turned to observe the unexpected arrival. For a moment, confusion clouded their faces. They exchanged glances, wondering if this was some minor noble, given the guards trailing behind him. But then, recognition flickered among a few of them. Whispers began to ripple through the hall as some examiners who recognized him from the military parade on his return leaned toward each other, murmuring, "That's the prince." Their eyes widened as they connected the youthful face before them with the storied reputation of the man who had led armies, subjugated rebellion, and vanquished the Herculean prince, called by some the War Prince. Most of the room was visibly taken aback. Alpheo's youthful, almost boyish face stood in stark contrast to the image of a hardened warrior they had conjured in their minds. Alpheo stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the room of applicants. He paused briefly, allowing the murmurs to settle before addressing the gathered group in a steady, commanding voice. "Welcome. Each of you has come here today with the hope of serving the court and the realm of Yarzit, something that is both honorable and glorious. The tasks ahead, and I'm not speaking about your exam, will require patience, diligence, and above all integrity of the soul. Today marks the beginning of a journey, one that will help shape the future of this princedom. Prove yourself worthy of this calling, and you will be rewarded with the trust and responsibility of aiding in the governance of our lands. I wish you all the best of luck. Work hard, and show us what you are capable of." He gave a firm nod, his gaze briefly meeting those of a few applicants before turning to leave. His guards followed closely behind, their armor clinking faintly in the silence he left in his wake. As Alpheo walked down the hall, his thoughts lingered on the candidates behind him. Soon, he thought, these individuals, awkward merchants' sons and nervously posturing hopefuls, would grow into the pillars on which the state would stand. They would carry out the administration, maintain order, and implement the reforms he had long envisioned, as many times the work of many was much more efficient than those of the few. Comments. Chapter 273. Kevel moved through the grand halls of the imperial palace of Rolmia, his polished boots clicking against the intricately tiled floor. The corridor stretched endlessly before him, lined with towering columns of alabaster veined with gold and lit by the soft glow of chandeliers dripping with crystal. Murals of Rolmia's past glories adorned the walls, depicting victories in battle, the crowning of emperors, and the divine blessings bestowed upon the dynasty. Every detail spoke of grandeur, yet to Kevel, it felt more like a theater of hypocrisy. He hated the place, but mostly he hated the work. As the regent's son and the former empress mother's brother, his presence here was a necessity, given what his father regarded as a fantastic work done the one he did in his absence. Truthfully, he just wanted to retire back home, with his wife, instead of going to sleep dark in the night with his daughter and wife already asleep. With a sigh, he kept walking forward. Guards in ceremonial armor stood at intervals, their gazes forward but their awareness acute. Kevel met none of their eyes, though he noted their posture and positioning. His mind was clouded as he passed under a massive archway carved with depictions of the imperial eagle, its wings outstretched. The symbol, once something he had admired as a boy, now seemed hollow. It reminded him of his sister, the former empress mother, her rise, her arrogance, and her catastrophic fall, her audacious attempt to abduct her own son. The emperor still echoed in the court, though none dared speak them aloud when Kevel or the regent was near, as it was kind of a taboo. Her disgrace had splashed over the entire family, staining their family's prestige. And here he was, her brother, walking the halls he had once walked as regent. Kevel's fingers brushed the hilt of his sword, more out of habit than necessity, as he reached the door leading to his father's study. As he approached the heavy oak doors, he noticed two familiar figures standing vigil outside. The first was Alaric, the knight commander of the emperor's personal guard, someone that he actually respected given his great fervor in protecting his nephew. While on the other stood Garvin, once a low-born mercenary. He had been part of the group that abducted the young emperor, only to turn against his companions and ensure the boy's safety when he realized the full weight of their crime. His actions had earned him a pardon from Emperor Misha himself, who, in a rare moment of magnanimity, mostly spurred from his young age, granted Garvin a place in the Crown's Guards. It was a post Garvin had embraced eagerly, no doubt spurred by the generous pay and steady position, a far cry from the precarious existence of Selsward. As Kevol's eyes settled on him, the rugged guard's demeanor shifted. For all his confident, bearing moments before, Garvin now looked down, his gaze fixed on the polished stone floor. Kevol paid it little mind, lifting his hand to knock firmly on the heavy door before pushing it open and stepping inside. The room beyond was warm, with the glow of midday light spilling through tall, arched windows. Scrolls, maps, and ledgers lay in neat but voluminous piles on a massive desk of dark oak. Behind it, Martheo the regent sat. At 65, he bore the weight of his years with dignity, though the lines on his face and the silver in the little hair he had betrayed the burdens of ruling in his grandson's stead. His piercing gaze lifted to meet Kevol's entrance, softening briefly in acknowledgement. Beside Martheo stood Emperor Misha, an 11-year-old boy who carried himself forward with all the confidence a boy could have. Kevol paused for a moment. He remembered his nephew as a child of laughter and unrestrained joy, his bright smiles lighting up any room he entered. But those days seemed far away now. The events surrounding his mother's betrayal had left their mark on the boy, too. The once vibrant boy now carried a shadow in his eyes, his smiles rarer, his laughter more subdued. He was still a child, however, so sometimes smiles and laughter came to him on their own. And yet, amidst the sorrow, Kevol saw the bond that had grown between the boy and his grandfather. Martheo had stepped into the role of protector and mentor with fervor, and Misha, in turn, had gravitated toward him. Martheo's sharp gaze fell on Kevol the moment he entered the room. The regent, always perceptive, leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers steepled before him. "Kevol," he began, "I assume you've come to report?" Kevol inclined his head respectfully, stepping forward. "I have, father," Pontius wrote. At the mention of the name, Martheo's expression shifted into one of keen interest. He had basically been a gift to the princess, while in reality it was for her husband. Officially, he was an engineer and architect sent to assist the Yarzit court with his knowledge, while instead behind the scene, he served as Martheo's eyes and ears in Yarzit. His missives were detailed and frequent, providing the regent with a steady stream of insight into court politics and military action that the prince boy took while in war. It wasn't like they were fundamental for him. However, he believed that since a great deal of the empire's interest lay with the boy prince, it was better that they knew what was going on in his backyard. For the last months, Pontius had been their primary source of information regarding Alpheo's conflict with Herculia. The reports ranged from military victories to the movement of the army. Martheo nodded, gesturing for Kevol to continue. Meanwhile, Misha, standing quietly beside his grandfather, glanced up at Kevol as well, his youthful curiosity momentarily breaking through the solemnity that had come to define him in recent months. Over the past months, Misha had become an increasingly present figure in the day-to-day administration of the empire. Though still young, the boy had shown a keen interest in understanding the vast machinery of governance. He often stood at his grandfather's side, listening intently as Martheo dictated orders, reviewed reports, or doing anything worth watching. From time to time, Martheo would pause to offer his grandson a lesson, explaining the reasoning behind his decisions or testing Misha's own understanding of the matters at hand. Though the child was still growing into the weight of his responsibilities, his sharpness and resolve were unmistakable, traits Martheo privately attributed to the father's blood, which luckily he took more than from mother. Among the many matters that occupied the regent mind was the quiet acknowledgement that Prince Alpheo of Yarzit was undoubtedly aware of Pontius's true purpose. Alpheo was no fool, and Martheo respected him all the more for it. It was one thing to allow a spy to operate under your nose, and another being aware of that and limiting him to just what he wanted to show. In truth, Martheo often praised Alpheo in private for his remarkable acumen. The reports of the prince's victories, especially the decisive triumph against the Herculean prince, had left the regent genuinely impressed. The sheer strategic brilliance of the campaign, coupled with Alpheo's ability, had taken Martheo aback. Kevel began his report in a measured tone, relaying the details with precision. For the past month, the Yarzit prince has been orchestrating raids into the lands of the Herculean prince. His forces have laid waste to the countryside, burning villages, torching granaries, and plundering supplies, while sparing the people. Notably, one of his retainers, leading the light cavalry, intercepted and destroyed an expeditionary force dispatched by the Herculean court to halt the raiding. The enemy was smashed before they could organize effectively. Kevel paused briefly, ensuring he had Martheo's full attention before continuing. Following the weeks of fire and pillaging, the Yarzit army withdrew back into their territory. Supplies in Bracum, already scarce, forced their hand. They left the Herculean lands devastated, but they avoided prolonged engagements or any attempts at sieging more castles. Martheo leaned back in his chair, his shrewd eyes flicking to his grandson. The faintest smile tugged at his lips, more in thought than mirth, as he turned his gaze toward Misha, who was following the conversation with keen interest. "Why do you think the Yarzit prince chose to pillage the countryside?" Martheo asked, his voice low and reflective, instead of laying siege to additional castles. Surely he could have taken them, or at least tried. Misha furrowed his brow, his young face a mask of concentration as he pondered his grandfather's question. After a few moments, he ventured. Perhaps they lacked the supplies to sustain a siege? That would make it difficult to hold their position long enough to take the castles. Martheo gave a soft chuckle, the sound more approving than amused. "Maybe," he said, leaning forward slightly, "but the real reason lies elsewhere." His tone shifted, becoming the instructive cadence of a mentor imparting a lesson. "You see, Yarzit has no natural defenses, no rivers, mountains, or dense forest to shield them. Their territory is an open plain, a land that invites invasion. The only barrier between them and their enemies are their border castles. Those fortresses are all that keep Yarzit from being overrun." Martheo's sharp gaze lingered on Misha as he continued, his voice deliberate and precise. Before the princess ascended the throne, her father's reign was marked by repeated invasions from the prince to the south. Now, with the boy prince leading the armies, the Yarzit prince has taken a different approach. The regent leaned back again, his expression thoughtful. This campaign wasn't about taking castles, that he saw an opportunity to cripple his neighbor to the west, the Herculeans. And to do that, he turned his attention to the villages. By setting them aflame and leaving the countryside in ruin, he's inflicted a wound far deeper than the loss of a few strongholds. Martheo gestured lightly, as though conjuring the image of the scorched lands. For the next year, the Herculean prince will face famine and a loss in manpower. His granaries are ash, his fields untended, and his villagers displaced. Worse still, the banditry will surge. When the Yarzit prince's forces left those villages unmolested, they left behind thousands of hungry, desperate people. Many of them will turn to theft and violence to survive. The regent's eyes gleamed with respect. This isn't just a raid. It was a punch to the gut. By the time the Herculean prince recovers, he'll be weaker than ever. And all the while, Yarzit secures its western border, while leisurely sending his army to besiege more fortresses once the autumnal harvest comes. Kevel's eyes flickered toward Misha as the young emperor nodded earnestly, absorbing every word his grandfather spoke. The boy's youthful face was set in a mask of intent concentration. He listened as Martheo continued his explanation, his small hands resting on the table in a posture far more serious than his years should have allowed. Kevel couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy as he observed his nephew. The transformation was undeniable, and yet, for all the sorrow that lingered in the shadow of recent events, Kevel also saw something else, Misha's growing competence. Perhaps this is for the best, he thought. His nephew was finally receiving the education and guidance he deserved, lessons that would prepare him for the monumental responsibility of ruling an empire. Martheo had taken the boy under his wing, not merely as a grandfather, but as a mentor, sculpting him into a ruler worthy of the throne, even if the cost for that was his own daughter. an exchange that the more time passed, everyone believed heavily leaned onto everyone's best interest. Comments. Chapter 274. Talek, the son of Sir Robert, the knight whose loyalty had been key to the previous prince's rule, stood under the clear, bright blue sky. Few truly understood how important his father had been for the new princess's rise to power. Even Talek himself didn't know the full truth about what his father had done or how far he had gone to secure the throne. It was Sir Robert who had led Arkawat's brother to his doom, making him believe he was marching toward the glory and crown he had always dreamed of. The man thought his moment of triumph was at hand, unaware that Robert was leading him into a trap. Even when Alpheo's warriors burst from the trees, breaking his army and ending all hope, it was likely he never realized how carefully he had been deceived. What he thought would be the start of his reign instead became the end of his life and the lives of his family. Sir Robert's mission had been carried out perfectly, leaving no way for Arkawat's brother to escape or fight back. In the end, his ambition destroyed him, and he died without ever understanding how his greatest dream had become his nightmare. It was a heavy story, one Talek might never know, hidden beneath the same blue sky that now stretched endlessly above him. Talek's gaze lingered on it, as though seeking answers in its tranquil vastness. There was a reflective stillness in his stance, hands resting lightly at his sides, his face calm but touched with a faint trace of melancholy. Talek couldn't shake the growing worry gnawing at him. Since his father, Sir Robert, had returned home with the victorious prince consort, he hadn't been the same. The man who once carried himself with quiet pride, who had always been stable and dependable, now seemed like a shadow of himself. He no longer smiled as he once did. Instead, he turned to drinks more often, his goblet rarely empty, and withdrew from the world outside their castle walls. Days would pass without Sir Robert appearing at court or even leaving their home. It was baffling to Talek. Their family had never been better off. The princess, in her gratitude, had rewarded them generously, a castle to call their own, lands to rule over, and a steady stream of income from customs. We finally got it all. We have gained wealth, status, and respect. By all accounts, he should have been celebrating his good fortune. He is now a lord. Talek thought as he pictured the image of his father drunk in bed before he left the house for his task. Talek couldn't understand it. What had caused his father to behave this way? To retreat from his duties as the head of their house, leaving Talek to step in and shoulder the responsibilities he'd always expected to learn from him? It wasn't lost on Talek that something weighed heavily on his father's mind, something tied to the rewards their family now enjoyed. A castle, lands, titles, and the princess's apparent favor. Yet even with all this, there was no word of rebuke for Sir Robert's prolonged absences from court. No summons to explain himself. That, more than anything, hinted to Talek that whatever had been done to earn these gifts carried a cost too great for his father to bear openly. Perhaps, Talek thought, it was the marriage itself that broke him. The sight of their new princess taking the man who had killed her father as her husband. Perhaps it was the weight of bowing and calling your grace to one who wore the crown with blood-stained hands. But truthfully, Talek didn't care about any of that. For their family, and the princedom as a whole, things had never looked so promising. What had been a fractured land teetering on the brink of collapse was now a budding power, strong enough to hold its own against larger threats. The new rulers were the best thing that could have happened to anyone in Yarzit, Talek thought, his conviction firm. If his father had heard him, Talek was certain he would have been struck for saying so, as the man hated both rulers, seeing them as traitors, one of her own blood, the other to his employer. Yet it didn't change the fact that it was the truth. Turning away from thinking about the sorry condition of his father, Talek's eyes turned as they landed on the court's eccentric engineer, Plunges. The bald man was kneeling on the ground, scribbling furiously on a piece of material that resembled parchment but seemed far lighter and more flexible. A faint breeze tugged at its edges as Plunges held it down with one hand, while with a small stick of charcoal, he started writing something. Talek frowned slightly, watching the man's focus. Plunges appeared completely absorbed in whatever calculations or notes he was making. his lips moving silently, as if he were murmuring to himself. Talek had been tasked with escorting the engineer on this journey, along with 5 other knights, to survey the field where the new aqueduct was to be constructed. This grand structure would supply the capital with much-needed water, a project of immense importance, and one that Pontius approached with unwavering zeal. Talek took a step closer to the kneeling engineer, his tone polite, but carrying a hint of impatience. "Do you need anything, Engineer Pontius?" he asked, folding his arms as he peered down at the man's hunched figure. He was tired of waiting. Pontius froze for a brief moment, his hand tightening on the piece of parchment-like material. He turned his head slightly, enough for Talek to catch the brief flicker of annoyance in his face. "No," Pontius replied, his voice clipped and barely masking the irritation bubbling beneath the surface. His jaw tensed, and he quickly looked back to his work, scribbling again with renewed intensity. Talek could see it clearly. Pontius was trying to rein in whatever had made him wince, as if Talek's simple question had struck a nerve. The young knight exhaled silently through his nose, fighting back the sigh that threatened to escape. He had no great love for these outings, and the engineer's prickly attitude only made things worse. With nothing else to occupy his thoughts, Talek turned his gaze back to the rolling countryside, sprawling lazily beneath the bright afternoon sun. Escorting Pontius on this monotonous task felt beneath him, especially now that he was the heir to a lordship. His family had been elevated to nobility, a rare honor, and one he believed deserved duties befitting his new status. Surveying land for an aqueduct and babysitting the court's engineer hardly seemed appropriate for someone of his station. And yet, he clenched his jaw and kept his thoughts to himself. He knew better than to speak out against Pontius. The man wasn't just an engineer. He was the little jewel of Yarzit's Fox, especially now that the prince consort had clearly showed everyone at court his ambitious plan for the city. Not worth it, Talek thought bitterly, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword, reining the desire to cut the man down where he stood. He could endure a few hours of tedium if it meant avoiding the ire of someone that he now served. During the past few days, Pontius had been in an unusually jubilant mood. Talek had never seen a man like this before. The bald, arrogant engineer, who normally carried himself with the sternness of a man who had fucked everyone's mother twice, acting like a bootlicker. Pontius had always fancied himself an architect above all else, lamenting that his true talents were wasted on war machines and fortifications. Yet, with the prince's announcement of the aqueduct project, he seemed to come alive, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Talek could hardly count the number of times Pontius had loudly praised the prince's consort, crediting their foresight and vision for initiating such a monumental endeavor. "A marvel of governance," he had declared more than once, his voice booming with admiration. "A leader who understands the value of progress. What a great day for these people." Pontius was practically glowing, like a dog finally tossed a juicy bone, and Talek couldn't help but roll his eyes every time the man launched into another effusive monologue, practically seeing the brown on the tip of his nose. "He practically worships him," Talek thought bitterly as he wondered how could Alpheo even stomach such a man. While Pontius celebrated this project as if it were the greatest achievement of his life, Talek found it hard to muster the same excitement. To him, it was just another chore, another tedious task that kept him from what he believed to be more important matters. During Pontius' work, Talek uncowingly threw glimpses at his notes and couldn't make sense of it all. He stood there, watching as Pontius pored over his drawings and calculations, mumbling to himself about angles, pressures, and materials, none of which made the slightest bit of sense to Talek. They had a river right there. Couldn't they simply dig a trench to lead water into the city? It seemed so much simpler to him, a clear, straightforward solution. The more he looked at Pontius's sketches, the more confused he became. The drawings seemed to show intricate bridges, but not the kind that he understood. No wooden beams. Instead, there were sketches of structures that looked like bridges, yet didn't look like bridges at all. They were somehow different, and whom mostly important he could not get the use of. "What does all this mean?" he muttered under his breath. But before he could voice his confusion aloud again, Pontius was already launching into another long-winded explanation about water flow and getting consequentally angry that Talek did not understand one bit of it, as apparently he regarded the matter as child's play. Was it my fault that I had not been educated in such useless subjects? He cursed in his mind as he held himself from striking the man down onto the dirt. Comments. Chapter 275. Alpheo sat at his desk in the workroom. The glow coming from the small window at his sides lightened the meticulous reports spread before him. He leaned forward, his sharp eyes scanning the rows of numbers compiled by the Treasury accountants. The calculations were clear. As soon as the army returned home, 14,800 silverii had been spent on the soldiers' pay that was owed at the end of the campaign. The figure was staggering, but it was a necessity. Warfare demanded discipline, and discipline demanded compensation. Soldiers did not receive their salaries during a campaign, a policy Alpheo firmly upheld. Transporting such vast amounts of silver was logistically burdensome and with high risk of losing them against enemies' ambushes, not to mention the sheer amount of guards that would be needed to guard the money. But there was a more calculated reason why General did not pay soldiers during campaign. Soldiers with full pockets were more inclined to think of home, their minds wandering toward comfort and the temptation to desert. Even a victorious army like that of Alpheo, after conquering Ardernaven, experienced desertion. Although the criminals were soon apprehended and nailed into trees, their shouts being the clearest warning to anyone that shared the same thought of going home before the prince's permission. This time, however, the campaign had been a financial success. The Herculean prince's land had proven fruitful in plunder, yielding 19,000 silverii from the spoils of war. The margin was modest given the expenditures, but it was a victory nonetheless. Alpheo allowed himself a small smile, satisfied with the balancing act of costs and returns. The loot, after all, not only covered the soldiers' remuneration, but also left a surplus to bolster the treasury. Alpheo carefully flipped through another sheet of parchment, his gaze fixed on the columns of numbers that represented the expenditures of his private army. The figure was worrying some 6,000 denarii, a significant expense that weighed heavily on the overall budget. He leaned back in his chair, his thoughts trailing to the contrast with the past. Before his arrival, the entire annual income of the princedom under Arquat's rule had been a meager 28,000 denarii. At that rate, his private army alone, in just 5 months, would have consumed the equivalent of 1 full year's of the old regime's income. It was an unsustainable model for a weaker state. Now, however, things had changed. Through his reforms, trade incentives, and territorial acquisitions, the princedom's income had surged to 108,000 denarii annually, something that none could rebuke against him. Yet, this success came with its challenges. Of the increased revenue, 72,000 denarii were spent on the military alone. The cost was staggering, but it ensured the security and expansion of his domain, while keeping the unruly nobility at bay, especially now that they just saw how strong their prince's army truly was. As he contemplated these numbers, a fragment of history came to mind. At the peak of its power, the Roman Empire, with its vast territories and professional legions, had spent nearly half of its income on the military. A sobering thought. By comparison, Alpheo's military expenditure ratio was even higher. The thought brought a small smile to his lips. I pay more than the Roman ever did. The Romans had used their armies not only to defend their empire, but to enforce their rule, expand their borders. His own princedom, though far smaller, followed a similar path. Yet he knew very well that the only reason he could sustain this was for his trade income, which meant that he effectively was relying on foreign markets to sustain his own. Right now it wasn't a problem, but who knew in the future if that would still be the case? A sharp knock echoed through the room, interrupting Alpheo's musings over the daunting figures before him. He glanced up as Vrask, the head of his guards, entered with his usual composed demeanor. "Your Highness," Vrask announced, inclining his head slightly. "Pontius has arrived and requests an audience. He says he has a report to deliver." Alpheo exhaled softly, a small sigh of mild irritation escaping his lips. He leaned back in his chair, flipping the report he'd been reviewing toward the desk, the numbers no longer commanding his attention, as it now had to be reserved to the biggest bootlicker he had met in last years. "Let him in," Alpheo said with a resigned tone. He folded his hands on the desk, steeling himself for what was likely to be an exhaustive update. As Vrosk departed to fetch the engineer, Alpheo's thoughts drifted briefly to the man. Pontius, talented as he was, had his strings tied elsewhere, namely the imperial court. Alpheo was well aware of the correspondence Pontius maintained with the Romelian regent. It wasn't unexpected. Spies and informants in court dealings were a matter of course, and Alpheo was no fool in thinking that Pontius would not have informed his past employer of his current one. Still, Alpheo didn't find it particularly troublesome, provided Pontius was kept away from the truly vital information. In this instance, that meant keeping the engineer entirely unaware of the true income and expenditures of the princedom. The door opened again, and Vrosk re-entered, ushering Pontius into the room. The balding engineer stepped forward, bowing slightly in deference, his expression a mix of eagerness and self-importance. Alpheo watched him approach, his face calm and unreadable, as he prepared to hear the man's latest report. Alpheo extended his hand toward the chair opposite his desk, a gesture of calm authority. "Take a seat, Pontius," he said, his voice steady and neutral. Pontius, ever eager to present himself favorably, bowed his head slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Grace," he said, his tone measured but tinged with enthusiasm. He smoothed the front of his tunic as he lowered himself onto the chair, taking care to maintain an air of respect. Once settled, Pontius leaned forward slightly, his expression serious. "I have come to report my findings regarding the field outside the city, Your Grace," he began, his voice gaining a confident edge. "The site has great potential, but there are some matters I believe require your attention." Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled under his chin, his gaze fixed on Pontius as he prepared to listen. As he began his report with practiced confidence, his hands gesturing to emphasize his points. "Your Grace," he started, "the nearest river lies approximately 9 kilometers from the city. For the majority of that distance, a simple canal can be dug to direct the water toward us. The terrain is manageable until we encounter a significant dislevel in height about midway through." He paused briefly, adjusting his posture before continuing. "At that point, we will need to construct elevated stone channels, pontini, as they are called. These will bridge the uneven terrain and maintain the necessary gradient for the water to flow steadily. Once we cross the missing ground, we can return to digging a standard trench to guide the water directly into the city." Pontius's enthusiasm grew as he elaborated. "Of course, Your Grace, the city itself must be prepared to receive this water. Reservoirs will need to be constructed, and we must establish a distribution network to ensure that it does not overflow during great rains." Alpheo leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady as he asked, "How much time will you need to complete this project, Pontius?" Pontius rubbed his chin thoughtfully, the gears visibly turning in his mind. "That depends, Your Grace, on the number of workers available and the budget allocated. With sufficient resources, we can expedite the work significantly." Alpheo nodded, his tone firm as he outlined his plan. "You will be provided with 500 free laborers, which you can use however you like, and 1,500 regular workers. For the budget, I am allotting you 20,000 silverii for materials and construction. The payment for the workers will be accounted for separately by me." Pontius blinked, then allowed a smile to curl at the corner of his lips. "A most generous provision, Your Grace," he said, visibly impressed as he feared that he would be working with a small budget given the provincial princedom he was now ruling. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he continued, "We will need to prioritize the digging of the canals immediately, focusing the majority of our manpower on that before winter sets in. Once the ground freezes, it will be impossible to make meaningful progress on the trenches. At that point, we can shift our efforts to constructing the pontini, which will require a good deal of material, but that can proceed through the colder months." Alpheo listened intently before asking, "How much time do you estimate will be needed to complete the entire project?" Pontius tilted his head, considering carefully. "With these resources, I would estimate anywhere from 8 months to a full year, depending on the weather and any unforeseen complications. Luckily, the water will come from a river. As if it was from a mountain, it would be much more difficult." Alpheo tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering the timeline. After a moment, he nodded decisively. "That is acceptable. Begin immediately and ensure your plans remain within these constraints. I expect regular updates." Pontius straightened in his chair, his expression brimming with confidence. "Your Grace," he began, "I assure you, this aqueduct will be a marvel of ingenuity and functionality. When it is complete, not only will it bring water to the city, but it will also wash away its stench, both figuratively and literally. After all, I believe we both know the current state of the city." Alpheo leaned forward slightly, his voice measured but firm as he ignored the last remark. "I expect nothing less than exemplary work, Pontius, especially given the amount of budget I am giving you." Pontius placed a hand over his chest, as if to swear a solemn oath. "Your Grace, you have my word. This will be a structure to rival any in the Empire. The people will sing your praises, and people will marvel at the transformation of your capital." Comments?